Section 0 of Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology by Carl Gustav Jung. Translated by Constance Ellen Long. 1867 to 1923. Editor's Preface to the second edition. The following papers have been gathered together from various sources and are now available for the first time to English readers. The subject of psychoanalysis is much in evidence and is likely to occupy still more attention in the near future, as the psychological content of the psychoses and neuroses is more generally appreciated and understood. It is of importance, therefore, that the fundamental writings of both the Viennese and Zurich schools should be accessible for study. Several of Freud's works have already been translated into English. Dr. Jung's Wandlungen und Symbol der Libido was published in America in 1916 under the title of The Psychology of the Unconscious. That work, read in conjunction with these papers, offers a fairly complete picture of the scientific and philosophic standpoint of the leader of the Zurich school. It is the task of the future to judge and expand the findings of both schools, and to work at the development of the new psychology, which is still in its infancy. It will be a relief to many students of the unconscious to see it in another aspect than that of a wild beast couched waiting its hour to spring. Some readers have gathered that view of it from the writings of the Viennese school, a view which is at most that dangerous thing, a half-truth. In the papers appearing for the first time in this edition, chapters 14 and 15, Dr. Jung develops his ideas of introversion and extroversion, a contribution of the first importance to psychology. He agrees with Freud in regarding the neuroses to be the result of repression, but differs in his view as to the origin of repression. He finds this to lie not in sexuality per se, but rather in man's natural tendency to adapt to the demands of life one-sidedly, according to his type of mentality. The born extrovert adapts by means of feeling, thought being under repression and relatively infantile. The introvert's natural adaptation is by means of thought, feeling being more or less repressed, remains undeveloped. In either type, the neglected co-function is behind the adapted function. This inequality operating in the unconscious brings about a conflict, which in certain subjects amounts to a neurosis, and in others produces a limitation of individual development. This view shifts the interpretation of repression onto a much more comprehensive basis than that of sexuality, although there can scarcely be a repression that does not include this instinct on account of its deep and far-reaching importance in man. There is no doubt that some even scientific persons have a certain fear of whither the study of the unconscious may lead. These fearful persons should be reminded that they possess an unconscious in spite of themselves, and that they share it in common with every human being. It is an extension of the individual. To study it is to deepen the self. All new discoveries have at one stage been called dangerous, and all new philosophies have been deemed heresies. It is as though we would once more consign radium to its dust heaps, lest some day the new radiancy should overpower mankind. Indeed, this particular thing has proved at once most dangerous and most precious. Man must learn to use his treasure, and in using it to submit to its own laws, which can only become known when it is handled and investigated. Those who read this book with the attention it requires will find they gain an impression of many new truths. The second edition is issued towards the end of the third year of the Great European War, at a time when much we have valued and held sacred is in the melting pot. But we believe that out of the crucible new forms will arise. The study of psychoanalysis produces something of the effect of a war in the psyche. Indeed, we need to make conscious this war in the inner things of the mind and soul if we would be delivered in the future from war in the external world. There is a parallelism between individual and international neurosis. In the pain of the upheaval, one recognizes the birth pangs of newer and, let us hope, truer thought and more natural adaptations. We need a renewal of our philosophy of life, to replace much that has perished in the general cataclysm, and it is because I see in the analytical psychology, which grows out of a scientific study of the unconscious, the germs of such a new construction, that I have gathered the following essays together. The translation is the work of various hands, the names of the different translators being given in a footnote at the beginning of each essay. For the editing, I am responsible. The essays are as far as possible printed in chronological order, and those readers who are sufficiently interested will be able to discern in them the gradual development of Dr. Jung's present position in psychoanalysis. Constance E. Long, 2 Harley Place West, June, 1917. Author's Preface to the Second Edition. In agreement with my honored collaborator, Dr. C. E. Long, I have made certain additions to the second edition. It should especially be mentioned that a new chapter upon the concept of the unconscious has been added. This is a lecture I gave early in 1916 before the Zurich Union for Analytical Psychology. It gives a general orientation of a most important problem in practical analysis, namely, of the relation of the psychological ego to the psychological non-ego. Chapter 14 has been fundamentally altered, and I have used the opportunity to incorporate an article that should describe the results of more recent researches. In accordance with my general mode of working, the description is as generalized as possible. My habit in my daily practical work is to confine myself for some time to studying my human material. I then abstract as generalized a formula as possible from the data collected, obtaining from it a point of view and applying it in my practical work until it has either been confirmed, modified, or else abandoned. If it has been confirmed, I publish it as a general viewpoint, without giving the empirical material. I only introduce the material amassed in the course of my practice in the form of example or illustration. I therefore beg the reader not to consider the views I present as mere fabrications of my brain. They are, as a matter of fact, the results of extensive experience and ripe reflection. These additions will enable the reader of the second edition to become familiar with the recent views of the Zurich School. As regards the criticism encountered by the first edition of this work, I was pleased to find my writings were received with much more open-mindedness among English critics than was the case in Germany, where they are met with the silence born of contempt. I am particularly grateful to Dr. Agnes Saville for an exceptionally understanding criticism in the medical press. My thanks are also due to Dr. T. W. Mitchell for an exhaustive review in the Proceedings of the Society for Psychical Research. This critic takes exception to my heresy respecting causality. He considers that I am entering upon a perilous, because unscientific, course when I question the sole validity of the causal viewpoint in psychology. I sympathize with him, but in my opinion the nature of the human mind compels us to take that final point of view. For it cannot be disputed that, psychologically speaking, we are living and working day by day according to the principle of directed aim or purpose as well as that of causality. A psychological theory must necessarily adapt itself to this fact. What is plainly directed towards a goal cannot be given an exclusively causalistic explanation, otherwise we should be led to the conclusion expressed in Moleschot's famous enunciation: "Man is what he eats." We must always bear the fact in mind that causality is a point of view. It affirms the inevitable and immutable relation of a series of events, A to B to D to Z. Since this relation is fixed, and according to the viewpoint must necessarily be so, looked at logically, the order may also be reversed. Finality is also a viewpoint that is justified empirically solely by the existence of series of events, wherein the causal connection is indeed evident, but the meaning of which only becomes intelligible as producing final effect. Ordinary daily life furnishes the best instances of this. The causal explanation must be mechanistic, if we are not to postulate a metaphysical entity as first cause. For instance, if we adopt Freud's sexual theory and assign primary importance psychologically to the function of the genital glands, the brain is viewed as an appendage of the genital glands. If we approach the Viennese idea of sexuality with all its vague omnipotence, and trace it in a strictly scientific manner down to its psychological basis, we shall arrive at the first cause, according to which psychic life is for the most, or the most important part, tension and relaxation of the genital glands. If we assume for the moment that this mechanistic explanation be true, it would be the sort of truth which is exceptionally tiresome and rigidly limited in scope. A similar statement would be that the genital glands cannot function without adequate nourishment, with its inference that sexuality is an appendage function of nutrition. The truth contained in this is really an important chapter in the biology of lower forms of life. But if we wish to work in a really psychological way, we shall want to know the meaning of psychological phenomena. After learning the kinds of steel the various parts of a locomotive are made of, and from what ironworks and mines they come, we do not really know anything about the locomotive's function, that is to say, its meaning. But function, as conceived by modern science, is by no means solely a causal concept. It is especially a final or teleological one. For it is utterly impossible to consider the soul from a causal viewpoint only. We are obliged to consider it also from the final point of view. As Dr. Mitchell also points out, it is impossible for us to think of the causal determination conjointly with a final connection. That would be an obvious contradiction, but our theory of cognition does not need to remain on a pre-Kantian level. It is well known that Kant showed very clearly that the mechanistic and the teleological viewpoints are not constituent, objective principles, in some degree qualities of the object, but that they are purely regulative, subjective principles of thought, and as such they are not mutually inconsistent. I can, for example, easily conceive the following thesis and antithesis. Thesis: everything came into existence according to mechanistic laws. Antithesis: some things did not come into existence according to mechanistic laws only. Kant says to this, reason cannot prove either of these principles because a priori purely empirical laws of nature cannot give us a determinative principle regarding the potentiality of things. As a matter of fact, modern physics has necessarily been converted from the idea of pure mechanism to the final concept of the conservation of energy, because the mechanistic explanation only recognizes reversible processes, whereas the actual truth is that the process of nature is irreversible. This fact led to the concept of an energy that tends towards relief of tension, and therewith also towards a definite final state. Obviously, I consider both these points of view necessary, the causal as well as the final, but would at the same time lay stress upon the fact that since Kant's time, we have come to know that the two viewpoints are not antagonistic if they are regarded as regulative principles of thought, and not as constituent principles of the process of nature itself. When speaking of the reviews, I must also mention those that seem to me beside the mark. I was once more struck by the fact that certain critics cannot distinguish between the theoretical explanation given by the author and the fantastic ideas provided by the patient. One of my critics makes this confusion when discussing number dreams. The associations to the quotation from the Bible in chapter 5 are, as every attentive reader must readily perceive, not arbitrary explanations of my own, but a cryptomnesic conglomeration emanating not from my brain at all, but from that of the patient. Surely it is not difficult to perceive upon reflection that this conglomeration of numbers corresponds exactly to that unconscious psychological function from which proceeded all the mysticism of numbers, Pythagorean, Kabbalistic, and so forth, existent from untold ages. I am grateful to my serious reviewers, and should like here to also express my thanks to Mrs. Harold F. McCormick for her generous help in the production of this book. C.G. Jung, June 1917. Author's Preface to the First Edition. This volume contains a selection of articles and pamphlets on analytical psychology written at intervals during the past 14 years. These years have seen the development of a new discipline and, as is usual in such a case, have involved many changes of viewpoint, of concept, and of formulation. It is not my intention to give a presentation of the fundamental concepts of analytical psychology in this book. It throws some light, however, on a certain line of development which is especially characteristic of the Zurich school of psychoanalysis. As is well known, the merit of the discovery of the new analytical method of general psychology belongs to Professor Freud of Vienna. His original viewpoints had to undergo many essential modifications, some of them owing to the work done at Zurich, in spite of the fact that he himself is far from agreeing with the standpoint of the school. I am unable to explain fully the fundamental differences between the two schools, but would indicate the following points. The Vienna school takes the standpoint of an exclusive sexualistic conception, while that of the Zurich school is symbolistic. The Vienna school interprets the psychological symbol semiotically, as a sign or token of certain primitive psychosexual processes. Its method is analytical and causal. The Zurich school recognizes the scientific feasibility of such a conception, but denies its exclusive validity, for it does not interpret the psychological symbol semiotically only, but also symbolistically, that is, it attributes a positive value to the symbol. The value does not depend merely on historical causes. Its chief importance lies in the fact that it has a meaning for the actual present and for the future in their psychological aspects. For to the Zurich school, the symbol is not merely a sign of something repressed and concealed, but is at the same time an attempt to comprehend and to point out the way of further psychological development of the individual. Thus we add a prospective import to the retrospective value of the symbol. The method of the Zurich school is therefore not only analytical and causal, but also synthetic and prospective, in recognition that the human mind is characterized by causae and also by fines, aims. The latter fact needs particular emphasis because there are two types of psychology, the one following the principle of hedonism and the other following the principle of power. Scientific materialism is pertinent to the former type, and the philosophy of Nietzsche to the latter. The principle of the Freudian theory is hedonism, while that of Adler, one of Freud's earliest personal pupils, is founded upon the principle of power. The Zurich school, recognizing the existence of these two types, also remarked by the late Professor William James, considers that the views of Freud and Adler are one-sided, and only valid within the limits of their corresponding type. Both principles exist within every individual, but not in equal proportions. Thus it is obvious that each psychological symbol has two aspects, and should be interpreted according to the two principles. Freud and Adler interpret in the analytical and causal way, reducing to the infantile and primitive. Thus with Freud the conception of the aim is the fulfillment of desire, with Adler it is the usurpation of power. Both authors take the standpoint in their practical analytical work, which brings to view only infantile and gross egoistic aims. The Zurich school is convinced of the fact that within the limits of a diseased mental attitude the psychology is such as Freud and Adler describe. It is indeed just on account of such impossible and childish psychology that the individual is in a state of inward dissociation and hence neurotic. The Zurich school, therefore, in agreement with them so far, also reduces the psychological symbol, the fantasy products of the patient, to the fundamental infantile hedonism, or to the infantile desire for power. But Freud and Adler content themselves with the result of mere reduction according to their scientific biologism and naturalism. But here a very important question arises. Can man obey the fundamental and primitive impulses of his nature without gravely injuring himself or his fellow beings? He cannot assert either his sexual desire or his desire for power unlimitedly, and the limits are moreover very restricted. The Zurich school has in view also the final result of analysis, and regards the fundamental thoughts and impulses of the unconscious as symbols, indicative of a definite line of future development. We must admit there is, however, no scientific justification for such a procedure, because our present-day science is based as a whole upon causality. But causality is only one principle, and psychology essentially cannot be exhausted by causal methods only, because the mind lives by aims as well. Besides this disputable philosophical argument, we have another of much greater value in favor of our hypothesis, namely that of vital necessity. It is impossible to live according to the intimations of infantile hedonism, or according to a childish desire for power. If these are to be retained, they must be taken symbolically. Out of the symbolic application of infantile trends, an attitude evolves which may be termed philosophic or religious, and these terms characterize sufficiently the lines of further development of the individual. The individual is not only an established and unchangeable complex of psychological facts, but also an extremely changeable entity. By exclusive reduction to causes, the primitive trends of a personality are reinforced. This is only helpful when at the same time these primitive tendencies are balanced by recognition of their symbolic value. Analysis and reduction lead to causal truth. This by itself does not help living, but brings about resignation and hopelessness. On the other hand, the recognition of the intrinsic value of a symbol leads to constructive truth and helps us to live. It induces hopefulness and furthers the possibility of future development. The functional importance of the symbol is clearly shown in the history of civilization. For thousands of years, the religious symbol proved a most efficacious means in the moral education of mankind. Only a prejudiced mind could deny such an obvious fact. Concrete values cannot take the place of a symbol. Only new and more efficient symbols can be substituted for those that are antiquated and outworn, such as have lost their efficacy through the progress of intellectual analysis and understanding. The further development of mankind can only be brought about by means of symbols which represent something far in advance of himself and whose intellectual meanings cannot yet be grasped entirely. The individual unconscious produces such symbols, and they are of the greatest possible value in the moral development of the personality. Man almost invariably has philosophic and religious views of the meaning of the world and of his own life. There are some who are proud to have none. These are exceptions outside the common path of mankind. They miss an important function which has proved itself to be indispensable to the human mind. In such cases we find the unconscious, instead of modern symbolism, an antiquated, archaic view of the world and of life. If a requisite psychological function is not represented in the sphere of consciousness, it exists in the unconscious in the form of an archaic or embryonic prototype. This brief resume may show what the reader cannot find in this collection of papers. The essays are stations on the way of the more general views developed above. C.G. Jung, Zurich, January 1916. End of section 0.
Chapter 1 of Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Olivia. Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology by Carl Gustav Jung. Translated by Constance Ellen Long, 1867 to 1923. Chapter 1. On the Psychology and Pathology of So-Called Occult Phenomena. In that wide field of psychopathic deficiency, where science has demarcated the diseases of epilepsy, hysteria, and neurasthenia, we meet scattered observations concerning certain rare states of consciousness as to whose meaning authors are not yet agreed. These observations spring up sporadically in the literature on narcolepsy, lethargy, automatisma ambulatory, periodic amnesia, double consciousness, somnambulism, pathological dreamy states, pathological lying, etc. These states are sometimes attributed to epilepsy, sometimes to hysteria, sometimes to exhaustion of the nervous system or neurasthenia. Sometimes they are allowed all the dignity of a disease sui generis. Patients occasionally work through a whole graduated scale of diagnoses, from epilepsy through hysteria up to simulation. In practice, on the one hand, these conditions can only be separated with great difficulty from the so-called neuroses, sometimes even are indistinguishable from them. On the other, certain features in the region of pathological deficiency present more than a mere analogical relationship, not only with phenomena of normal psychology, but also with the psychology of the supernormal, of genius. Various as are the individual phenomena in this region, There is certainly no case that cannot be connected by some intermediate example with other typical cases. This relationship in the pictures presented by hysteria and epilepsy is very close. Recently, the view has even been maintained that there is no clean-cut frontier between epilepsy and hysteria, and that a difference is only to be noted in extreme cases. Steffens says, for example, quote, "We are forced to the conclusion that in essence hysteria and epilepsy are not fundamentally different, that the cause of the disease is the same, but is manifest in a diverse form, in different intensity and permanence." End quote. The demarcation of hysteria and certain borderline cases of epilepsy from congenital and acquired psychopathic mental deficiency likewise presents the greatest difficulties. The symptoms of one or the other disease everywhere invade the neighboring realm, so violence is done to the facts when they are split off and considered as belonging to one or other realm. The demarcation of psychopathic mental deficiency from the normal is an absolutely impossible task. The difference is everywhere only more or less. The classification in the region of mental deficiency itself is confronted by the same difficulty. At best, certain classes can be separated off which crystallize round some well-marked nucleus through having peculiarly typical features. Turning away from the two large groups of intellectual and emotional deficiency, there remain these deficiency colored preeminently by hysteria or epilepsy, eleptoid, or neurasthenia, which are not notably deficiency of the intellect or of feeling. It is essentially in this region, insusceptible of any absolute classification, that the above-named conditions play their part. As is well known, they can appear as part manifestations of a typical epilepsy or hysteria, or can exist separately in the realm of psychopathic mental deficiency, where their qualifications of epileptic or hysterical are often due to the non-essential accessory features. It is thus the rule to place somnambulism among hysterical diseases, because it is occasionally a phenomenon of severe hysteria, or because mild so-called hysterical symptoms may accompany it. Binet says, "There is no somnambulism, a nervous state that is always the same. There are somnambulisms." As one of the manifestations of a severe hysteria, somnambulism is not an unknown phenomenon, but as a pathological entity, as a disease sui generis, it must be somewhat rare to judge by its infrequency in German literature on the subject. So-called spontaneous somnambulism, resting upon a foundation of hysterically tinged psychopathic deficiency, is not a very common occurrence, and it is worthwhile to devote closer study to these cases, for they occasionally present a mass of interesting particulars. Case of Miss Elise K., aged 40, single, bookkeeper in a large business, no hereditary taint, except that it is alleged a brother became slightly nervous after family misfortune and illness. Well educated, of a cheerful, joyous nature, not of a saving disposition, always occupied with some big idea. She was very kind-hearted and gentle, did a great deal both for her parents, who were living in very modest circumstances, and for strangers. Nevertheless, she was not happy, because she thought she did not understand herself. She had always enjoyed good health till a few years ago, when she is said to have been treated for dilation of the stomach and tapeworm. During this illness her hair became rapidly white. Later she had typhoid fever. An engagement was terminated by the death of her fiancé from paralysis. She had been very nervous for a year and a half. In the summer of 1897 she went away for change of air and treatment by hydropathy. She herself says that for about a year she has had moments during work when her thoughts seem to stand still, but she does not fall asleep. Nevertheless, she makes no mistakes in the accounts at such times. She has often been to the wrong street and then suddenly noticed that she was not in the right place. She has had no giddiness or attacks of fainting. Formerly, menstruation occurred regularly every 4 weeks and without any pain. But since she has been nervous and overworked, it has come every 14 days. For a long time she has suffered from constant headache. As accountant and bookkeeper in a large establishment, the patient has had very strenuous work, which she performs well and conscientiously. In addition to the strenuous character of her work, in the last year she had various new worries. Her brother was suddenly divorced. In addition to her own work, she looked after his housekeeping, nursed him and his child in a serious illness, and so on. To recuperate, she took a journey on the 13th of September to see a woman friend in South Germany. A great joy at seeing her friend from whom she had been long separated, and her participation in some festivities, deprived her of her rest. On the 15th, she and her friend drank half a bottle of claret. This was contrary to her usual habit. They then went for a walk in a cemetery, where she began to tear up flowers and to scratch at the graves. She remembered absolutely nothing of this afterwards. On the 16th, she remained with her friend without anything of importance happening. On the 17th, her friend brought her to Zurich. An acquaintance came with her to the asylum. On the way, she spoke quite sensibly, but was very tired. Outside the asylum, they met 3 boys, whom she described as the 3 dead people she had dug up. She then wanted to go to the neighboring cemetery, but was persuaded to come to the asylum. She is small, delicately formed, slightly anemic. The heart is slightly enlarged to the left. There are no murmurs, but some reduplication of the sounds, the mitral being markedly accentuated. The liver dullness reaches to the border of the ribs. Patellar reflex is somewhat increased, but otherwise no tendon reflexes. There is neither anesthesia, analgesia, nor paralysis. Rough examination of the field of vision with the hands shows no contraction. The patient's hair is very light yellow-white color. On the whole, she looks her age. She gives her history and tells recent events quite clearly, but has no recollection of what took place in the cemetery at C or outside the asylum. During the night of the 17th to the 18th, she spoke to the attendant and declared she saw the whole room full of dead people, looking like skeletons. She was not at all frightened, but was rather surprised that the attendant did not see them too. Once she ran to the window, but was otherwise quiet. The next morning, while still in bed, she saw skeletons, but not in the afternoon. The following night, at 4 o'clock, she awoke and heard the dead children in the neighboring cemetery cry out that they had been buried alive. She wanted to go out to dig them up, but allowed herself to be restrained. Next morning at 7 o'clock, she was still delirious, but recalled accurately the events in the cemetery at C and those on approaching the asylum. She stated that at C she wanted to dig up the dead children who were calling her. She had only torn up the flowers to free the graves and to be able to get at them. In this state, Professor Bleuler explained to her that later on, when in a normal state again, she would remember everything. The patient slept in the morning, afterwards was quite clear, and felt herself relatively well. She did indeed remember the attacks, but maintained a remarkable indifference toward them. The following nights, with the exception of those on the 22nd and 25th of September, she again had slight attacks of delirium, when once more she had to deal with the dead. The details of the attacks differed, however. Twice she saw the dead in her bed, but she did not appear to be afraid of them. She got out of bed frequently, however, because she did not want to, quote, inconvenience the dead, end quote. Several times she wanted to leave the room. After a few nights free from attacks, there was a slight one on the 30th of September, when she called the dead from the window. During the day her mind was clear. On the 3rd of October she saw a whole crowd of skeletons in the drawing-room, as she afterwards related, during full consciousness. Although she doubted the reality of the skeletons, she could not convince herself that it was a hallucination. The following night, between 12 and 1 o'clock, the earlier attacks were usually about this time, she was obsessed with the idea of dead people for about 10 minutes. She sat up in bed, stared at a corner, and said, "Well, come, but they're not all there. Come along. Why don't you come? The room is big enough. There's room for all. When all are there, I'll come too." Then she lay down with the words, "Now they're all there," and fell asleep again. In the morning she had not the slightest recollection of any of these attacks. Very short attacks occurred in the nights of the 4th, 6th, 9th, 13th, and 15th of October, between 12 and 1 o'clock. The last 3 occurred during the menstrual period. The attendant spoke to her several times, showed her the lighted street lamps and trees, but she did not react to this conversation. Since then, the attacks have altogether ceased. The patient has complained about a number of troubles which she had had all along. She suffered much from headache the morning after the attacks. She said it was unbearable. 5 grains of saccharum lactis promptly alleviated this. Then she complained of pains in both forearms, which she described as if it were tenosynovitis. She regarded the bulging of the muscles in flexion as a swelling, and asked to be massaged. Nothing could be seen objectively, and no attention being paid to it, the trouble disappeared. She complained exceedingly and for a long time about the thickening of a toenail, even after the thickened part had been removed. Sleep was often disturbed. She would not give her consent to be hypnotized for the night attacks. Finally, on account of headache and disturbed sleep, she agreed to hypnotic treatment. She proved a good subject, and at the first sitting fell into a deep sleep with analgesia and amnesia. In November she was again asked whether she could now remember the attack on the 19th of September, which it had been suggested that she would recall. It gave her great trouble to recollect it, and in the end she could only state the chief facts. She had forgotten the details. It should be added that the patient was not superstitious, and in her healthy days had never particularly interested herself in the supernatural. During the whole course of treatment, which ended on the 14th of November, great indifference was evinced both to the illness and the cure. Next spring the patient returned for outpatient treatment of the headache, which had come back during the very hard work of these months. Apart from this symptom, her condition left nothing to be desired. It was demonstrated that she had no remembrance of the attacks of the previous autumn, not even those of the 19th of September and earlier. On the other hand, in hypnosis she could recount the proceedings in the cemetery and during the nightly disturbances. By the peculiar hallucination, and by its appearance, our case recalls the conditions which von Krafft-Ebing has described as protracted states of hysterical delirium. He says, such conditions of delirium occur in the slighter cases of hysteria. Protracted hysterical delirium is built upon a foundation of temporary exhaustion. Excitement seems to determine an outbreak, and it readily recurs. Most frequently, there is persecution delirium with very violent anxiety, sometimes of a religious or erotic character. Hallucinations of all the senses are not rare, but illusions of sight, smell, and feeling are the commonest and most important. The visual hallucinations are especially visions of animals, pictures of corpses, fantastic processions in which dead persons, devils, and ghosts swarm. The illusions of hearing are simply sounds, shrieks, howlings, claps of thunder, or local hallucinations, frequently with sexual content. This patient's visions of corpses, occurring almost always in attacks, recall the states occasionally seen in hysteroepilepsy. There likewise occur specific visions which, in contrast with protracted delirium, are connected with single attacks. 1. A lady 30 years of age with grand hysteria had twilight states in which, as a rule, she was troubled by terrible hallucinations. She saw her children carried away from her, wild beasts eating them up, and so on. She has amnesia for the content of the individual attacks. 2. A girl of 17, likewise a semi-hysteric, saw in her attacks the corpse of her dead mother approaching her to draw her to her. Patient has amnesia for the attacks. These are cases of severe hysteria wherein consciousness rests upon a profound stage of dreaming. The nature of the attack and the stability of the hallucination alone show a certain kinship with our case, which in this respect has numerous analogies with the corresponding states of hysteria. For instance, with those cases where a psychical shock, rape, and so forth, was the occasion for the outbreak of hysterical attacks, and where at times the original incident is lived over again, stereotyped in the hallucination. But our case gets its specific mold from the identity of the consciousness in the different attacks. It is an état second, with its own memory, and separated from the waking state by complete amnesia. This differentiates it from the above-mentioned twilight states and links it to the so-called somnambulic conditions. Charcot divides the somnambulic states into two chief classes. 1. Delirium with well-marked incoordination of representation and action. 2. Delirium with coordinated action. This approaches the waking state. Our case belongs to the latter class. If by somnambulism be understood a state of systemized partial waking, any critical review of this affection must take account of those exceptional cases of recurrent amnesias which have been observed now and again. These, apart from nocturnal ambulism, are the simplest conditions of systematized partial waking. Naiff's case is certainly the most remarkable in the literature. It deals with a gentleman of 32, with a very bad family history, presenting numerous signs of degeneration, partly functional, partly organic. In consequence of overwork at the age of 17, he had a peculiar twilight state with delusions, which lasted some days and was cured with a sudden recovery of memory. Later, he was subject to frequent attacks of giddiness and palpitation of the heart and vomiting, but these attacks were never attended by loss of consciousness. At the termination of some feverish illness, he suddenly traveled from Australia to Zurich, where he lived for some weeks in careless cheerfulness, and only came to himself when he read in the paper of his sudden disappearance from Australia. He had a total and retrograde amnesia for several months, which included the journey to Australia, his sojourn there, and the return journey. Asm has published a case of periodic amnesia. Albert X, 12½ years old, of hysterical disposition, was several times attacked in the course of a few years by conditions of amnesia in which he forgot reading, writing, and arithmetic, even at times his own language, for several weeks at a stretch. The intervals were normal. Proust has published a case of automatisme ambulatory, with pronounced hysteria, which differs from Neef's in the repeated occurrence of the attacks. An educated man, 30 years old, exhibits all the signs of grand hysteria. He is very suggestible, has from time to time, under the influence of excitement, attacks of amnesia which last from 2 days to several weeks. During these states he wanders about, visits relatives, destroys various objects, incurs debts, and has even been convicted of picking pockets. Bleuler describes a similar case of wandering impulse. A widow of 22, highly hysterical, became terrified at the prospect of a necessary operation for salpingitis. She left the hospital and fell into a state of somnambulism, from which she awoke 3 days later with total amnesia. During these 3 days she had traveled a distance of about 60 kilometers to fetch her child. William James has described a case of an ambulatory sort. The Reverend Ansel Bourne, an itinerant preacher, 30 years of age, psychopathic, had on a few occasions attacks of loss of consciousness lasting 1 hour. One day, January 17, 1887, he suddenly disappeared from Green after having taken $551 out of the bank. He remained hidden for 2 months. During this time he had taken a little shop under the name of H. J. Brown in Norriston, Pennsylvania, and had carefully attended to all purchases, although he had never done this sort of work before. On March 14, 1887, he suddenly awoke and went back home, and had complete amnesia for the interval. Mesnay publishes the following case. F., 27 years old, sergeant in the African regiment, was wounded in the parietal bone at Bazielles. Suffered for a year from hemiplegia, which disappeared when the wound healed. During the course of his illness, the patient had attacks of somnambulism with marked limitation of consciousness. All the senses were paralyzed, with the exception of taste and a small portion of the visual sense. The movements were coordinated, but obstacles in the way of their performance were overcome with difficulty. During the attacks he had an absurd collecting mania. By various manipulations one could demonstrate a hallucinatory content in his consciousness. For instance, when a stick was put in his hand, he would feel himself transported to a battle scene, would place himself on guard, see the enemy approaching, and so forth. Guinon and Sophie Watteek made the following experiments on hysterics. A blue glass was held in front of the eyes of a female patient during a hysterical attack. She regularly saw the picture of her mother in the blue sky. A red glass showed her a bleeding wound, a yellow one an orange seller or a lady with a yellow dress. Mesnay's case reminds one of the cases of occasional attacks of shrinkage of memory. McNish communicates a similar case. An apparently healthy young lady suddenly fell into an abnormally long and deep sleep, it is said without prodromal symptoms. On awakening, she had forgotten the words for and knowledge of the simplest things. She had again to learn to read, write, and count. Her progress was rapid in this relearning. After a second attack she again woke in her normal state, but without recollection of the period when she had forgotten things. These states alternated for more than 4 years, during which consciousness showed continuity within the 2 states, but was separated by an amnesia from the consciousness of the normal state. These selected cases of various forms of changes of consciousness all throw a certain light upon our case. Neef's case presents 2 hysteriaform eclipses of memory, one which is marked by the appearance of delusions, and the other by its long duration, contraction of the field of consciousness, and desire to wander. The peculiar associated impulses are especially clear in the cases of Proust and Mesnet. In our case, the impulsive tearing up of the flowers, the digging up of the graves, form a parallel. The continuity of consciousness which the patient presents in the individual attacks recalls the behavior of the consciousness in McNish's case. Hence, our case may be regarded as a transient phenomenon of alternating consciousness. The dreamlike hallucinatory content of the limited consciousness in our case does not, however, justify an unqualified assignment to this group of double consciousness. The hallucinations in the second state show a certain creativeness which seems to be conditioned by the autosuggestibility of this state. In Mesnet's case, we noticed the appearance of hallucinatory processes from simple stimulation of touch. The patient's subconsciousness employs simple perceptions for the automatic construction of complicated scenes which then take possession of the limited consciousness. A somewhat similar view must be taken about our patient's hallucinations. At least the external conditions which gave rise to the appearance of the hallucinations seem to strengthen our supposition. The walk in the cemetery induces the vision of the skeletons. The meeting with the three boys arouses the hallucination of children buried alive, whose voices the patient hears at night time. She arrived at the cemetery in a somnambulic state, which on this occasion was specially intense in consequence of her having taken alcohol. She performed actions almost instinctively about which her subconsciousness nevertheless did receive certain impressions. The part played here by alcohol must not be underestimated. We know from experience that it does not only act adversely upon these conditions, but, like every other narcotic, it gives rise to a certain increase of suggestibility. The impressions received in somnambulism subconsciously form independent growths, and finally reach perception as hallucinations. Thus, our case closely corresponds to those somnambulic dream states which have recently been subjected to a penetrating study in England and France. These lapses of memory, which at first seem without content, gain a content by means of accidental autosuggestion, and this content builds itself up automatically to a certain extent. It achieves no further development, probably on account of the improvement now beginning, and finally it disappears altogether as recovery sets in. Binet and Ferret have made numerous experiments on the implanting of suggestions in states of partial sleep. They have shown, for example, that when a pencil is put in the anesthetic hand of a hysteric, letters of great length are written automatically whose contents are unknown to the patient's consciousness. Cutaneous stimuli in anesthetic regions are sometimes perceived as visual images, or at least as vivid associated visual presentations. These independent transmutations of simple stimuli must be regarded as primary phenomena in the formation of the somnambulic dream pictures. Analogous manifestations occur in exceptional cases within the sphere of waking consciousness. Goethe, for example, states that when he sat down, lowered his head, and vividly conjured up the image of a flower, he saw it undergoing changes of its own accord, as if entering into new combinations. In half-waking states, these manifestations are relatively frequent in the so-called hypnagogic hallucinations. The automatisms, which the Goethe example illustrates, are differentiated from the truly somnambulic inasmuch as the primary presentation is a conscious one in this case. The further development of the automism is maintained within the definite limits of the original presentation, that is, within the purely motor or visual region. If the primary presentation disappears, or if it is never conscious at all, and if the automatic development overlaps neighboring regions, we lose every possibility of a demarcation between waking automatisms and those of the somnambulic state. This will occur, for instance, if the presentation of a hand plucking the flower gets joined to the perception of the flower or the presentation of the smell of the flower. We can then only differentiate it by the more or less. In one case, we then speak of the waking hallucinations of the normal, in the other, of the dream vision of the somnambulists. The interpretation of our patient's attacks as hysterical becomes more certain by the demonstration of a probably psychogenic origin of the hallucination. This is confirmed by her troubles, headache, and tenosynovitis, which have shown themselves amenable to suggestive treatment. The etiological factor alone is not sufficient for the diagnosis of hysteria. It might really be expected a priori that in the course of a disease which is so suitably treated by rest, as in the treatment of an exhaustion state, features would be observed here and there which could be interpreted as manifestations of exhaustion. The question arises whether the early lapses and later somnambulic attacks could not be conceived as states of exhaustion, so-called neurasthenic crises. We know that in the realm of psychopathic mental deficiency, there can arise the most diverse epileptoid accidents whose classification under epilepsy or hysteria is at least doubtful. To quote Carl Westphal, "On the basis of numerous observations, I maintain that the so-called epileptoid attacks form one of the most universal and commonest symptoms in the group of diseases which we reckon among the mental diseases and neuropathies. The mere appearance of one or more epileptic or epileptoid attacks is not decisive for its course and prognosis. As mentioned, I have used the concept of epileptoid in the widest possible sense for the attack itself. The epileptoid moments of our case are not far to seek. The objection can, however, be raised that the coloring of the whole picture is hysterical in the extreme. Against this, however, it must be stated that every somnambulism is not eo ipso hysterical. Occasionally, states occur in typical epilepsy which, to experts, seem parallel with somnambulic states, or which can only be distinguished by the existence of genuine convulsions. As Deal shows, in neurasthenic mental deficiency, crises also occur, which often confuse the diagnosis. A definite presentation content can even create a stereotyped repetition in the individual crisis. Lately, Morschen has published a case of epileptoid neurasthenic twilight state. I am indebted to Professor Bleuler for the report of the following case. An educated gentleman of middle age, without epileptic antecedents, had exhausted himself by many years of overstrenuous mental work. Without other prodromal symptoms, such as depression and so forth, he attempted suicide during a holiday. In a peculiar twilight state, he suddenly threw himself into the water from a bank, in sight of many persons. He was at once pulled out, and retained but a fleeting remembrance of the occurrence. Bearing these observations in mind, neurasthenia must be allowed to account for a considerable share in the attacks of our patient, Miss E.K. The headaches and tenosynovitis point to the existence of a relatively mild hysteria, generally latent, but becoming manifest under the influence of exhaustion. The genesis of this particular illness explains the relationship which has been described between epilepsy, hysteria, and neurasthenia. Summary. Miss Elise K. is a psychopathic defective with a tendency to hysteria. Under the influence of nervous exhaustion, she suffers from attacks of epileptoid giddiness whose interpretation is uncertain at first sight. Under the influence of an unusually large dose of alcohol, the attacks develop into definite somnambulism with hallucinations, which are limited, in the same way as dreams, to accidental external perceptions. When the nervous exhaustion is cured, the hysterical manifestations disappear. In the region of psychopathic deficiency with hysterical coloring, we encounter numerous phenomena which show, as in this case, symptoms of diverse defined diseases, which cannot be attributed with certainty to any one of them. These phenomena are partially recognized to be independent, for instance, pathological lying, pathological reveries, etc. Many of these states, however, still await thorough scientific investigation. At present they belong more or less to the domain of scientific gossip. Persons with habitual hallucinations, and also the inspired, exhibit these states. They draw the attention of the crowd to themselves, now as a poet or artist, now as savior, prophet, or founder of a new sect. The genesis of the particular frame of mind of these persons is, for the most part, lost in obscurity, for it is only very rarely that one of these remarkable personalities can be subjected to exact observation. In view of the often great historical importance of these persons, it is much to be wished that we had some scientific material which would enable us to gain a closer insight into the psychological development of their peculiarities. Apart from the now practically useless productions of the pneumatological school at the beginning of the 19th century, German scientific literature is very poor in this respect. Indeed, there seems to be a real aversion from the investigation in this field. For the facts so far gathered, we are indebted almost exclusively to the labors of French and English workers. It seems at least desirable that our literature should be enlarged in this respect. These considerations have induced me to publish some observations which will perhaps help to further our knowledge concerning the relationship of hysterical twilight states and enlarge the problems of normal psychology. End of Section 1 of Chapter 1. Recording by Olivia. Chapter 1, Section 2 of Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Olivia. Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology by Carl Gustav Jung. Translated by Constance Ellen Long, 1867 to 1923. Chapter 1, Section 2. Case of somnambulism in a person with neuropathic inheritance. Spiritualistic medium. The following case was under my observation in the years 1899 and 1900. As I was not in medical attendance upon Miss S.W., a physical examination for hysterical stigmata unfortunately could not be made. I kept a complete diary of the séances, which I filled up after each sitting. The following report is a condensed account from these notes. Out of regard for Miss S.W. and her family, a few unimportant dates have been altered, and a few details omitted from the story, which for the most part is composed of very intimate matters. Miss S.W. is 15.5 years old. Reformed Church. The paternal grandfather was highly intelligent, a clergyman with frequent waking hallucinations, generally visions, often whole dramatic scenes with dialogues and so forth. A brother of the grandfather was an imbecile eccentric, who also saw visions. A sister of the grandfather, a peculiar odd character. The paternal grandmother, after some fever in her 20th year, possibly typhoid, had a trance which lasted 3 days, from which she did not awake until the crown of her head had been burned by a red-hot iron. During states of excitement later on, she had fainting fits, which were nearly always followed by a brief somnambulism during which she uttered prophecies. Her father was likewise a peculiar, original personality with bizarre ideas. All three had waking hallucinations, second sight, forebodings, and so forth. A third brother was also eccentric and odd, talented but one-sided. The mother has an inherited mental defect, often bordering on psychosis. The sister is a hysteric and visionary, and a second sister suffers from nervous heart attacks. Miss S.W. is slenderly built, skull somewhat rachitic, without pronounced hydrocephalus, face rather pale, eyes dark with a peculiar penetrating look. She has had no serious illnesses. At school she passed for average, showed little interest, was inattentive. As a rule, her behavior was rather reserved, sometimes giving place, however, to exuberant joy and exultation. Of average intelligence, without special gifts, neither musical nor fond of books, her preference is for handwork and daydreaming. She was often absent-minded, misread in a peculiar way when reading aloud. Instead of the word ziga, goat, for instance, said geis, instead of trepa, stare, stega. This occurred so often that her brothers and sisters laughed at her. There were no other abnormalities. There were no serious hysterical manifestations. Her family were artisans and business people, with very limited interests. Books of mystical content were never permitted in the family. Her education was faulty. There were numerous brothers and sisters, and thus the education was given indiscriminately, and, in addition, the children had to suffer a great deal from the inconsequent and vulgar, indeed sometimes rough, treatment of their mother. The father, a very busy businessman, could not pay much attention to his children, and died when S.W. was not yet grown up. Under these uncomfortable conditions, it is no wonder that S.W. felt herself shut in and unhappy. She was often afraid to go home, and preferred to be anywhere rather than there. She was left a great deal with playmates, and grew up in this way without much polish. The level of her education is relatively low, and her interests correspondingly limited. Her knowledge of literature is also very limited. She knows the common school songs by heart, songs of Schiller and Goethe, and a few other poets, as well as fragments from a songbook and the Psalms. Newspaper stories represent her highest level in prose. Up to the time of her somnambulism, she had never read any books of a serious nature. At home and from friends, she heard about table turning and began to take an interest in it. She asked to be allowed to take part in such experiments, and her desire was soon gratified. In July 1899, she took part a few times in table turnings with some friends and her brothers and sisters, but in joke. It was then discovered that she was an excellent medium. Some communications of a serious nature arrived, which were received with general astonishment. Their pastoral tone was surprising. The spirit said he was the grandfather of the medium. As I was acquainted with the family, I was able to take part in these experiments. At the beginning of August 1899, the first attacks of somnambulism took place in my presence. They took the following course. S.W. became very pale, slowly sank to the ground or into a chair, shut her eyes, became cataleptic, drew several deep breaths, and began to speak. In this stage she was generally quite relaxed. The reflexes of the lids remained, as did also tactile sensation. She was sensitive to unexpected noises and full of fear, especially in the initial stage. She did not react when called by name. In somnambulic dialogues, she copied in a remarkably clever way her dead relations and acquaintances, with all their peculiarities, so that she made a lasting impression upon unprejudiced persons. She also so closely imitated persons whom she only knew from descriptions that no one could deny her at least considerable talent as an actress. Gradually gestures were added to the simple speech, which finally led to attitudes passionales and complete dramatic scenes. She took up postures of prayer and rapture, with staring eyes, and spoke with impassionate and glowing rhetoric. She then made use exclusively of literary German, which she spoke with an ease and assurance quite contrary to her usual uncertain and embarrassed manner in the waking state. Her movements were free and of a noble grace, depicting most beautifully her varying emotions. Her attitude during these states was always changing and diverse in the different attacks. Now she would lie for 10 minutes to 2 hours on the sofa or on the ground, motionless with closed eyes. Now she assumed a half-sitting posture and spoke with changed tone and speech. Now she would stand up, going through every possible pantomimic gesture. Her speech was equally diversified and without rule. Now she spoke in the first person, but never for long, generally to prophesy her next attack. Now she spoke of herself, and this was the most usual, in the third person. She then acted as some other person, either some dead acquaintance or some chance person whose part she consistently carried out according to the characteristics she herself conceived. At the end of the ecstasy there usually followed a cataleptic state with flexibilitas theria, which gradually passed over into the waking state. The waxy anemic pallor, which was an almost constant feature of the attacks, made one really anxious. It sometimes occurred at the beginning of the attack, but often in the second half only. The pulse was then small, but regular and of normal frequency, the breathing gentle, shallow, or almost imperceptible. As already stated, S.W. often predicted her attacks beforehand. Just before the attacks she had strange sensations, became excited, rather anxious, and occasionally expressed thoughts of death. She will probably die in one of these attacks. During the attack her soul only hangs to her body by a thread, so that often the body could scarcely go on living. Once after the cataleptic attack, trachypnea lasting 2 minutes was observed, with a respiration rate of 100 per minute. At first the attacks occurred spontaneously. Afterwards S.W. could provoke them by sitting in a dark corner and covering her face with her hands. Frequently the experiment did not succeed. She had so-called good and bad days. The question of amnesia after the attacks is unfortunately very obscure. This much is certain, that after each attack she was quite accurately orientated as to what she had gone through during the rapture. It is, however, uncertain how much she remembered of the conversations in which she served as medium, and of changes in her surroundings during the attack. It often seemed that she did have a fleeting recollection, for directly after waking she would ask, "Who was here? Wasn't X or Y here? What did he say?" She also showed that she was superficially aware of the content of the conversations. She thus often remarked that the spirits had communicated to her before waking what they had said. But frequently this was not the case. If, at her request, the contents of the trance speeches were repeated to her, she was often annoyed about them. She was then often sad and depressed for hours together, especially when any unpleasant indiscretions had occurred. She would then rail against the spirits, and asserted that the next time she would beg her guides to keep such spirits far away. Her indignation was not feigned, for in the waking state she could but poorly control herself and her emotions, so that every mood was at once mirrored in her face. At times she seemed only slightly or not at all aware of the external proceedings during the attack. She seldom noticed when anyone left the room or came in. Once she forbade me to enter the room when she was awaiting special communications which she wished to keep secret from me. Nevertheless, I went in and sat down with the 3 other sitters and listened to everything. Her eyes were open, and she spoke to those present without noticing me. She only noticed me when I began to speak, which gave rise to a storm of indignation. She remembered better, but still apparently only in indefinite outlines, the remarks of those taking part, which referred to the trance speeches or directly to herself. I could never discover any definite rapport in this connection. In addition to these great attacks, which seemed to follow a certain law in their course, S.W. produced a great number of other automatisms. Premonitions, forebodings, unaccountable moods, and rapidly changing fancies were all in the day's work. I never observed simple states of sleep. On the other hand, I soon noticed that, in the middle of a lively conversation, S.W. became quite confused and spoke without meaning in a peculiar monotonous way, and looked in front of her dreamily with half-closed eyes. These lapses usually lasted but a few minutes. Then she would suddenly proceed, "Yes, yes, what did you say?" At first she would not give any particulars about these lapses. She would reply offhand that she was a little giddy, had a headache, and so on. Later she simply said, "They were there again," meaning her spirits. She was often subjected to the lapses much against her will. She often tried to defend herself. "I do not want to, not now. Come some other time. You seem to think I only exist for you." She had these lapses in the streets, in business, in fact, anywhere. If this happened to her in the street, she leaned against a house and waited till the attack was over. During these attacks, whose intensity was most variable, she had visions. Frequently also, especially during the attacks where she turned extremely pale, she wandered, or as she expressed it, lost her body, and got away to distant places whither her spirits led her. Distant journeys during ecstasy strained her exceedingly. She was often exhausted for hours after, and many times complained that the spirits had again deprived her of much power. Such overstrain was now too much for her. The spirits must get another medium, and so forth. Once she was hysterically blind for half an hour after one of these ecstasies. Her gait was hesitating, feeling her way. She had to be led. She did not see the candle which was on the table. The pupils reacted. Visions occurred in great numbers without proper lapses, designating by this word only the higher grade of distraction of attention. At first the visions only occurred at the beginning of the sleep. Once, after S.W. had gone to bed, the room became lighted up, and out of the general foggy light there appeared white glittering figures. They were throughout concealed in white veil-like robes. The women had head coverings like a turban and a girdle. Afterwards, according to the statements of S.W., the spirits were already there when she went to bed. Finally, she also saw the figures in bright daylight, though still somewhat blurred and only for a short time, provided there were no proper lapses, in which case the figures became solid enough to take hold of. But S.W. always preferred darkness. According to her account, the content of the vision was for the most part of a pleasant kind. Gazing at the beautiful figures, she received a feeling of delicious blessedness. More rarely, there were terrible visions of a demonic nature. These were entirely confined to the night or to dark rooms. Occasionally S.W. saw black figures in the neighboring streets or in her room. Once, out in the dark courtyard, she saw a terrible copper-red face which suddenly stared at her and frightened her. I could not learn anything satisfactory about the first occurrence of the vision. She states that once at night, in her 5th or 6th year, she saw her guide, her grandfather, whom she had never known. I could not get any objective confirmation from her relatives of this early vision. Nothing of the kind is said to have happened until her first séance. With the exception of the hypnagogic brightness and the flashes, there were no rudimentary hallucinations, but from the beginning they were of a systemic nature, involving all the sense organs equally. So far as concerns the intellectual reaction to these phenomena, it is remarkable with what curious sincerity she regarded her dreams. Her entire somnambulic development, the innumerable puzzling events, seemed to her quite natural. She looked at her whole past in this light. Every striking event of earlier years stood to her in necessary and clear relationship to her present condition. She was happy in the consciousness of having found her real life task. Naturally, she was unswervingly convinced of the reality of her visions. I often tried to present her with some skeptical explanation, but she invariably turned this aside. In her usual condition, she did not clearly grasp a reasoned explanation, and in the semi-somnambulic state, she regarded it as senseless in view of the facts staring her in the face. She once said, "I do not know if what the spirits say and teach me is true. Neither do I know if they are those by whose names they call themselves. But that my spirits exist, there is no question. I see them before me. I can touch them. I speak to them about everything I wish, as naturally as I'm now talking to you. They must be real." She absolutely would not listen to the idea that the manifestations were a kind of illness. Doubts about her health or about the reality of her dream would distress her deeply. She felt so hurt by my remarks that when I was present she became reserved, and for a long time refused to experiment if I was there. Hence I took care not to express my doubts and thoughts aloud. From her immediate relatives and acquaintances she received undivided allegiance and admiration. They asked her advice about all kinds of things. In time she obtained such an influence upon her followers that 3 of her brothers and sisters likewise began to have hallucinations of a similar kind. Their hallucinations generally began as night dreams of a very vivid and dramatic kind. These gradually extended into the waking time, partly hypnagogic, partly hypnopompic. A married sister had extraordinary vivid dreams, which developed from night to night, and these appeared in the waking consciousness, at first as obscure illusions, next as real hallucinations, but they never reached the plastic clearness of S.W.'s visions. For instance, she once saw in a dream a black demonic figure at her bedside in animated conversation with a white beautiful figure which tried to restrain the black one. Nevertheless, the black one seized her and tried to choke her. Then she awoke. Bending over her, she then saw a black shadow with a human contour, and nearby a white cloudy figure. The vision only disappeared when she lighted a candle. Similar visions were repeated dozens of times. The visions of the other 2 sisters were of a similar kind, but less intense. This particular type of attack, with the complete visions and ideas, had developed in the course of less than a month, but never afterwards exceeded these limits. What was later added to these was but the extension of all those thoughts and cycles of visions, which to a certain extent were already indicated quite at the beginning. As well as the great attacks and the lesser ones, there must also be noted a third kind of state comparable to the lapsed states. These are the semi-somnambulic states. They appeared at the beginning or the end of the great attacks, but also appeared without any connection with them. They developed gradually in the course of the first month. It's not possible to give a more precise account of the time of their appearance. In this state a fixed gaze, brilliant eyes, and a certain dignity and stateliness of movement are noticeable. In this phase, S.W. is herself, her own somnambulic ego. She is fully orientated to the external world, but seems to stand with one foot, as it were, in her dream world. She sees and hears her spirits, sees how they walk about in the room among those who form the circle, and stand by first one person, then by another. She is in possession of a clear remembrance of her visions, her journeys, and the instructions she receives. She speaks quietly, clearly, and firmly, and is always in a serious, almost religious frame of mind. Her bearing indicates a deeply religious mood, free from all pietistic flavor. Her speech is singularly uninfluenced by her guide's jargon, compounded of Bible and tract. Her solemn behavior has a suffering, rather pitiful aspect. She is painfully conscious of the great differences between her ideal world at night and the rough reality of the day. This state stands in sharp contrast to her waking existence. There is here no trace of that unstable and inharmonious creature, that extravagant nervous temperament, which is so characteristic for the rest of her relationships. Speaking with her, you get the impression of speaking with a much older person who has attained through numerous experiences to a sure, harmonious footing. In this state she produced her best results, whilst her romances correspond more closely to the conditions of her waking interests. The semi-somnambulism usually appears spontaneously, mostly during the table experiments, which sometimes announced by this means that S.W. was beginning to know beforehand every automatic communication from the table. She then usually stopped the table turning, and after a short time passed more or less suddenly into an ecstatic state. S.W. showed herself to be very sensitive. She could divine and reply to simple questions thought of by a member of the circle who was not a medium, if only the latter would lay a hand on the table or on her hand. Genuine thought transference without direct or indirect contact could never be achieved. In juxtaposition with the obvious development of her whole personality, the continued existence of her earlier, ordinary character was all the more startling. She imparted with unconcealed pleasure all the little childish experiences, the flirtations and love secrets, all the rudeness and lack of education of her parents and contemporaries. To everyone who did not know her secret, she was a girl of 15.5, in no respect unlike 1,000 other such girls. So much the greater was people's astonishment when they got to know her in her other aspect. Her near relatives could not at first grasp this change. To some extent they never altogether understood it, so there was often bitter strife in the family, some of them taking sides for and others against S.W., either with enthusiastic overvaluation or with contemptuous censure of superstition. Thus did S.W., during the time I watched her closely, lead a curious, contradictory life, a real double life, with two personalities existing side by side or closely following upon one another and contending for the mastery. I now give some of the most interesting details of the sittings in chronological order. First and second sittings, August 1899. S.W. at once undertook to lead the communications. The psychograph, for which an upturned glass tumbler was used, on which 2 fingers of the right hand were laid, moved quick as lightning from letter to letter. Slips of paper marked with letter and numbers had been arranged in a circle around the glass. It was communicated that the medium's grandfather was present and would speak to us. There then followed many communications in quick sequence, of a most religious, edifying nature, in part in properly made words, partly in words with the letters transposed, and partly in a series of reversed letters. The last words and sentences were produced so quickly that it was not possible to follow without first inverting the letters. The communications were once interrupted in abrupt fashion by a new communication which announced the presence of the writer's grandfather. On this occasion the jesting observation was made, "Evidently the 2 spirits get on very badly together." During this attempt darkness came on. Suddenly S.W. became very disturbed, sprang up in terror, fell on her knees, and cried, "There, there, do you not see that light, that star there?" and pointed to a dark corner of the room. She became more and more disturbed, and called for a light in terror. She was pale, wept. It was all so strange. She did not know in the least what was the matter with her. When a candle was brought, she became calm again. The experiments were now stopped. In the next sitting, which took place in the evening 2 days later, similar communications from S.W.'s grandfather were obtained. When darkness fell, S.W. suddenly leaned back on the sofa, grew pale, almost shut her eyes, and lay there motionless. The eyeballs were turned upwards. The lid reflex was present as well as tactile sensation. The breathing was gentle, almost imperceptible, the pulse small and weak. This attack lasted about half an hour, when S.W. suddenly sighed and got up. The extreme pallor, which had lasted throughout the whole attack, now gave place to her usual pale pink color. She was somewhat confused and distraught, indicated that she had seen all sorts of things, but would tell nothing. Only after urgent questioning would she relate that in an extraordinary waking condition she had seen her grandfather arm in arm with the writer's grandfather. The 2 had gone rapidly by in an open carriage, side by side. In the third séance, which took place some days later, there was a similar attack of more than half an hour's duration. S.W. afterwards told of many white, transfigured forms who each gave her a flower of special symbolic significance. Most of them were dead relatives. Concerning the exact content of their talk, she maintained an obstinate silence. Fourth attack. After S.W. had entered into the somnambulic state, she began to make curious movements with her lips, and made swallowing, gurgling noises. Then she whispered very softly and unintelligibly. When this had lasted some minutes, she suddenly began to speak in an altered, deep voice. She spoke of herself in the third person. "She is not here. She has gone away." There followed several communications of a religious kind. From the content and the way of speaking, it was easy to conclude that she was imitating her grandfather, who had been a clergyman. The content of the talk did not rise above the mental level of the communications. The tone of the voice was somewhat forced, and only became natural when, in the course of the talk, the voice approximated the medium's own. In later sittings, the voice was only altered for a few moments, when a new spirit manifested itself. Afterwards, there was amnesia for the trance conversation. She gave hints about a sojourn in the other world, and she spoke of an undreamed-of blessedness which she felt. It must be further noted that her conversation in the attack occurred quite spontaneously, and was not in response to any suggestions. Directly after this séance, S.W. became acquainted with the book of Justinus Kerner, the Seer of Prevorst. She began thereupon to magnetize herself toward the end of the attack, partly by means of regular passes, partly by curious circles and figures of 8, which she described symmetrically with both arms. She did this, she said, to disperse the severe headaches which occurred after the attacks. In the August séances, not detailed here, there were, in addition to the grandfather, numerous spirits of other relatives who did not produce anything very remarkable. Each time when a new one came on the scene, the movement of the glass was changed in a striking way. It generally ran along the rows of letters, touching one or the other of them, but no sense could be made of it. The orthography was very uncertain and arbitrary, and the first sentences were frequently incomprehensible or broken up into a meaningless medley of letters. Generally, automatic writing suddenly began at this point. Sometimes automatic writing was attempted during complete darkness. The movements began with violent backward jerks of the whole arm, so that the paper was pierced by the pencil. The first attempt at writing consisted of numerous strokes and zigzag lines about 8 centimeters high. In later attempts there came first unreadable words in large handwriting, which gradually became smaller and clearer. It was not essentially different from the medium's own. The grandfather was again the controlling spirit. Fifth attack. Somnambulic attacks in September 1899. S.W. sits upon the sofa, leans back, shuts her eyes, breathes lightly and regularly. She gradually becomes cataleptic. The catalepsy disappears after about 2 minutes, when she lies in an apparently quiet sleep with complete muscular relaxation. She suddenly begins to speak in a subdued voice. "No, you must take the red. I'll take the white. You can take the green, and you take the... Are you ready? We will go now." A pause of several minutes, during which her face assumes a corpse-like pallor. Her hands feel cold and are very bloodless. She suddenly calls out with a loud, solemn voice, "Albert, Albert, Albert." Then, whispering, "Now you speak," followed by a longer pause, when the pallor of the face attains the highest possible degree. Again, in a loud, solemn voice, "Albert, Albert, do you not believe your father? I tell you many errors are contained in N's teachings. Think about it." Pause. The pallor of the face decreases. He is very frightened. He could not speak any more. These words in her usual conversational tone. Pause. He will certainly think about it. S.W. now speaks again in the same tone, in a strange idiom which sounds like French or Italian, now recalling the former, now the latter. She speaks fluently, rapidly, and with charm. It is possible to understand a few words, but not to remember the whole, because the language is so strange. From time to time certain words recur, as wena, wenas, wenail, wena, etc. The absolute naturalness of the proceedings is bewildering. From time to time she pauses as if someone were answering her. Suddenly she speaks in German. "Is time already up?" in a troubled voice. "Must I go already? Goodbye, goodbye." With the last words, there passes over her face an indescribable expression of ecstatic blessedness. She raises her arms, opens her eyes, hitherto closed, looks radiantly upwards. She remains a moment thus. Then her arms sink slackly, her eyes shut. The expression of her face is tired and exhausted. After a short cataleptic stage, she awakes with a sigh. She looks around, astonished. "I've slept again, haven't I?" She is told she has been talking during the sleep, whereupon she becomes much annoyed, and this increases when she learns she has spoken in a foreign tongue. "But didn't I tell the spirits I don't want it? It mustn't be. It exhausts me too much." Begins to cry. Oh God, must then everything come back again like last time? Is nothing spared me?" The next day at the same time there was another attack. When S.W. has fallen asleep, Ulrich von Gerbenstein suddenly announces himself. He is an entertaining chatterer, speaks very fluently in High German with a North German accent. Asked what S.W. is now doing, after much circumlocution, he explains that she is far away, and he is meanwhile here to look after her body, the circulation of the blood, the respiration, and so forth. He must take care that meanwhile no black person takes possession of her and harms her. Upon urgent questioning, he relates that S.W. has gone with the others to Japan to appear to a distant relative and to restrain him from a stupid marriage. He then announces in a whisper the exact moment when the manifestation takes place. Forbidden any conversation for a few minutes, he points to the sudden pallor occurring in S.W., remarking that the materialization at such a great distance is at the cost of correspondingly great force. He then orders cold bandages to the head to alleviate the severe headache which would occur afterwards. As the color of the face gradually becomes more natural, the conversation grows livelier. All kinds of childish jokes and trivialities are uttered. Suddenly Ulrich von Gerbenstein says, "I see them coming, but they are still very far off. I see them there like a star." S.W. points to the north. We are naturally astonished, and ask why they do not come from the east, whereto Ulrich von Gerbenstein laughingly retorts, "Oh, but they come the direct way over the North Pole. I'm going now. Farewell." Immediately after, S.W. sighs, wakes up, is ill-tempered, complains of extremely bad headache. She saw Ulrich von Gerbenstein standing by her body. What had he told us? She gets angry about the silly chatter from which he cannot refrain. Sixth attack. Begins in the usual way. Extreme pallor, lies stretched out, scarcely breathing, speaks suddenly with a loud, solemn voice. "Yes, be frightened. I am. I warned you against N's teaching. See, in hope is everything that belongs to faith. You would like to know who I am. God gives where one least expects it. Do you not know me?" Then unintelligible whispering. After a few minutes she awakes. Seventh attack. S.W. soon falls asleep, lies stretched out on the sofa, is very pale, says nothing, sighs deeply from time to time, casts up her eyes, rises, sits on the sofa, bends forward, speaks softly. "You have sinned grievously, have fallen far," bends forward still, as if speaking to someone who kneels before her. She stands up, turns to the right, stretches out her hands, and points to the spot over which she has been bending. "Will you forgive her?" she asks loudly. "Do not forgive men, but their spirits. Not she, but her human body has sinned." Then she kneels down, remains quite still for about 10 minutes in the attitude of prayer. Then she gets up suddenly, looks to heaven with ecstatic expression, and then throws herself again on her knees, with her face bowed on her hands, whispering incomprehensible words. She remains rigid in this position several minutes. Then she gets up, looks again upwards with a radiant countenance, and lies down on the sofa. Soon after she wakes. End of Chapter 1, Section 2. Read by Olivia. Chapter 1, Section 3 of Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Olivia. Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology by Carl Gustav Jung. Translated by Constance Ellen Long, 1867 to 1923, Chapter 1, Section 3, Development of the Somnambulic Personalities. At the beginning of many seances, the glass was allowed to move by itself, when occasionally the advice followed in stereotyped fashion, "You must ask." Since convinced spiritualists took part in the seances, all kinds of spiritualistic wonders were of course demanded, and especially the protecting spirits. In reply, sometimes names of well-known dead people were produced, sometimes unknown names such as Bertha de Verloors, Elizabeth von Terfelsenberg, Ulrich von Gerbenstein, etc. The controlling spirit was almost without exception the medium's grandfather, who once explained he loved her more than anyone in this world because he had protected her from childhood up and knew all her thoughts. This personality produced a flood of biblical maxims, edifying observations, and songbook verses. The following is a specimen. "In true believing, to faith in God cling ever nigh, thy heavenly comfort never leaving, which having men can never die. Refuge in God is peace forever, when earthly cares oppress the mind. Who from the heart can pray is never bowed down by fate, howe'er unkind." Numerous similar elaborations betrayed, by their banal unctuous contents, their origin in some tract or other. When S.W. had to speak in ecstasy, lively dialogues developed between the circle members and the somnambulic personality. The content of the answers received is essentially just the same commonplace edifying stuff as that of the psychographic communications. The character of this personality is distinguished by its dry and tedious solemnity, rigorous conventionality, and pietistic virtue, which is not consistent with the historic reality. The grandfather is the medium's guide and protector. During the ecstatic state, he gives all kinds of advice, prophecies later attacks, and the visions she will see on waking, and so forth. He orders cold bandages, gives directions concerning the medium's lying down, or the date of the seances. His relationship to the medium is an extremely tender one. In liveliest contrast to this heavy dream person stands a personality, appearing first sporadically in the psychographic communications of the first seance. It soon disclosed itself as the dead brother of a Mr. R., who was then taking part in the seance. This dead brother, Mr. P.R., was full of commonplaces about brotherly love towards his living brother. He evaded particular questions in all manner of ways, but he developed a quite astonishing eloquence toward the ladies of the circle, and in particular offered his allegiance to one whom Mr. P.R. had never known when alive. He affirmed that he had already cared very much for her in his lifetime, and often met her in the street without knowing who she was, and was now uncommonly delighted to become acquainted with her in this unusual manner. With such insipid compliments, scornful remarks to the men, harmless, childish jokes, and so forth, he took up a large part of the seance. Several of the members found fault with the frivolity and banality of this spirit, whereupon he disappeared for 1 or 2 seances, but soon reappeared, at first well behaved, often indeed uttering Christian maxims, but soon dropping back into the old tone. Besides these 2 sharply differentiated personalities, others appeared who varied but little from the grandfather's type. They were mostly dead relatives of the medium. The general atmosphere of the first 2 months' seances was accordingly solemnly edifying, disturbed only from time to time by Mr. P.R.'s trivial chatter. Some weeks after the beginning of the seances, Mr. R. left our circle, whereupon a remarkable change took place in Mr. P.R.'s conversation. He became monosyllabic, came less often, and after a few seances vanished altogether. Later on he reappeared, but with great infrequency, and for the most part only when the medium was alone with the particular lady mentioned. Then a new personality forced himself into the foreground. In contrast to Mr. P.R., who always spoke the Swiss dialect, this gentleman adopted an affected North German way of speaking. In all else he was an exact copy of Mr. P.R. His eloquence was somewhat remarkable, since S.W. had only very scanty knowledge of High German, whilst this new personality, who called himself Ulrich von Gerbenstein, spoke an almost faultless German, rich in charming phrases and compliments. Ulrich von Gerbenstein was a witty chatterer, full of repartee, an idler, a great admirer of the ladies, frivolous, and most superficial. During the winter of 1899 to 1900, he gradually came to dominate the situation more and more, and took over, one by one, all the above-mentioned functions of the grandfather, so that under his influence the serious character of the seances disappeared. All suggestions to the contrary proved unavailing, and at last the seances had on this account to be suspended for longer and longer intervals. There is a peculiarity common to all these somnambulic personalities which must be noted. They have access to the medium's memory, even to the unconscious portion. They are also au courant with the vision she has in the ecstatic state, but they have only the most superficial knowledge of her fantasies during the ecstasy. Of the somnambulic dreams they know only what they occasionally pick up from the members of the circle. On doubtful points they can give no information, or only such as contradicts the medium's explanations. The stereotyped answer to these questions runs, "Ask Ephenis." Ephenis knows. From the examples given of different ecstatic moments, it is clear that the medium's consciousness is by no means idle during the trance, but develops a striking and multiplex fantastic activity. For the reconstruction of S.W.'s somnambulic self, we have to depend altogether upon her several statements, for, in the first place, her spontaneous utterances connecting her with the waking self are few and often irrelevant, and in the second, very many of these ecstatic states go by without gesture and without speech, so that no conclusions as to the inner happenings can afterwards be drawn from the external appearances. S.W. is almost totally amnesic for the automatic phenomena during ecstasy, as far as they come within the territory of the new personalities of her ego. Of all the other phenomena, such as loud talking, babbling, and so forth, which are directly connected with her own ego, she usually has a clear remembrance. But in every case there is complete amnesia only during the first few minutes after the ecstasy. Within the first half hour, during which there usually prevails a kind of semi-somnambulism with a dreamlike manner, hallucinations, and so forth, the amnesia gradually disappears, whilst fragmentary memories emerge of what has occurred, but in a quite irregular and arbitrary fashion. The later seances were usually begun by our hands being joined and laid on the table, whereupon the table at once began to move. Meanwhile, S.W. gradually became somnambulic, took her hands from the table, lay back on the sofa, and fell into the ecstatic sleep. She sometimes related her experiences to us afterwards, but showed herself very reticent if strangers were present. After the very first ecstasy, she indicated that she played a distinguished role among the spirits. She had a special name, as had each of the spirits. Hers was Ephenis. Her grandfather looked after her with particular care. In the ecstasy with the flower vision, we learnt her special secret, hidden till then beneath the deepest silence. During the seances in which her spirit spoke, she made long journeys, mostly to relatives, to whom she said she appeared, or she found herself on the other side, in that space between the stars, which people think is empty, but in which there are really very many spirit worlds. In the semi-somnambulic state, which frequently followed her attacks, she once described, in peculiar poetic fashion, a landscape on the other side, a wondrous moonlit valley set aside for the races not yet born. She represented her somnambulic ego as being almost completely released from the body. It is a fully grown but small black-haired woman, of pronounced Jewish type, clothed in white garments, her head covered with a turban. She understands and speaks the language of the spirits. Quote, "For spirits still, from old human custom, do speak to one another, although they do not really need to, since they mutually understand one another's thoughts." End quote. She does not really always talk with the spirits, but just looks at them, and so understands their thoughts. She travels in the company of 4 or 5 spirits, dead relatives, and visits her living relatives and acquaintances in order to investigate their life and their way of thinking. She further visits all places which lie within the radius of these spectral inhabitants. From her acquaintanceship with Kerner's book, she discovered and improved upon the ideas of the black spirits who are kept enchanted in certain places or exist partly beneath the earth's surface. This activity caused her much trouble and pain. In and after the ecstasy she complained of suffocating feelings, violent headaches, and so forth. But every fortnight, on Wednesdays, she could pass the whole night in the garden on the other side, in the company of holy spirits. There she was taught everything concerning the forces of the world, the endless complicated relationships and affinities of human beings, and all besides, about the laws of reincarnation, the inhabitants of the stars, and so forth. Unfortunately, only the system of the world forces and reincarnation achieved any expression. As to the other matters, she only let fall disconnected observations. For example, once she returned from a railway journey in an extremely disturbed state. It was thought at first something unpleasant had happened, till she managed to compose herself and said a star inhabitant had sat opposite to her in the train. From the description which she gave of this being, I recognized a well-known elderly merchant I happen to know, who has a rather unsympathetic face. In connection with this experience, she related all kinds of peculiarities of these star-dwellers. They have no godlike souls as men have. They pursue no science, no philosophy, but in technical arts they are far more advanced than men. Thus, on Mars, a flying machine has long been in existence. The whole of Mars is covered with canals. These canals are cleverly excavated lakes and serve for irrigation. The canals are quite superficial. The water in them is very shallow. The excavating caused the inhabitants of Mars no particular trouble, for the soil there is lighter than the Earth's. The canals are nowhere bridged, but that does not prevent communication, for everything travels by flying machine. Wars no longer occur on the stars, for no differences of opinion exist. The star-dwellers have not human bodies, but the most laughable ones possible, such as one would never imagine. Human spirits, who are allowed to travel on the other side, may not set foot on the stars. Equally, wandering star-dwellers may not come to the Earth, but must remain at a distance of 25 meters above the Earth's surface. Should they transgress, they remain in the power of the Earth and must assume human bodies, and are only set free again after their natural death. As men, they are cold, hard-hearted, cruel. S.W. recognizes them by a singular expression in which the spiritual is lacking, and by their hairless, eyebrowless, sharply cut faces. Napoleon was a star-dweller. In her journeys she does not see the places through which she hastens. She has a feeling of floating, and the spirits tell her when she is at the right spot. Then, as a rule, she only sees the face and upper part of the person to whom she is supposed to appear, or whom she wishes to see. She can seldom say in what kind of surroundings she sees this person. Occasionally she saw me, but only my head without any surroundings. She occupied herself much with the enchanting of spirits, and for this purpose she wrote oracular sayings in a foreign tongue on slips of paper which she concealed in all sorts of queer places. An Italian murderer, presumably living in my house, and whom she called Conventi, was specially displeasing to her. She tried several times to cast a spell upon him, and without my knowledge hid several papers about on which messages were written. These were later found by chance. One such, written in red ink, was as follows: Conventi marcha for Govi, Ivenis, Conventi go, Orden, Astef, Vent, Gen Pallas, Vent Alice, ton prost afta ben genalis. Unfortunately, I never obtained any interpretation of this. S.W. was quite inaccessible in this matter. Occasionally, the somnambulic Ivenis speaks directly to the public. She does so in a dignified fashion, rather precociously, but she is not wearisomely unctuous and impossibly twaddling, as are her two guides. She is a serious, mature person, devout and pious, full of womanly tenderness and great modesty, always yielding to the judgments of others. This expression of plaintive emotion and melancholy resignation is peculiar to her. She looks beyond this world and unwillingly returns to reality. She bemoans her hard lot and her unsympathetic family surroundings. Associated with this, there is something elevated about her. She commands her spirits, despises the twaddling chatter of Gerbenstein, consoles others, directs those in distress, warns and protects them from dangers to body and soul. She is the intermediary for the entire intellectual output of all manifestations, but she herself ascribes it to the direction of the spirits. It is Ivenis who entirely controls S.W.'s semi-somnambulic state. In Semi-Somnambulism, S.W. gave some of those taking part in the seances the opportunity to compare her with the prophetess of Prevorst. This suggestion was not without results. S.W. gave hints of earlier existences which she had already lived through, and after a few weeks she suddenly disclosed a whole system of reincarnations, although she had never before mentioned anything of the kind. Evenus is a spiritual being who is something more than the spirits of other human beings. Every human spirit must incorporate himself twice in the course of the centuries, but Evenus must incorporate herself at least once every 200 years. Besides herself, only 2 other persons have participated in this fate, namely Swedenborg and Miss Florence Cook, Crook's famous medium. S.W. calls these 2 personages her brother and sister. She gave no information about their pre-existences. In the beginning of the 19th century, Evenus was Frau Haufe, the prophetess of Prevorst. At the end of the 18th century, a clergyman's wife in central Germany, locality unknown. As the latter, she was seduced by Goethe and bore him a child. In the 15th century, she was a Saxon countess and had the poetic name of Terfelsenberg. Ulrich von Gerbenstein is a relative from that line. The interval of 300 years and her adventure with Goethe must be atoned for by the sorrows of the prophetess of Prevorst. In the 13th century, she was a noblewoman of southern France called de Valois, and was burnt as a witch. From the 13th century to the Christian persecution under Nero, there were numerous reincarnations of which S.W. could give no detailed account. In the Christian persecution under Nero, she played a martyr's part. Then comes a period of obscurity till the time of David, when Evenus was an ordinary Jewess. After her death, she received from Astaph, an angel from a high heaven, the mandate for her future wonderful career. In all her pre-existences, she was a medium and an intermediary in the intercourse between this side and the other. Her brothers and sisters are equally old and have the like vocation. In her various pre-existences, she was sometimes married, and in this way gradually founded a whole system of relationships with whose endless complicated interrelations she occupied herself in many ecstasies. Thus, for example, about the 8th century she was the mother of her earthly father, and, moreover, of her grandfather, and mine. Hence the striking friendship of these 2 old gentlemen, otherwise strangers. As Madame de Valois, she was the present writer's mother. When she was burnt as a witch, the writer took it much to heart, and went into a cloister at Rouen, wore a grey habit, became prior, wrote a work on botany, and died at over 80 years of age. In the refectory of the cloister there hung a picture of Madame de Valois, in which she was depicted in a half-reclining position. S.W., in the semi-somnambulic state, often took this position on the sofa. It corresponds exactly to that of Madame Recamier in David's well-known picture. A gentleman who often took part in the séances, who had some slight resemblance to the writer, was also one of her sons from that period. Around this core of relationship there grouped themselves, more or less intimately connected, all the persons in any way related or known to her. One came from the 15th century, another, a cousin, from the 18th century, and so on. From the 3 great family stocks grew by far the greater part of the present European peoples. She and her brothers and sisters are descended from Adam, who arose by materialization. The other then existing families from whom Cain took his wife were descended from apes. S.W. produced from this circle of relationship an extensive family gossip, a very flood of romantic stories, piquant adventures, and so forth. Sometimes the target of her romances was a lady acquaintance of the writer's who, for some undiscoverable reason, was peculiarly antipathetic to her. She declared that this lady was an incarnation of a celebrated Parisian poisoner who had achieved great notoriety in the 18th century. She maintained that this lady still continued her dangerous work, but in a much more ingenious way than formerly. Through the inspiration of the wicked spirits who accompany her, she had discovered a liquid which, when merely exposed to the air, attracted tubercle bacilli and formed a splendid developing medium for them. By means of this liquid, which she was wont to mix with the food, the lady had brought about the death of her husband, who had indeed died of tuberculosis, also one of her lovers, and of her own brother, for the sake of his inheritance. Her eldest son was an illegitimate child by her lover. As a widow, she had secretly borne to another lover an illegitimate child, and finally she had had an unnatural relationship with her own brother, who was later on poisoned. In this way S.W. spun innumerable stories, in which she believed quite implicitly. The persons of these stories appeared, in the drama of her visions, as did the lady before referred to, going through the pantomime of making confession and receiving absolution of sins. everything interesting occurring in her surroundings was incorporated in this system of romances and given an order in the network of relationships, with more or less exact statements as to their pre-existences and the spirits influencing them. It fared thus with all who made S.W.'s acquaintance. They were valued at a second or first incarnation, according as they possessed a marked or indefinite character. They were generally described as relatives, and always exactly in the same definite way. Only subsequently, often several weeks later, after an ecstasy, there would make its appearance a new complicated romance which explained the striking relationship through pre-existences or through illegitimate relations. Persons sympathetic to S.W. were usually very near relatives. Most of these family romances were very carefully made up, so that to contradict them was impossible. They were always worked out with a quite bewildering certainty, and surprised one by an extremely clever evaluation of certain details which she had noticed or taken from somewhere. For the most part, the romances had a ghastly character. Murder by poison and dagger, seduction and divorce, forgery of wills played the chief role. End of Chapter 1, Section 3. Read by Olivia.
Chapter 1, Section 4 of Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicalia. Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology by Carl Gustav Jung. Translated by Constance Ellen Long, 1867 to 1923. Chapter 1, Section 4, Mystic Science and Mystic System of Powers, Semi-Somnambulism. Mystic Science. In reference to scientific questions, S.W. put forward numerous suggestions. Generally, towards the end of the séances, there was talk and debate about various subjects of scientific and spiritistic nature. S.W. never took part in the discussion, but generally sat dreamily in a corner, in a semi-somnambulic state. She listened to one and another, taking hold of the talk in a half-dream, but she could never relate anything connectedly. If asked about it, only partial explanations were given. In the course of the winter, hints emerged in various séances. The spirits taught her about the world forces and the strange revelations from the other side, yet she would not tell anything now. Once she tried to give a description, but only said, "On one side was the light, on the other the power of attraction." Finally, in March 1900, when for some time nothing had been heard of the teachings at the séances, she announced suddenly, with a joyful face, that she had now received everything from the spirits. She drew out a long, narrow strip of paper, upon which were numerous names. Although I asked for it, she would not let it leave her hands, but dictated the following scheme to me. Figure 1. I can remember clearly that in the course of the winter of 1895, we spoke several times in S.W.'s presence of the forces of attraction and repulsion in connection with Kant's Natural History of the Heavens. We spoke also of the law of the conservation of energy, of the different forces of energy, and of the question whether the force of gravity was perhaps a form of movement. From this talk, S.W. had plainly created the foundation of her mystic system. She gave the following explanation. The natural forces are arranged in 7 circles. Outside these circles are 3 more, in which unknown forces intermediate between energy and matter are found. Matter is found in 7 circles which surround 10 inner ones. In the center stands the primary force, which is the original cause of creation and is a spiritual force. The first circle which surrounds the primary force is matter, which is not really a force and does not arise from the primary force, but it unites with the primary force, and from this union the first descendants are the spiritual forces. On the one hand, the good or light powers, on the other, the dark powers. The power magnizor consists most of primary force. The power conizor, in which the dark might of matter is greatest, contains the least. The further outwards the primary force streams forth, the weaker it becomes. But weaker, too, becomes the power of matter, since its power is greatest where the collision with the primary power is most violent, i.e., in the power conizor. Within the circles, there are fresh analogous forces of equal strength, but making in the opposite direction. The system can also be described in a single series, beginning with primary force, magnizor, K4, etc., proceeding from left to right on the scheme and descending with tusa, endos, ending with conizor. Only then the survey of the grade of intensity is made more difficult. Every force in the outer circle is combined from the nearest adjacent forces of the inner circle. 1. The magnizor group. The so-called powers of light descend in direct line from magnizor, but slightly influenced by the dark side. The powers magnizor and K4 form together the so-called life force, which is no single power, but is differently combined in animals and plants. Between magnizor and K4 there exists the life force of man. Morally good men and those mediums who bring about interviews of good spirits on the earth have most magnizor. Somewhere about the middle there stands the life force of animals, and in K4 that of plants. Nothing is known about Hefa, or rather SW can give no information. Persis is the fundamental power which comes to light in the phenomenon of the forces of locomotion. Its recognizable forces are warmth, light, electricity, magnetism, and 2 unknown forces, one of which only exists in comets. Of the powers of the 7th circle, SW could only point out north and south magnetism and positive and negative electricity. Deka is unknown. Smar is of peculiar significance, to be indicated below. It leads to 2. Hypnos group. Hypnos and hyphanismus are powers which only dwell within certain beings, in those who are in a position to exert a magnetic influence upon others. Aphialoi is the sexual instinct. Chemical affinity is directly derived from it. In the 9th circle under it arises indolence, that is the line of Smar. Svens and Kara are of unknown significance. Pusa corresponds to Smar in the opposite sense. 3. The conizor group. Conizor is the opposite pole of magnizor. It is the dark and wicked power, equal in intensity to the good power of light. While the good power creates, this one turns into the opposite. Endos is an elemental power of minerals. From these, significance unknown, gravitation proceeds, which on its side is designated as the elemental force of the forces of resistance that occur in phenomena: gravity, capillarity, adhesion, and cohesion. Nakus is the secret power of a rare stone, which controls the effect of snake poison. The 2 powers Smar and Pusa have a special importance. According to SW, Smar develops in the bodies of morally good men at the moment of death. This power enables the soul to rise to the powers of light. Pusa behaves in the opposite way, for it is the power which conducts morally bad people to the dark side, in the state of conizor. In the 6th circle, the visible world begins, which only appears to be so sharply divided from the other side, in consequence of the fickleness of our organs of sense. In reality, the transition is a very gradual one, and there are people who live on a higher stage of knowledge because their perceptions and sensations are more delicate than those of others. Great seers are enabled to see manifestations of force where ordinary people can perceive nothing. SW sees magnizor as a white or bluish vapor, which chiefly develops when good spirits are near. Conazor is a dark vapor-like fluid, which, like Magnazor, develops on the appearance of black spirits. For instance, the night before the beginning of great visions, the shiny vapor of Magnazor spreads in thick layers, out of which the good spirits grow to visible white forces. It is just the same with Conazor, but these powers have their different mediums. SW is a Magnazor medium, as were the prophetess of Prevorst and Swedenborg. The materialization mediums of the spiritualists are mostly Conazor mediums, because materialization takes place much more easily through Conazor, on account of its close connection with the properties of matter. In the summer of 1900, SW tried several times to produce the circles of matter, but she never arrived at other than vague and incomprehensible hints, and afterwards spoke no more about this. Conclusion. The really interesting and valuable seances came to an end with the production of the system of powers. Before this, a gradual decline in the vividness of the ecstasies was noticeable. Ulrich von Gerbenstein came increasingly to the front and filled up the seances with his childish chatter. The visions which SW had in the meantime, likewise, seemed to have lost vividness and plasticity of formation, for SW was afterwards only able to feel pleasant sensations in the presence of good spirits, and disagreeableness in that of bad spirits. Nothing new was produced. There was something of uncertainty in the trance talks, as if feeling and seeking for the impression which she was making upon the audience, together with an increasing staleness in the content. In the outward behavior of SW, there arose also a marked shyness and uncertainty, so that the impression of willful deception became ever stronger. The writer, therefore, soon withdrew from the seances. SW experimented afterwards in other circles, and 6 months after my leaving, was caught cheating in flagrante delicto. She wanted to arouse again by spiritualistic experiments the lost belief in her supernatural powers. She concealed small objects in her dress, throwing them up in the air during the dark seance. With this, her part was played out. Since then, 18 months have passed, during which I have not seen SW. I have learnt, from an observer who knew her in the earlier days, that she has now and again strange states of short duration, during which she is very pale and silent, and has a fixed, glittering look. I did not hear any more of visions. She is said not to take part any longer in spiritualistic seances. SW is now in a large business, and according to all accounts, is an industrious and responsible person, who does her work eagerly and cleverly, giving entire satisfaction. According to the account of trustworthy persons, her character has much improved. She has become quieter, more regular, and sympathetic. No other abnormalities have appeared in her. This case, in spite of its incompleteness, contains a mass of psychological problems whose exposition goes far beyond the limits of this little work. We must therefore be satisfied with a mere sketch of the various striking manifestations. For the sake of a more lucid exposition, it seems better to review the various states separately. 1. The waking state. Here, the patient shows various peculiarities. As we have seen, at school she was often distracted, lost herself in a peculiar way, was moody. Her behavior changes inconsequently, now quiet, shy, reserved, now lively, noisy, and talkative. She cannot be called unintelligent, but she strikes one sometimes as narrow-minded, sometimes as having isolated intelligent moments. Her memory is good on the whole, but owing to her distraction it is much impaired. Thus, despite much discussion and reading of Kerner's Siren von Prevorst, for many weeks she does not know, if directly asked, whether the author's name is Korner or Kerner, nor the name of the prophetess. All the same, when it occasionally comes up, the name Kerner is correctly written in the automatic communications. In general, it may be said that her character has something extremely impulsive, incomprehensible, protean. Deducting the want of balance due to puberty, there remains a pathological residue which expresses itself in reactions which follow no rule, and a bizarre, unaccountable character. This character may be called déséquilibré or unstable. Its specific mold is derived from traits which can certainly be regarded as hysterical. This is decidedly so in the conditions of distraction. As Janet maintains, the foundation of hysterical anesthesia is the loss of attention. He was able to prove in youthful hysterics a striking indifference and distracted attention in the whole region of the emotional life. Misreading is a notable instance which beautifully illustrates hysterical dispersion of attention. The psychology of this process may perhaps be viewed as follows. During reading aloud, attention becomes paralyzed for this act and is directed towards some other object. Meanwhile, the reading is continued mechanically. The sense impressions are received as before, but in consequence of the dispersion, the excitability of the perceptive center is lowered, so that the strength of the sense impression is no longer adequate to fix the attention in such a way that perception as such is conducted along the motor speech route. Thus, all the inflowing associations which at once unite with any new sense impression are repressed. The further psychological mechanism permits of only two possible explanations. 1. The admission of the sense impression is received unconsciously because of the increase of threshold stimulus in the perceptive center just below the threshold of consciousness, and consequently is not incorporated in the attention and conducted back to the speech route. It only reaches verbal expression through the intervention of the nearest associations, in our case, through the dialect expression for the object. The sense impression is perceived consciously, but at the moment of its entrance into the speech route, it reaches a territory whose excitability is diminished by the dispersion of attention. At this place, the dialect word is substituted by association for the motor speech image, and it is uttered as such. In either case, it is certain that it is the acoustic dispersed attention which fails to correct the error. Which of the two explanations is correct cannot be proved in this case. Probably both approach the truth, for the dispersion of attention seems to be general, and in each case concerns more than one of the centers engaged in the act of reading aloud. In our case, this phenomenon has a special value, for we have here a quite elementary automatic phenomenon. It may be called hysterical, insofar as in this concrete case, a state of exhaustion and intoxication with its parallel manifestations can be excluded. A healthy person only exceptionally allows himself to be so engaged by an object that he fails to correct the errors of a dispersed attention, those of the kind described. The frequency of these occurrences in the patient point to a considerable limitation of the field of consciousness, insofar as she can only master a relative minimum of elementary sensations flowing in at the same time. If we wish to describe more exactly the psychological state of the psychic shady side, we might call it either a sleeping or a dream state, according as passivity or activity predominated. There is, at all events, a pathological dream state of very rudimentary extension and intensity, and its genesis is spontaneous. Dream states arising spontaneously, with the production of automatisms, are generally regarded as hysterical on the whole. It must be pointed out that these instances of misreading occurred frequently in our subject, and that the term hysterical is employed in this sense. So far as we know, it is only on a foundation of hysterical constitution that spontaneous states of partial sleep or dreams occur frequently. Binet has studied experimentally the automatic substitution of some adjacent association in his hysterics. If he pricked the anesthetic hand of the patient without his noticing the prick, he thought of points. If the anesthetic finger was moved, he thought of sticks or columns. When the anesthetic hand, concealed from the patient's sight by a screen, writes salpêtrière, she sees in front of her the word salpêtrière in white writing on a black ground. This recalls the experiments above referred to of Guino and Sophie Waltke. We thus find in our subject, at a time when there was nothing to indicate the later phenomena, rudimentary automatisms, fragments of dream manifestations, which imply in themselves the possibility that someday more than one association would creep in between the perception of the dispersed attention and consciousness. The misreading shows us, moreover, a certain automatic independence of the psychical elements. This occasionally expands to a more or less fleeting dispersion of attention, although with very slight results which are never in any way striking or suspicious. This dispersedness approximates to that of the physiological dream. The misreading can be thus conceived as a prodromal symptom of the later events, especially as its psychology is prototypical for the mechanism of somnambulic dreams, which are indeed nothing but a many-sided multiplication and manifold variation of the elementary processes reviewed above. I never succeeded in demonstrating during my observations similar rudimentary automatisms. It would seem that in course of time, the states of dispersed attention to a certain extent beneath the surface of consciousness, at first of low degree, have grown into these remarkable somnambulic attacks. Hence, they disappeared during the waking state, which was free from attacks. So far as concerns the development of the patient's character, beyond a certain, not very extensive ripening, no remarkable change could be demonstrated during the observations lasting nearly 2 years. More remarkable is the fact that in the 2 years since the cessation, complete, of the somnambulic attacks, a considerable change in character has taken place. We shall have occasion later on to speak of the importance of this observation. Semi-Somnambulism. In S.W.'s case, the following condition was indicated by the term semi-somnambulism. For some time after and before the actual somnambulic attack, the patient finds herself in a state whose most salient feature can best be described as preoccupation. She only lends half an ear to the conversation around her, answers at random, often gets absorbed in all manner of hallucinations. Her face is solemn, her look ecstatic, visionary, ardent. Closer observation discloses a far-reaching alteration of the entire character. She is now serious, dignified. When she speaks, her subject is always an extremely serious one. In this condition, she can talk so seriously, forcibly, and convincingly that one is tempted to ask oneself if this is really a girl of 15 and a half. One has the impression of a mature woman, possessed of considerable dramatic talent. The reason for this seriousness, this solemnity of behavior, is given in her explanation that at these times she stands at the frontier of this world and the other, and associates just as truly with the spirits of the dead as with living people. And, indeed, her conversation is usually divided between answers to real objective questions and hallucinatory ones. I call this state semi-somnambulism because it coincides with Richet's own definition. He says, La conscience de cet individu persiste dans son intégrité apparente. Toutefois, des opérations très compliquées vont s'accomplir en dehors de la conscience sans que les mots volontaires et conscients paraissent ressentir une modification quelconque. Une autre personne sera en liégère, pensera, voudra, sans que la conscience, c'est-à-dire le moi réfléchi conscient, à la moindre notion. Benet says of this term, le terme indique la parenté de cet état avec le somnambulisme véritable, et ensuite il laisse comprendre que la vie somnambulique qui se manifeste durant la veille est réduite, déprimée, par la conscience normale qui la recouvre. End of Chapter 1, Section 4.
Chapter 1 of Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology by Carl Gustav Jung. Translated by Constance Ellen Long. Chapter 1, Section 5. Automatisms. Semi-somnambulism is characterized by the continuity of consciousness with that of the waking state, and by the appearance of various automatisms which give evidence of an activity of the subconscious self, independent of that of consciousness. Our case shows the following automatic phenomena. 1. Automatic movements of the table. 2. Automatic writing. 3. Hallucinations. 1. Automatic movements of the table. Before the patient came under my observation, she had been influenced by the suggestion of table turning, which she had first come across as a game. As soon as she entered the circle, there appeared communications from members of her family, which showed her to be a medium. I could only find out that as soon as ever her hand was placed on the table, the typical movements began. The resulting communications have no interest for us, but the automatic character of the act itself deserves some discussion. For we may, without more ado, set aside the imputation that there was any question of intentional and voluntary pushing or pulling on the part of the patient. As we know from the investigations of Chevreul, Gley, Lehmann and others, unconscious motor phenomena are not only of frequent occurrence among hysterical persons and those pathologically inclined in other directions, but they are also relatively easily produced in normal persons who show no other spontaneous automatisms. I have made many experiments on these lines and can confirm this observation. In the great majority of instances, all that is required is enough patience to put up with an hour of quiet waiting. In most subjects, motor automatisms will be obtained in a more or less high degree if contrasuggestions do not intervene as obstacles. In a relatively small percentage, the phenomena arise spontaneously, i.e. directly under the influence of verbal suggestion, or of some earlier autosuggestion. In this instance, the case is powerfully affected by suggestion. In general, the particular predisposition is subject to all those laws which also hold good for normal hypnosis. Nevertheless, certain special circumstances are to be taken into account, conditioned by the peculiarity of the case. It is not a question of a total hypnosis, but of a partial one, limited entirely to the motor area of the arm, like the cerebral anesthesia produced by magnetic passes for a painful spot in the body. We touch the spot in question employing verbal suggestion or making use of some existing autosuggestion, using the tactile stimulus which we know acts suggestively to bring about the desired partial hypnosis. In accordance with this procedure, refractory subjects can be brought easily enough to an exhibition of automatism. The experimenter intentionally gives the table a slight push, or, better, a series of rhythmic but very slight taps. After a short time, he notices that the oscillations become stronger, that they continue although he has interrupted his own intentional movements. The experiment has succeeded. The subject has unsuspectingly taken up the suggestion. By this procedure, much more is obtained than by verbal suggestion. In very receptive persons, and in all those cases where movement seems to arise spontaneously, the purposeful tremulous movements, not perceptible by the subject, assume the role of agent provocateur. In this way, persons who by themselves have never obtained automatic movements of a coarse calibre sometimes assume the unconscious guidance of the table movements, provided that the tremors are strong and that the medium understands their meaning. In this case, the medium takes control of the slight oscillations and returns them considerably strengthened, but rarely at exactly the same instant, generally a few seconds later, in this way revealing the agent's conscious or unconscious thought. By means of this simple mechanism, there may arise those cases of thought reading so bewildering at first sight. A very simple experiment, that succeeds in many cases even with unpractised persons, will serve to illustrate this. The experimenter thinks, say, of the number 4, and then waits, his hands quietly resting on the table, until he feels that the table makes the first inclination to announce the number thought of. He lifts his hands off the table immediately, and the number 4 will be correctly tilted out. It is advisable in this experiment to place the table upon a soft, thick carpet. By close attention, the experimenter will occasionally notice a movement of the table, which is represented thus. 1. Purposeful tremors too slight to be perceived by the subject. Several very small but perceptible oscillations of the table, which indicate that the subject is responding to them. 3. The big movements, tilts, of the table, giving the number 4 that was thought of. AB, towards the end of section 2, denotes the moment when the operator's hands are removed. This experiment succeeds excellently with well-disposed but inexperienced subjects. After a little practice, the phenomenon indicated is wont to disappear, since by practice the number is read and reproduced directly from the purposeful movements. In a responsive medium, these purposeful tremors of the experimenter act just as the intentional taps in the experiment cited above. They are received, strengthened and reproduced, although slightly wavering. Still, they are perceptible and hence act suggestively as slight tactile stimuli, and by the increase of partial hypnosis give rise to great automatic movements. This experiment illustrates in the clearest way the increase step by step of autosuggestion. Along the path of this autosuggestion are developed all the automatic phenomena of a motor nature. How the intellectual content gradually mingles in with the purely motor need scarcely be elucidated after this discussion. There is no need of a special suggestion for the evoking of intellectual phenomena. From the outset, it is a question of word presentation, at least from the side of the experimenter. After the first aimless motor irrelevancies of the unpractised subject, some word products or the intentions of the experimenter are soon reproduced. Objectively, the occurrence of an intellectual content must be understood as follows. By the gradual increase of autosuggestion, the motor range of the arm becomes isolated from consciousness. That is to say, the perception of the slight movement impulse is concealed from consciousness. By the knowledge gained from consciousness that some intellectual content is possible, there results a collateral excitation in the speech area as the means immediately at hand for intellectual notification. The motor part of word presentation is necessarily chiefly concerned with this aiming at notification. In this way, we understand the unconscious flowing over of speech impulse to the motor area, and conversely, the gradual penetration of partial hypnosis into the speech area. In numerous experiments with beginners, as a rule I have observed at the beginning of intellectual phenomena a relatively large number of completely meaningless words. Also often a series of meaningless single letters. Later on, all kinds of absurdities are produced, e.g., words or entire sentences with the letters irregularly misplaced or with the order of the letters all reversed, a kind of mirror writing. The appearance of the letter or word indicates a new suggestion. Some sort of association is involuntarily joined to it, which is then realised. Remarkably enough, these are not generally the conscious associations, but quite unexpected ones, a circumstance showing that a considerable part of the speech area is already hypnotically isolated. The recognition of this automatism again forms a fruitful suggestion, since invariably at this moment the feeling of strangeness arises, if it is not already present in the pure motor automatism. The question, who is doing this, who is speaking, is the suggestion for the synthesis of the unconscious personality, which, as a rule, does not like being kept waiting too long. Any name is introduced, generally one charged with emotion, and the automatic splitting of the personality is accomplished. How accidental and how vacillating this synthesis is at its beginning, the following reports from the literature show. Myers communicates the following interesting observation on a Mr. A, a member of the Society for Psychical Research, who was making experiments on himself in automatic writing. Third day. Question. What is man? Answer. Tefi her hassel esble lies. Is that an anagram? Yes. How many words does it contain? 5. What is the first word? Si. What is the second word? Si. Si. Shall I interpret it myself? Try to. Mr. A found this solution. Life is less able. He was astonished at this intellectual information, which seemed to him to prove the existence of an intelligence independent of his own. Therefore he went on to ask, who are you? Clelia. Are you a woman? Yes. Have you ever lived upon the earth? No. Will you come to life? Yes. When? In 6 years. Why are you conversing with me? E if Clelia el. Mr. A interpreted this answer as I, Clelia, feel. Fourth day. Question. Am I the one who asks the questions? Yes. Is Clelia there? No. Who is here then? Nobody. Does Clelia exist at all? No. With whom then was I speaking yesterday? With no one. Janet conducted the following conversation with the subconsciousness of Lucie, who meanwhile was engaged in conversation with another observer. M'entendez-vous? Asks Janet. Lucie answers by automatic writing. Non. Mais pour répondre, il faut entendre. Oui, absolument. Alors, comment faites-vous? Je ne sais. Il faut bien qu'il y ait quelqu'un qui m'entende. Oui. Qui cela, autre que Lucie? Eh bien, une autre personne. Voulez-vous que nous lui donnions un nom? Non. Si, ce sera plus commode. Eh bien, Adrienne. Alors, Adrienne, m'entendez-vous? Oui. From these quotations, it will be seen in what way the subconscious personality is constructed. It owes its origin purely to suggestive questions meeting a certain disposition of the medium. The explanation is the result of the disintegration of the psychical complex. The feeling of the strangeness of such automatisms then comes in to help as soon as conscious attention is directed to the automatic act. Binet remarks on this experiment of Janet's. Il faut bien remarquer que si la personnalité d'Adrienne a pu se créer, c'est qu'elle a rencontré une possibilité psychologique. En d'autres termes, il y avait là des phénomènes désagrégés, vivants, séparés de la conscience normale du sujet. The individualization of the subconscious always denotes a considerable further step of great suggestive influence upon the further formation of automatisms. So too, we must regard the origin of the unconscious personalities in our case. The objection that there is simulation in automatic table turning may well be given up when one considers the phenomenon of thought reading from the purposeful tremors which the patient offered in such plenitude. Rapid, conscious thought reading demands at the least an extraordinary degree of practice, which it has been shown the patient did not possess. By means of the purposeful tremors, whole conversations can be carried on, as in our case. In the same way, the suggestibility of the subconscious can be proved objectively if, For instance, the experimenter with his hand on the table desires that the hand of the medium should no longer be able to move the table or the glass. Contrary to all expectation and to the liveliest astonishment of the subject, the table will immediately remain immovable. Naturally, any other desired suggestions can be realised, provided they do not overstep, by their innovations, the region of partial hypnosis. This proves at the same time the limited nature of the hypnosis. Suggestions for the legs and the other arm will thus not be obeyed. Table turning was not an automatism which belonged exclusively to the patient's semi-somnambulism. On the contrary, it occurred in the most pronounced form in the waking state, and in most cases then passed over into semi-somnambulism, the appearance of this being generally announced by hallucinations, as it was at the first sitting. 2. Automatic writing. A second automatic phenomenon, which at the outset corresponds to a higher degree of partial hypnosis, is automatic writing. It is, according to my experience, much rarer and more difficult to produce than table turning. As in table turning, it is again a matter of a primary suggestion to the conscious when sensibility is retained, to the unconsciousness when it is obliterated. The suggestion is, however, not a simple one, for it already bears in itself an intellectual element. To write means to write something. This special element of the suggestion, which extends beyond the merely motor, often conditions a certain perplexity on the part of the subject, giving rise to slight contrary suggestions which hinder the appearance of the automatisms. I have observed in a few cases that the suggestion is realised despite its relative venturesomeness, e.g., one directed towards the waking consciousness of a so-called normal person. However, it takes place in a peculiar way. It first displaces the purely motor part of the central system concerned in hypnosis, and the deeper hypnosis is then reached by autosuggestion from the motor phenomenon, analogous to the procedure in table turning described above. The subject, who has a pencil in his hand, is purposely engaged in conversation, whilst his attention is diverted from the writing. The hand begins to make movements, beginning with many upward strokes and zigzag lines, or a simple line is made. Occasionally it happens that the pencil does not touch the paper, but writes in the air. These movements must be conceived as purely motor phenomena, which correspond to the expression of the motor element in the presentation write. This phenomenon is somewhat rare. Generally, single letters are first written, and what was said above of table turning holds true of their combination into words and sentences. True mirror writing is also observed here and there. In the majority of cases, and perhaps in all experiments with beginners who are not under some very special suggestion, the automatic writing is that of the subject. Occasionally its character may be greatly changed, but this is secondary and is always to be regarded as a symptom of the intruding synthesis of a subconscious personality. As stated, the patient's automatic writing never came to any very great development. In these experiments, generally carried out in darkness, she passed over into semi-somnambulism or into ecstasy. The automatic writing had thus the same effect as the preliminary table turning. 3. The hallucinations. The nature of the passing into somnambulism in the second séance is of psychological importance. As stated, the automatic phenomena were progressing favourably when darkness came on. The most interesting event of this séance so far was the brusque interruption of the communication from the grandfather, which was the starting point of various debates among the members of the circle. These two momentous occurrences, the darkness and the striking event, seem to have been the foundation for a rapid deepening of hypnosis, in consequence of which the hallucinations could be developed. The psychological mechanism of this process seems to be as follows. The influence of darkness upon the suggestibility of the sense organs is well known. Binet states that it has a special influence on hysterics, producing a state of sleepiness. As is clear from the foregoing, the patient was in a state of partial hypnosis and had constituted herself one with the unconscious personality in closest relationship to her in the domain of speech. The automatic expression of this personality is interrupted most unexpectedly by a new person of whose existence no one had any suspicion. Whence came this cleavage? Obviously, the eager expectation of this first séance had very much occupied the patient. Her reminiscences of me and my family had probably grouped themselves around this expectation. Hence, these suddenly come to light at the climax of the automatic expression. That it was just my grandfather and no one else, not, e.g., my deceased father, who, as she knew, was much closer to me than the grandfather whom I had never known, perhaps suggests where the origin of this new person is to be sought. It is probably a dissociation of the personality already present which seized upon the material next at hand for its expression, namely upon the associations concerning myself. How far this is parallel to the experiences revealed by dream investigations, Freud's, must remain undecided. For we have no means of judging how far the effect mentioned can be considered a repressed one. From the brusque interruption of the new personality, we may conclude that the presentations concerned were very vivid, with corresponding intensity of expectation. This perhaps was an attempt to overcome a certain maidenly shyness and embarrassment. This event reminds us vividly of the manner in which the dream presents to consciousness, by a more or less transparent symbolism, things one has never said to oneself clearly and openly. We do not know when this dissociation of the new personality occurred, whether it had been slowly prepared in the unconscious or whether it first occurred in the séance. In any case, this event meant a considerable increase in the extension of the unconscious sphere rendered accessible through the hypnosis. At the same time, this event must be regarded as powerfully suggestive in regard to the impression which it made upon the waking consciousness of the patient. For the perception of this unexpected intervention of a new power must inevitably excite a feeling of the strangeness of the automatisms, and would easily suggest the thought that an independent spirit is here making itself known. Hence, the intelligible association that she would finally be able to see this spirit. The situation that ensued at the second séance is to be explained by the coincidence of this energising suggestion with the heightened suggestibility conditioned by the darkness. The hypnosis, and with it the series of dissociated presentations, break through to the visual area, and the expression of the unconscious, hitherto purely motor, is made objective according to the measure of the specific energy of the new system, in the shape of visual images with the character of hallucinations. Not as a mere accompanying phenomenon of the word automatism, but as a substituted function. The explanation of the situation that arose in the first séance, at that time unexpected and inexplicable, is no longer presented in words, but as a descriptive allegorical vision. The sentence, "They do not hate one another, but are friends," is expressed in a picture. We often encounter events of this kind in somnambulism. The thinking of somnambulists is given in plastic images, which constantly break into this or that sense sphere, and are made objective in hallucinations. The process of reflection sinks into the subconscious. Only its end results arise to consciousness, either as presentations vividly tinged by the senses or directly as hallucinations. In our case, the same thing occurred as in the patient, whose anaesthetic hand Binet pricked 9 times, making her think of the figure 9. Or as in Flournoy's Helen Smith, who, when asked during business hours about certain patterns, suddenly saw the number of days, 18, for which they had been lent, at a length of 20 millimetres in front of her. The further question arises, why does the automatism appear in the visual and not in the acoustic sphere? There are several grounds for the choice of the visual sphere. 1. The patient is not gifted acoustically. She is, for instance, very unmusical. 2. There was no stillness corresponding to the darkness which might have favoured the appearance of sounds. There was a lively conversation. 3. The increased conviction of the near presence of spirits, because the automatism felt so strange, could easily have aroused the idea that a spirit might be seen, thus causing a slight excitation of the visual sphere. 4. The entoptic phenomena in darkness favoured the occurrence of hallucinations. The reasons 3 and 4, the entoptic phenomena in the darkness and the probable excitation of the visual sphere, are of decisive importance for the appearance of hallucinations. The entoptic phenomena in this case play the same role in the autosuggestion, the production of the automatism, as the slight tactile stimuli in hypnosis of the motor centre. As stated, flashes preceded the first hallucinatory twilight state. Obviously, attention was already at a high pitch and directed to visual perceptions, so that the retina's own light, usually very weak, was seen with great intensity. The part played by entoptic perceptions of light in the origin of hallucinations deserves further consideration. Schuler says the swarming of light and colour which stimulates and animates the field of vision, although in the dark, supplies the material for fantastic figures in the air before falling asleep. As we know, absolute darkness is never seen. A few particles of the dark field of vision are always illumined. Flecks of light move here and there and combine into all kinds of figures. It only needs a moderately active imagination to create out of them, as one does out of clouds, certain known figures. The power of reasoning, fading as one falls asleep, leaves fantasy free play to construct very vivid figures. In the place of the light spots, haziness and changing colours of the dark visual field, there arise definite outlines of objects. In this way, hypnagogic hallucinations arise. The chief role naturally belongs to the imagination, hence imaginative people in particular are subject to hypnagogic hallucinations. The hypnopompic hallucinations described by Myers arise in the same way. It is highly probable that hypnagogic pictures are identical with the dream pictures of normal sleep, forming their visual foundations. Maury has proved from self-observation that the pictures which hovered around him hypnagogically were also the object of the dreams that followed. G. Trumbull Ladd has shown this even more convincingly. By practice, he succeeded in waking himself suddenly 2 to 5 minutes after falling asleep. He then observed that the figures dancing before the retina at times represented the same contours as the pictures just dreamed of. He even states that nearly every visual dream is shaped by the retina's own light figures. In our case, the fantastic rendering of these pictures was favoured by the situation. We must not underrate the influence of the overexcited expectation, which allowed the dull retina light to appear with increased intensity. The further formation of the retinal appearances follows in accordance with the predominating presentations. That hallucinations appear in this way has also been observed in other visionaries. Jeanne d'Arc first saw a cloud of light, and only after some time there stepped forth St. Michael, St. Catherine and St. Margaret. For a whole hour, Swedenborg saw nothing but illuminated spheres and fiery flames. He felt a mighty change in the brain, which seemed to him release of light. After the space of 1 hour, he suddenly saw red figures which he regarded as angels and spirits. The sun visions of Benvenuto Cellini in Engelsberg are probably of the same nature. A student who frequently saw apparitions stated, "When these apparitions come, at first I see only single masses of light, and at the same time am conscious of a dull noise in the ears. Gradually, these contours become clear figures." The appearance of hallucinations occurred in a quite classical way in Flournoy's Helen Smith. I quote the cases in question from his article. 18 Mars. Tentative d'expérience dans l'obscurité. Mademoiselle Smith voit un ballon tantôt lumineux, tantôt s'obscurcissant. 25 mars. Mademoiselle Smith commence à distinguer de vagues lueurs, de longs rubans blancs, s'agitant du plancher au plafond. Puis enfin une magnifique étoile qui, dans l'obscurité, s'est montrée à elle seule pendant toute la séance. 1er avril. Mademoiselle Smith se sent très agitée. Elle a des frissons et partiellement glacée. Elle est très inquiète et voit tout à coup, se balançant au-dessus de la table, une figure grimaçante et très laide, avec de longs cheveux rouges. Elle voit alors un magnifique bouquet de roses de nuances diverses. Tout à coup, elle voit sortir de dessous le bouquet un petit serpent, qui, rampant doucement, vient sentir les fleurs, les regarde, etc. Helen Smith says in regard to the origin of her vision of March, La lueur rouge persista autour de moi et je me suis trouvée entourée de fleurs extraordinaires. At all times, the complex hallucinations of visionaries have occupied a peculiar place in scientific criticism. Macario early separated these so-called intuition hallucinations from others, since he maintains that they occur in persons of an eager mind, deep understanding, and high nervous excitability. Ecker expresses himself similarly, but more enthusiastically. His view is that their condition is the congenital high development of the spiritual organ, which calls into active, free, and mobile play the life of the imagination, bringing it spontaneous activity. These hallucinations are precursors or signs of mighty spiritual power. The vision is an increased excitation, which is harmoniously adapted to the most complete health of mind and body. The complex hallucinations do not belong to the waking state, but prefer, as a rule, a partial waking state. The visionary is buried in his vision, even to complete annihilation. Flournoy was also always able to prove in the visions of H.S. un certain degré d'obnubilation. In our case, the vision is complicated by a state of sleep whose peculiarities we shall review later. End of Chapter 1, Section 5.
Chapter 1 of Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botes. Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology by Carl Gustav Jung. Translated by Constance Ellen Long, 1867 to 1923. The change in character. The most striking characteristic of the second stage, in our case, is the change in character. We meet many cases in the literature which have offered the symptom of spontaneous character change. The first case in a scientific publication is Weir Mitchell's case of Mary Reynolds. This was the case of a young woman living in Pennsylvania in 1811. After a deep sleep of about 20 hours, she had totally forgotten her entire past and everything she had learned. Even the words she spoke had lost their meaning. She no longer knew her relatives. Slowly she relearned to read and write, but her writing was from right to left. More striking still was the change in her character. Instead of being melancholy, she was now cheerful in the extreme. Instead of being reserved, she was buoyant and sociable. Formerly taciturn and retiring, she was now merry and jocose. Her disposition was totally changed. In this state, she renounced her former retired life, and liked to undertake adventurous excursions unarmed, through wood and mountain, on foot and horseback. In one of these excursions she encountered a large black bear, which she took for a pig. The bear raised himself on his hind legs and gnashed his teeth at her. As she could not drive her horse on any further, she took an ordinary stick and hit the bear until it took to flight. 5 weeks later, after a deep sleep, she returned to her earlier state with amnesia for the interval. These states alternated for about 16 years. But her last 25 years, Mary Reynolds passed exclusively in her second state. Schroeder von der Kalk reports on the following case. The patient became ill at the age of 16 with periodic amnesia, after a previous tedious illness of 3 years. Sometimes in the morning, after waking, she passed through a peculiar choreic state, during which she made rhythmical movements with her arms. Throughout the whole day she would then exhibit a childish, silly behavior, and lost all her educated capabilities. When normal, she is very intelligent, well read, speaks French well. In the second state, she begins to speak faulty French. On the second day she is again at times normal. The two states are completely separated by amnesia. Herfeld reports on a case of spontaneous somnambulism in a girl who, in her normal state, was submissive and modest, but in somnambulism was impertinent, rude, and violent. Azam's Felida was in her normal state depressed, inhibited, timid, and in the second state lively, confident, enterprising to recklessness. The second state gradually became the chief one, and finally, so far, suppressed the first state, that the patient called her normal states, lasting now but a short time, crises. The amnesic attacks had begun at 14 and a half. In time, the second state became milder, and there was a certain approximation between the character of the two states. A very striking example of changing character is that worked out by Camusset, Ribot, Legrand, Dussault, Richer, Voisin, and put together by Bourru and Bourreau. It is that of Louis V, a severe male hysteric with amnesic alternating character. In the first stage he is rude, cheeky, querulous, greedy, thievish, inconsiderate. In the second state he is an agreeable, sympathetic character, industrious, docile, and obedient. This amnesic change of character has been used by Paul Lindau in his drama Der andere, the other one. Rieger reports on a case parallel to Lindau's criminal lawyer. The unconscious personalities of Janet's Lucy and Leonie, Janet, L.C., and Morton Prince's may also be regarded as parallel with our case. There are, however, therapeutic artificial products whose importance lies in the domain of the dissociation of consciousness and of memory. In the above cases, the second state is always separated from the first by an amnesic dissociation, and the change in character is, at times, accompanied by a break in the continuity of consciousness. In our case, there is no amnesic disturbance. The passage from the first to the second stage follow quite gradually, and the continuity of consciousness remains. The patient carries out in her waking state everything, otherwise unknown to her, from the field of the unconscious that she has experienced during hallucinations in the second stage. Periodic changes in personality without amnesic dissociation are found in the region of folie circulaire, but are rarely seen in hysterics, as Renaudin's case shows. A young man whose behavior had always been excellent suddenly began to display the worst tendencies. There were no symptoms of insanity, but, on the other hand, the whole surface of the body was anesthetic. This state showed periodic intervals, and in the same way the patient's character was subject to vacillations. As soon as the anesthesia disappeared, he was manageable and friendly. When the anesthesia returned, he was overcome by the worst instincts, which, it was observed, even included the wish to murder. Remembering that our patient's age at the beginning of the disturbances was 14 and a half, that is, the age of puberty had just been reached, one must suppose that there was some connection between the disturbances and the physiological character changes at puberty. There appears in the consciousness of the individual during this period of life a new group of sensations, together with the feelings and ideas arising therefrom. This continuous pressure of unaccustomed mental states makes itself constantly felt because the cause is always at work. The states are coordinated because they arise from one and the same source, and must little by little bring about deep-seated changes in the ego. Vacillating moods are easily recognizable. The confused, new, strong feelings, the inclination towards idealism, to exalted religiosity and mysticism, side by side with the falling back into childishness. All this gives to adolescence its prevailing character. At this epoch, the human being first makes clumsy attempts at independence in every direction. For the first time, uses for his own purposes all that family and school have contributed hitherto. He conceives ideals, constructs far-reaching plans for the future, lives in dreams whose content is ambitious and egotistic. This is all physiological. The puberty of a psychopathic is a crisis of more serious import. Not only do the psychophysical changes run a stormy course, but features of a hereditary degenerate character become fixed. In the child, these do not appear at all, or but sporadically. For the explanation of our case, we are bound to consider a specific disturbance of puberty. The reasons for this view will appear from a further study of the second personality. For the sake of brevity, we shall call the second personality Evenus, as the patient baptized her higher ego. Evenus is the exact continuation of the everyday ego. She includes the whole of her conscious content. In the semi-somnambulic state, her intercourse with the real external world is analogous to that of the waking state. That is, she is influenced by recurrent hallucinations, but no more than persons who are subject to non-confusional psychotic hallucinations. The continuity of Evenus obviously extends to the hysterical attack with its dramatic scenes, visionary events, etc. During the attack itself, she is generally isolated from the external world. She does not notice what is going on around her, does not know that she is talking loudly, etc. But she has no amnesia for the dream content of her attack. Amnesia for her motor expressions and for the changes in her surroundings is not always present. that this is dependent upon the degree of intensity of her somnambulic state, and that there is sometimes partial paralysis of individual sense organs, is proved by the occasion when she did not notice me. Her eyes were then open, and most probably she saw the others, although she only perceived me when I spoke to her. This is a case of so-called systematized anesthesia, negative hallucination, which is often observed in hysterics. Flournoy, for instance, reports of Helen Smith that during the seances she suddenly ceased to see those taking part, although she still heard their voices and felt their touch. Sometimes she no longer heard, although she saw the movements of the lips of the speakers, etc. Venice is just the continuation of the waking self. She contains the entire consciousness of S.W.'s waking state. Her remarkable behavior tells decidedly against any analogy with cases of double consciousness. The characteristics of Venice contrast favorably with the patient's ordinary self. She is a calmer, more composed personality. Her pleasing modesty and accuracy, her uniform intelligence, her confident way of talking, must be regarded as an improvement of the whole being. Thus far there is an analogy with Janet's Leonie, but this is the extent of the similarity. Apart from amnesia, they are divided by a deep psychological difference. Leonie, too, is the healthier, the more normal. She has regained her natural capabilities. She shows remarkable improvement upon her chronic condition of hysteria. Venice rather gives the impression of a more artificial product. There is something thought out. Despite all her excellencies, she gives the impression of playing a part excellently. Her world sorrow, her yearning for the other side of things, are not merely piety, but the attributes of saintliness. Venice is no mere human, but a mystic being who only partly belongs to reality. The mournful features, the attachment to sorrow, her mysterious fate, lead us to the historic prototype of Venice, Justinus Kerner's Prophetess of Prevorst. Kerner's book must be taken as known, and therefore I omit any references to these common traits. But Venice is no copy of the prophetess. She lacks the resignation and the saintly piety of the latter. The prophetess is merely used by her as a study for her own original conception. The patient pours her own soul into the role of the prophetess, thus seeking to create an ideal of virtue and perfection. She anticipates her future. She incarnates in Venice what she wishes to be in 20 years. The assured, influential, wise, gracious, pious lady. It is in the construction of the second person that there lies the far-reaching difference between Leonie II and Venice. Both are psychogenic, but Leonie I receives in Leonie II what really belongs to her, while SW builds up a person beyond herself. It cannot be said she deceives herself into, but that she dreams herself into the higher ideal state. The realization of this dream recalls vividly the psychology of the pathological cheat. Delbruck and Forel have indicated the importance of autosuggestion in the formation of pathological cheating and reverie. Pick regards intense autosuggestibility as the first symptom of the hysterical dreamer, making possible the realization of the daydream. One of Pick's patients dreamed that she was in a morally dangerous situation, and finally carried out an attempt at rape on herself. She lay on the floor naked and fastened herself to a table and chairs. Or some dramatic person will be created, with whom the patient enters into correspondence by letter, as in Bonn's case. The patient dreamt herself into an engagement with a totally imaginary lawyer in Nice, from whom she received letters, which she had herself written in disguised handwriting. This pathological dreaming, with autosuggestive deceptions of memory, amounting to real delusions and hallucinations, is preeminently to be found in the lives of many saints. It is only a step from the dreamlike images, strongly stamped by the senses, to the true complex hallucinations. In Pick's case, for instance, one sees that the patient, who persuades herself that she is the Empress Elizabeth, gradually loses herself in her dreams to such an extent that her condition must be regarded as a true twilight state. Later it passes over into hysterical delirium, when her dream fantasies become typical hallucinations. The pathological liar, who becomes involved through his fantasies, behaves exactly like a child who loses himself in his play, or like the actor who loses himself in his part. There is here no fundamental distinction from somnambulic dissociation of personality, but only a difference of degree, which rests upon the intensity of the primary autosuggestibility, or disintegration of the psychic elements. The more consciousness becomes dissociated, the greater becomes the plasticity of the dream situation, the less becomes the amount of conscious lying, and of consciousness in general. This being carried away by interest in the object is what Freud calls hysterical identification. For instance, to Ehrler's acutely hysterical patient, there appeared hypnagogically little riders made of paper, who so took possession of her imagination that she had the feeling of being herself one of them. Similar phenomena normally occur to us in dreams in general, in which we think like hysterics. The complete abandonment to the interesting image explains also the wonderful naturalness of pseudological or somnambulic representation, a degree unattainable in conscious acting. The less waking consciousness intervenes by reflection and reasoning, the more certain and convincing becomes the objectivation of the dream, e.g., the roof climbing of somnambulists. Our case has another analogy with pseudologia fantastica, the development of the fantasies during the attacks. Many cases are known in the literature where the pathological lying comes on in attacks and during serious hysterical trouble. Our patient develops her systems exclusively in the attack. In her normal state, she is quite incapable of giving any new ideas or explanations. She must either transpose herself into somnambulism or await its spontaneous appearance. This exhausts the affinity to pseudologia fantastica and to pathological dream states. Our patient's state is even differentiated from pathological dreaming, since it could never be proved that her dream weaving had at any time previously been the objects of her interest during the day. Her dreams occur explosively, break forth with bewildering completeness from the darkness of the unconscious. Exactly the same was the case in Flournoy's Helen Smith. In many cases, see below, however, links with the perceptions of the normal states can be demonstrated. It seems therefore probable that the roots of every dream were originally images with an emotional accentuation, which, however, only occupied waking consciousness for a short time. we must allow that in the origin of such dreams, hysterical forgetfulness plays a part not to be underestimated. Many images are buried, which would be sufficient to put the consciousness on guard. Associated classes of ideas are lost and go on spinning their web in the unconscious, thanks to the psychic dissociation. This is the process which we meet again in the genesis of our dreams. Our conscious reflection teaches us that when exercising attention, we pursue a definite course. But if that course leads us to an idea which does not meet with our approval, we discontinue and cease to apply our attention. Now, apparently, the chain of thought thus started and abandoned may go on without regaining attention, unless it reaches a spot of especially marked intensity, which compels renewed attention. An initial rejection, perhaps consciously brought about by the judgment, on the ground of incorrectness or unfitness, for the actual purpose of the mental act, may therefore account for the fact that a mental process continues unnoticed by consciousness until the onset of sleep. In this way we may explain the apparently sudden and direct appearance of dream states. The entire carrying over of the conscious personality into the dream role involves indirectly the development of simultaneous automatisms. Une seconde condition peut amener la division de conscience. Ce n'est pas une altération de la sensibilité, c'est une attitude particulière de l'esprit, la concentration de l'attention pour un point unique. Il résulte de cet état de concentration que l'esprit devient distrait, pour le reste est en quelque sorte insensible, ce qui ouvre la carrière aux actions automatiques, et ces actions pouvant prendre un caractère psychique et constituer des intelligences parasites vivant côte à côte avec la personnalité normale qui ne les connaît pas. Our subject's romances throw a most significant light on the subjective roots of her dreams. They swarm with secret and open love affairs, with illegitimate births and other sexual insinuations. The central point of all these ambiguous stories is a lady whom she dislikes, who is gradually made to assume the form of her polar opposite, and whilst Venice becomes the pinnacle of virtue, this lady is a sink of iniquity. But her reincarnation doctrines, in which she appears as the mother of countless thousands, arises in its naive nakedness from an exuberant fantasy, which is, of course, very characteristic of the period of puberty. It is the woman's premonition of the sexual feeling, the dream of fruitfulness, which the patient has turned into these monstrous ideas. We shall not go wrong if we seek for the curious form of the disease in the teeming sexuality of this too rich soil. Viewed from this standpoint, the whole creation of Venice, with her enormous family, is nothing but a dream of sexual wish fulfillment, differentiated from the dream of a night only, in that it persists for months and years. Recording by Mike Botez. Chapter 1 of Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botez. Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology by Carl Gustav Jung. Translated by Constance Ellen Long, 1867 to 1923. Relation to the hysterical attack. So far, one point in SW's history has remained unexplained, and that is her attack. In the second séance, she was suddenly seized with a sort of fainting fit, from which she awoke with a recollection of various hallucinations. According to her own statement, she had not lost consciousness for a moment. Judging from the external symptoms and the course of the attack, one is inclined to regard it as a narcolepsy, or rather a lethargy, such, for example, as Löwenfeld has described, and the more readily as we know that previously one member of her family, her grandmother, has had an attack of lethargy. It is possible to imagine that the lethargic disposition, Löwenfeld, had descended to our subject. In spiritualistic seances, it is not usual to see hysterical convulsions. Our subject showed no sort of convulsive symptoms, but in their place, perhaps, the peculiar sleeping states. Etiologically, at the outset, two moments must be taken into consideration. 1. The eruption of hypnosis. 2. The psychic stimulation. 1. Eruption of partial hypnosis. Janet observes that the subconscious automatisms have a hypnotic influence and can bring about complete somnambulism. He made the following experiment. While the patient, who was in the completely waking state, was engaged in conversation by a second observer, Janet stationed himself behind her, and by means of whispered suggestions, made her unconsciously move her hand, and by written signs give an answer to questions. Suddenly the patient broke off the conversation, turned round, and with her supraliminal consciousness, continued the previously subconscious talk with Janet. She had fallen into hypnotic somnambulism. There is here a state of affairs similar to our patient's, but it must be noted that for certain reasons discussed later, the sleeping state is not to be regarded as hypnotic. We therefore come to the question of 2. The psychic stimulation. It is told of Bettina Brentano that the first time she met Goethe, she suddenly fell asleep on his knee. This ecstatic sleep in the midst of extremist torture, the so-called witch sleep, is well known in the history of trials for witchcraft. With susceptible subjects, relatively insignificant stimuli suffice to bring about the somnambulic state. Thus a sensitive lady had to have a splinter cut out of her finger. Without any kind of bodily change, she suddenly saw herself sitting by the side of a brook in a beautiful meadow plucking flowers. This condition lasted as long as a slight operation and then disappeared spontaneously. Löwenfeld has noticed unintentional inducement of hysterical lethargy through hypnosis. Our case has certain resemblances to hysterical lethargy, as described by Löwenfeld, vis-à-vis the shallow breathing, the diminution of pulse, the corpse-like pallor of the face, and further the peculiar feeling of dying and the thoughts of death. The retention of one sense is not inconsistent with lethargy. Thus, in certain cases of trance, the sense of hearing remains. In Bonamaison's case, not only was the sense of touch retained, but the senses of hearing and smell were quickened. The hallucinatory content and loud speaking is also met with in persons with hallucinations in lethargy. Usually there prevails total amnesia for the lethargic interval. Löwenfeld's case D had, however, a fleeting recollection. In Bonamaison's case, there was no amnesia. Lethargic patients do not prove susceptible to the usual waking stimuli, but Löwenfeld succeeded with his patient S.T. in turning the lethargy into hypnosis by means of mesmeric passes, thus combining it with the rest of consciousness during the attack. Our patient showed herself absolutely insusceptible in the beginning of the lethargy, but later on she began to speak spontaneously, was incapable of giving any attention when her somnambulic ego was speaking, but could attend when it was one of her automatic personalities. In the last case, it is probable that the hypnotic effect of the automatisms succeeded in achieving a partial transformation of the lethargy into hypnosis. When we consider that, according to Löwenfeld's view, the lethargic disposition must not be too readily identified with the peculiar condition of the nervous apparatus in hysteria, then the idea of the family heredity of this disposition in our case becomes not a little probable. The disease is much complicated by these attacks. So far we have seen that the patient's consciousness of her ego is identical in all the states. We have discussed two secondary complexes of consciousness and have followed them in the somnambulic attack, where they appear as the patient's vision when she had lost her motor activity during the attack. During the next attacks she was impervious to any external incidents, but on the other hand developed, within the twilight state, all the more intense activity in the form of visions. It seems that many secondary series of ideas must have split off quite early from the primary unconscious personality, for already after the first two seances spirits appeared by the dozen. The names were inexhaustible in variety, but the differences between the personalities were soon exhausted, and it became apparent that they could all be subsumed under two types, the serio-religious type and the gay-hilarious. So far it was really only a matter of two different unconscious personalities, which appeared under different names but had no essential differences. The older type, the grandfather, who had initiated the automatisms, also first began to make use of the twilight state. I am not able to remember any suggestion which might have given rise to the automatic speaking. According to the preceding view, the attack in such circumstances might be regarded as a partial auto-hypnosis. The ego consciousness which remains, and as a result of its isolation from the external world, occupies itself entirely with its hallucinations, is what is left over of the waking consciousness. Thus the automatism has a wide field for its activity. The independence of the individual central spheres, which we have proved at the beginning to be present in the patient, makes the automatic act of speaking appear intelligible. Just as the dreamer on occasion speaks in his sleep, so too a man in his waking hours may accompany intensive thought with an unconscious whisper. The peculiar movements of the speech musculature are to be noted. They have also been observed in other somnambulists. These clumsy attempts must be directly paralleled with the unintelligent and clumsy movements of the table or glass, and most probably correspond to the preliminary activity of the motor portion of the presentation. That is to say, a stimulus limited to the motor center, which has not previously been subordinated to any higher system. Whether the like occurs in persons who talk in their dreams, I do not know. But it has been observed in hypnotized persons. Since the convenient medium of speech was used as the means of communication, the study of the subconscious personalities was considerably lightened. Their intellectual compass is a relatively mediocre one. Their knowledge is greater than that of the waking patient, including also a few occasional details, such as the birthdays of dead strangers and the like. The source of these is more or less obscure, since the patient does not know whence, in the ordinary way, she could have procured the knowledge of these facts. These are cases of so-called cryptomnesia, which are too unimportant to deserve more extended notice. The intelligence of the two subconscious persons is very slight. They produce banalities almost exclusively, but their relation to the conscious ego of the patient, when in the somnambulic state, is interesting. They are invariably aware of everything that takes place during ecstasy, and occasionally they render an exact report from minute to minute. The subconscious persons only know the patient's fantastic changes of thought very superficially. They do not understand these and cannot answer a single question concerning the situation. Their stereotyped reference to events is "ask events." This observation reveals a dualism in the character of the subconscious personalities difficult to explain. For the grandfather, who gives information by automatic speech, also appears to Evenus, and according to her account, teaches her about the objects in question. How is it that when the grandfather speaks through the patient's mouth, he knows nothing of the very things which he himself teaches her in the ecstasies? We must again return to the discussion of the first appearance of the hallucinations. We picture the vision, then, as an eruption of hypnosis into the visual sphere. That eruption does not lead to a normal hypnosis, but to a hysterohypnosis. That is, the simple hypnosis is complicated by a hysterical attack. It is not a rare occurrence in the domain of hypnotism for normal hypnosis to be disturbed, or rather to be replaced by the unexpected appearance of hysterical somnambulism. The hypnotist in many cases then loses rapport with the patient. In our case, the automatism arising in the motor area plays the part of hypnotist. The suggestions proceeding from it, called objective autosuggestions, hypnotize the neighboring areas in which a certain susceptibility has arisen. At the moment when the hypnotism flows over into the visual sphere, the hysterical attack occurs, which, as remarked, effects a very deep-reaching change in a large portion of the psychical region. We must now suppose that the automatism stands in the same relationship to the attack as the hypnotist to a pathological hypnosis. Its influence upon the further structure of the situation is lost. The hallucinatory appearance of the hypnotized personality, or rather of the suggested idea, may be regarded as the last effect upon the somnambulic personality. Thenceforward, the hypnotist becomes only a figure, with whom the somnambulic personality occupies itself independently. He can only state what is going on, and is no longer the conditio sine qua non of the content of the somnambulic attack. The independent ego complex of the attack, in our case Evenus, has now the upper hand. She groups her own mental products around the personality of the hypnotizer, that is, of the grandfather, now degraded to a mere image. In this way we are enabled to understand the dualism in the character of the grandfather. The grandfather one, who speaks directly to those present, is a totally different person and a mere spectator of his double, grandfather 2, who appears as Ivana's teacher. Grandfather 1 maintains energetically that both are one and the same person, and that one has all the knowledge which 2 possesses, and is only prevented from giving information by the difficulties of speech. The dissociation was of course not realized by the patient, who took both to be one person. Grandfather 1, if closely examined, however, is not altogether wrong, judging from one fact, which seems to make for the identity of 1 and 2, vis-à-vis that they are never both present together. When 1 speaks automatically, 2 is not present. Ivana's remarks on his absence. Similarly, during the ecstasy, when she is with 2, she cannot say where 1 is, or she may learn only on returning from an imaginary journey that meanwhile 1 has been guarding her body. Conversely, 1 never says that he is going on a journey with Ivana's, and never explains anything to her. This behavior should be noted, for if 1 is really separate from 2, there seems no reason why he should not speak automatically, at the same time that 2 appears, and be present with 2 in the ecstasy. Although this might have been supposed possible, as a matter of fact it was never observed. How is this dilemma to be resolved? At all events there exists an identity of 1 and 2, but it does not lie in the region of the personality under discussion. It lies in the basis common to both, that is, in the personality of the subject, which in deepest essence is one and indivisible. Here we come across the characteristic of all hysterical dissociations of consciousness. They are disturbances which only belong to the superficial, and none reaches so deep as to attack the strong knit foundation of the ego complex. In many such cases we can find a bridge, which, although often well concealed, spans the apparently impassable abyss. For instance, by suggestion, one of the 4 cards is made invisible to a hypnotized person. He thereupon names the other 3. A pencil is placed in his hand with the instruction to write down all the cards lying there. He correctly adds the 4th one. In the aura of his hystero-epileptic attacks, a patient of Janet's invariably had a vision of a conflagration, and whenever he saw an open fire he had an attack. The patient's visual field on the left side was limited to 30 degrees. The right eye was shut. The left eye was fixed in the middle of a perimeter, whilst a lighted match was held at 80 degrees. The hystero-epileptic attack took place immediately. Despite the extensive amnesia in many cases of double consciousness, the patient's behavior does not correspond to the degree of their ignorance, but it seems rather as if a deeper instinct guided their actions in accordance with their former knowledge. Not only this relatively slight amnesic dissociation, but the severe amnesia of the epileptic twilight state, formerly regarded as irreparabile damnum, does not suffice to cut the inmost threads which bind the ego complex in the twilight state to the normal ego. In one case, The content of the twilight state could not be grafted on the waking ego complex. Making use of these experiments for our case, we obtain the helpful hypothesis that those layers of the unconscious, beyond reach of the dissociation, endeavor to present the unity of automatic personality. This endeavor is shattered in the deeper-seated and more elemental disturbance of the hysterical attack, which prevents a more complete synthesis by the tacking on of associations, which are to a certain extent the most original individual property of supraliminal personality. As the Venice dream emerged, it was fitted on to the figures accidentally in the field of vision, and henceforth remains associated with them. Recording by Mike Botez.
Chapter 1 of Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Olivia. Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology by Carl Gustav Jung. Translated by Constance Ellen Long, 1867 to 1923. Course. It only remains to say a few words about the course of this strange affection. The process reached its maximum in 4 to 8 weeks. The descriptions given of Ivanis and of the unconscious personalities belong generally to this period. Thenceforth a gradual decline was noticeable. The ecstasies grew meaningless, and the influence of Gerbenstein became more powerful. The phenomena gradually lost their distinctive features. The characters, which were at first well demarcated, became by degrees inextricably mixed. The psychological contribution grew smaller and smaller, until finally the whole story assumed a marked effect of fabrication. Ivanis herself was much concerned about this decline. She became painfully uncertain, spoke cautiously, feeling her way, and allowed her character to appear undisguised. The somnambulic attacks decreased in frequency and intensity. All degrees, from somnambulism to conscious lying, were observable. Thus the curtain fell. The patient has since gone abroad. We should not underestimate the fact that her character has become pleasanter and more stable. Here we may recall cases cited in which the second state gradually replaced the first state. Perhaps this is a similar phenomenon. It is well known that somnambulic manifestations sometimes begin at puberty. The attacks of somnambulism in Dice's case began immediately before puberty and lasted just till its termination. Somnambulism of H. Smith is likewise closely connected with puberty. Schroeder van de Kalk's patient was 16 years old at the time of her illness, Felida 14.5, and so forth. We know also that at this period the future character is formed and fixed. 2. In the case of Felida and Mary Reynolds, we saw that the character in state 2 replaced that of state 1. It is not, therefore, unthinkable that these phenomena of double consciousness are nothing but character formations for the future personality, or their attempts to burst forth. In consequence of special difficulties, unfavorable external conditions, psychopathic disposition of the nervous system, and so forth, these new formations or attempts thereat become bound up with peculiar disturbances of consciousness. Occasionally, the somnambulism, in view of the difficulties that oppose the future character, takes on a marked teleological meaning, for it gives the individual, who might otherwise be defeated, the means of victory. Here I am thinking, first of all, of Jeanne d'Arc, whose extraordinary courage recalls the deeds of Mary Reynolds, No. 2. This is perhaps the place to point out the similar function of the hallucination téléologique, of which the public reads occasionally, although it has not yet been submitted to a scientific study. The unconscious additional creative work. We have now discussed all the essential manifestations offered by our case which are of significance for its inner structure. Certain accompanying manifestations may be briefly considered. The unconscious additional creative work. Here we shall encounter a not altogether unjustifiable skepticism on the part of the representative of science. Dessoir's conception of a second ego met with much opposition and was rejected as too impossible in many directions. As is known, occultism has proclaimed a preeminent right to this field and has drawn premature conclusions from doubtful observations. We are indeed very far from being in a position to state anything conclusive, since we have at present only the most inadequate material. Therefore, if we touch on the field of the unconscious additional creative work, it is only that we may do justice to all sides of our case. By unconscious addition, we understand that automatic process whose result does not penetrate to the conscious psychic activity of the individual. To this region, above all, belongs thought reading through table movements. I do not know whether there are people who can divine a whole long train of thought by means of induction from the intentional tremulous movements. It is, however, certain that, assuming this to be possible, such persons must be availing themselves of a routine achieved after endless practice. But in our case, long practice can be excluded without more ado, and there is nothing left but to accept primary responsibility of the unconscious, far exceeding that of the conscious. This supposition is supported by numerous observations on somnambulists. I will mention only Binet's experiments, where little letters or some such thing, or little complicated figures in relief, were laid on the anesthetic skin of the back of the hand or the neck, and the unconscious perceptions were then recorded by means of signs. On the basis of these experiments he came to the following conclusion. Readers aside. In English, according to the calculations I have been able to make, the unconscious sensitivity of a hysteric is at times 50 times finer than that of a normal person. End quote. A second additional creation coming under consideration in our case and in numerous other somnambulists is that condition which French investigators call cryptomnesia. By this term is meant the becoming conscious of a memory picture which cannot be regarded as in itself primary, but at most is secondary, by means of subsequent recalling or abstract reasoning. It is characteristic of cryptomnesia that the picture which emerges does not bear the obvious mark of other memory picture, is not, that is to say, bound up with idiosyncratic, superconscious ego complex. 3 ways may be distinguished in which the cryptomnesic picture is brought to consciousness. 1. The picture enters consciousness without any intervention of the sense spheres, intrapsychically. It is an inrushing idea whose causal sequence is hidden within the individual. In so far, cryptomnesia is quite an everyday occurrence, concerned with the deepest normal psychic events. How often it misleads the investigator, the author or the composer, into believing his ideas original, whilst the critic quite well recognizes their source. Generally, the individuality of the representation protects the author from the accusation of plagiarism and proves his good faith. Still, cases do occur of unconscious verbal reproduction. Should the passage in question contain some remarkable idea, the accusation of plagiarism, more or less conscious, is justified. After all, a valuable idea is linked by numerous associations with the ego complex. At different times, in different situations, it has already been meditated upon, and thus leads by innumerable links in all directions. It can, therefore, never so disappear from consciousness that its continuity could be entirely lost from the sphere of conscious memory. We have, however, a criterion by which we can always recognize objectively intrapsychic cryptomnesia. The cryptomnesic presentation is linked to the ego complex by the minimum of associations. The reason for this lies in the relation of the individual to the particular object, in the disproportion of interest to object. 2 possibilities occur. 1. The object is worthy of interest, but the interest is slight in consequence of dispersion or want of understanding. 2. The object is not worthy of interest, consequently the interest is slight. In both cases, an extremely labile connection with consciousness arises, which leads to a rapid forgetting. The slight bridge is soon destroyed, and the acquired presentation sinks into the unconscious, where it is no longer accessible to consciousness. Should it enter consciousness by means of cryptomnesia, the feeling of strangeness of its being an original creation will cling to it, because the path by which it entered the subconscious has become undiscoverable. Strangeness and original creation are, moreover, closely allied to one another if one recalls the numerous witnesses in Belles Lettres to the nature of genius, possession by genius. Apart from certain striking cases of this kind where it is doubtful whether it is cryptomnesia or an original creation, there are some cases in which a passage of no essential content is reproduced, and that almost verbally, as in the following example. About that time when Zarathustra lived on the blissful islands, it came to pass that a ship cast anchor on that island on which the smoking mountain standeth, and the sailors of that ship went ashore in order to shoot rabbits. But about the hour of noon, when the captain and his men had mustered again, they suddenly saw a man come through the air unto them, and a voice said distinctly, "It is time, it is high time." But when that person was nighest unto them, he passed by them, flying quickly, like a shadow, in the direction which the volcano was situated. They recognized with the greatest confusion that it was Zarathustra, for all of them, except the captain, had seen them before, and they loved him as the folk love, blending love and awe in equal parts. "Lo there," said the old steersman, "Zarathustra goeth into hell." An extract of awe-inspiring import from the log of the ship Sphinx in the year 1686 in the Mediterranean, from Justinius Kerner, Blatter aus Prevost, Volume 4, page 57. The 4 captains and a merchant, Mr. Bell, went ashore on the island of Mount Stromboli to shoot rabbits. At 3 o'clock they called the crew together to go aboard, when, to their inexpressible astonishment, they saw 2 men flying rapidly over them through the air. One was dressed in black, the other in gray. They approached them very closely in the greatest haste. To their greatest dismay, they descended amid the burning flames to the crater of the terrible volcano, Mount Stromboli. They recognized the pair as acquaintances from London. Frau E. Fauster Nietzsche, the poet's sister, told me, in reply to my inquiry, that Nietzsche took up Justinius Kerner between the age of 12 and 15, when stopping with his grandfather, Pastor Oehler, in Pobler, but certainly never afterwards. It could never have been the poet's intention to commit a plagiarism from a ship's log. If this had been the case, he would certainly have omitted the very prosaic "to shoot rabbits," which was, moreover, quite unessential to the situation. In the poetical sketch of Zarathustra's journey into hell, there was obviously interpolated, half or wholly unconsciously, that forgotten impression from his youth. This is an instance which shows all the peculiarities of cryptomnesia. A quite unessential detail, which deserves nothing but speedy forgetting, is reproduced with almost verbal fidelity, whilst the chief part of the narrative is, one cannot say altered, but recreated quite distinctively. To the distinctive core, the idea of the journey to hell, there is added a detail, the old forgotten impression of a similar situation. The original is so absurd that the youth, who read everything, probably skipped through it and certainly had no deep interest in it. Here we get to the required minimum of associated links, for we cannot easily conceive a superior jump than from that old absurd story to Nietzsche's consciousness in the year 1883. If we picture to ourselves Nietzsche's mood at the time when Zarathustra was composed, and think of the ecstasy that at more than one point approached the pathological, we shall comprehend the abnormal reminiscence. The second of the 2 possibilities mentioned, the acceptance of some object, not itself uninteresting, in a state of dispersion or half-interest from lack of understanding, and its cryptomnesic reproduction we find chiefly in somnambulists. It is also found in the literary chronicles dealing with dying celebrities. Amid the exhaustive selection of these phenomena, we are chiefly concerned with talking in a foreign tongue, the so-called glossolalia. This phenomenon is mentioned everywhere when it is a question of similar ecstatic conditions. In the New Testament, in the Acta Sanctorum, in the witchcraft trials, more recently in the Prophetess of Prevorst, in Judge Edmund's daughter Laura, in Flournoy's Helen Smith. The last is unique from the point of view of investigation. It is found also in Bresler's case, which is probably identical with Blumhardt's Gottleibenditis. As Flournoy shows, glossolalia is, so far as it really is independent speech, a cryptomnesiac phenomenon. The reader should consult Flournoy's most interesting exposition. In our case, glossolalia was only once observed, when the only understandable words were the scattered variations on the word vena. The source of the word is clear. A few days previously, the patient had dipped into an anatomical atlas for the study of the veins of the face, which were given in Latin. She had used the word vena in her dreams, as happens occasionally to normal persons. The remaining words and sentences in a foreign language portray, at the first glance, their derivation from French, in which the patient was somewhat fluent. Unfortunately, I am without the more accurate translations of the various sentences, because the patient would not give them. But we may hold that it was a phenomenon similar to Helen Smith's Martian language. Flournoy found that the Martian language was nothing but a childish translation from French. The words were changed, but the syntax remained the same. Even more probable is the view that the patient simply ranged next to each other meaningless words that rang strangely without any true word formation. She borrowed certain characteristic sounds from French and Italian and combined them into a kind of language, just as Helen Smith completed the lacunae in the real Sanskrit words by products of her own, resembling that language. The curious names of the mystical system can be reduced, for the most part, to known roots. The writer vividly recalls the botanical schemes found in every school atlas. The internal resemblance of the relationship of the plants to the sun is also pretty clear. We should not be going astray if we see in the names reminiscences from popular astronomy. Thus can be explained the names Perseus, Phenus, Nenus, Serum, Saurus, Fixus, and Pix, as the childlike distortions of Perseus, Venus, Sirius, and fixed star, analogous to the Vena variations. Magnazor vividly recalls magnetism, whose mystic significance the patient knew from the Prophetess of Prevorst. In connoisseur, the contrary to Magnazor, the prefix con is probably the French contraire. Hypnos and hypnotismus recall hypnosis and hypnotism, in German, Hypnotismus, about which there are the most superstitious ideas circulating in lay circles. The most used suffixes in us and os are the signs by which, as a rule, people decide the difference between Latin and Greek. The other names probably spring from similar accidents to which we have no clues. The rudimentary glossolalia of our case has not any title to be a classical instance of cryptomnesia, for it only consisted in the unconscious use of various impressions, partly optical, partly acoustical, and all very close at hand. Number 2. The cryptomnesic image arrives at consciousness through the senses as a hallucination. Helen Smith is the classic example of this kind. I refer to the case mentioned on the date 18 Mars. Number 3. The image arrives at consciousness by motor automatism. H. Smith had lost her valuable brooch, which she was anxiously looking for everywhere. 10 days later, her guide, Leopold, informed her by means of the table where the brooch was. Thus informed, she found it at night time in the open field, covered by sand. Strictly speaking, in cryptomnesia, there is not any additional creation in the true sense of the word, since the conscious memory experiences no increase of its function, but only an enrichment of its content. By the automatism, certain regions are merely made accessible to consciousness in an indirect way, which were formerly sealed against it. But the unconscious does not thereby accomplish any creation which exceeds the capacity of consciousness qualitatively or quantitatively. Cryptomnesia is only an apparent additional creation, in contrast to hypermnesia, which actually represents an increase of function. We have spoken above of a receptivity of the unconscious greater than that of the consciousness, chiefly in regard to the simple attempts at thought reading of numbers. As mentioned, not only are somnambulists, but a relatively large number of normal persons are able to guess from the tremors lengthy thought sequences, if they are not too complicated. These experiments are, so to speak, the prototype of those rarer and incomparably more astonishing cases of intuitive knowledge displayed at times by somnambulists. Choquet, in his Introspection, has shown us that these phenomena do not belong only to the domain of somnambulism, but occur among non-somnambulic persons. The formation of such knowledge seems to be arrived at in various ways. First and foremost, there is the fineness already noted of unconscious perceptions. Then must be emphasized the importance of the enormous suggestibility of somnambulists. The somnambulist not only incorporates every suggestive idea to some extent, but actually lives in the suggestion, in the person of his doctor or observer, with that abandonment characteristic of the suggestible hysteric. The relation of Frau Hauf to Kerner is a striking example of this, that in such cases there is a high degree of association concordance, can cause no astonishment, a condition which Richer might have taken more account of in his experiments in thought transference. Finally, there are cases of somnambulic, additional creative work, which are not to be explained solely by hyperesthesia of the unconscious activity of the senses and association concordance, but presuppose a highly developed intellectual activity of the unconscious. The deciphering of the purposive tremors, complete unity of thought, if it is at all permissible to make an analogy between the processes of cognition in the realm of the unconscious and the conscious. The possibility must always be considered that in the unconscious, feeling and concept are not clearly separated, perhaps even are one. The intellectual elevation which certain somnambulists display in ecstasy, though a rare thing, is none the less one that has sometimes been observed. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Arden. Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology by Carl Gustav Jung. Translated by Constance Ellen Long, 1867 to 1923. Chapter 2. The Association Method. Lecture 1. When you honored me with an invitation to lecture at Clark University, a wish was expressed that I should speak about my methods of work, and especially about the psychology of childhood. I hope to accomplish this task in the following manner. In my first lecture, I will give to you the viewpoints of my association methods. In my second, I will discuss the significance of the familiar constellations, while in my third lecture I shall enter more fully into the psychology of the child. I might confine myself exclusively to my theoretical views, but I believe it will be better to illustrate my lectures with as many practical examples as possible. We will therefore occupy ourselves first with the association test, which has been of great value to me both practically and theoretically. The history of the association method, in vogue in psychology, as well as the method itself, is of course so familiar to you that there is no need to enlarge upon it. For practical purposes, I make use of the following formula. 1. Head. 2. Green. 3. Water. 4. To sing. 5. Dead. 6. Long. 7. Ship. 8. To pay. 9. Window. 10. Friendly. To cook. To ask. Cold. Stem. To dance. Village. Lake. Sick. Pride. To cook. Ink. Angry. Needle. To swim. Voyage. Blue. Lamp. To sin. Bread. Rich. Tree. To prick. Pity. Yellow. Mountain. To die. Salt. New. Custom. To pray. Money. Foolish. Pamphlet. Despise. Finger. Expensive. Bird. To fall. Book. Unjust. Frog. To part. Hunger. White. Child. To take care. Lead pencil. Sad. Plum. To marry. House. Deer. Glass. To quarrel. Fur. Big. Carrot. To paint. Part. Old. Flower. To beat. Box. Wild. Family. To wash. Cow. Friend. Luck. Lie. Deportment. Narrow. Brother. To fear. Stork. False. Anxiety. To kiss. Bride. Pure. Door. To choose. Hay. Contented. Ridicule. To sleep. Month. Nice. Woman. To abuse. This formula has been constructed after many years of experience. The words are chosen and partially arranged in such a manner as to strike easily almost all complexes which occur in practice. As shown above, there is a regulated mixing of the grammatical qualities of the words. For this, there are definite reasons. Before the experiment begins, the test person receives the following instruction. Answer as quickly as possible with the first word that occurs to your mind. This instruction is so simple that it can be easily followed. The work itself, moreover, appears extremely easy. so that it might be expected anyone could accomplish it with the greatest facility and promptitude. But contrary to expectation, the behavior is quite otherwise. 1. An example of a normal reaction time. 2. An example of a hysterical reaction type. The following diagrams illustrate the reaction times in an association experiment in 4 normal test persons. The height of each column denotes the length of the reaction time. Figure 4, Figure 5, Figure 6, Figure 7. The succeeding diagram shows the course of the reaction time in hysterical individuals. The light cross-hatched columns denote the places where the test person was unable to react, so-called failures to react. Figure 8, Figure 9, Figure 10. The first thing that strikes us is the fact that many test persons show a marked prolongation of the reaction time. This would seem to be suggestive of intellectual difficulties. Wrongly, however, for we are often dealing with very intelligent persons of fluent speech. The explanation lies rather in the emotions. In order to understand the manner comprehensively, we must bear in mind that the association experiments cannot deal with a separated psychic function, for any psychic occurrence is never a thing in itself, but is always the resultant of the entire psychological past. The association experiment, too, is not merely a method for the reproduction of separated word couplets, but it is a kind of pastime, a conversation between experimenter and test person. In a certain sense, it is still more than that. Words really represent condensed actions, situations, and things. When I give a stimulus word to the test person, which denotes an action, it is as if I represented to him the action itself, and asked him, how do you behave towards it? What do you think of it? What would you do in this situation? If I were a magician, I should cause the situation corresponding to the stimulus word to appear in reality. In placing the test person in its midst, I should then study his manner of reaction. The result of my stimulus words would thus undoubtedly approach infinitely nearer perfection. But as we are not magicians, we must be contented with the linguistic substitutes for reality. At the same time, we must not forget that the stimulus word will almost without exception conjure up its corresponding situation. All depends on how the test person reacts to this situation. The word bride or bridegroom will not evoke a simple reaction in a young lady, but the reaction will be deeply influenced by the strong feeling tones evoked, the more so if the experimenter be a man. It thus happens that the test person is often unable to react quickly and smoothly to all stimulus words. There are certain stimulus words which denote actions, situations, or things about which the test person cannot think quickly and surely, and this fact is demonstrated in the association experiments. The examples which I have just given show an abundance of long reaction times and other disturbances. In this case, the reaction to the stimulus word is in some way impeded. That is, the adaptation to the stimulus word is disturbed. The stimulus words therefore act upon us just as reality acts. Indeed, a person who shows such great disturbances to the stimulus words is in a certain sense but imperfectly adapted to reality. Disease itself is an imperfect adaptation. Hence, in this case, we are dealing with something morbid in the psyche, with something which is either temporarily or persistently pathological in character. That is, we are dealing with a psychoneurosis, with a functional disturbance of the mind. This rule, however, as we shall see later, is not without its exceptions. Let us in the first place continue the discussion concerning the prolonged reaction time. It often happens that the test person actually does not know what to answer to the stimulus word. He waives any reaction, and for the moment he totally fails to obey the original instructions, and shows himself incapable of adapting himself to the experimenter. If this phenomenon occurs frequently in an experiment, it signifies a high degree of disturbance and adjustment. I would call attention to the fact that it is quite indifferent what reason the test person gives for the refusal. Some find that too many ideas suddenly occur to them, others that they suffer from a deficiency of ideas. In most cases, however, the difficulties first perceived are so deterrent that they actually give up the whole reaction. The following example shows a case of hysteria with many failures of reaction. In example 2, we find a characteristic phenomenon. The test person is not content with the requirements of the instruction. That is, she is not satisfied with one word, but reacts with many words. She apparently does more and better than the instruction requires, but in so doing she does not fulfill the requirements of the instruction. Thus she reacts custom, good, barbaric, foolish, narrow-minded, restricted, family, big, small, everything possible. These examples show in the first place that many other words connect themselves with the reaction word. The test person is unable to suppress the ideas which subsequently occur to her. She also pursues a certain tendency which perhaps is more exactly expressed in the following reaction: new, old, as an opposite. The addition of as an opposite denotes that the test person has a desire to add something explanatory or supplementary. This tendency is also shown in the following reaction: finger, not only hand, also foot, a limb, member, extremity. Here we have a whole series of supplements. It seems as if the reaction were not sufficient for the test person. Something else must always be added, as if what has already been said were incorrect or in some way imperfect. This feeling is what Janet designates the sentiment d'incomplétude. But this by no means explains everything. I go somewhat deeply into this phenomenon because it is very frequently met with in neurotic individuals. It is not merely a small and unimportant subsidiary manifestation demonstrable in an insignificant experiment, but rather an elemental and universal manifestation which plays a role in other ways in the psychic life of neurotics. By his desire to supplement, the test person betrays the tendency to give the experimenter more than he wants. He actually makes great efforts to find further mental occurrences in order finally to discover something quite satisfactory. If we translate this observation into the psychology of everyday life, it signifies that the test person has a constant tendency to give to others more feeling than is required and expected. According to Freud, this is a sign of a reinforced object libido. That is, it is a compensation for an inner want of satisfaction and voidness of feeling. This elementary observation therefore displays one of the characteristics of hysterics, namely, the tendency to allow themselves to be carried away by everything, to attach themselves enthusiastically to everything, and always to promise too much, and hence perform too little. Patients with this symptom are, in my experience, always hard to deal with. At first they are enthusiastically enamored of the physician, for a time going so far as to accept everything he says blindly, but they soon merge into an equally blind resistance against him, thus rendering any educative influence absolutely impossible. We see therefore in this type of reaction an expression of a tendency to give more than is asked or expected. This tendency betrays itself also in other failures to follow the instruction. To quarrel, angry, different things. I always quarrel at home. To marry. How can you marry? Reunion, union. Plum, to eat. To pluck, what do you mean by it? Is it symbolic? To sin. This idea is quite strange to me. I do not recognize it. These reactions show that the test person gets away altogether from the situation of the experiment, for the instruction was that he should answer only with the first word which occurs to him. But here we note that the stimulus words act with excessive strength, that they are taken as if they were direct personal questions. The test person entirely forgets that we deal with mere words which stand in print before us, but finds a personal meaning in them. He tries to divine their intention and defend himself against them, thus altogether forgetting the original instructions. This elementary observation discloses another common peculiarity of hysterics, namely, that of taking everything personally, of never being able to remain objective, and of allowing themselves to be carried away by momentary impressions. This again shows the characteristics of the enhanced object libido. Yet another sign of impeded adaptation is the often occurring repetition of the stimulus words. The test persons repeat the stimulus word as if they had not heard or understood it distinctly. They repeat it just as we repeat a difficult question in order to grasp it better before answering. The same tendency is shown in the experiment. The questions are repeated because the stimulus words act on hysterical individuals in much the same way as difficult personal questions. In principle, it is the same phenomenon as the subsequent completion of the reaction. In many experiments, we observe that the same reaction constantly reappears to the most varied stimulus words. These words seem to possess a special reproduction tendency, and it is very interesting to examine their relationship to the test person. For example, I have observed a case in which the patient repeated the word short a great many times, and often in places where it had no meaning. The test person could not directly state the reason for the repetition of the word short. From experience, I knew that such predicates always relate either to the test person himself or to the person nearest to him. I assume that in this word short he designated himself, and that in this way he hoped to express something very painful to him. The test person is of very small stature. He is the youngest of 4 brothers, who in contrast to himself are all tall. He was always a child in the family. He was nicknamed Short and was treated by all as the little one. This resulted in a total loss of self-confidence. Although he was intelligent, and despite long study, he could not decide to present himself for examination. He finally became impotent and merged into a psychosis in which, whenever he was alone, he took delight in walking about in his room, on his toes, in order to appear taller. The word short, therefore, stood to him for a great many painful experiences. This is usually the case with perseverated words. They always contain something of importance for the individual psychology of the test person. The signs thus far discussed are not found spread about in an arbitrary way through the whole experiment, but are seen in very definite places, namely, where the stimulus words strike against emotionally accentuated complexes. This observation is the foundation of the so-called diagnosis of facts. Propistan diagnostic. This method is employed to discover, by means of an association experiment, which is the culprit among a number of persons suspected of a crime. That this is possible, I will demonstrate by the brief recital of a concrete case. On the 6th of February 1908, our supervisor reported to me that a nurse complained to her of having been robbed during the forenoon of the previous day. The facts were as follows. The nurse kept her money, amounting to 70 francs, in a pocket book which she had placed in a cupboard where she also kept her clothes. The cupboard contained 2 compartments, of which one belonged to the nurse who was robbed, and the other to the head nurse. These 2 nurses, and a third one, who was an intimate friend of the head nurse, slept in the room where the cupboard was. The room was in a section which was occupied in common by 6 nurses, who had at all times free access to the room. Given such a state of affairs, it is not to be wondered that the supervisor shrugged her shoulders when I asked her whom she most suspected. Further investigation showed that on the day of the theft, the above-mentioned friend of the head nurse was slightly indisposed and remained the whole morning in the room in bed. Hence, unless she herself was the thief, the theft could have taken place only in the afternoon. Of 4 other nurses upon whom suspicion could possibly fall, there was one who attended regularly to the cleaning of the room in question, which the remaining 3 had nothing to do in it, nor was it shown that any of them had spent any time there on the previous day. It was therefore natural that the last 3 nurses should be regarded for the time being as less implicated, so I began by subjecting the first 3 to the experiment. From the information I had obtained of the case, I knew that the cupboard was locked, but that the key was kept near, in a very conspicuous place. That on opening the cupboard, the first thing which would strike the eye was a fur boa, and moreover, that the pocket-book was between some linen, in an inconspicuous place. The pocket-book was of dark reddish leather, and contained the following objects: a 50-franc banknote, a 20-franc piece, some centimes, a small silver watch chain, a stencil used in the lunatic asylum to mark the kitchen utensils, and a small receipt from Dosenbach's shoe shop in Zurich. Besides the plaintiff, only the head nurse knew the exact particulars of the deed, for as soon as the former missed her money, she immediately asked the head nurse to help her find it. Thus the head nurse had been able to learn the smallest details, which naturally rendered the experiment still more difficult, for she was precisely the one most suspected. The conditions for the experiment were better for the others, since they knew nothing concerning the particulars of the deed, and some not even that a theft had been committed. As critical stimulus words, I selected the name of the robbed nurse, plus the following words: cupboard, door, open, key, yesterday, banknote, gold, 70, 50, 20, money, watch, pocketbook, chain, silver, to hide, fur, dark reddish, leather, centimes, stencil, receipt, Dosenbach. Besides these words, which referred directly to the deed, I took also the following, which had a special effective value: theft, to take, to steal, suspicion, blame, court, police, to lie, to fear, to discover, to arrest, innocent. The objection is often made to the last species of words that they may produce a strong effective resentment even in innocent persons, and for that reason one cannot attribute to them any comparative value. Nevertheless, it may always be questioned whether the effective resentment of an innocent person will have the same effect on the association as that of a guilty one, and that question can only be authoritatively answered by experience. Until the contrary is demonstrated, I maintain that words of the above-mentioned type may profitably be used. I distributed these critical words among twice as many indifferent stimulus words in such a manner that each critical word was followed by 2 indifferent ones. As a rule, it is well to follow up the critical words by indifferent words in order that the action of the first may be clearly distinguished, but one may also follow up one critical word by another, especially if one wishes to bring into relief the action of the second. Thus I placed together darkish red, and leather, and chain, and silver. After this preparatory work, I undertook the experiment with the 3 above-mentioned nurses. Following the order of the experiment, I shall denote the friend of the head nurse by the letter A, the head nurse by B, and the nurse who attended to the cleaning of the room by C. As examinations of this kind can be rendered into a foreign tongue only with the greatest difficulty, I will content myself with presenting the general results, and with giving some examples. I first undertook the experiment with A, and judging by the circumstances, she appeared only slightly moved. B was next examined. She showed marked excitement, her pulse being 120 per minute immediately after the experiment. The last to be examined was C. She was the most tranquil of the 3. She displayed but little embarrassment, and only in the course of the experiment did it occur to her that she was suspected of stealing, a fact which manifestly disturbed her towards the end of the experiment. The general impression from the examination spoke strongly against the head nurse B. It seemed to me that she evinced a very suspicious, or I might almost say, impudent countenance, With the definite idea of finding in her the guilty one, I set about adding up the results. You will see that I was wrong in my surmise, and that the test proved my error. One can make use of many special methods of computing, but they are not all equally good and equally exact. One must always resort to calculation, as appearances are enormously deceptive. The method which is most to be recommended is that of the probable average of the reaction time. It shows at a glance the difficulties which the person in the experiment had to overcome in the reaction. The technique of this calculation is very simple. The probable average is the middle number of the various reaction times arranged in a series. The reaction times are, for example, placed in the following manner: 5, 5, 5, 7, 7, 7, 7, 8, 9, 9, 9, 12, 13, 14. The number found in the middle, 8, is the probable average of this series. The probable averages of the reaction are A, 10, 0, B, 12, 0, C, 13, 5. No conclusions can be drawn from this result, but the average reaction times, calculated separately for the indifferent reactions, for the critical, and for those immediately following the critical, post-critical, are more interesting. From this example, we see that whereas A has the shortest reaction time for the indifferent reactions, she shows in comparison to the other two persons of the experiment the longest time for the critical reactions, the probable average of the reaction time. The difference between the reaction times, let us say, between the indifferent and the critical, is 6 for A, 2 for B, and 3 for C. That is, it is more than double for A when compared with the other two persons. In the same way, we can calculate how many complex indicators there are on an average for the indifferent, critical, etc. reactions. The average complex indicators for each reaction. The difference between the indifferent and critical reactions for A equals 0.7, for B equals 0, for C equals 0.4. A is again the highest. Another question to consider is the proportion of imperfect reactions in each case. The result for A equals 34%, for B equals 28%, and for C 30%. Here too A reaches the highest value, and in this I believe we see the characteristic moment of the guilt complex in A. I am, however, unable to explain here circumstantially the reasons why I maintain that memory errors are related to an emotional complex, as this would lead me beyond the limits of the present work. I therefore refer the reader to my work Über die Reproduktion Störungen im Associationsexperiment 9, Beitrag der Diagnost-Associate-Studien. As it often happens that an association of strong feeling tone produces in the experiment a perseveration, with the result that not only the critical association, but also 2 or 3 successive associations are imperfectly reproduced. It will be very interesting to see how many imperfect reproductions are so arranged in the series in our cases. The result of computation shows that the imperfect reproductions thus arranged in series are for A 64, 7%, for B 55, 5%, and for C 30, 0%. Again, we find that A has the greatest percentage. To be sure, this may partially depend on the fact that A also possesses the greatest number of imperfect reproductions. Given a small number of reactions, it is usual that the greater the total number of the same, the more the imperfect reactions will occur in groups, but this cannot account for the high proportion in our case, where on the other hand, B and C have not a much smaller number of imperfect reactions when compared to A. It is significant that C, with her slight emotions during the experiment, shows the minimum of imperfect reproductions arranged in series. As imperfect reproductions are also complex indicators, it is necessary to see how they distribute themselves in respect to the indifferent, critical, etc. reactions. It is hardly necessary to bring into prominence the differences between the indifferent and the critical reactions of the various subjects, as shown by the resulting numbers of the table. In this respect, too, A occupies first place. Imperfect reproductions which occur. Naturally, here too, there is a probability that the greater the number of the imperfect reproductions, the greater is their number in the critical reactions. If we suppose that the imperfect reproductions are distributed regularly, and without choice, among all the reactions there will be a greater number of them for A, in comparison with B and C, even as reactions to critical words, since A has a greater number of imperfect reproductions. Admitting such a uniform distribution of the imperfect reproductions, it is easy to calculate how many we ought to expect to belong to each individual kind of reaction. From this calculation, it appears that the disturbances of reproductions which concern the critical reactions for A greatly surpass the number expected. For C, they are 0.9 higher, while for B, they are lower. Imperfect reproductions. All this points to the fact that in The subject A, the critical stimulus words, acted with the greatest intensity, and hence the greatest suspicion falls on A. Practically relying on the test, one may assume the probability of this person's guilt. The same evening A made a complete confession of the theft, and thus the success of the experiment was confirmed. Such a result is undoubtedly of scientific interest and worthy of serious consideration. There is much in experimental psychology which is of less use than the material exemplified in this test. Putting the theoretical interest altogether aside, we have here something that is not to be despised from a practical point of view, to which a culprit has been brought to light in a much easier and shorter way than is customary. What has been possible once or twice ought to be possible again, and it is well worth while to investigate some means of rendering the method increasingly capable of rapid and sure results. This application of the experiment shows that it is possible to strike a concealed, indeed an unconscious complex by means of a stimulus word, and conversely, we may assume with great certainty that behind a reaction which shows a complex indicator there is a hidden complex, even though the test person strongly denies it. One must get rid of the idea that educated and intelligent test persons are able to see and admit their own complexes. Every human mind contains much that is unacknowledged and hence unconscious as such, and no one can boast that he stands completely above his complexes. Those who persist in maintaining that they can are not aware of the spectacles upon their noses. It has long been thought that the association experiment enables one to distinguish certain intellectual types. That is not the case. The experiment does not give us any particular insight into the purely intellectual, but rather into the emotional processes. To be sure, we can erect certain types of reaction. They are not, however, based on intellectual peculiarities, but depend entirely on the proportionate emotional states. Educated test persons usually show superficial and linguistically deep-rooted associations, whereas the uneducated form more valuable associations and often of ingenious significance. This behavior would be paradoxical from an intellectual viewpoint. The meaningful associations of the uneducated are not really the product of intellectual thinking, but are simply the results of a special emotional state. The whole thing is more important to the uneducated. His emotion is greater, and for that reason he pays more attention to the experiment than the educated person, and his associations are therefore more significant. Apart from those determined by education, we have to consider three principal individual types. 1. An objective type with undisturbed reactions. 2. A so-called complex type with many disturbances in the experiment occasioned by the constellation of a complex. 3. A so-called definition type. The peculiarity of this type consists in the fact that the reaction always gives an explanation or definition of the content of the stimulus word, e.g., apple, a tree fruit, table, a piece of household furniture, to promenade, an activity, father, chief of the family. This type is chiefly found in stupid persons, and it is therefore quite usual in imbecility. But it can also be found in persons who are not really stupid, but who do not wish to be taken as stupid. Thus, a young student, from whom associations were taken by an older intelligent woman student, reacted altogether with definitions. A test person was of the opinion that it was an examination in intelligence, and therefore directed most of its attention to the significance of the stimulus words. His associations, therefore, looked like those of an idiot. All idiots, however, do not react with definitions. Probably only those react in this way who would like to appear smarter than they are. That is, those to whom their stupidity is painful. I call this widespread complex the intelligence complex. A normal test person reacts in a most overdrawn manner as follows. Anxiety, heart anguish. To kiss, love's unfolding. To kiss, perception of friendship. This type gives a constrained and unnatural impression. The test persons wish to be more than they are. They wish to exert more influence than they really have. Hence we see that persons with an intelligence complex are usually unnatural and constrained, that they are always somewhat stilted or flowery. They show a predilection for complicated foreign words, high-standing quotations, and other intellectual ornaments. In this way they wish to influence their fellow beings. They wish to impress others with their apparent education and intelligence, and thus to compensate for their painful feeling of stupidity. The definition type is closely related to the predicate type, or to express it more precisely, to the predicate type expressing personal judgment. Vert predicatibus. For example, flower, pretty, money, convenient, animal, ugly, knife, dangerous, death, ghastly. In the definition type, the intellectual significance of the stimulus word is rendered prominent, but in the predicate type, its emotional significance. There are predicate types which show great exaggeration, where reactions such as the following appear. Piano, horrible. To sing, heavenly. Mother, ardently loved. Father, something good, nice, holy. In the definition type, an absolutely intellectual makeup is manifested, or rather simulated. But here there is a very emotional one. Yet just as the definition type really conceals a lack of intelligence, so the excessive emotional expression conceals or overcompensates an emotional deficiency. This conclusion is very interestingly illustrated by the following discovery. On investigating the influence of the familiar milieus on the association type, it was found that young people seldom possess a predicate type, but that, on the other hand, the predicate type increases in frequency with advancing age. In women, the increase of the predicate type begins a little after the 40th year, and in men after the 60th. That is the precise time when, owing to the deficiency of sexuality, there actually occurs considerable emotional loss. If a test person evinces a distinct predicate type, it may always be inferred that a marked internal emotional deficiency is thereby compensated. Still, one cannot reason conversely, namely, that an inner emotional deficiency must produce a predicate type, no more than that idiocy directly produces a definition type. A predicate type can also betray itself through the external behavior, as for example through a particular affectation, enthusiastic exclamations, and embellished behavior, and the constrained sounding language so often observed in society. The complex type shows no particular tendency except the concealment of a complex, whereas the definition and predicate types betray a positive tendency to exert in some way a definite influence on the experimenter. But whereas the definition type tends to bring to light its intelligence, the predicate type displays its emotion. I need hardly add of what importance such determinations are for the diagnosis of character. After finishing an association experiment, I usually add another of a different kind, the so-called reproduction experiment. I repeat the same stimulus words and ask the test persons whether they still remember their former reactions. In many instances, the memory fails, and as experience shows, these locations are stimulus words which touched an emotionally accentuated complex, or stimulus words immediately following such critical words. This phenomenon has been designated as paradoxical and contrary to all experience, for it is known that emotionally accentuated things are better retained in memory than indifferent things. This is quite true, but it does not hold for the linguistic expression of an emotionally accentuated content. On the contrary, one very easily forgets what he has said under emotion. One is even apt to contradict himself about it. Indeed, the efficacy of cross-examinations in court depends on this fact. The reproduction method, therefore, serves to render still more prominent the complex stimulus. In normal persons, we usually find a limited number of false reproductions, seldom more than 19 to 20%, while in abnormal persons, especially in hysterics, we often find from 20 to 40% of false reproductions. The reproduction certainty is therefore, in certain cases, a measure for the emotivity of the test person. By far the larger number of neurotics show a pronounced tendency to cover up their intimate affairs in impenetrable darkness, even from the doctor, so that he finds it very difficult to form a proper picture of the patient's psychology. In such cases, I am greatly assisted by the association experiment. When the experiment is finished, I first look over the general course of the reaction times. I see a great many very prolonged intervals. This means that the patient can only adjust himself with difficulty, as his psychological functions proceed with marked internal frictions with resistances. The greater number of neurotics react only under great and very definite resistances. There are, however, others in whom the average reaction times are as short as in the normal, and in whom the other complex indicators are lacking. But despite that fact, they undoubtedly present neurotic symptoms. These rare cases are especially found among very intelligent and educated persons, chronic patients who after many years of practice have learned to control their outward behavior, and therefore outwardly display very little, if any, trace of their neuroses. A superficial observer would take them for normal, yet in some places they show disturbances which betray repressed complex. After examining the reaction times, I turn my attention to the type of the association to ascertain with what type I am dealing. If it is a predicate type, I draw the conclusions which I have detailed above. If it is a complex type, I try to ascertain the nature of the complex. With the necessary experience, one can readily emancipate one's judgment from the test person's statements. And almost without any previous knowledge of the test persons, it is possible under certain circumstances to read the most intimate complexes from the results of the experiment. I look at first for the reproduction words and put them together, and then I look for the stimulus words which show the greatest disturbances. In many cases, merely assorting these words suffices to unearth the complex. In some cases, it is necessary to put a question here and there. The matter is well illustrated by the following concrete example. It concerns an educated woman of 30 years of age, married 3 years previously. Since her marriage, she has suffered from episodic excitement in which she is violently jealous of her husband. The marriage is a happy one in every other respect, and it should be noted that the husband gives no cause for the jealousy. The patient is sure that she loves him, and that her excited states are groundless. She cannot imagine whence these excited states originate, and feels quite perplexed over them. It is to be noted that she is a Catholic and has been brought up religiously, while her husband is a Protestant. This difference of religion did not admittedly play any part. A more thorough anamnesis showed the existence of an extreme prudishness. Thus, for example, no one was allowed to talk in the patient's presence about her sister's childbirth, because the sexual moment suggested therein caused her the greatest excitement. She always undressed in the adjoining room, and never in her husband's presence, etc. At the age of 27, she was supposed to have had no idea how children were born. The associations gave the result shown in the accompanying chart. The stimulus words characterized by marked disturbances are the following: yellow, to pray, to separate, to marry, to quarrel, old, family, happiness, false, fear, to kiss, bride, to choose, contented. The strongest disturbances are found in the following stimulus words: to pray, to marry, happiness, false, fear, and contented. These words, therefore, more than any others, seem to strike the complex. The conclusions that can be drawn from this is that she is not indifferent to the fact that her husband is a Protestant, that she again thinks of praying, believes there is something wrong with marriage, that she is false, entertains fancies of faithlessness, is afraid of the husband of the future. She is not contented with her choice to choose, and she thinks of separation. The patient therefore has a separation complex, for she is very discontented with her married life. When I told her this result, she was affected, and at first attempted to deny it, then to mince over it, but finally she admitted everything I said and added more. She reproduced a large number of fancies of faithlessness, reproaches against her husband, etc. Her prudishness and jealousy were merely a projection of her own sexual wishes on her husband. Because she was faithless in her fancies and did not admit it to herself, she was jealous of her husband. For the stimulus words corresponding to the numbers, see the list on pages 94 and 95. The blue columns represent failures of reproductions, the green ones represent repetitions of stimulus words, and the yellow columns show those associations in which the patient either laughed or made mistakes, using many words instead of one. The height of the columns represent the length of the reaction time, to face page 118. It is impossible in a lecture to give a review of all the manifold uses of the association experiment. I must content myself with having demonstrated to you a few of its chief uses. End of Chapter 2, Lecture 1. Recording by Arden.
Chapter 2 of the Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Geoffrey de Senna, Coeur d'Alene. Chapter 2, Lecture 2, The Familial Constellations. Ladies and gentlemen, as you have seen, there are manifold ways in which the association experiment may be employed in practical psychology. I should like to speak to you today about another use of this experiment, which is primarily of theoretical significance. My pupil, Miss First, M.D., made the following researches. She applied the association experiment to 24 families, consisting altogether of 100 test persons. The resulting material amounted to 22,200 associations. This material was elaborated in the following manner. 15 separate groups were formed according to logical linguistic standards, and the associations were arranged as follows. 1. Coordination. Husband 6.5, wife 0.5, difference 6. 2. Sub and supraordination. Husband 7, wife null, difference 7. 3. Contrast. Husband null, wife null, difference null. 4. Predicate expressing a personal judgment. Husband 8.5, wife 95.0, difference 86.5. 5. Simple predicate. Husband 21.0, wife 3.5, difference 17.5. 6. Relations of the verb to the subject or complement. Husband 15.5, wife 0.5, difference 15.0. 7. Designation of time, etc. Husband 11.0, wife null, difference 11.0. 8. Definition. Husband 11.0, wife null, difference 11.0. 9. Coexistence. Husband 1.5, wife null, difference 1.5. 10. Identity. Husband 0.5, wife 0.5, difference null. 11. Motor-speech combination. Husband 12.0, wife null, difference 12.0. 12. Composition of words. Husband null, wife null, difference null. 13. Completion of words. Husband null, wife null, difference null. 14. Clang associations. Husband null, wife null, difference null. 15. Defective reactions. Husband null, wife null, difference null. Total difference 173.5. Average difference 173.5 divided by 15 equals 11.5. As can be seen from this example, I utilize the difference to demonstrate the degree of the analogy. In order to find a basis for the sum of the resemblance, I have calculated the difference among all Dr. First's test persons, not related among themselves, by comparing every female test person with all the other unrelated females. The same has been done for the male test persons. The most marked difference is found in those cases where the two test persons compared have no associative quality in common. All groups are calculated in percentages, the greatest difference possible being 200 divided by 15 equals 13.3%. 1. The average difference of male unrelated test persons is 5.9%, and that of females of the same group is 6%. 2. The average difference between male-related test persons is 4.1%, and that between female-related test persons is 3.8%. From these numbers, we see that relatives show a tendency to agreement in the reaction type. 3. Difference between fathers and children, 4.2. Difference between mothers and children, 3.5. The reaction types of the children come nearer to the type of the mother than to the father. 4. Difference between fathers and their sons, 3.1. Difference between fathers and their daughters, 4.9. Difference between mothers and their sons, 4.7. Difference between mothers and their daughters, 3.0. 5. Difference between brothers, 4.7. Difference between sisters, 5.1. If the married sisters are omitted from the comparison, we get the following result. Difference of the unmarried sisters equals 3.8. These observations show distinctly that marriage destroys more or less the original agreement, as the husband belongs to a different type. Difference between unmarried brothers equals 4.8. Marriage seems to exert no influence on the association forms in men. Nevertheless, the material which we have at our disposal is not as yet enough to allow us to draw definite conclusions. 6. Difference between husband and wife, 4.7. This number sums up inadequately the different and very unequal values. That is to say, there are some cases which show extreme difference and some which show marked concordance. The similarity of the associations is often very extraordinary. I will reproduce here the associations of a mother and daughter, given in the form stimulus word, mother response, daughter response. Stimulus word, to pay attention, mother, diligent pupil, daughter, pupil. Stimulus word, law, mother, command of God, daughter, Moses. Stimulus word, dear, mother, child, daughter, father and mother. Stimulus word, great, mother, God, daughter, father. Stimulus word, potato, mother, bulbous root, daughter, bulbous root. Stimulus word, family, mother, many persons, daughter, 5 persons. Stimulus word, strange, mother, traveller, daughter, traveller. Stimulus word, brother, mother, dear to me, daughter, dear. Stimulus word, to kiss, mother, mother, daughter, mother. Stimulus word, burn, mother, great pain, daughter, painful. Stimulus word, door, mother, wide, daughter, big. Stimulus word, hay, mother, dry, daughter, dry. Stimulus word, month, mother, many days, daughter, 31 days. Stimulus word, air, mother, cool, daughter, moist. Stimulus word, coal, mother, sooty, daughter, black. Stimulus word, fruit, mother, sweet, daughter, sweet. Stimulus word, marry, mother, happy child, daughter, child. One might indeed think that in this experiment, where the full scope is given to chance, individuality would become a factor of the utmost importance, and that therefore one might expect a very great diversity and lawlessness of associations. But as we see, the opposite is the case. Thus the daughter lives contentedly in the same circle of ideas as her mother, not only in her thought but in her form of expression. Indeed, she even uses the same words. What could be regarded as more inconsequent, inconstant, and lawless than a fancy, a rapidly passing thought? It is not lawlessness, however, neither is it free but closely determined, within the limits of the milieu. If, therefore, even the superficial and manifestly most inconsequent formations of the intellect are altogether subject to the milieu constellation, what must we not expect for the more important conditions of the mind, for the emotions, wishes, hopes, and intentions? Let us consider a concrete example. The mother is 45 years old and the daughter 16 years. Both have very distinct predicate type expressing personal judgment. Both differ from the father in the most striking manner. The father is a drunkard and a demoralized creature. We can thus readily understand that his wife experiences an emotional voidness which she naturally betrays by her enhanced predicate type. The same causes cannot, however, operate in the case of the daughter, for, in the first place, she is not married to a drunkard, and, in the second, life with all its hopes and promises still lies before her. It is distinctly unnatural for the daughter to show an extreme predicate type expressing personal judgment. She responds to the stimuli of the environment just like her mother. But whereas in the mother the type is in a way a natural consequence of her unhappy condition of life, this condition is entirely lacking in the daughter. The daughter simply imitates the mother. She merely appears like the mother. Let us consider what this can signify for a young girl. If a young girl reacts to the world like an old woman, disappointed in life, this at once shows unnaturalness and constraint. But more serious consequences are possible. As you know, the predicate type is a manifestation of intensive emotions. The emotions are always involved. Thus, we cannot prevent ourselves from responding inwardly, at least, to the feelings and passions of our immediate environment. We allow ourselves to be infected and carried away by it. Originally, the effects and their physical manifestations had a biological significance, i.e., they were a protective mechanism for the individual and the whole herd. If we manifest emotions, we can with certainty expect to receive emotions in return. That is the feeling of the predicate type. What the 45-year-old woman lacks in emotions, i.e., in love in her marriage relations she seeks to obtain in the outside world, and for that reason she is an ardent participant in the Christian Science movement. If the daughter imitates this situation, she copies her mother. She seeks to obtain emotions from the outside. But for a girl of 16, such an emotional state is, to say the least, quite dangerous. Like her mother, she reacts to her environment as a sufferer, soliciting sympathy. Such an emotional state is no longer dangerous in the mother, but for obvious reasons is quite dangerous in the daughter. Once freed from her father and mother, she will be like her mother, i.e., she will be a suffering woman craving for inner gratification. She will thus be exposed to the great danger of falling a victim to brutality and of marrying a brute and inebriate like her father. This conception is of importance in the consideration of the influence of environment and education. The example shows what passes over from the mother to the child. It is not the good and pious precepts, nor is it any other inculcation of pedagogic truths that have a moulding influence upon the character of the developing child, but what most influences him is the peculiarly affective state which is totally unknown to his parents and educators. The concealed discord between the parents, the secret worry, the repressed hidden wishes, all these produce in the individual a certain affective state with its objective signs which slowly but surely, though unconsciously, works its way into the child's mind, producing therein the same conditions and hence the same reactions to external stimuli. We know the depressing effect mournful and melancholic persons have upon us. A restless and nervous individual infects his surroundings with unrest and dissatisfaction, a grumbler with his discontent, etc. Since grown-up persons are so sensitive to surrounding influences, we should certainly expect this to be even more noticeable among children, whose minds are as soft and plastic as wax. The father and mother impress deeply into the child's mind the seal of their personality. The more sensitive and mouldable the child, the deeper is the impression. Thus, things that are never even spoken about are reflected in the child. The child imitates the gesture, and just as the gesture of the parent is the expression of an emotional state, so in turn the gesture gradually produces in the child a similar feeling, as it feels itself, so to speak, into the gesture. Just as the parents adapt themselves to the world, so does the child. At the age of puberty, when it begins to free itself from the spell of the family, it enters into life with, so to say, a surface adaptation entirely in keeping with that of the father and mother. The frequent and often very deep depressions of puberty emanate from this. They are symptoms which are rooted in the difficulty of new adjustment. The youthful person at first tries to separate himself as much as possible from his family. He may even estrange himself from it, but inwardly this only ties him the more firmly to the parental image. I cite the case of a young neurotic who ran away from his parents. He was estranged from and almost hostile to them, but he admitted to me that he possessed a special sanctum. It was a strong box containing his old childhood books, old dried flowers, stones, and even small bottles of water from the well at his home and from a river along which he walked with his parents, etc. The first attempts to assume friendship and love are constellated in the strongest manner possible by the relation to the parents, and here one can usually observe how powerful are the influences of the familiar constellations. It is not rare, for instance, for a healthy man whose mother was hysterical to marry a hysteric, or for the daughter of an alcoholic to choose an alcoholic for her husband. I was once consulted by an intelligent and educated young woman of 26 who suffered from a peculiar symptom. She thought that her eyes now and then took on a strange expression which exerted a disagreeable influence on men. If she then looked at a man and he became self-conscious, turned away and said something rapidly to his neighbour, at which both were either embarrassed or inclined to laugh, the patient was convinced that her look excited indecent thoughts in the men. It was impossible to convince her of the falsity of her conviction. This symptom immediately aroused in me the suspicion that I dealt with a case of paranoia rather than with a neurosis. But, as was shown only 3 days later by the further course of the treatment, I was mistaken, for the symptom promptly disappeared after it had been explained by analysis. It originated in the following manner. The lady had a lover who deserted her in a very marked manner. She felt utterly forsaken. She withdrew from all society and pleasure, and entertained suicidal ideas. In her seclusion there accumulated unadmitted and repressed erotic wishes, which she unconsciously projected on men whenever she was in their company. This gave rise to the conviction that her look excited erotic wishes in men. Further investigation showed that her deserting lover was a lunatic, which she had not apparently observed. I expressed my surprise at her unsuitable choice, and added that she must have had a certain predilection for loving mentally abnormal persons. This she denied, stating that she had once before been engaged to be married to a normal man. He, too, deserted her, and on further investigation it was found that he, too, had been in an insane asylum shortly before, another lunatic. This seemed to me to confirm with sufficient certainty my belief that she had an unconscious tendency to choose insane persons. Whence originated this strange taste? Her father was an eccentric character, and in later years entirely estranged from his family. Her whole love had therefore been turned away from her father to a brother 8 years her senior. Him she loved and honoured as a father, and this brother became hopelessly insane at the age of 14. That was apparently the model from which the patient could never free herself, after which she chose her lovers, and through which she had to become unhappy. Her neurosis, which gave the impression of insanity, probably originated from this infantile model. We must take into consideration that we are dealing in this case with a highly educated and intelligent lady, who did not pass carelessly over her mental experiences, who indeed reflected much over her unhappiness, without, however, having any idea whence her misfortune originated. There are things which unconsciously appear to us as a matter of course, and it is for this reason that we do not see them truly, but attribute everything to the so-called congenital character. I could cite any number of examples of this kind. Every patient furnishes contributions to the subject of the determination of destiny through the influence of the familiar milieu. In every neurotic we see how the constellation of the infantile milieu influences not only the character of the neurosis, but also life's destiny, even in its minute details. The unhappy choice of a profession and innumerable matrimonial failures can be traced to this constellation. There are, however, cases where the profession has been well chosen, where the husband or wife leaves nothing to be desired, and where still the person does not feel well but works and lives under constant difficulties. Such cases often appear under the guise of chronic neurasthenia. Here the difficulty is due to the fact that the mind is unconsciously split into two parts of divergent tendencies which are impeding each other. One part lives with the husband or with the profession, while the other lives unconsciously in the past with the father or mother. I have treated a lady who, after suffering many years from a severe neurosis, merged into a dementia praecox. The neurotic affection began with her marriage. This lady's husband was kind, educated, well-to-do, and in every respect suitable for her. His character showed nothing that would in any way interfere with a happy marriage. The marriage was nevertheless unhappy, all congenial companionship being excluded because the wife was neurotic. The important heuristic axiom of every psychoanalysis reads as follows. If a person develops a neurosis, this neurosis contains the counter-argument against the relation of the patient to the individual with whom he is most intimately connected. A neurosis in the husband loudly proclaims that he has intensive resistances and contrary tendencies against his wife. If the wife has a neurosis, she has a tendency which diverges from her husband. If the person is unmarried, the neurosis is then directed against the lover or the sweetheart or against the parents. Every neurotic naturally strives against this relentless formulation of the content of his neurosis, and he often refuses to recognize it at any cost, but still it is always justified. To be sure, the conflict is not on the surface, but must generally be revealed through a painstaking psychoanalysis. The history of our patient reads as follows. The father had a powerful personality. She was his favourite daughter, and entertained for him a boundless veneration. At the age of 17, she for the first time fell in love with a young man. At that time she twice dreamt the same dream, the impression of which never left her in all her later years. She even imputed a mystic significance to it, and often recalled it with religious dread. In the dream she saw a tall, masculine figure with a very beautiful white beard. At the sight she was permeated with a feeling of awe and delight as if she experienced the presence of God himself. This dream made the deepest impression on her, and she was constrained to think of it again and again. The love affair of that period proved to be one of little warmth, and was soon given up. Later the patient married her present husband. Though she loved her husband, she was led continually to compare him with her deceased father. This comparison always proved unfavourable to her husband. Whatever the husband said, intended, or did was subjected to this standard, and always with the same result. My father would have done all this better and differently. Our patient's life with her husband was not happy. She could neither respect nor love him sufficiently. She was inwardly dissatisfied. She gradually developed a fervent piety, and at the same time violent hysterical symptoms supervened. She began by going into raptures now over this and now over that clergyman. She was looking everywhere for a spiritual friend, and estranged herself more and more from her husband. The mental trouble manifested itself about 10 years after marriage. In her diseased state, she refused to have anything to do with her husband and child. She imagined herself pregnant by another man. In brief, the resistances against her husband, which hitherto had been laboriously repressed, came out quite openly, and among other things manifested themselves in insults of the gravest kind directed against him. In this case we see how a neurosis appeared, as it were, at the moment of marriage, i.e., this neurosis expresses the counter-argument against the husband. What is the counter-argument? The counter-argument is the father of the patient, for she verified her belief daily that her husband was not the equal of her father. When the patient first fell in love, there had appeared a symptom in the form of an extremely impressive dream or vision. She saw the man with the very beautiful white beard. Who was this man? On directing her attention to the beautiful white beard, she immediately recognized the phantom. It was, of course, her father. Thus, every time the patient merged into a love affair, the picture of her father inopportunely appeared and prevented her from adjusting herself psychologically to her husband. I purposely chose this case as an illustration because it is simple, obvious, and quite typical of many marriages which are crippled through the neurosis of the wife. The cause of the unhappiness always lies in a too firm attachment to the parents. The infantile relationship has not been given up. We find here one of the most important tasks of pedagogy, namely, the solution of the problem how to free the growing individual from his unconscious attachments to the influences of the infantile milieu, in such a manner that he may retain whatever there is in it that is suitable and reject whatever is unsuitable. To solve this difficult question on the part of the child seems to me impossible at present. We know as yet too little about the child's emotional processes. The first and only real contribution to the literature on this subject has in fact appeared during the present year. It is the analysis of a 5-year-old boy published by Freud. The difficulties on the part of the child are very great. They should not, however, be so great on the part of the parents. In many ways, the parents could manage the love of children more carefully, more indulgently, and more intelligently. The sins committed against favourite children by the undue love of the parents could perhaps be avoided through a wider knowledge of the child's mind. For many reasons, I find it impossible to say anything of general validity concerning the bringing up of children as it is affected by this problem. We are as yet very far from general prescriptions and rules. Indeed, we are still in the realm of casuistry. Unfortunately, our knowledge of the finer mental processes in the child is so meagre that we are not yet in any position to say where the greatest trouble lies, whether in the parents, in the child, or in the conception of the milieu. Only psychoanalyses of the kind that Professor Freud has published in the Jahrbuch 1909 will help us out of this difficulty. Such comprehensive and profound observations should act as a strong inducement to all teachers to occupy themselves with Freud's psychology. This psychology offers more values for practical pedagogy than the physiological psychology of the present. End of Lecture 2.
Chapter 2 of Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simona Russo. Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology by Carl Gustav Jung. Translated by Constance Ellen Long. Chapter 2, Lecture 3. Experiences concerning the psychic life of the child. Part 1. Ladies and gentlemen, in our last lecture, we saw how important the emotional processes of childhood are for later life. In today's lecture, I should like to give you some insight into the psychic life of a child through the analysis of a 4-year-old girl. It is much to be regretted that there are few among you who have had the opportunity of reading the analysis of Little Hans, Kleiner Hans, which was published by Freud during the current year. I ought to begin by giving you the content of that analysis, so that you might be in a position to compare Freud's results with those obtained by me, and observed the marked, astonishing similarity between the unconscious creations of the two children. Without a knowledge of the fundamental analysis of Freud, much in the report of the following case will appear strange, incomprehensible, and perhaps unacceptable to you. I beg you, however, to defer your final judgment and to enter upon the consideration of these new subjects with a kindly disposition, for such pioneer work in virgin soil requires not only the greatest patience on the part of the investigator, but also the unprejudiced attention of his audience. Because the Freudian investigations apparently involved a discussion of the most intimate secrets of sexuality, many people have had a feeling of repulsion against them, and have therefore rejected everything as a matter of course without any real disproof. This, unfortunately, has almost always been the fate of Freud's doctrines up to the present. One must not come to the consideration of these matters with the firm conviction that they do not exist, for it may easily happen that for the prejudice they really do not exist. One should perhaps assume the author's point of view for the moment and investigate these phenomena under his guidance. Only in this way can the correctness or otherwise of our observations be affirmed. We may err as all human beings err, but the continual holding up to us of our mistakes, perhaps they are worse than mistakes, does not help us to see things more distinctly. We should prefer to see wherein we err. That should be demonstrated to us in our own sphere of experience. Thus far, however, no one has succeeded in meeting us on our own grounds, nor in giving us a different conception of the things which we ourselves see. We still have to complain that our critics persist in maintaining complete ignorance about the matters in question. The only reason for this is that they have never taken the trouble to become thoroughly acquainted with our method. Had they done this, they would have understood us. The little girl to whose sagacity and intellectual vivacity we are indebted for the following observations is a healthy, lively child of emotional temperament. She has never been seriously ill, and never, even in the realm of the nervous system, had there been observed any symptoms prior to this investigation. In the report which follows, we shall have to waive any connected description, for it is made up of anecdotes which treat of one experience out of a whole cycle of similar ones, and which cannot, therefore, be arranged scientifically and systematically, but must rather be described somewhat in the form of a story. We cannot as yet dispense with this manner of description in our analytical psychology, for we are still far from being able in all cases to separate with unerring certainty what is curious from what is typical. When the little daughter, whom we will call Anna, was about 3 years old, she once had the following conversation with her grandmother. Anna: "Grandmother, why are your eyes so dim?" Grandma: "Because I'm old." "But you will become young again." "No. Do you know, I shall become older and older, and then I shall die." "Well, and then?" "Then I shall be an angel." "And when will you be a little baby again?" The child found here a welcome opportunity for the provisional solution of a problem. For some time before she had been in the habit of asking her mother whether she would ever have a living doll, a little child, or a little brother. This naturally included the question as to the origin of children. As such questions appear only spontaneously and indirectly, the parents attached no significance to them, but responded to them as lightly and in appearance as carelessly as the child seemed to ask them. Thus she once received from her father the pretty story that children are brought by the stork. Anna had already heard somewhere a more serious version, namely, that children are little angels living in heaven, and are brought from heaven by the stork. This theory seems to have become the starting point for the investigating activity of the little one. From the conversation with her grandmother, it could be seen that this theory was capable of wide application, namely, it not only solved in a comforting manner the painful idea of parting and dying, but at the same time also the riddle of the origin of children. Such solutions, which kill at least 2 birds with 1 stone, were formerly tenaciously adhered to in science, and cannot be removed from the mind of the child without a certain amount of shock. Just as the birth of a little sister was a turning point in the history of little Hans, so in this case it was the birth of a brother, which happened when Anna had reached the age of 4 years. The pregnancy of the mother apparently remained unnoticed, i.e., the child never expressed herself on the subject. On the evening before the birth, when labor pains were beginning, the child was in her father's room. He took her on his knee and said, "Tell me, what would you say if you should get a little brother tonight?" "I would kill him," was the prompt answer. The expression "to kill" looks very serious, but in reality is quite harmless, for to kill and to die in child language signify only to remove, either in the active or in the passive sense, as has already been pointed out a number of times by Freud. To kill, as used by the child, is a harmless word, especially so when we know that the child uses the word kill quite promiscuously for all possible kinds of destruction, removal, demolition, etc. It is nevertheless worthwhile to note this tendency, see the analysis of Kleiner Hans, page 5. The birth occurred early in the morning, and later the father entered the room where Anna slept. She awoke as he came in. He imparted to her the news of the advent of a little brother, which she took with surprise and strained facial expression. The father took her in his arms and carried her into the living room. She first threw a rapid glance at her somewhat pale mother, and then displayed something like a mixture of embarrassment and suspicion, as if thinking, "Now what else is going to happen?" Father's impression. She displayed hardly any pleasure at the sight of the new arrival. so that the cool reception she gave it caused general disappointment. During the forenoon she kept very noticeably away from her mother. This was the more striking, as she was usually much attached to her. But once when her mother was alone, she ran into the room, embraced her, and said, "Well, aren't you going to die now?" Now a part of the conflict in the child's psyche is revealed to us. Though the stork theory was never really taken seriously, she accepted the fruitful rebirth hypothesis, according to which a person by dying helps a child into life. Accordingly, the mother too must die. Why then should the newborn child, against whom she already felt childish jealousy, cause her pleasure? It was for this reason that she had to seek a favorable opportunity of reassuring herself as to whether the mother was to die, or rather was moved to express the hope that she would not die. With this happy issue, however, the rebirth theory sustained a severe shock. How was it possible now to explain the birth of her little brother and the origin of children in general? There still remained the stork theory, which, though never expressly rejected, had been implicitly waived through the assumption of the rebirth theory. The explanations next attempted unfortunately remained hidden from the parents, as the child went to stay with her grandmother for a few weeks. From the latter's report, the stork theory was often discussed, and was naturally reinforced by the concurrence of those about her. When Anna returned to her parents, she again, on meeting her mother, evinced the same mixture of embarrassment and suspicion which she had displayed after the birth. The impression, though inexplicable, was quite unmistakable to both parents. Her behavior towards the baby was very nice. During her absence a nurse had come into the house who, on account of her uniform, made a deep impression on Anna. To be sure, the impression at first was quite unfavourable, as she evinced the greatest hostility to her. Thus nothing could induce her to allow herself to be undressed and put to sleep by this nurse. Whence this resistance originated was soon shown in an angry scene near the cradle of the little brother, in which Anna shouted at the nurse, "This is not your little brother, he is mine." Gradually, however, she became reconciled to the nurse and began to play nurse herself. She had to have her white cap and apron, and nursed now her little brother, and now her doll. In contrast to her former mood, she became unmistakably mournful and dreamy. She often sat for a long time under the table, singing stories and making rhymes which were partially incomprehensible, but sometimes contained the nurse theme, "I am a nurse of a green cross." Some of the stories, however, distinctly showed a painful feeling striving for expression. Here we meet with a new and important feature in the little one's life. That is, we meet with reveries, even a tendency towards poetic fancies and melancholic attacks. All of them things which we are wont first to encounter at a later period of life, at a time when the youth or maiden is preparing to sever the family tie and to enter independently upon life, but is still held back by an inward painful feeling of homesickness for the warmth of the parental hearth. At such a time the youth begins to replace what is lacking with poetic fancies in order to compensate for the deficiency. To approximate the psychology of a 4-year-old child to that of the youth approaching puberty will at first sight seem paradoxical. The relationship lies, however, not in the age, but rather in the mechanism. The elegiac reveries express the fact that a part of that love which formerly belonged, and should belong, to a real object, is now introverted, that is, it is turned inward into the subject, and there produces an increased imaginative activity. What is the origin of this introversion? Is it a psychological manifestation peculiar to this age, or does it owe its origin to a conflict? This is explained in the following occurrence. It often happened that Anna was disobedient to her mother. She was insolent, saying, "I am going back to Grandma." Mother, "But I shall be sad when you leave me." Anna, "Oh, but you have my little brother." This reaction towards the mother shows what the little one was really aiming at, with her threats to go away again. She apparently wished to hear what her mother would say to her proposal, that is, to see what attitude her mother would actually assume to her, whether her little brother had not ousted her altogether from her mother's regard. One must, however, give no credence to this little trickster, for the child could readily see and feel that, despite the existence of the little brother, there was nothing essentially lacking in her mother's love. The reproach to which she subjects her mother is therefore unjustified, and to the trained ear this is betrayed by a slightly affected tone. Such an unmistakable tone does not expect to be taken seriously, and hence it obtrudes itself more vehemently. The reproach as such cannot be taken seriously by the mother, for it was only the forerunner of other, and this time more serious resistance. Not long after the conversation narrated above, the following scene took place. Mother: "Come, we are going into the garden now." Anna: "You are telling lies. Take care if you are not telling the truth." Mother: "What are you thinking of? I am telling the truth." Anna: "No, you are not telling the truth." Mother: "You will soon see that I am telling the truth. We are going into the garden now." Anna: "Indeed, is that true? Is that really true? Are you not lying?" Scenes of this kind were repeated a number of times. This time the tone was more rude and more vehement, and at the same time the accent of the word lie betrayed something special which the parents did not understand. Indeed, at first they attributed too little significance to the spontaneous utterances of the child. In this they merely did what education usually does in general, ex officio. We usually pay little heed to the children in every stage of life. In all essential matters, they are treated as not responsible, and in all unessential matters, they are trained with an automatic precision. Under resistances, there always lies a question, a conflict, of which we hear later and on other occasions. But usually one forgets to connect the things heard with the resistances. Thus, on another occasion, Anna put to her mother the following questions. Anna: "I should like to become a nurse when I grow big. Why did you not become a nurse?" Mother: "Why, as I have become a mother, I have children to nurse anyway." Anna, reflecting: "Indeed, shall I be a lady like you, and shall I talk to you then?" The mother's answer again shows whither the child's question was really directed. Apparently Anna too would like to have a child to nurse, just as the nurse has. Where the nurse got the little child is quite clear. Anna too could get a child in the same way if she were big. Why did not the mother become such a nurse? That is to say, how did she get a child if not in the same way as the nurse? Like the nurse, Anna too could get a child, but how that fact might be changed in the future, or how she might come to resemble her mother in the matter of getting children, is not clear to her. From this resulted the thoughtful question: "Indeed, shall I be a lady like you? Shall I be quite different?" The stork theory evidently had come to naught. The dying theory met a similar fate. Hence she now thinks one might get a child in the same way as, for example, the nurse got hers. She too could get one in this natural way, but how about the mother, who is no nurse and still has children? Looking at the matter from this point of view, Anna asks, "Why did you not become a nurse? Namely, why have you not got your child in the natural way?" This peculiar, indirect manner of questioning is typical and evidently corresponds with the child's hazy grasp of the problem, unless we assume a certain diplomatic uncertainty prompted by a desire to evade direct questioning. We shall later find an illustration of this possibility. Anna is evidently confronted with a question: where does the child come from? The stork did not bring it. Mother did not die, nor did mother get it in the same way as the nurse. She had, however, asked this question before and received the information from her father that the stork brings children. This is positively untrue. She can never be deceived on this point. Accordingly, Papa and Mamma and all the others lie. This readily explains her suspicion, the childbirth and her discrediting of her mother. But it also explains another point, namely the elegiac reveries which we have attributed to a partial introversion. We know now what was the real object from which love was removed and uselessly introverted, namely, it had to be taken from the parents who deceived her and refused to tell her the truth. What can this be which must not be uttered? What is going on here? Such were the parenthetic questions of the child, and the answer was, evidently this must be something to be concealed, perhaps something dangerous. Attempts to make her talk and to draw out the truth by means of artful questions were futile. So resistance is placed against resistance, and the introversion of love begins. It is evident that the capacity for sublimation in a 4-year-old child is still too slightly developed to be capable of performing more than symptomatic services. The mind, therefore, depends on another compensation, namely, it resorts to one of the relinquished infantile devices for securing love by force, preferably that of crying and calling the mother at night. This had been diligently practiced and exhausted during her first year. It now returns, and corresponding to the period of life has become well determined and equipped with the recent impressions. It was just after the earthquakes in Messina, and this event was discussed at the table. Anna was extremely interested in everything. She repeatedly asked her grandmother to tell her how the earth shook, how the houses fell in, and many people lost their lives. After this she had nocturnal fears. She could not be alone. Her mother had to go to her and stay with her, otherwise she feared that an earthquake would happen, that the house would fall and kill her. During the day, too, she was much occupied with such thoughts. While waking with her mother, she annoyed her with such questions as, "Will the house be standing when we return home? Are you sure there is no earthquake at home? Will Papa still be living?" About every stone lying in the road she asked whether it was from an earthquake. A building in course of erection was a house destroyed by the earthquake, etc. Finally, she began to cry out frequently at night that the earthquake was coming and that she heard the thunder. Each evening she had to be solemnly assured that there was no earthquake coming. Many means of calming her were tried. Thus she was told, for example, that earthquakes only occur where there are volcanoes, but then she had to be satisfied that the mountains surrounding the city were not volcanoes. This reasoning led the child by degrees to a desire for learning, as strong as it was unnatural at her age, which showed itself in a demand that all the geological atlases and textbooks should be brought to her from her father's library. For hours she rummaged through these works, looking for pictures of volcanoes and earthquakes, and asking questions continually. Here we are confronted by an energetic effort to sublimate the fear into an eager desire for knowledge, which at this age made a decidedly premature exaction. But how many a gifted child suffering in exactly the same way with such problems is cosseted through this untimely sublimation, by no means to its advantage. For by favoring sublimation at this age, one is merely strengthening manifestation of neurosis. The root of the eager desire for knowledge is fear, and fear is the expression of a converted libido. That is, it is the expression of an introversion which has become neurotic, which at this age is neither necessary nor favorable for the development of the child. Whether this eager desire for knowledge was ultimately directed is explained by a series of questions which arose almost daily. Why is Sophie, a younger sister, younger than I? Where was Freddie, the little brother, before? Was he in heaven? What was he doing there? Why did he come down just now? Why not before? This state of affairs led the father to decide that the mother should tell the child when occasion offers the truth concerning the origin of the little brother. This having been done, Anna soon thereafter asked about the stork. Her mother told her that the story of the stork was not true, but that Freddie grew inside her mother like the flower in a plant. At first he was very little, and then he became bigger and bigger, as a plant does. She listened attentively without the slightest surprise and then asked, "But did he come out all by himself?" Mother: "Yes." Anna: "But he cannot walk." Sophie: "Then he crawled out." Anna, overhearing her little sister's answer, "Is there a hole here?" pointing to the breast, "or did he come out of the mouth?" "Who came out of the nurse?" She then interrupted herself and exclaimed, "No, no, the stork brought baby brother down from heaven." She soon left the subject and again wished to see pictures of volcanoes. During the evening following this conversation she was calm. The sudden explanation produced in the child a whole series of ideas, which manifested themselves in certain questions. New, unexpected perspectives were open. She rapidly approached the main problem, namely the question, where did the baby come out? Was it from a hole in the breast or from the mouth? Both suppositions are entirely qualified to form acceptable theories. We even meet with recently married women who still entertain the theory of the hole in the abdominal wall or of the caesarean section. This is supposed to betray a very unusual degree of innocence. But, as a matter of fact, it is not innocence. We are always dealing in such cases with infantile sexual activities, which in later life have brought the vias naturalis into ill repute. It may be asked where the child got the absurd idea that there is a hole in the breast, or that the birth takes place through the mouth. Why did she not select one of the natural openings existing in the pelvis, from which things come out daily? The explanation is simple. Very shortly before, our little one had invoked some educational criticism from her mother by a heightened interest in both openings, with their remarkable expressions, an interest not always in accord with the requirements of cleanliness and decorum. Then, for the first time, she became acquainted with the exceptional laws relating to these bodily regions, and, being a sensitive child, she soon learned that there was something here to be tabooed. This region, therefore, must not be referred to. Anna had simply shown herself docile, and had so adjusted herself to the cultural demands that she thought, at least spoke, of the simplest things last. The incorrect theories substituted for correct laws sometimes persist for years until brusque explanations come from without. It is therefore no wonder that such theories, the forming of an adherence to which are favored, even by parents and educationalists, should later become determinants for important symptoms in a neurosis, or of delusions in a psychosis, just as I have shown that in dementia praecox, what had existed in the mind for years always remains somewhere, though it may be hidden under compensations of a seemingly different kind. But even before this question was settled as to where the child really comes out, a new problem obtruded itself, viz., the children came out of the mother, but how is it with the nurse? Did someone come out of her too? This question was followed by the remark, "No, no, the stork brought down baby brother from heaven." What is there peculiar about the fact that nobody came out of the nurse? We recall that Anna identified herself with the nurse and planned to become a nurse later, for she too would like to have a child, and she could have one as well as the nurse. But now, when it is known that the little brother grew in mamma, how is it now? This disquieting question is averted by a quick return to the stork angel theory, which has never been really believed, and which after a few trials is at last definitely abandoned. Two questions, however, remain in the air. The first reads as follows: where does the child come out? The second, a considerably more difficult one, reads: how does it happen that mamma has children, while the nurse and the servants do not? All these questions did not at first manifest themselves. End of Part 1 of Lecture 3 from Chapter 2. Chapter 2 of Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simona Rusu. Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology by Carl Gustav Jung. Chapter 2, Lecture 3. Experiences concerning the psychic life of the child. Part 2. On the day following the explanation, while at dinner, Anna spontaneously remarked, "My brother is in Italy and has a house of cloth and glass, but it does not tumble down." In this case, as in the others, it was impossible to ask for an explanation. The resistances were too great, and Anna could not be drawn into conversation. This former officious and pretty explanation is very significant. For some 3 months, the two sisters had been building a stereotyped, fanciful conception of a big brother. This brother knows everything, he can do and has everything. He has been and is in every place where the children are not. He is owner of great cows, oxen, horses, dogs, everything is his, etc. Everyone has such a big brother. We must not look far from the origin of this fancy. The model for it is the father who seems to correspond to this conception. He seems to be like a brother to Mamma. The children too have their similar powerful brothers. This brother is very brave. He is at present in dangerous Italy and inhabits an impossible fragile house, and it does not tumble down. For the child, this realizes an important wish. The earthquake is no longer to be dangerous. In consequence, the child's fear disappeared and did not return. The fear of earthquakes now entirely vanished. Instead of calling her father to her bed to conjure away the fear, she now became very affectionate and begged him every night to kiss her. In order to test this new state of affairs, the father showed her pictures illustrating volcanoes and earthquake devastations. Anna remained unaffected. She examined the pictures with indifference, remarking, "These people are dead. I have already seen that quite often." The picture of a volcanic eruption no longer had any attraction for her. Thus all her scientific interest collapsed and vanished as suddenly as it came. During the days following the explanation, Anna had quite important matters to occupy herself with. She disseminated her newly acquired knowledge among those about her in the following manner. She began by again circumstantially affirming what had been told her, viz., that Freddie, her younger sister, and herself had grown in her mother, that Papa and Mamma grew in their mothers, and that the servants likewise grew in their respective mothers. By frequent questions she tested the true basis of her knowledge, for her suspicion was aroused in no small measure, so that it needed many confirmations to remove all her uncertainties. On one occasion the trustworthiness of the theory threatened to go to pieces. About a week after the explanation, the father was taken ill with influenza and had to remain in bed during the forenoon. The children knew nothing about this, and Anna, coming into the parents' bedroom, saw what was quite unusual, namely, that her father was remaining in bed. She again took on a peculiar surprised expression. She remained at a distance from the bed and would not come nearer. She was apparently again reserved and suspicious. But suddenly she burst out with the question, "Why are you in bed? Have you a plant in your inside too?" The father naturally had to laugh. He calmed her, however, by assuring her that children never grow in the father, that only women can have children, and not men. Thereupon the child again became friendly. But though the surface was calm, the problems continued to work in the dark. A few days later, while at dinner, Anna related the following dream. "I dreamed last night of Noah's Ark." The father then asked her what she had dreamed about it, but Anna's answer was sheer nonsense. In such cases it is necessary only to wait and pay attention. A few minutes later she said to her mother, "I dreamed last night about Noah's Ark, and there were a lot of little animals in it." Another pause. She then began her story for the third time. "I dreamed last night about Noah's Ark, and there were a lot of baby animals in it, and underneath there was a lid, and that opened, and all the baby animals fell out." The children really had a Noah's Ark, but its opening, a lid, was on the roof and not underneath. In this way she delicately intimated that the story of the birth from mouth or breast is incorrect, and that she had some inkling where the children came out. A few weeks then passed without any noteworthy occurrences. On one occasion she related the following dream. I dreamt about Papa and Mamma. They had been sitting late in the study, and we children were there too. On the face of this we find a wish of the children to be allowed to sit up as long as the parents. This wish is here realized, or rather it is utilized to express a more important wish, namely to be present in the evening when the parents are alone. Of course, quite innocently, it was in the study where she had seen all the interesting books, and where she has satiated her thirst for knowledge. It is, she was really seeking an answer to the burning question, whence the little brother came. If the children were there, they would find out. A few days later, Anna had a terrifying dream from which she awoke crying. "The earthquake is coming! The house has begun to shake!" Her mother went to her and calmed her by saying that the earthquake was not coming, that everything was quiet, and that everybody was asleep. Whereupon Anna said, "I would like to see the spring, when all the little flowers are coming out, and the whole lawn is full of flowers. I would like to see Freddy. He has such a dear little face. What is Papa doing? What is he saying?" The mother said, "He is asleep, and isn't saying anything now." Little Anna then remarked with a sarcastic smile, "He will surely be sick again tomorrow." This text should be read backwards. The last sentence was not meant seriously, as it was uttered in a mocking tone. When the father was sick the last time, Anna suspected that he had a plant in his inside. The sarcasm signifies, tomorrow Papa is surely going to have a child. But this also is not meant seriously. Papa is not going to have a child. Mamma alone has children. Perhaps she will have another child tomorrow, but where from? What does Papa do? The formulation of the difficult problem seems here to come to the surface. It reads, "What does Papa really do if he does not bear children?" The little one is very anxious to have a solution for all these problems. She would like to know how Freddy came into the world. She would like to see how the little flowers came out of the earth in the spring. And these wishes are hidden behind the fear of earthquakes. After this intermezzo, Anna slept quietly until morning. In the morning her mother asked her what she had dreamt. She did not at first recall anything, and then said, "I dreamt that I could make the summer, and then someone threw a punch down into the closet." This peculiar dream apparently has two different scenes, which are separated by "then." The second part draws its material from the recent wish to possess a punch, that is, to have a boy doll, just as Mamma has a little boy. Someone threw punch down into the closet. One often lets other things fall down into the water closet. It is just like this that the children too come out. We have here an analogy to the lump theory of little Hans. Whenever several scenes are found in one dream, each scene ordinarily represents a particular variation of the complex elaboration. Here, accordingly, the first part is only a variation of the theme found in the second part. The meaning of "to see the spring" or "to see the little flowers come out" we have already remarked. Anna now dreams that she can make the summer, that is, she can bring it about that the little flowers shall come out. She herself can make a little child, and the second part of the dream represents this just as one makes a motion in the VIII. Here we find the egotistic wish which is behind the seemingly objective interest of the previous night's conversation. A few days later, the mother was visited by a lady who expected soon to become a mother. The children seemed to take no interest in the matter, but the next day they amused themselves with the following play, which was directed by the elder girl. They took all the newspapers they could find in their father's paper basket, and stuffed them under their clothes, so that the imitation was unmistakable. During the night little Anna had another dream. "I dreamt about a woman in the city. She had a very big stomach." The chief actor in a dream is always a dreamer himself, under some definite aspect. Thus the childish play of the day before is fully solved. Not long after, Anna surprised her mother with the following performance. She stuck her doll under her clothes, then pulled it out slowly, head downwards, and at the same time remarked, "Look, the baby is coming out. Now it is all out." By this means Anna tells her mother, "You see, thus I apprehend the problem of birth. What do you think of it? Is that right?" The play is really meant to be a question, for, as we shall see later, this idea had to be officially confirmed. That rumination on this problem by no means ended here, is slowly by the occasional ideas conceived during the following weeks. Thus she repeated the same play a few days later with her teddy bear, who stands in the relation of an especially beloved doll. One day, looking at a rose, she said to her grandmother, "See, the rose is getting a baby." As her grandmother did not quite understand her, she pointed to the enlarged calyx and said, "Don't you see it is quite fat here?" Anna once quarreled with her younger sister, and the latter exclaimed angrily, "I will kill you," whereupon Anna answered, "When I am dead you will be all alone. Then you will have to pray to God for a live baby." But the scene soon changed. Anna was the angel, and the younger sister was forced to kneel before her and pray to her that she should present to her a living child. In this way Anna became the child-dispensing mother. Oranges were once served at table. Anna impatiently asked for one and said, "I am going to take an orange and swallow it all down into my stomach, and then I shall get a baby." Who does not think here of fairy tales in which childless women become pregnant by swallowing fruit, fish, and similar things? In this way, Anna sought to solve the problem how the children actually come into the mother. She thus enters into a formulation which hitherto had not been defined with so much clearness. The solution follows in the form of an analogy, which is quite characteristic of the archaic thinking of the child. In the adult, too, there is a kind of thinking by metaphor, which belongs to the stratum lying immediately below consciousness. Dreams bring the analogies to the surface. The same may be observed also in dementia praecox. In German, as well as in numerous foreign fairy tales, one frequently finds such characteristic childish comparisons. Fairy tales seem to be the myths of the child, and therefore contain, among other things, the mythology which the child weaves concerning the sexual processes. The spell of the fairy tale poetry, which is felt even by the adult, is explained by the fact that some of the old theories are still alive in our unconscious minds. We experience a strange, peculiar, and familiar feeling when a conception of our remotest youth is again stimulated. Without becoming conscious, it merely sends into consciousness a feeble copy of its original emotional strength. The problem how the child gets into the mother was difficult to solve. As the only way of taking things into the body is through the mouth, it could evidently be assumed that the mother ate something like a fruit, which then grows inside her. But then comes another difficulty, namely, it is clear enough what the mother produces, but it is not yet clear what the father is good for. What does the father do? Anna now occupied herself exclusively with this question. One morning she ran into the parents' bedroom while they were dressing. She jumped into her father's bed, lay face downwards, kicked with her legs, and called at the same time, "Look, does Papa do that?" The analogy to the horse of little Hans, which raised such disturbance with its legs, is very surprising. With this last performance, the problem seemed to be at rest entirely. At least the parents found no opportunity to make any pertinent observations. That the problem should come to a standstill just here is not at all surprising, for this is really its most difficult part. Moreover, we know from experience that not many children go beyond these limits during the period of childhood. The problem is almost too difficult for the childish mind, which still lacks much knowledge necessary to its solution. This standstill lasted about 5 months, during which no phobias or other signs of complex elaboration appeared. After this lapse of time, there appeared premonitory signs of some new incidents. Anna's family lived at the time in the country near a lake where the mother and children could bathe. As Anna was afraid to wade farther into the water than knee-deep, Her father once put her into the water, which led to an outburst of crying. In the evening, while going to bed, Anna asked her mother, "Do you not believe that father wanted to drown me?" A few days later there was another outburst of crying. She continued to stand in the gardener's way until he finally placed her in a newly dug hole. Anna cried bitterly and afterwards maintained that the gardener wished to bury her. Finally she awoke during the night with fearful crying. Her mother went to her in the adjoining room and quieted her. She had dreamt that a train passed and then fell in a heap. This tallies with the stagecoach of Little Hans. These incidents showed clearly enough that fear was again in the air, it is, that a resistance had again arisen, preventing transference to the parents, and that therefore a great part of her love was converted into fear. This time suspicion was not directed against the mother, but against the father, who she was sure must know the secret, but would never let anything out. What could the father be doing or keeping secret? To the child this secret appeared as something dangerous, so that she felt the worst might be expected from the father. This feeling of childish anxiety with the father as object we see again most distinctly in adults, especially in dementia praecox, which lifts the veil of obscurity from many unconscious processes as though it were following psychoanalytic principles. It was for this reason that Anna came to the apparently absurd conclusion that her father wanted to drown her. At the same time, her fear contained the thought that the object of the father had some relation to a dangerous action. This stream of thought is no arbitrary interpretation. Anna, meanwhile, grew a little older, and her interest in her father took on a special coloring which is hard to describe. Language has no words to describe the quite unique kind of tender curiosity which shone in the child's eyes. Anna once took marked delight in assisting the gardener while he was sowing grass, without apparently divulging the profound significance of her play. About a fortnight later she began to observe with great pleasure the young grass sprouting. On one of these occasions she asked her mother the following question: "Tell me, how did the eyes grow into the head?" The mother told her that she did not know. Anna, however, continued to ask whether God or her papa could tell this. The mother then referred to her father, who might tell her how the eyes grew into the head. A few days later there was a family reunion at tea. When the guests had departed, the father remained at the table reading the paper, and Anna also remained. Suddenly approaching her father, she said, "Tell me, how did the eyes grow into the head?" Father: "They did not grow into the head, they were there from the beginning and grew with the head." "Were not the eyes planted?" "No, they grew into the head like the nose." "Did the mouth and the ears grow in the same way? And the hair too?" "Yes, they all grew in the same way." "And the hair too? But the mouses came into the world naked." "Where was the hair before? Aren't there little seeds for it?" "No, you see the hair really came out of little grains which are like seeds, but these were already in the skin long before, and nobody sowed them." The father was now getting concerned. He knew whither the little one's thoughts were directed, but he did not wish to overthrow, for the sake of a former false application, the opportunely established seed theory, which she had most fortunately gathered from nature. But the child spoke with an unwonted seriousness which demanded consideration. Anna, evidently disappointed and in a distressed tone: "But how did Freddy get into Mamma? Who stuck him in? And who stuck you into your mamma? Where did he come out from?" From this sudden storm of questions the father chose the last for his first answer. "Just think, you know well enough that Freddy is a boy. Boys become men and girls women. Only women and not men can have children. Now just think, where could Freddy come out from?" Anna laughs joyfully and points to her genitals. "Did he come out here?" Father: "Yes, of course, you certainly must have thought of this before." Anna, overlooking the question: "But how did Freddy get in too, Mamma? Did anybody plant him? Was the seed planted?" This very precise question could no longer be evaded by the father. He explained to the child, who listened with the greatest attention, that the mother is like the soil and the father like the gardener, that the father provides the seed which grows in the mother and thus gives origin to a baby. This answer gave extraordinary satisfaction. She immediately ran to her mother and said, "Papa has told me everything, now I know it all." She did not, however, tell what she knew. The new knowledge was, however, put into play the following day. Anna went to her mother and said, "Think, Mamma, Papa told me how Freddy was a little angel and was brought from heaven by a stork." The mother was naturally surprised and said, "No, you are mistaken. Papa surely never told you such a thing." Whereupon the little one laughed and ran away. This was apparently a mode of revenge. Her mother did not wish or was not able to tell her how the eyes grew into the head, hence she did not know how Freddy got into her. It was for this reason that she again tried her with the old story. I wish to impress firmly upon parents and educationalists this instructive example of child psychology. In the learned psychological discussion on the child's psyche, we hear nothing about those parts which are so important for the health and naturalness of our children, nor do we hear more about the child's emotions and conflicts, and yet they play a most important role. It very often happens that children are erroneously treated as quite imprudent and irrational beings. Thus, on indulgently remarking to an intelligent father whose 4-year-old daughter masturbated excessively that care should be exercised in the presence of the child who slept in the same room as the parents, I received the indignant reply, "I can absolutely assure you that the child knows nothing about sexual matters." This recalls that distinguished old neurologist who wished to deny the attribute sexual to a childbirth fantasy which was represented in a dreamy state. On the other hand, a child evincing neurotic talent exaggerated by neurosis may be urged on by solicitous parents. How easy and tempting it would have been, for example, in the present case, to admire, excite, and develop prematurely the child's eager desire for learning, and thereby develop an unnatural blasé state, and a precociousness masking a neurosis. In such cases the parents must look after their own complexes and complex tendencies, and not make capital out of them at the expense of the child. The idea should be dismissed once for all that children are to be held in bondage by their parents, or that they are their toys. They are characteristic and new beings. In the matter of enlightenment on sexual things, it can be affirmed that they suffer from the preconceived opinion that the truth is harmful. Many neurologists are of opinion that even in grown-ups, enlightenment on their own psychosexual processes is harmful and even immoral. Would not the same persons perhaps refuse to admit the existence of the genitals themselves? One should not, however, go from this extreme of prudishness to the opposite one, namely that of enlightenment à tout prix, which may turn out as foolish as it is disagreeable. In this matter, I believe much discretion is advisable. Still, if children come upon an idea, they should be deceived no more than adults. I hope, ladies and gentlemen, that I have shown you what complicated psychic processes psychoanalytic investigation reveals in the child, and how great is the significance of these processes for the mental health as well as for the general psychic development of the child. What I have been unable to show is the universal validity of these observations. Unfortunately, I am not in a position to demonstrate this, for I do not know myself how much of it is universally valid. Only by accumulation of such observations and further penetration into the problems broached shall we gain a complete insight into the laws of psychical development. It is to be regretted that we are at present still far from this goal, but I confidently hope that educators and practical psychologists Whether physicians or deep-thinking parents will not leave us too long unassisted in this immensely important and interesting field. End of Part 2 of Lecture 3 from Chapter 2.
Chapter 3, Part 1 of Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Geoffrey de Senna, Court Lane. Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology by Carl Gustav Jung. Translated by Constance Ellen Long, 1867 to 1923. Chapter 3. The Significance of the Father in the Destiny of the Individual. Ducunt volentem fata, nolentem traunt. Freud has pointed out in many places with unmistakable clearness that the psychosexual relationship of the child towards his parents, particularly towards the father, possesses an overwhelming importance in the content of any later neurosis. This relationship is in fact the infantile channel par excellence, in which the libido flows back when it encounters any obstacles in later years, thus revivifying long-forgotten dreams of childhood. It is ever so in life when we draw back before too great an obstacle, the menace of some severe disappointment or the risk of some too far-reaching decision, the energy stored up for the solution of the task flows back impotent. The by-streams once relinquished as inadequate are again filled up. He who has missed the happiness of a woman's love falls back as a substitute upon some gushing friendship, upon masturbation, upon religiosity. Should he be an erotic, he plunges still further back into the conditions of childhood which have never been quite forsaken, to which even the normal is fettered by more than one link. He returns to the relationship to father and mother. Every psychoanalysis carried out at all thoroughly shows this regression more or less plainly. One peculiarity which stands out in the works and views of Freud is that the relationship to the father is seen to possess an overwhelming importance. This importance of the father in the moulding of the child's psychosexuality may also be discovered in a quite other and remote field, in the investigation of the family. The most recent thorough investigations demonstrate the predominating influence of the father often lasting for centuries. The mother seems of less importance in the family. If this is true for heredity on the physical side, how much more should we expect from the psychological influences emanating from the father? These experiences, and those gained more particularly in an analysis carried out conjointly with Dr. Otto Gross, have impressed upon me the soundness of this view. The problem has been considerably advanced and deepened by the investigations of my pupil, Dr. Emma First, into familial resemblances in the reaction type. First made association experiments on 100 persons belonging to 24 families. Of this extensive material, only the results in 9 families and 37 persons, all uneducated, have been worked out and published. But the painstaking calculations do already permit some valuable conclusions. The associations are classified on the Kraepelin-Aschaffenburg scheme, as simplified and modified by myself. The difference is then calculated between each group of qualities of the subjects experimented upon and the corresponding group of every other subject experimented upon. Thus we finally get the differentiation of the mean in reaction type. The following is the result. Non-related men differ among themselves by 5.9. Non-related women differ among themselves by 6.0. Related men differ among themselves by 4.1. Related women differ among themselves by 3.8. Relatives, and especially related women, have therefore, on the average, resemblance in reaction type. This fact means that the psychological adaptation of relatives differs but slightly. An investigation into the various relationships gave the following. The mean difference of the husband and wife amounts to 4.7. The mean deviation of this mean is, however, 3.7, a very high figure, which signifies that the mean figure, 4.7, is composed of very heterogeneous figures. There are married couples in whom the reaction type is very close and others in whom it is very slight. On the whole, however, father and son, mother and daughter stand remarkably close. The difference between father and son amounts to 3.1. The difference between mother and daughter amounts to 3.0. With the exception of a few cases of married couples where the difference fell to 1.4, these are the lowest differences. In Frost's work, there was a case where the difference between the 45-year-old mother and her 16-year-old daughter was only 0.5. but it was just in this case that the mother and daughter differed from the father's type by 11.8. The father is a coarse, stupid man and alcoholic. The mother goes in for Christian Science. This corresponds with the fact that the mother and daughter exhibit an extreme word predicate type, which is, in my experience, important semiotically for the diagnosis of insufficiency in the sexual object. The word predicate type transparently applies an excessive amount of emotion externally and displays emotions with the unconscious, but nevertheless obvious endeavour to awaken echoing emotions in the experimenter. This view closely corresponds with the fact that in First's material, the number of word predicates increases with the age of the subjects experimented upon. The fact of the extreme similarity between the reaction type of the offspring and the parents is matter for thought. The association experiment is nothing but a small section from the psychological life of a man. At bottom, daily life is nothing but an extensive and many-varied association experiment. In essence, we react in life just as we do in the experiments. Although this truth is evident, still it requires a certain consideration and limitation. Let us take as an instance the case of the unhappy mother of 45 years and her unmarried daughter of 16. The extreme word predicate type of the mother is, without doubt, the precipitate of a whole life of disappointed hopes and wishes. One is not in the least surprised at the word predicate type here. But the daughter of 16 has really not yet lived at all, her real sexual object has not yet been found, and yet she reacts as if she were her mother, with endless disillusions behind her. She has the mother's adaptation, and insofar she is identified with the mother. There is ample evidence that the mother's adaptation must be attributed to her relationship to the father. But the daughter is not married to the father, and therefore does not need this adaptation. She has taken it over from the influence of her milieu, and later on will try to adapt herself to the world with this familial disharmony. In so far as an ill-assorted marriage is unsuitable, the adaptation resulting from it is unsuitable. Clearly, such a fate has many possibilities. To adapt herself to life, this girl either will have to surmount the obstacles of her familial milieu, or, unable to free herself from them, she will succumb to the fate to which such an adaptation predisposes her. Deep within, unnoticed by anyone, there may go on a glossing over of the infantile disharmony, or a development of the negative of the parent's character, accompanied by hindrances and conflicts to which she herself has no clue. Or, growing up, she will come into painful conflict with that world of actualities to which she is so ill adapted, till one stroke of fate after another gradually opens her eyes to the fact that it is herself, infantile and maladjusted, that is amiss. The source of infantile adaptation to the parents is naturally the affective condition on both sides. The psychosexuality of the parents on one side and that of the child on the other. It is a kind of psychical infection. We know that it is not logical truth, but affects in their psychical expressions, which are here the effective forces. It is these that, with the power of the herd instinct, press into the mind of the child, there fashioning and moulding it. In the plastic years between 1 and 5, there have to be worked out all the essential formative lines which fit exactly into the parental mould. Psychoanalytic experience teaches us that, as a rule, the first signs of the later conflict between the parental constellation and individual independence, of the struggle between repression and libido, Freud, occur before the 5th year. The few following histories will show how this parental constellation obstructs the adaptation of the offspring. It must suffice to present only the chief events of these, that is, the events of sexuality. Case 1. A well-preserved woman of 55, dressed poorly but carefully in black, with a certain elegance, the hair carefully dressed, a polite, obviously affected manner, precise in speech, a devotee. The patient might be the wife of a minor official or shopkeeper. She informs me, blushing and dropping her eyes, that she is a divorced wife of a common peasant. She has come to the hospital on account of depression, night terrors, palpitations, slight nervous twitchings in the arms, thus presenting the typical features of a slight climacteric neurosis. To complete the picture, she adds that she suffers from severe anxiety dreams. In her dreams, some man seems to be pursuing her, wild animals attack her, and so on. Her anamnesis begins with a family history. So far as possible, I give her own words. Her father was a fine, stately, rather corpulent man, of imposing appearance. He was very happy in his marriage, for her mother worshipped him. He was a clever man, a master mechanic, and held a dignified and honourable position. There were only 2 children, the patient and an elder sister. The sister was the mother's, and the patient her father's favourite. When the patient was 5 years old, the father died suddenly from a stroke at the age of 42. The patient felt herself very isolated, and was from that time treated by the mother and the eldest sister as the Cinderella. She noticed clearly enough that her mother preferred his sister to herself. Her mother remained a widow, her respect for her husband being too great to allow her to marry a second time. She preserved his memory like a religious cult, and brought up her children in this way. Later on, the sister married, relatively young. The patient did not marry till 24. She never cared for young men. They all seemed insipid. Her mind turned always to more mature men. When about 20, she became acquainted with a stately gentleman, rather over 40, to whom she was much drawn. For various reasons, the friendship was broken off. At 24, she became acquainted with a widower who had 2 children. He was a fine, stately, somewhat corpulent man, and had an imposing presence, like her father. He was 44. She married him and respected him enormously. The marriage was childless. The children, by the first marriage, died from an infectious disease. After 4 years of married life, her husband also died. For 18 years she remained his faithful widow. But at 46, just before the menopause, she experienced a great need of love. As she had no acquaintances, she went to a matrimonial agency and married the first comer, a peasant of some 60 years who had been already twice divorced on account of brutality and perverseness. The patient knew this before marriage. She remained 5 unbearable years with him, when she also obtained a divorce. The neurosis set in a little later. No further discussion will be required for those with psychoanalytic experience. The case is too obvious. For those unversed in psychoanalysis, let me point out that up to her 46th year, the patient did but reproduce most faithfully the milieu of her earliest youth. The sexuality which announced itself so late and so drastically, even here only led to a deteriorated edition of the father surrogate. To this she is brought by this late-blossoming sexuality. Despite repression, the neurosis betrays the ever-fluctuating eroticism of the aging woman who still wants to please affectation, but dares not acknowledge her sexuality. Case 2. A man of 34, of small build, and with a sensible, kindly expression. He is easily embarrassed, blushes often. He came for treatment on account of his nervousness. He says he is very irritable, readily fatigued, has nervous indigestion, is often deeply depressed so that he has thoughts of suicide. Before coming to me for treatment, he had sent me a circumstantial autobiography, or rather a history of his illness, in order to prepare me for his visit. His story began, quote, "My father was a very big and strong man." End quote. This sentence awakened my curiosity. I turned over a page and there read, quote, "When I was 15, a big lad of 19 took me into the wood and indecently assaulted me." End quote. The numerous gaps in the patient's story induced me to obtain a more exact anamnesis from him, which produced the following remarkable facts. The patient is the youngest of 3 brothers. His father, a big red-haired man, was formerly a soldier in the Papal Swiss Guard, and then became a policeman. He was a strict, gruff old soldier who brought up his sons with military precision. He commanded them, did not call them by name, but whistled to them. He had spent his youth in Rome, where he acquired syphilis, from the consequences of which he still suffered in old age. He was fond of talking about his adventures in early life. His eldest son, considerably older than the patient, was exactly like him. He was big, strong, and had reddish hair. The mother was a feeble woman, prematurely aged, exhausted and tired of life. She died at 40 when the patient was 8 years old. He preserved a tender and beautiful memory of his mother. When he went to school, he was always the whipping boy and always the object of his schoolfellows' mockery. The patient considers that his peculiar dialect was to blame for this. Later he was apprenticed to a severe and unkind master, under most trying conditions from which all the other apprentices had run away, finding them intolerable. Here he held out for over 2 years. At 15, the assault already mentioned took place, in addition to some other slighter homosexual experiences. Then fate sent him to France. There he made the acquaintance of a man from the south of France, a great boaster and a Don Juan. He dragged the patient into a brothel. He went unwilling and out of fear. He was impotent there. Later he went to Paris, where his brother, a master mason, the replica of his father, was leading a dissolute life. There the patient remained a long time, badly paid and helping his sister-in-law out of pity. The brother often took him along to a brothel, where the patient was always impotent. Here the brother asked him to make over to him his inheritance, 6,000 francs. He first consulted his second brother, who was also in Paris, who urgently tried to dissuade him from giving the money to his brother, because it would only be squandered. Nevertheless, the patient gave his all to his brother, who indeed soon squandered it. And the second brother, who would have dissuaded him, was also let in for 500 francs. To my astonished question why he had so light-heartedly given the money to his brother without any guarantee, he replied he had asked for it, he was not a bit sorry about the money. He would give him another 6,000 francs if he had it. The eldest brother came to grief altogether, and his wife divorced him. The patient returned to Switzerland and remained for a year without regular employment, often suffering from hunger. During this time he made the acquaintance of a family where he became a frequent visitor. The husband belonged to some peculiar sect. He was a hypocrite and neglected his family. The wife was elderly, ill and weak, and moreover pregnant. There were 6 children in great poverty. The patient developed warm affection for this woman and divided with her the little he possessed. She brought him her troubles, and said she felt sure she would die in childbed. Then he promised her, he who possessed nothing, to take charge of the children himself and bring them up. The wife did die in childbed. The orphanage board interfered, however, and allowed him only 1 child. So he had a child, but no family, and naturally could not bring it up by himself. He thus came to think of marrying. But as he had never been in love with any woman, he was in great perplexity. It then occurred to him that his elder brother was divorced from his wife, and he resolved to marry her. He wrote his intention to her in Paris. She was 17 years older than he, but not disinclined to the plan. She invited him to come to Paris to talk matters over. On the eve of this journey, fate, however, willed that he should run a big iron nail into his foot so that he could not travel. After a little while, when the wound was healed, he went to Paris and found that he had imagined his sister-in-law, and now his fiancée, to be younger and prettier than she really was. The wedding took place, and 3 months later, the first coitus, at the wife's initiative. He himself had no desire for it. They brought up the child together, he in the Swiss and she in the French way, for she was a French woman. At the age of 9, the child was run over and killed by a cyclist. The patient then felt very lonely and dismal at home. He proposed to his wife that she should adopt a young girl, whereupon she broke out in a fury of jealousy. Then for the first time he fell in love with a young girl, whilst at the same time the neurosis started, with deep depression and nervous exhaustion, for meanwhile his life at home had become a hell. My proposition to separate from his wife was refused out of hand, because he could not take upon himself to make the old woman unhappy on his account. He clearly prefers to be tormented still further, for it would seem that the recollection of his youth is more precious to him than any present joys. In this case also, the whole movement of a life takes place in the magic circle of the familial constellation. The relation to the father is the strongest and most momentous issue. Its masochistic homosexual colouring stands out clearly everywhere. Even the unhappy marriage is determined in every way through the father, for the patient marries the divorced wife of his eldest brother, which is as if he married his mother. His wife is also the representative of the mother surrogate, of the friend who died in childbed. The neurosis started at the moment when the libido had obviously withdrawn from this relationship of infantile constellation, and approached for the first time the sexual end determined by the individual. In this, as in the previous case, the familial constellation proves to be by far the stronger. The narrow field vouchsafed by a neurosis is all that remains for the display of individuality. End of Part 1. Chapter 3, Part 2 of Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Geoffrey de Sena, Coeur d'Alene. Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology by Carl Gustav Jung. Translated by Constance Ellen Long, 1867 to 1923. Chapter 3. Case 3. A 36-year-old peasant woman of average intelligence, healthy appearance, and robust build. Mother of 3 healthy children. Comfortable family circumstances. Patient comes to the hospital for treatment for the following reasons. For some weeks she has been terribly wretched and anxious, has been sleeping badly, has terrifying dreams, and suffers also during the day from anxiety and depression. All these things are admittedly without foundation. She herself is surprised at them, and must admit her husband is perfectly right when he insists they are all, quote, stuff and nonsense, end quote. All the same, she cannot get away from them. Strange ideas come to her too. She is going to die and is going to hell. She gets on very well with her husband. The psychoanalytic examination of the case immediately brought the following some weeks before. She happened to take up some religious tracts which had long lain about the house unread. There she read that swearers would go to hell. She took this very much to heart. She has since thought it incumbent on her to prevent people swearing, or she herself will go to hell. About a fortnight before she read these tracts, her father, who lived with her, suddenly died from a stroke. She was not actually present at his death, but arrived when he was already dead. Her terror and grief were very great. In the days following the death, she thought much about it all, wondering why her father had to meet his end so abruptly. In the midst of such meditations, it suddenly occurred to her that the last words she had heard her father say were, quote, "I also am one of those who have fallen from the cart into the devil's clutches." End quote. The remembrance filled her with grief, and she recalled how often her father had sworn savagely. She wondered then whether there really were a life after death, and whether her father were in heaven or hell. During these musings she came across the tracts and began to read them, getting to the place where it said that swearers go to hell. Then came upon her great fear and terror. She overwhelmed herself with reproaches. She ought to have stopped her father's swearing, deserved punishment for her neglect. She would die and would be condemned to hell. Henceforth she was full of sorrow, moody, tormented her husband with this obsessive idea, and renounced all joy and happiness. The patient's life history, reproduced partly in her own words, is as follows. She is the youngest of 5 brothers and sisters, and was always her father's favourite. The father gave her everything she wanted if he possibly could. For instance, if she wanted a new dress and her mother refused it, she could be sure her father would bring her one next time he went to town. The mother died rather early. At 24, the patient married the man of her choice, against her father's wishes. The father simply disapproved of her choice, although he had nothing particular against the man. After the wedding, she made her father come and live with them. That seemed a matter of course, she said, since the other relations had never suggested having him live with them. The father was a quarrelsome swearer and drunkard. Husband and father-in-law, as may easily be imagined, got on extremely badly together. The patient would always meekly fetch her father's spirits from the inn, although this gave rise perpetually to anger and altercations. But she finds her husband, quote, all right, end quote. He is a good, patient fellow with only one failing. He does not obey her father enough. She finds that incomprehensible, and would rather have her husband knuckle under to her father. All said and done, father is still father. In the frequent quarrels, she always took her father's part, but she has nothing to say against her husband, and he is usually right in his protests. But one must help one's father. Soon it began to seem to her that she had sinned against her father by marrying against his will, and she often felt, after one of these incessant wrangles, that her love for her husband had quite vanished. And since her father's death, it is impossible to love her husband any longer, for his disobedience was the most frequent occasion of her father's fits of raging and swearing. At one time, the quarrelling became too painful for the husband, and he induced his wife to find rooms for her father elsewhere, where he lived for 2 years. During this time, husband and wife lived together peaceably and happily. But by degrees the patient began to reproach herself for letting her father live alone. In spite of everything, he was her father. And in the end, despite the husband's protests, she fetched him home again because, as she said, in truth she did love her father better than her husband. Scarcely was the old man back in the house before strife was renewed, and so it went on till the father's sudden death. After this recital she broke out into a whole series of lamentations. She must separate from her husband. She would have done it long ago if it were not for the children. She had indeed done an ill deed, committed a very great sin, when she married her husband against her father's wish. She ought to have taken the man whom her father had wanted her to have. He certainly would have obeyed her father, and then everything would have been right. Oh, her husband was not by a long way so kind as her father. She could do anything with her father, but not with her husband. Her father had given her everything she wanted. Now she would best of all like to die, so that she might be with her father. When this outburst was over, I inquired eagerly on what grounds she had refused the husband her father had suggested to her. The father, a small peasant on a lean little farm, had taken as a servant, just at the time when his youngest daughter came into the world, a miserable little boy, a foundling. The boy developed in most unpleasant fashion. He was so stupid that he could not learn to read or write or even speak quite properly. He was an absolute idiot. As he approached manhood, there developed on his neck a series of ulcers, some of which opened and continually discharged pus, giving such a dirty, ugly creature a horrible appearance. His intelligence did not grow with his years, so he stayed on as servant in the peasant's house without any recognized wage. To this youth the father wanted to marry his favourite daughter. The girl, fortunately, had not been disposed to yield, but now she regretted it, since this idiot would unquestionably have been more obedient to her father than her good man had been. Here, as in the foregoing case, it must be clearly understood that the patient is not at all weak-minded. Both possess normal intelligence, which unfortunately the blinkers of the infantile constellation prevent their using. That appears with quite remarkable clearness in this patient's life story. The father's authority is never questioned. It makes not the least difference that he is a quarrelsome drunkard, the obvious cause of all the quarrels and disturbances. On the contrary, the lawful husband must give way to the bogey. And at last our patient even comes to regret that her father did not succeed in completely destroying her life's happiness. So now she sets about doing that herself through her neurosis, which compels her in the wish to die, that she may go to hell, whither, it be noted, the father has already betaken himself. If we are ever disposed to see some demonic power at work, controlling mortal destiny, surely we can see it here in these melancholy silent tragedies, working themselves out slowly, torturingly, in the sick souls of our neurotics. Some, step by step, continually struggling against the unseen powers, do free themselves from the clutches of the demon who forces his unsuspecting victims from one savage mischance to another. Others rise up and win to freedom, only to be dragged back later to the old paths, caught in the noose of the neurosis. You cannot even maintain that these unhappy people are neurotic or degenerates. If we normal people examine our lives from the psychoanalytic standpoint, we too perceive how a mighty hand guides us insensibly to our destiny, and not always is this hand a kindly one. We often call it the hand of God or of the devil, for the power of the infantile constellation has become mighty during the course of the centuries in affording support and proof to all the religions. But all this does not go so far as to say that we must cast the blame of inherited sins upon our parents. A sensitive child whose intuition is only too quick in reflecting in his own soul all the excesses of his parents must lay the blame for his fate on his own characteristics. But, as our last case shows, this is not always so, for the parents can, and unfortunately only too often do, fortify the evil in the child's soul, preying upon the child's ignorance to make him the slave of their complexes. In our case, this attempt on the part of the father is quite obvious. It is perfectly clear why he wanted to marry his daughter to his brutish creature. He wanted to keep her and make her his slave forever. What he did is but a crass exaggeration of what is done by thousands of so-called respectable educated people who have their own share in this educational dust heap of enforced discipline. The fathers who allow their children no independent possession of their own emotions, who fondle their daughters with ill-concealed eroticism and tyrannical passion, who keep their sons in leading strings, force them into callings, and finally marry them off suitably, and the mothers who even in the cradle excite their children with unhealthy tenderness, later on make them into slavish puppets, and then at last, out of jealousy, destroy their children's love life fundamentally. They all act not otherwise than this stupid and brutal boor. It will be asked, wherein lies the parents' magic power to bind their children to themselves, as with iron fetters, often for the whole of their lives? The psychoanalyst knows that it is nothing but the sexuality on both sides. We are always trying not to admit the child's sexuality. That view only comes from willful ignorance, which happens to be very prevalent again just now. I have not given any real analysis of these cases. We therefore do not know what happened within the hearts of these puppets of fate when they were children. A profound insight into a child's mind, as it grows and lives, hitherto unattainable, is given in Freud's contribution to the first half-yearly volume of Jahrbuch für psychoanalytische und psychopathologische Forschungen. If I venture, after Freud's masterly presentation, to offer another small contribution to the study of the child mind, it is because the psychoanalytic record of cases seems to me always valuable. Case 4. An 8-year-old boy, intelligent, rather delicate-looking, is brought to me by his mother, on account of enuresis. During the consultation, the child always hangs on to his mother, a pretty, youthful woman. The parents' marriage is a happy one, but the father is strict, and the boy, the eldest child, is rather afraid of him. The mother compensates for the father's strictness by corresponding tenderness, to which the boy responds so much that he never gets away from his mother's apron strings. He never plays with his schoolfellows, never goes alone into the streets unless he has to go to school. He fears the boy's roughness and violence, and plays thoughtful games at home or helps his mother with housework. He is extremely jealous of his father. He cannot bear it when the father shows tenderness to the mother. I took the boy aside and asked him about his dreams. He dreams very often of a black snake, which wants to bite his face. Then he cries out, and his mother has to come from the next room to his bedside. In the evening he goes quietly to bed, but when he falls asleep it seems to him that a wicked black man with a saber or gun lies on his bed, a tall, thin man who wants to kill him. His parents sleep in the adjoining room. It often seems to him that something dreadful is going on there, as if they are great black snakes or wicked men who want to kill his mamma. Then he has to cry out, and his mother comes to comfort him. Every time he wets his bed he calls his mother, who has to settle him down again in dry things. The father is a tall, thin man. Every morning he stands at the washstand, naked in full view of the child, to perform a thorough ablution. The child also tells me that at night he is often suddenly waked from sleep by a strange sound in the next room. Then he is always horribly afraid, as if something dreadful were going on in there. Some struggle, but his mother quiets him, says there's nothing to be afraid of. It is not difficult to see whence comes the black snake, and who the wicked man is, and what is happening in the next room. It is equally easy to understand the boy's aim when he calls out for his mother. He is jealous and separates her from the father. This he does also in the daytime whenever he sees his father caressing her. So far the boy is simply his father's rival for his mother's love. But now comes the circumstance that the snake and the bad man also threaten him. There happens to him the same thing as to his mother in the next room. Thus he identifies himself with his mother and proposes a similar relationship for himself with his father. That is, owing to his homosexual component, which feels like a woman towards his father. What enuresis signifies in this case is, from the Freudian standpoint, not difficult to understand. The Micturitian dream throws light upon it. Let me refer to an analysis of the same kind in my article L'analyse des rêves en neuropsychologie, 1909. Enuresis must be regarded as an infantile sex surrogate. In the dream life of adults, too, it is easily used as a cloak for the urge of sexual desire. This little example shows what goes on in the mind of an 8-year-old boy when he is in a position of too much dependence upon his parents, but the blame is also partly due to the too strict father and the too indulgent mother. The infantile attitude here, it is evident, is nothing but infantile sexuality. If now we survey all the far-reaching possibilities of the infantile constellation, we are forced to say that in essence our life's fate is identical with the fate of our sexuality. If Freud and his school devote themselves first and foremost to tracing out the individual's sexuality, it is certainly not in order to excite piquant sensations, but to gain a deeper insight into the driving forces that determine the individual's fate. In this we are not saying too much, rather understating the case. If we can strip off the veils shrouding the problem of individual destiny, we can afterward widen our view from the history of the individual to the history of nations. And first of all we can look at the history of religions, at the history of the fantasy systems of whole peoples and epochs. The religion of the Old Testament elevated to the paterfamilias, to the Jehovah of the Jews, whom the people had to obey in fear and dread. The patriarchs are an intermediate stage towards the deity. The neurotic fear and dread of the Jewish religion, the imperfect, not to say unsuccessful attempt at the sublimation of a still too barbarous people, gave rise to the excessive severity of the Mosaic law, the ceremonial constraint of the neurotic. Only the prophets succeeded in freeing themselves from this constraint. In them the identification with Jehovah, the complete sublimation, is successful. They became the fathers of the people. Christ, the fulfillment of prophecy, put an end to this fear of God, and taught mankind that the true relation to the Godhead is love. Thus he destroyed the ceremonial constraint of the law and gave the example of a personal loving relationship to God. The later imperfect sublimation of the Christian Mass leads again to the ceremonial of the Church, from which occasionally the minds capable of sublimation among the saints and reformers have been able to free themselves. Not without cause, therefore, does modern theology speak of inner or personal experiences as having great enfranchising power. For always the ardour of love transmutes the dread and constraint into a higher, freer type of feeling. What we see in the development of the world process, the original source of the changes in the Godhead, we also see in the individual. Parental power guides the child like a higher controlling fate, but when he begins to grow up, there begins also the conflict between the infantile constellation and the individuality. The parental influence dating from the prehistoric, infantile, period is repressed, sinks into the unconscious, but is not thereby eliminated. By invisible threads it directs the individual creations of the ripening mind as they appear. Like everything that has passed into the unconscious, the infantile constellation sends up into consciousness dim, foreboding feelings, feelings of mysterious guidance and opposing influences. Here are the roots of the first religious sublimations. In the place of the Father, with his constellating virtues and faults, there appears, on the one hand, an altogether sublime deity, on the other, the devil. In modern times, for the most part largely whittled away by the perception of one's own moral responsibility. Elevated love is attributed to the former, a lower sexuality to the latter. As soon as we approach the territory of the neurosis, the antithesis is stretched to the utmost limit. God becomes the symbol of the most complete sexual repression, the devil the symbol of sexual lust. Thus it is that the conscious expression of the Father constellation, like every expression of an unconscious complex when it appears in consciousness, gets its Janus face, its positive and negative components. A curious, beautiful example of this crafty play of the unconscious is seen in the love episode of the Book of Tobias. Sarah, the daughter of Raguel in Ecbatana, desires to marry, but her evil fate wills it that 7 times, one after another, she chooses a husband who dies on the marriage night. The evil spirit Asmodi, by whom she is persecuted, kills these husbands. She prays to Jehovah to let her die rather than suffer this shame again. She is despised even by her father's maidservants. The 8th bridegroom, Tobias, is sent to her by God. He, too, is led into the bridal chamber. Then the old Raguel, who has only pretended to go to bed, gets up again and goes out and digs his son-in-law's grave beforehand, and in the morning sends a maid to the bridal chamber to make sure of the expected death. But this time Asmodi's part is played out. Tobias is alive. Unfortunately, medical etiquette forbids me to give a case of hysteria, which fits in exactly with the above instance, except that there were not 7 husbands, but only 3, ominously chosen under all the signs of the infantile constellation. Our first case, too, comes under this category, and in our third we see the old peasant at work preparing to dedicate his daughter to a like fate. As a pious and obedient daughter, compare her beautiful prayer in chapter 3. Sarah is brought about the unusual sublimation and cleavage of the father complex, and on the one side has elevated her childish love to the adoration of God, on the other has turned the obsessive force of her father's attraction into the persecuting demon Asmodi. The legend is so beautifully worked out that it displays the father in his twofold aspect, on the one hand as the inconsolable father of the bride, on the other as the secret digger of his son-in-law's grave, whose fate he foresees. This beautiful fable has become a cherished paradigm for my analysis. For by no means infrequent are such cases where the father demon has laid his hand upon his daughter, so that her whole life long, even when she does marry, there is never a true union, because her husband's image never succeeds in obliterating the unconscious and eternally operative infantile father ideal. This is valid not only for daughters, but equally for sons. A fine instance of such a father constellation is given in Dr. Brill's recently published Psychological Factors in Dementia Praecox, an Analysis. In my experience, the father is usually the decisive and dangerous object of the child's fantasy, and if ever it happens to be the mother, I have been able to discover behind her a grandfather to whom she belonged in her heart. I must leave this question open. My experience does not go far enough to warrant a decision. It is to be hoped that the experience of the coming years will sink deeper shafts into this still dark land, which I have been able but momentarily to light up, and will discover to us more the secret workshop of that fate-deciding demon of whom Horace says, Scit genius natale comes quid temperat astrum, nature deus humane, mortales in unum, quodque caput, vultum mutabilis, albus et ater. End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in August 2020. Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology by Carl Gustav Jung. Translated by Constance Ellen Long. Chapter 4. A Contribution to the Psychology of Rumour. About a year ago, the school authorities in N asked me to give a professional opinion as to the mental condition of Marie X, a 13-year-old schoolgirl. Marie had been expelled from school because she had been instrumental in originating an ugly rumor, spreading gossip about her class teacher. The punishment hit the child, and especially her parents, very hard, so that the school authorities were inclined to readmit her, if protected by a medical opinion. The facts were as follows. The teacher had heard indirectly that the girls were attributing some equivocal sexual story to him. On investigation it was found that Marie X had one day related a dream to 3 girlfriends which ran somewhat as follows. The class was going to the swimming baths. I had to go to the boys because there was no more room. Then we swam a long way out in the lake. Asked who did so, Lena P., the teacher, and myself. A steamer came along. The teacher asked us if we wished to get into it. We came to K. A wedding was just going on there. Asked whose, a friend of the teacher's. We were also to take part in it. Then we went for a journey. Who? I, Lena P., and the teacher. It was like a honeymoon journey. We came to Andermatt, and there was no more room in the hotel, so we were obliged to pass the night in a barn. The woman got a child there, and the teacher became the godfather. When I examined the child, she told this dream. The teacher had likewise related the dream in writing. In this earlier version, the obvious blanks after the word steamer in the above text were filled up as follows. We got up. Soon we felt cold. An old man gave us a blouse which the teacher put on. On the other hand, there was an omission of the passage about finding no room in the hotel and being obliged to pass the night in the barn. The child told the dream immediately, not only to her 3 friends, but also to her mother. The mother repeated it to me with only trifling differences from the 2 versions given above. The teacher, in his further investigations, carried out with deepest misgivings, failed, like myself, to get indications of any more dangerous material. There is therefore a strong probability that the original recital could not have run very differently. The passage about the cold and the blouse seems to be an early interpolation, for it is an attempt to supply a logical relationship. Coming out of the water one is wet, has on only a bathing dress, and is therefore unable to take part in a wedding before putting on some clothes. At first, of course, the teacher would not allow that the whole affair had arisen only out of a dream. He rather suspected it to be an invention. He was, however, obliged to admit that the innocent telling of the dream was apparently a fact, and that it was unnatural to regard the child as capable of such guile as to indicate some sexual equivocation in this disguised form. For a time he wavered between the view that it was a question of cunning invention and the view that it was really a question of a dream, innocent in itself, which had been understood by the other children in a sexual way. When his first indignation wore off, he concluded that Marie X's guilt could not be so great, and that her fantasies and those of her companions had contributed to the rumour. He then did something really valuable. He placed Marie's companions under supervision, and made them all write out what they had heard of the dream. Before turning our attention to this, let us cast a glance at the dream analytically. In the first place, we must accept the facts and agree with the teacher that we have to do with a dream and not with an invention, for the latter the ambiguity is too great. Conscious invention tries to create unbroken transitions. The dream takes no account of this, but sets to work regardless of gaps, which, as we have seen, here give occasion for interpolations during the conscious revision. The gaps are very significant. In the swimming bath there is no picture of undressing, being unclothed, nor any detailed description of their being together in the water. The omission of being dressed on the ship is compensated for by the above-mentioned interpolation, but only for the teacher, thus indicating that his nakedness was in most urgent need of cover. The detailed description of the wedding is wanting, and the transition from the steamer to the wedding is abrupt. The reason for stopping overnight in the barn at Andermatt is not to be found at first. The parallel to this is, however, the want of room in the swimming bath, which made it necessary to go into the men's department, In the hotel, the want of room again emphasizes the separation of the sexes. The picture of the barn is most insufficiently filled out. The birth suddenly follows and quite without sequence. The teacher as godfather is extremely equivocal. Marie's role in the story is throughout of secondary importance. Indeed, she is only a spectator. All this has the appearance of a genuine dream, and those of my readers who have a wide experience of the dreams of girls of this age will assuredly confirm this view. Hence, the meaning of the dream is so simple that we may quietly leave its interpretation to her school companions, whose declarations are as follows. Oral witnesses. Witness 1. M. dreamed that she and Lena P. had gone swimming with our teacher. After they had swum out in the lake pretty far, M. said she could not swim any further as her foot hurt her so much. The teacher said she might sit on my back. M. got up and they swam out. After a time a steamer came along and they got up on it. Our teacher seems to have had a rope by which he tied M and L together and dragged them out into the lake. They travelled thus as far as Z, where they stepped out. But now they had no clothes on. The teacher bought a jacket, whilst M and L got a long, thick veil, and all three walked up on the street along the lake. This was when the wedding was going on. Presently they met the party. The bride had on a blue silk dress, but no veil. She asked M and L if they would be kind enough to give her their veil. M and L gave it, and in return they were allowed to go to the wedding. They went into the Sun Inn. Afterwards they went a honeymoon journey to Andermatt. I do not know now whether they went to the inn at A or at Z. There they got coffee, potatoes, honey, and butter. I must not say any more, only the teacher finally was made godfather. Remarks. The roundabout story concerning the want of room in the swimming bath is absent. Marie goes direct with her teacher to the bath. Their persons are more closely bound together in the water by means of the rope fastening the teacher and the two girls together. The ambiguity of the getting up in the first story has other consequences here, for the part about the steamer in the first story now occurs in two places. In the first, the teacher takes Marie on his back. The delightful little slip, "She could sit on my back," instead of his, shows the real part taken by the narrator herself in this scene. This makes it clear why the dream brings the steamer somewhat abruptly into action, in order to give an innocent, harmless turn to the equivocal "getting up," instead of another which is common, for instance, in music-hall songs. The passage about the want of clothing, the uncertainty of which has been already noticed, arouses the special interest of the narrator. The teacher buys a jacket, the girls get a long veil, such as one only wears in case of death or at weddings. That the latter is meant is shown by the remark that the bride had none. It is the bride who wears the veil. The narrator, a girlfriend of Marie, here helps the dreamer to dream further. The possession of the veil designates the bride or the brides, Marie and Lena. Whatever is shocking or immoral in this situation is relieved by the girls giving up the veil. It then takes an innocent turn. The narrator follows the same mechanism in the cloaking of the equivocal scene at Andermatt. There is nothing but nice food, coffee, potatoes, honey, butter, a turning back to the infantile life according to the well-known method. The conclusion is apparently very abrupt. The teacher becomes a godfather. Witness 2. M. dreamt she had gone bathing with L.P. and the teacher. Far out in the lake, M. said to the teacher that her leg was hurting her very much. Then the teacher said she could get up on him. I don't know now whether the last sentence was really so told, but I think so. As there was just then a ship on the lake, the teacher said she should swim as far as the ship and then get in. I don't remember exactly how it went on. Then the teacher, or M., I don't really remember which, said that they would get out at Z and run home. Then the teacher called out to two gentlemen who had just been bathing there that they might carry the children to land. Then L.P. sat up on one man and M. on the other fat man, and the teacher held on to the fat man's leg and swam after them. Arrived on land, they ran home. On the way the teacher met his friend who had a wedding. M. said, "It was then the fashion to go on foot, not in a carriage." Then the bride said she must now go along also. Then the teacher said it would be nice if the two girls gave the bride their black veils, which they had got on the way. I can't now remember how. The children gave it her, and the bride said that they were really generous children. Then they went on further and put up at the Sun Hotel. There they got something to eat, I don't know exactly what. Then they went to a barn and danced. All the men had taken off their coats except the teacher. Then the bride said he ought to take off his coat also. Then the teacher hesitated, but finally did so. Then the teacher said he was cold. I must not tell any more, it is improper. That's all I heard of the dream. Remarks. The narrator pays special attention to the getting up, but is uncertain whether in the original it referred to getting up on the teacher or the steamer. This uncertainty is, however, amply compensated for by the elaborate invention of the two strangers who take the girls upon their backs. The getting up is too valuable a thought for the narrator to surrender, but she is troubled by the idea of the teacher seeing the object. The want of clothing likewise arouses much interest. The bride's veil has, it is true, become the black veil of mourning, naturally in order to conceal anything indelicate. There is not only no innocent twisting, but it is conspicuously virtuous. Dear, generous children! The immoral wish has become changed into virtue, which receives special emphasis, arousing suspicion as does every accentuated virtue. This narrator exuberantly fills in the blanks in the scene of the barn. The men take off their coats, the teacher also, and is therefore, i.e., naked, and hence cold. Whereupon it becomes too improper. The narrator has correctly recognized the parallels which were suspected in the criticisms of the original dream. She has filled in the scene about the undressing which belongs to the bathing, for it must finally come out that the girls are together with the naked teacher. Witness 3. M. told me she had dreamt. Once I went to the baths, but there was no room for me. The teacher took me into his dressing room. I undressed and went bathing. I swam until I reached the bank. Then I met the teacher. He said would I not like to swim across the lake with him. I went, and LP also. We swam out and were soon in the middle of the lake. I did not want to swim any further. Now I can't remember it exactly. Soon a ship came up and we got up on the ship. The teacher said, "I am cold," and a sailor gave us an old shirt. The three of us each tore a piece of the shirt away. I fastened it round the neck. Then we left the ship and swam away towards K. LP and I did not want to go further, and two fat men took us upon their backs. In K we got a veil which we put on. In K we went into the street. The teacher met his friend who invited us to the wedding. We went to the Sun and played games. We also danced the polonaise, now I don't remember exactly. Then we went for a honeymoon journey to Andermatt. The teacher had no money with him and stole some chestnuts in Andermatt. The teacher said, "I am so glad that I can travel with my two pupils." Then there is something improper which I will not write. The dream is now finished. Remarks. The undressing together now takes place in the narrow space of the dressing room at the baths. The want of dress on the ship gives occasion to a further variant, the old shirt torn in three. In consequence of great uncertainty, the getting up on the teacher is not mentioned. Instead, the two girls get up on two fat men. As fat becomes so prominent, it should be noted that the teacher is more than a little plump. The setting is thoroughly typical. Each one has a teacher. The duplication or multiplication of the persons is an expression of their significance, i.e., of the stored-up libido. Compare the duplication of the attribute in Dementia Praecox in my Psychology of Dementia Praecox. In cults and mythologies, the significance of this duplication is very striking. cp. the Trinity and the two mystical formulas of confession, Isis unaque es omnia, Hermes omnia solus et terra unus. Proverbially we say he eats, drinks, or sleeps for two. The multiplication of the personality expresses also an analogy or comparison. My friend has the same etiological value, Freud, as myself. In dementia praecox or schizophrenia, to use Bleuler's wider and better term, the multiplication of the personality is mainly the expression of the stored-up libido, for it is invariably the person to whom the patient has transference who is subjected to this multiplication. There are two Professors N. Oh, you are also Dr. J. This morning another came to see me who called himself Dr. J. It seems that, corresponding to the general tendency in schizophrenia, this splitting is an analytic degradation whose motive is to prevent the arousing of too violent impressions. A final significance of the multiplication of personality, which, however, does not come exactly under this concept, is the raising of some attribute of the person to a living figure. A simple instance is Dionysus and his companion Thales, wherein Thales is the equivalent of Phallus, the personification of the penis of Dionysus. The so-called attendants of Dionysus, Satyri, Silene, Mimalones, etc., consist of the personification of the attributes of Dionysus. The scene in Andermatt is portrayed with a nice wit, or more properly speaking, dreamt further. The teacher steals chestnuts. That is equivalent to saying he does what is prohibited. By chestnuts is meant roasted chestnuts, which on account of the incision are known as a female sexual symbol. Thus the remark of the teacher that he was especially glad to travel with his pupils, following directly upon the theft of the chestnuts, becomes intelligible. This theft of the chestnuts is certainly a personal interpolation, for it does not occur in any of the other accounts. It shows how intensive was the inner participation of the school companions of Marie X in the dream, resting upon similar etiological requirements. This is the last of the oral witnesses. The story of the veil, the pain in the feet, are items which we may perhaps suspect to have been suggested in the original narrative. Other interpolations are, however, absolutely personal, and are due to independent inner participation in the meaning of the dream. Hearsay evidence. 1. The whole school had to go bathing with the teacher. MX had no place in the bath in which to undress. Then the teacher said, "You can come into my room and undress with me." She must have felt very uncomfortable. When both were undressed, they went into the lake. The teacher took a long rope and wound it round M. Then they both swam far out. But M got tired, and the teacher took her upon his back. Then M saw Lena P. She called out to her, "Come along with me," and Lena came. Then they all swam out still further. They met a ship. Then the teacher asked, "May we get in? These girls are tired." The boat stopped, and they could all get up. I do not know exactly how they came ashore again at K. Then the teacher got an old nightshirt. He put it on. Then he met an old friend who was celebrating his wedding. The teacher, M, and L were invited. The wedding was celebrated at the Crown in K. They wanted to play the Polonaise. The teacher said he would not accompany them. Then the others said he might as well. He did it with M. The teacher said, "I shall not go home again to my wife and children. I love you best, M." She was greatly pleased. After the wedding there was the honeymoon journey. The teacher, M, and L had to accompany the others also. The journey was to Milan. Afterwards they went to Andermatt, where they could find no place to sleep. They went to a barn where they could stop the night all together. I must not say any more because it becomes highly improper. Remarks. The undressing in the swimming bath is properly detailed. The union in the water receives a further simplification for which the story of the rope led the way. The teacher fastens himself to Marie. Lina P. is not mentioned at all, she only comes later when Marie is already sitting upon the teacher. The dress is here a jacket. The wedding ceremony contains a very direct meaning. The teacher will not go home any more to wife and child. Marie is the darling. In the barn they all found a place together, and then it becomes highly improper. 2. It was said that she had gone with the school to the swimming baths to bathe. But as the baths were over full, the teacher had called her to come to him. We swam out to the lake, and LP followed us. Then the teacher took a string and bound us to one another. I do not know now exactly how they again got separated. But after a long time they suddenly arrived at Z. There a scene is said to have taken place which I would rather not tell, for if it were true it would be too disgraceful. Also now I don't know exactly how it is said to have been, for I was very tired. Only I also heard that MX is said to have told how she was always to remain with our teacher, and he again and again caressed her as his favorite pupil. If I knew exactly I would also say the other thing, but my sister only said something about a little child which was born there, and of which the teacher was said to have been the godfather. Remarks. Note that in this story the improper scene is inserted in the place of the wedding ceremony, where it is as apposite as at the end, for the attentive reader will certainly have already observed that the improper scene could have taken place in the swimming bath dressing-room. The procedure has been adopted which is so frequent in dreams as a whole. The final thoughts of a long series of dream images contain exactly what the first image of the series was trying to represent. The censor pushes the complex away as long as possible through ever-renewed disguises, displacements, innocent renderings, etc. It does not take place in the bathing room. In the water the getting up does not occur. On landing it is not on the teacher's back that the girls are sitting. It is another pair who are married in the barn, another girl has the child, and the teacher is only godfather. All these images and situations are, however, directed to pick out the complex, the desire for coitus. Nevertheless, the action still occurs at the back of all these metamorphoses, and the result is the birth placed at the end of the scene. 3. Marie said, the teacher had a wedding with his wife, and they went to the Crown and danced with one another. M said a lot of wild things which I cannot repeat or write about, for it is too embarrassing. Remarks. Here everything is too improper to be told. Note that the marriage takes place with the wife. 4. That the teacher and M once went bathing, and he asked M whether she wanted to come along too. She said yes. When they had gone out together they met LP, and the teacher asked whether she wished to come along. And they went out farther. Then I also heard that she said that the teacher said LP and she were the favorite pupils. She also told us that the teacher was in his swimming drawers. Then they went to a wedding, and the bride got a little child. Remarks. The personal relationship to the teacher is strongly emphasized, the favorite pupils, likewise the want of clothing, swimming drawers. 5. M and LP went bathing with the teacher. When M and LP and the teacher had swum a little way, M said, "I cannot go any further, teacher, my foot hurts me." Then the teacher said she should sit on his back, which M did. Then a small steamer came along, and the teacher got into the ship. The teacher had also 2 ropes, and he fastened both children to the ship. Then they went together to Z and got out there. Then the teacher bought himself a dressing jacket and put it on, and the children had put a cloth over themselves. The teacher had a bride, and they were in a barn. Both children were with the teacher and the bride in the barn, and danced. I must not write the other thing, for it is too awful. Remarks. Here Marie sits upon the teacher's back. The teacher fastens the 2 children by ropes to the ship, from which it can be seen how easily ship is put for teacher. The jacket again emerges as the piece of clothing. It was the teacher's own wedding, and what is improper comes after the dance. 6. The teacher is said to have gone bathing with the whole school. M could not find any room, and she cried. The teacher is said to have told M she could come into his dressing room. I must leave out something here and there, said my sister, for it is a long story. But she told me something more which I must tell in order to speak the truth. When they were in the bath, the teacher asked M if she wished to swim out into the lake with him, to which she replied, "If I go along, you come also." Then we swam until about halfway. Then M got tired, and then the teacher pulled her by a cord. At K they went on land, and from there to Z. The teacher was all the time dressed as in the bath. There we met a friend whose wedding it was. We were invited by this friend. After the ceremony there was a honeymoon journey, and we came to Milan. We had to pass one night in a barn where something occurred which I cannot say. The teacher said we were his favorite pupils, and he also kissed M. Remarks. The excuse, "I must leave out something here and there," replaces the undressing. The teacher's want of clothing is emphasized. The journey to Milan is a typical honeymoon. This passage also seems to be an independent fancy, due to some personal participation. Marie clearly figures as the loved one. 7. The whole school and the teacher went bathing. They all went into one room, the teacher also. M alone had no place, and the teacher said to her, "I have still room." She went. Then the teacher said, "Lie on my back, I will swim out into the lake with you." I must not write any more, for it is improper. I can hardly say it at all. Beyond the improper part which followed, I do not know any more of the dream. Remarks. The narrator approaches the basis. Marie is to lie upon the teacher's back in the bathing compartment. Beyond the improper part, she cannot give any more of the dream. 8. The whole school went bathing. M had no room and was invited by the teacher into his compartment. The teacher swam out with her and told her that she was his darling, or something like that. When they got ashore at Z, a friend was just having a wedding, and he invited them both in their swimming costumes. The teacher found an old dressing jacket and put it over the swimming drawers. He, the teacher, also kissed M and said he would not return home to his wife any more. They were also both invited on the honeymoon journey. On the journey they passed Andermatt, where they could not find any place to sleep, and so had to sleep in the hay. There was a woman. The dreadful part now comes. It is not at all right to make something serious into mockery and laughter. This woman got a small child. I will not say any more now, for it becomes too dreadful. Remarks. The narrator is thorough-going. He told her simply she was his darling. He kissed her and said he would not go home to his wife. The vexation about the silly tattling which breaks through at the end suggests some peculiarity in the narrator. From subsequent investigation it was found that this girl was the only one of the witnesses who had been early and intentionally given an explanation about sex by her mother. Epicrisis. So far as the interpretation of the dream is concerned, there is nothing for me to add. The children have taken care of all the essentials, leaving practically nothing over for psychoanalytic interpretation. Rumour has analyzed and interpreted the dream. So far as I know, Rumour has not hitherto been investigated in this new capacity. This case certainly makes it appear worthwhile to fathom the psychology of Rumour. In the presentation of the material, I have purposely restricted myself to the psychoanalytic point of view, although I do not deny that my material offers numerous openings for the invaluable researches of the followers of Stern, Claparède, and others. The material enables us to understand the structure of the Rumour, but psychoanalysis cannot rest satisfied with that. The why and wherefore of the whole manifestation demands further knowledge. As we have seen, the teacher, astonished by this rumour, was left puzzled by the problem, wondering as to its cause and effect. How can a dream which is notoriously incorrect and meaningless, for teachers are, as is well known, grounded in psychology, produce such effects, such malicious gossip? Faced by this, the teacher seems to have instinctively hit upon the correct answer. The effect of the dream can only be explained by its being le vrai mot de la situation, i.e., that the dream formed the fit expression for something that was already in the air. It was the spark which fell into the powder magazine. The material contains all the proofs essential for this view. I have repeatedly drawn attention to their own unrecognized participation in the dream by Marie's school companions, and the special points of interest where any of them have added their own fantasies or dreams. The class consists of girls between 12 and 13 years of age, who therefore are in the midst of the prodromata of puberty. The dreamer Marie X is herself physically almost completely developed sexually, and in this respect ahead of her class. She is therefore a leader who has given the watchword for the unconscious, and thus brought to expression the sexual complexes of her companions which were lying there ready prepared. As can be easily understood, the occasion was most painful to the teacher. The supposition that therein lay some secret motive of the schoolgirls is justified by the psychoanalytic axiom: judge actions by their results rather than by their conscious motives. Consequently, it would be probable that Marie X had been especially troublesome to her teacher. Marie at first liked this teacher most of all. In the course of the latter half-year her position had, however, changed. She had become dreamy and inattentive, and towards the dusk of evening was afraid to go into the streets for fear of bad men. She talked several times to her companions about sexual things in a somewhat obscene way. Her mother asked me anxiously how she could explain the approaching menstruation to her daughter. On account of this alteration in conduct, Marie had forfeited the good opinion of her teacher, as was clearly evidenced for the first time by a school report, which she and some of her friends had received a few days before the outbreak of the rumour. The disappointment was so great that the girls had imagined all kinds of fancied acts of revenge against the teacher. For instance, they might push him on to the lines so that the train would run over him, etc. Marie was especially to the fore in these murderous fantasies. On the night of this great outburst of anger, when her former liking for her teacher seemed quite forgotten, that repressed part of herself announced itself in the dream, and fulfilled its desire for sexual union with the teacher, as a compensation for the hate which had filled the day. On waking, the dream became a subtle instrument of her hatred, because the wish idea was also that of her school companions, as it always is in rumours of this kind. Revenge certainly had its triumph, but the recoil upon Marie herself was still more severe. Such is the rule when our impulses are given over to the unconscious. Marie X was expelled from school, but upon my report she was allowed to return to it. I am well aware that this little communication is inadequate and unsatisfactory from the point of view of exact science. Had the original story been accurately verified, we should have clearly demonstrated what we have now been only able to suggest. This case, therefore, only posits a question, and it remains for happier observers to collect convincing experiences in this field. End of Chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kurt from Tucson, Arizona. Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology by Carl Gustav Jung. Translated by Constance Ellen Long, 1867 to 1923. Chapter 5. On the Significance of number dreams. The symbolism of numbers, which greatly engaged the imaginative philosophy of earlier centuries, has again acquired a fresh interest from the analytic investigations of Freud and his school. But in the material of number dreams, we no longer discover conscious puzzles of symbolic concatenations of numbers, but the unconscious roots of the symbolism of numbers. There is scarcely anything quite fundamentally new to offer in this sphere since the presentations of Freud, Adler, and Steckel. It must here suffice to corroborate their experiences by recording parallel cases. I have had under observation a few cases of this kind, which are worth reporting for their general interest. The first three instances are from a middle-aged married man whose conflict of the moment was an extraconjugal love affair. The piece of the dream from which I take the symbolized number is, in front of the manager, his general subscription. The manager comments on the high number of the subscription. It reads 2477. The analysis of the dream brings out a rather ungentlemanly reckoning up of the expense of the affair, which is foreign to the generous nature of the dreamer and which the unconscious makes use of as a resistance to this affair. The preliminary interpretation is, therefore, that the number has some financial importance and origin. A rough estimate of the expenses so far leads to a number which in fact approaches 2,477 francs. A more exact reckoning, however, gives 2,387 francs, which could be only arbitrarily translated into 2,477. I then left the numbers to the free association of the patient. It occurs to him that the figure in the dream should be divided as 24-77. Perhaps it is a telephone number. This supposition proves incorrect. The next association is that it is the total of some numbers. A reminiscence then occurs to him that he once told me that he had celebrated the 100th birthday of his mother, and himself when his mother was 65 and he was 35 years old. Their birthdays are on the same day. In this way, the patient arrived at the following series of associations. He is born on 26, Roman numeral 2. His mistress, 28, Roman numeral 8. His wife, 1, Roman numeral 3. His mother, his father is long dead, 26, Roman numeral 2. His two children, 29, Roman numeral 4, and 13, Roman numeral 7. The patient is born, Roman numeral 2, 75. His mistress, Roman numeral 8, 85. He is now 36 years old, his mistress, 25. If this series of associations is written in the usual figures, the following addition is arrived at. 26, Roman numeral 2, 262. 28, Roman numeral 8, 288. 1, Roman numeral 3, 13. 26, Roman numeral 2, 262. 29, Roman numeral 4, 294. 13, Roman numeral 7, 137. Roman numeral 2, 75, 275. Roman numeral 8, 85, 885. 25, 25. 36, 36. For a sum of 2,477. This series, which includes all the members of his family, gives the number 2,477. This construction led to a deeper layer of the dream's meaning. The patient is most closely united to his family, but on the other hand very much in love. This situation provokes a severe conflict. The detailed description of the manager's appearance, which I leave out for the sake of brevity, pointed to the analyst, from whom the patient rightly fears and desires firm control and criticism of his condition of dependence and bondage. The dream, which followed soon afterwards, reported in brief, runs: the analyst asks the patient what he actually does at his mistress, to which the patient replied, he plays there, and that indeed on a very high number, on 152. The analyst remarks, you are sadly cheated. The analysis displayed again a repressed tendency to reckon up the expense of the affair. The amount spent monthly was close on 152 francs. It was from 148 to 158 francs. The remark that he was being cheated alludes to the point at issue in the difficulties of the patient with his mistress. She maintains that he had deflowered her. He, on the contrary, is firmly convinced that she was not a virgin, and that she had already been seduced by someone else at the time when he was seeking her favors, and she was refusing him. The expression number leads to the associations: the number of the gloves, caliber number. From there, the next step was to the fact that he recognized, at the first coitus, a noticeable width of the opening instead of the expected resistance of the hymen. To him, this is proof of the deception. The unconscious naturally makes use of this opportunity as an effective means of opposition to the relationship. 152 proves at first refractory to further analysis. The number on a subsequent occasion aroused the really not remote association, house number. Then came this series of associations. When the patient first knew her, the lady lived at X Street, number 17. Then Y Street, number 129, then Z Street, number 48. Here the patient thought that he had clearly gone far beyond 152, the total being 194. It then occurred to him that the lady had removed from 48 Z Street at his instigation for certain reasons. It must therefore run 194 minus 48 equals 146. She now lives in A Street, number 6. Therefore, 146 plus 6 equals 152. The following dream was obtained during a later part of the analysis. The patient dreamt that he had received an account from the analyst in which he was charged interest for delay in payment from the period September 3rd to 29th. The interest, on the total of 315 francs, was 1 franc. Under this reproach of meanness and avariciousness leveled at the analyst, the patient covered, as analysis proved, a violent, unconscious envy. Diverse things in the life of the analyst can arouse the patient's envy. One fact here in particular had recently made a marked impression. His physician had received an addition to the family. The disturbed relations between the patient and his wife unfortunately does not permit such an expectation in his case. Hence his ground for envy and invidious comparisons. As before, the analysis of 315 produces a separation into 3, 1, 5. To 3 he associates, his doctor has 3 children. Just lately there is 1 in addition. He himself would have 5 children were all living. As it is, he has 3 minus 1 equals 2 living, for 3 of the children were stillborn. The symbolism of the numbers is not exhausted by these associations. The patient remarks that the period from 3rd to 29th September contains 26 days. His next thought is to add this and the other figures of the dream: 26, 315, 1, for a total of 342. With 342, he carries out the same operation as on 315, splitting it into 3, 4, 2. whereas before it came out that his doctor had 3 children and then had another, and the patient had 5, now it runs. The doctor had 3 children and now has 4. Patient has only 2. He remarks on this that the second figure sounds like a rectification in contrast with the wish fulfillment of the first. The patient, who had discovered this explanation for himself without my help, declared himself satisfied. His physician, however, was not. To him it seemed that the above disclosures did not exhaust the rich possibilities that determined the unconscious images. The patient had, for instance, added to the figure 5 that of the stillborn children. 1 was born in the 9th month and 2 in the 7th. He also emphasized the fact that his wife had had 2 miscarriages, one in the 5th week and the other in the 7th. Adding these figures together, we get the determination of the number 26. Child of 7 months, 7, 9, for a total of 23. 2 miscarriages at 5 plus 7 weeks, 3, for a total of 26. It seems as if the number 26 were determined by the number of the lost times of pregnancy. This time, 26 days, denotes in the dream a delay for which the patient was charged 1 franc interest. He has, in fact, suffered a delay through the lost pregnancies, for his doctor has, during the time the patient has known him, surpassed him with 1 child. 1 franc must be 1 child. We have already seen the tendency of the patient to add together all his children, even the dead ones, in order to outdo his rival. The thought that his physician had outdone him by 1 child could easily react immediately upon the determination of 1. We will therefore follow up this tendency of the patient and carry on his play with figures, by adding to the figure 26 the 2 complete pregnancies of 9 months each. 26 plus 9 equals 44. If we follow the tendency to split up the numbers, we get 2 plus 6 and 4 plus 4, 2 groups of figures which have only this in common, that each group gives 8 by addition. These numbers are, as we must notice, composed entirely of the months of pregnancy given by the patient. Compare with them those groups of figures which contain the information as to the doctor's fecundity, viz. 315 and 342. It is to be noted that the resemblance lies in their sum total giving 9. 9 minus 8 equals 1. It looks as if here likewise the notion about the differentiation of 1 were carried out. As the patient remarked, 315 seems thus a wish fulfillment. 342, on the other hand, a rectification. An ingenious fancy playing round will discover the following difference between the 2 numbers. 3 times 1 times 5 equals 15. 3 times 4 times 2 equals 24. 24 minus 15 equals 9. Here again we come upon the important figure 9, which neatly combines the reckoning of the pregnancies and births. It is difficult to say where the borderline of play begins. Necessarily so, for the unconscious product is the creation of a sportive fancy, of that psychic impulse out of which play itself arises. It is repugnant to the scientific mind to have serious dealings with this element of play, which on all sides loses itself in the vague. But it must never be forgotten that the human mind has for thousands of years amused itself with just this kind of game. It were therefore nothing wonderful if this historic past again compelled admission in dream to similar tendencies. The patient pursues in his waking life similar fantastic tendencies about figures, as is seen in the fact already mentioned of the celebration of the 100th birthday. Their presence in the dream therefore need not surprise us. In a single example of unconscious determination, exact proofs are often lacking, but the sum of our experiences entitles us to rely upon the accuracy of the individual discoveries. In the investigation of free creative fantasy, we are in the region, almost more than anywhere else, of broad empiricism. A high measure of discretion as to the accuracy of individual results is consequently required. But this in no wise obliges us to pass over in silence what is active and living for fear of being execrated as unscientific. There must be no parleying with the superstition phobia of the modern mind, for this itself is a means by which the secrets of the unconscious are kept veiled. It is of special interest to see how the problems of the patient are mirrored in the unconscious of his wife. His wife had the following dream. She dreamt, and this is the whole dream, Luke 137. The analysis of the number gives the following. To 1 she associates. The doctor has another child. He had 3. If all her children were living, she would have 7. Now she has only 3 minus 1 equals 2. But she desires 1 plus 3 plus 7 equals 11, a twin number, 1 and 1, which expresses her wish that her 2 children had been pairs of twins, for then she would have reached the same number of children as the doctor. Her mother once had twins. The hope of getting a child by her husband is very precarious. This had for a long time turned her ideas in the unconscious towards a second marriage. Other fantasies pictured her as done with, i.e. having reached a climacteric at 44. She is now 33 years old, therefore in 11 years she will have reached her 44th year. This is an important period, as her father died in his 44th year. Her fantasy of the 44th year contains the idea of the death of her father. This emphasis on the death of her father corresponds to the repressed fantasy of the death of her husband, who is the obstacle to a second marriage. At this place, the material belonging to the dream Luke 137 comes in to solve the conflict. The dreamer is, one soon discovers, in no wise well up in her Bible. She has not read it for an incredible time. She is not at all religious. It would be therefore quite purposeless to have recourse to associations here. The dreamer's ignorance of her Bible is so great she did not even know that the citation Luke 137 could only refer to the Gospel of St. Luke. When she turned up the New Testament, she came to the Acts of the Apostles. As chapter 1 has only 26 verses and not 37, she took the 7th verse. It is not for you to know the times or the seasons which the Father hath put in his own power. But if we turn to Luke 1:37, we find the Annunciation of the Virgin. Verse 35. The Holy Ghost shall come upon thee, and the power of the Highest shall overshadow thee. Therefore also that holy thing which shall be born of thee shall be called the Son of God. Verse 36. And behold, thy cousin Elizabeth, she hath also conceived a son in her old age, and this is her 6th month with her, who is called barren. Verse 37. For with God nothing shall be impossible. The necessary continuation of the analysis of Luke 137 demanded the looking up of Luke 13:7, where it says, verse 6, A certain man had a fig tree planted in his vineyard, and he came and sought fruit thereon, and found none. Verse 7, Then he said unto the dresser of his vineyard, Behold, these 3 years I come seeking fruit on this fig tree, and find none. Cut it down. Why cumbereth it the ground? The fig tree, which from antiquity has been a symbol of the male genital, is to be cut down on account of its unfruitfulness. This passage is in complete accord with innumerable sadistic fantasies of the dreamer, concerned with the cutting or biting off of the penis. The relation to her husband's unfruitful organ is obvious. That she withdraws her libido from her husband is clear, for he is impotent as regard herself. It is equally clear that she undergoes regression to the father, which the father hath put in his own power, and identifies herself with her mother who had twins. By thus advancing her age, the dreamer places her husband in regard to herself in the position of a son or boy of an age at which impotency is normal. Furthermore, the desire to overcome her husband is easily understood from and amply evidenced in her earlier analysis. It is therefore only a confirmation of what has been already said if, following up on the matter of Luke 137, we find in Luke 7, verse 12, "Now when he came nigh to the gate of the city, behold, there was a dead man carried out, the only son of his mother, and she was a widow. And when the Lord saw her, he had compassion on her, and said unto her, Weep not." 14. "And he came and touched the bier, and they that bare him stood still, and he said, Young man, I say unto thee, arise." In the particular psychological situation of the dreamer, the allusion to the resurrection presents a delightful meaning as the cure for her husband's impotency. Then the whole problem would be solved. There is no need for me to point out in so many words the numerous wish fulfillments contained in this material. They are obvious to the reader. The important combination of the symbol Luke 137 must be conceived as cryptomnesia, since the dreamer is quite unversed in the Bible. Both Flournoy and myself have already drawn attention to the important effects of this phenomenon. So far as one can be humanly certain, the question of any manipulation of the material with intent to deceive does not come into consideration in this case. Those well posted in psychoanalysis will be able to allay any such suspicion simply from the disposition and setting of the material as a whole. End of Chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joshua Seeger in Chicago. Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology by Carl Gustav Jung. Translated by Constance Ellen Long, 1867 to 1923. Chapter 6. A criticism of Bleuler's theory of schizophrenic negativism. Bleuler's work contains a noteworthy clinical analysis of negativism. Besides giving a very precise and discerning summary of the various manifestations of negativism, the author presents us with a new psychological conception, well worthy of attention, viz., the concept of ambivalency and of ambitendency, thus formulating the psychological axiom that every tendency is balanced by its opposite tendency. To this must be added that positive action is produced by a comparatively small leaning to one side of the scale. Similarly, all other tendencies under the stress of emotions are balanced by their opposites, thus giving an ambivalent character to their expression. This theory rests on clinical observation of catatonic negativism, which more than proves the existence of contrasting tendencies and values. These facts are well known to psychoanalysis, where they are summed up under the concept of resistance, but this must not be taken as meaning that every positive psychic action simply calls up its opposite. One may easily gain the impression from Bleuler's work that his standpoint is that cum grano salis, the conception or the tendency of the schizophrenic is always accompanied by its opposite. For instance, Bleuler says, 1. Disposing causes of negativistic phenomena are the ambitendency by which every impulse is accompanied by its opposite. 2. Ambivalency, which gives two opposed emotional expressions to the same idea and would regard that idea as positive and negative at the same time. 3. The schizophrenic splitting of the psyche prevents any final summing up of the conflicting and corresponding psychisms so that the unsuitable impulse can be realized just as much as the right one, and the negative thought substituted for the right one. On this theory, negative manifestations may directly arise, since non-selected positive and negative psychisms may stand for one another, and so on. If we investigate psychoanalytically a case of obvious ambivalency, that is, of a more or less unexpected negative reaction instead of a positive one, we find that there is a strict sequence of psychological causes conditioning negative reaction. The tendency of this sequence is to disturb the intention of the contrasting or opposite series, that is to say, it is resistance set up by a complex. This fact, which has not yet been refuted by any other observations, seems to me to contradict the above-mentioned formulae. For confirmation, see my Psychology of Dementia Precox, page 103. Psychoanalysis has proved conclusively that a resistance always has an intention and a meaning, that there is no such thing as a capricious playing with contrasts. The systematic character of resistance holds good, as I believe I have proved, even in schizophrenia. So long as this position, founded upon a great variety of experience, is not disproved by any other observations, the theory of negativism must adapt itself to it. Bleuler, in a sense, supports this when he says, "For the most part, the negative reaction does not simply appear as accidental, but is actually preferred to the right one." This is an admission that negativism is of the nature of resistance. Once admit this, and the primary importance of ambivalency disappears so far as negativism is concerned. The tendency to resistance remains as the only fundamental principle. Ambivalency can in no sense be put on all fours with the schizophrenic splitting of the psyche, but must be regarded as a concept which gives expression to the universal and ever-present inner association of pairs of opposites. One of the most remarkable examples of this is the contrary meaning of root words. See Freud's Essay on Dreams, Jahrbuch, Volume 2, page 179. The same thing applies to ambitendency. Neither is specific of schizophrenia, but applies equally to the neuroses and the normal. All that is specific to catatonic negativism is the intentional contrast, that is, the resistance. From this explanation we see that resistance is something different from ambivalency. It is the dynamic factor which makes manifest the everywhere latent ambivalency. What is characteristic of the diseased mind is not ambivalency, but resistance. This implies the existence of a conflict between two opposite tendencies, which has succeeded in raising the normally present ambivalency into a struggle of opposing components. Freud has very aptly called this the separation of pairs of opposites. In other words, it is a conflict of wills, bringing about the neurotic condition of disharmony within the self. This condition is the only splitting of the psyche known to us, and is not so much to be regarded as a predisposing cause, but rather as a manifestation resulting from the inner conflict, the incompatibility of the complex. Ricklin. Resistance, as the fundamental fact of schizophrenic dissociation, thus becomes something which, in contradistinction to ambivalency, is not eo ipso independent with the concept of the state of feeling, but is a secondary and supplementary one, with its own special and quasi-independent psychological development. And this is identical with the necessary previous history of the complex in every case. It follows that the theory of negativism coincides with the theory of the complex, as the complex is the cause of the resistance. Bleuler summarizes the causes of negativism as follows. A. The autistic retirement of the patient into his own fantasies. B. The existence of a life wound, complex, which must be protected from injury. C. The misconception of the environment and of its meaning. D. The directly hostile relation to environment. E. The pathological irritability of schizophrenics. F. The press of ideas and other aggravations of action and thought. G. Sexuality with its ambivalency on the emotional plane is often one of the roots of negative reaction. A. Autistic withdrawal into one's own fantasies is what I formerly designated as the obvious overgrowth of the fantasies of the complex. The strengthening of the complex is coincident with the increase of the resistance. B. The life wound, Lebenswund, is the complex which, as a matter of course, is present in every case of schizophrenia, and of necessity always carries with it the phenomena of autism or autoerotism, introversion, for complexes and involuntary egocentricity are inseparable reciprocities. Points A and B are therefore identical. Confer Psychology of Dementia Precox, chapters 2 and 3. C. It is proved that the misconception of environment is an assimilation of the complex. D. The hostile relation to environment is the maximum of resistance, as psychoanalysis clearly shows. D goes with A. E. Irritability proves itself psychoanalytically to be one of the commonest results of the complex. I designated it complex sensibility. Its generalized form, if one may use such an expression, manifests itself as a damming up of the affect, equals damming of the libido, consequent on increased resistance. So-called neurasthenia is a classical example of this. F. Under the term press of ideas and similar intellectual troubles may be classified the want of clearness and logic of the schizophrenic thinking, which Bleuler considers a predisposing cause. I have, as I may presume is known, expressed myself with much reserve on what he regards as the premeditation of the schizophrenic adjustment. Further and wider experience has taught me that the laws of the Freudian psychology of dreams and the theory of the neuroses must be turned towards the obscurities of schizophrenic thinking. The painfulness of the elaborated complex necessitates a censorship of its expression. This principle has to be applied to schizophrenic disturbance in thinking, and until it has been proved that this principle is not applicable to schizophrenia, there is no justification for setting up a new principle, that is, to postulate that schizophrenic disturbance of ideas is something primary. Investigations of hypnagogic activity as well as association reactions in states of concentrated attention give psychical results which up to now are indistinguishable from the mental conditions in schizophrenia. For example, excessive relaxation of attention suffices to conjure up images as like as two peas to the fantasies and expressions of schizophrenia. It will be remembered that I have attributed the notorious disturbances of attention in schizophrenia to the special character of the complex, an idea which my experience since 1906 have further confirmed. There are good reasons for believing specific schizophrenic thought disturbance to be the result of a complex. Now, as regards the symptoms of thought pressure, it is first and foremost a thought compulsion, which, as Freud has shown, is first a thought complex, and secondly, a sexualization of the thought. Then, to the symptom of thought pressure there is superadded at least a demoniac impulse, such as may be observed in every vigorous release or production of libido. Thought pressure, on closer examination, is seen to be a result of schizophrenic introversion, which necessarily leads to a sexualization of the thought, that is, to an autonomy of the complex. G. The transition to sexuality appears from the psychoanalytical standpoint difficult to understand. If we consider that the development of resistance coincides in every case with the history of the complex, we must ask ourselves, is the complex sexual or not? It goes without saying that we must understand sexuality in its proper sense of psychosexuality. To this question, Psychoanalysis gives the invariable answer. Resistance always springs from a peculiar sexual development. The latter leads in the well-known manner to conflict, that is, to the complex. Every case of schizophrenia which has so far been analyzed confirms this. It can therefore claim at least to be a working hypothesis, and one to be followed up. In the present state of our knowledge, it is therefore not easy to see why Bleuler only allows to sexuality a quasi-determining influence on the phenomena of negativism, for psychoanalysis demonstrates that the cause of negativism is resistance, and that with schizophrenia, as with all other neuroses, this arises from the peculiar sexual development. It can scarcely be doubted today that schizophrenia, with its preponderance of the mechanisms of introversion, possesses the same mechanism as any other psychoneurosis. In my opinion, at any rate, its peculiar symptoms, apart from the clinical and anatomical standpoints, are only to be studied by psychoanalysis. That is, when the investigation is mainly directed to the genetic impetus. I have therefore endeavored to indicate how Bleuler's hypothesis stands in the light of the theory of complexes. I feel myself bound to emphasize the complex theory in this relation, and am not disposed to surrender this conception, which is as illuminating as it was difficult to evolve. End of Chapter 6. Recording by Joshua Seeger in Chicago.
Chapter 7 of Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Olivia. Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology by Carl Gustav Jung, translated by Constance Ellenlong, 1867 to 1923. Chapter 7. Psychoanalysis. Psychoanalysis is not only scientific but also technical in character and, from results technical in their nature, has been developed a new psychological science which might be called analytical psychology. Psychologists and doctors in general are by no means conversant with this particular branch of psychology, owing to the fact that its technical foundations are as yet comparatively unknown to them. Reason for this may be found in that the new method is exquisitely psychological and therefore belongs neither to the realm of medicine nor to that of experimental psychology. The medical man has, as a rule, but little knowledge of psychology, and the psychologist has no medical knowledge. There is, therefore, a lack of suitable soil in which to plant the spirit of this new method. Furthermore, the method itself appears to many persons so arbitrary that they cannot reconcile it with their scientific conscience. The conceptions of Freud, the founder of this method, laid particular stress upon the sexual factor. This fact has aroused strong prejudice, and many scientific men are repelled merely by this feeling. I need hardly remark that such an antipathy is not logical ground for rejecting a new method. The facts being so, it is obvious that the psychoanalyst should discuss principles rather than the results of his method when he speaks in public. For he who does not acknowledge the scientific character of the method cannot acknowledge the scientific character of its results. Before I enter into the principles of the psychoanalytic method, I must mention two common prejudices against it. The first of these is that psychoanalysis is nothing but a somewhat deep and complicated form of anamnesis. Now, it is well known that the anamnesis is based upon evidence supplied by the patient's family and upon his own conscious self-knowledge, revealed in reply to direct questions. The psychoanalyst naturally develops his anamnesic data as carefully as any other specialist, but this is merely the patient's history and must not be confused with analysis. Analysis is the reduction of an actual conscious content of a so-called accidental nature into its psychological determinants. This process has nothing to do with the anamnesic reconstruction of the history of the illness. The second prejudice, which is based, as a rule, upon a superficial knowledge of psychoanalytic literature, is that psychoanalysis is a method of suggestion by which a faith or doctrine of living is imposed upon the patient, thereby effecting a cure in the manner of mental healing or Christian Science. Many analysts, especially those who have worked in psychoanalysis for a long time, previously used therapeutic suggestion and are therefore familiar with its workings. They know that the psychoanalyst's method of working is diametrically opposed to that of the hypnotist. In direct contrast with therapeutic suggestion, the psychoanalyst does not attempt to force anything upon his patient which the latter does not see himself and find reasonable within his own understanding. Faced with a constant desire on the part of the neurotic patient to receive suggestions and advice, the analyst just as constantly endeavors to lead him away from this passive, receptive attitude, and make him use his common sense and powers of criticism that, equipped with these, he may become fitted to meet the problems of life independently. We've often been accused of forcing interpretations upon patients, interpretations that were frequently quite arbitrary in character. I wish that one of these critics would make the attempt to force such arbitrary interpretations upon my patients, who are often persons of great intelligence and high culture, and who are, indeed, not infrequently my own colleagues. The impossibility of such an undertaking would soon be laid bare. In psychoanalysis, we are dependent upon the patient and his judgment, for the reason that the very nature of analysis consists in leading him to a knowledge of his own self. The principles of psychoanalysis are so entirely different from those of a therapeutic suggestion that they are not compatible. An attempt has also been made to compare analysis with the reasoning method of Dubois, which is in itself a rational process. This comparison does not, however, hold good, for the psychoanalyst strictly avoids argument and persuasion with his patients. He must naturally listen to and take note of the conscious problems and conflicts of his patient, but not for the purpose of fulfilling his desire to obtain advice or direction with regard to his conduct. The problems of a neurotic patient cannot be solved by advice or conscious argument. I do not doubt that good advice at the right time can produce good results, but I do not know whence one can obtain the belief that the psychoanalyst can always give the right advice at the right time. The neurotic conflict is frequently, indeed as a rule, of such character that advice cannot possibly be given. Furthermore, it is well known that the patient only desires authoritative advice in order that he may cast aside the burden of responsibility, referring himself and others to the opinion of the higher authority. In direct contrast to all previous methods, psychoanalysis endeavors to overcome the disorders of the neurotic psyche through the subconscious, not through the conscious self. In this work, we naturally have need of the patient's conscious content, for his subconsciousness can only be reached via the conscious. The material furnished by the anamnesis is the source from which our work starts. The detailed recital usually furnishes many valuable clues which make the psychogenic origin of the symptoms clear to the patient. This work is naturally only necessary where the patient is convinced that his neurosis is organic in its origin. But even in those cases where the patient is convinced from the very first of the psychic nature of his illness, a critical survey of the history is very advantageous, since it discloses to him a psychological concatenation of ideas which he was unaware. In this manner, those problems which need special discussion are frequently brought to the surface. Work of this kind may occupy many sittings. Finally, the explanation of the conscious material reaches an end insofar as neither the patient nor the doctor can add anything to it that is decisive in character. Under the most favorable circumstances, the end comes with the formation of the problem which proved itself to be impossible of solution. Let us take, for instance, the case of a man who was once well, but who became a neurotic between the age of 35 and 40. His position in life is assured, and he has a wife and children. Parallel with his neurosis, he developed an intense resistance toward his professional work. He observed that the first symptoms of neurosis became noticeable when he had to overcome a certain difficulty in regard to it. Later on, his symptoms became aggravated with each successive difficulty that arose. An amelioration in his neurosis occurred whenever fortune favored him in his professional work. The problem that results from a critical discussion of the amnesias is as follows. The patient is aware that if he could improve his work, the mere satisfaction that would result could bring about the much desired improvement in his neurotic condition. He cannot, however, make his work more efficient because of his great resistance against it. This problem cannot be solved by any reasoning process. Let us take another case. A woman of 40, the mother of 4 children, became neurotic 4 years ago after the death of one of her children. A new period of pregnancy, followed by the birth of another child, produced a great improvement in her condition. The patient now lived in the thought that it would be a great help to her if she could have yet another child. Believing, however, that this could not happen, she attempted to devote her energies to philanthropic interests. But she failed to obtain the least satisfaction from this work. She observed a distinct alleviation of her complaint whenever she succeeded in giving real, living interest to any matter, but she felt entirely incapable of discovering anything that could bring her lasting interest and satisfaction. It is clear that no process of reasoning can solve this problem. Here, psychoanalysis must begin with the endeavor to solve the problem as to what prevents the patient from developing interests above and beyond her longing for a child. Since we cannot assume that we know from the very beginning what the solution of such problems is, we must at this point trust to the clues furnished to us by the individuality of the patient. Neither conscious questioning nor rational advice can aid us in the discovery of these clues, for the causes which prevent us from finding them are hidden from her consciousness. There is, therefore, no clearly indicated path by which to reach these subconscious inhibitions. The only rule that psychoanalysis lays down for our guidance in this respect is to let the patient speak of that which occurs to him at the moment. The analyst must observe carefully what the patient says and, in the first instance, take due note thereof without attempting to force his own opinions on him. Thus we observe that the patient whom I first mentioned begins by talking about his marriage, which we hitherto had reason to regard as normal. We now learn that he constantly has difficulties with his wife, and that he does not understand her in the least. This knowledge causes the physician to remark that the patient's professional work is clearly not his only problem, but that his conjugal relations are also in need of revision. This starts a train of thought in which many further ideas occur to the patient concerning his married life. Hereupon follow ideas about the love affairs he had before his marriage. These experiences, related in detail, show that the patient was always somewhat peculiar in his more intimate relations with women, and that this peculiarity took the form of certain childish egoism. This is a new and surprising point of view for him, and explains to him many of his misfortunes with women. We cannot in every case get so far as this on the simple principle of letting the patient talk. Few patients have their psychic material so much on the surface. Furthermore, many persons have a positive resistance against speaking freely about what occurs to them on the spur of the moment. It is often too painful to tell the doctor, whom they perhaps do not entirely trust. In other cases, because apparently nothing occurs to them, they force themselves to speak of matters about which they are more or less indifferent. This habit of not talking to the point by no means proves that patients consciously conceal their unpleasant contents, for such irrelevant speaking can occur quite unconsciously. In such cases, it sometimes helps a patient if he is told that he must not force himself, that he must only seize upon the very first thoughts that present themselves, no matter how unimportant or ridiculous they may seem. In certain cases, even these instructions are of no use, and then the doctor is obliged to have recourse to other expedients. One of these is the employment of the association test, which usually gives excellent information as to the chief momentary tendencies of the individual. A second expedient is dream analysis. This is the real instrument of psychoanalysis. We've already experienced so much opposition to dream analysis that a brief exposition of its principles is necessary. The interpretation of dreams, as well as the meaning given to them, is, as we know, in bad odor. It is not long since that oneirocritics was practiced and believed in, nor is the time long past when even the most enlightened human beings were entirely under the ban of superstition. It is therefore comprehensible that our age should still retain a certain lively fear of those superstitions which have but recently been partially overcome. To this timidity in regard to superstition, the opposition to dream analysis is in a large measure due, but analysis is in no wise to blame for this. We do not select the dream as our object because we pay it the homage of superstitious admiration, but because it is a psychic product that is independent of the patient's consciousness. We ask for the patient's free thoughts, but he gives us little or nothing, or at best something forced or irrelevant. Dreams are free thoughts, free fantasies. They are not forced, and they are psychic phenomena just as much as thoughts are. It may be said of the dream that it enters into the consciousness as a complex structure, the connection between the elements of which is not conscious. Only by afterwards joining associations to the separate pictures of the dream can the origin of these pictures, in certain recollections of the near and more remote past, be proved. One asks oneself, where have I seen or heard that? and by the same process of free association comes the memory that one has actually experienced certain parts of the dream, some of them yesterday, some at an earlier date. This is well known, and everyone will probably agree to it. Thus far, the dream presents itself, as a rule, as an incomprehensible composition of certain elements which are not in the first instance conscious, but which are later recognized by the process of free association. This might be disputed on the ground that it is an a priori statement. I must remark, however, that this conception conforms to the only generally recognized working hypothesis as to the genesis of dreams, namely, the derivation of the dream from experiences and thoughts of the recent past. We are, therefore, upon known ground. Not that certain dream parts have, under all circumstances, been known to the individual, so that one might ascribe them to the character of being conscious. On the contrary, they are frequently, even generally, unrecognizable. Not until later do we remember having consciously experienced this or that dream part. We may therefore regard the dream, from this point of view, as a product that comes from subconscious origin. The technical unfolding of these subconscious sources is a mode of procedure that has always been instinctively employed. One simply tries to remember whence the dream parts come. Upon this most simple principle, the psychoanalytic method of solving dreams is based. It is a fact that certain dream parts are derived from our waking life, and indeed from experiences which, owing to their notorious lack of importance, would frequently have been consigned to certain oblivion, and were, therefore, well on their way towards becoming definitely subconscious. Such dream parts are the results of subconscious representations. The principles according to which psychoanalysis solves dreams are therefore exceedingly simple and have really been known for a long time. The further procedure follows the same path logically and consistently. If one spends considerable time over a dream, which really never happens outside psychoanalysis, one can succeed in finding more and more recollections for the separate dream parts. It is, however, not always possible to discover recollections for certain other parts. Then one must leave them for the time being, whether one likes it or not. When I speak of recollections, I naturally do not mean merely memories of certain concrete experiences, but also of their interrelated meanings. The collected recollections are known as the dream material. With this material one proceeds according to a scientific method that is universally valid. If one has any experimental material to work up, one compares its separate parts and arranges them according to their similarities. Exactly the same course is pursued in dealing with the dream material. One gathers together its common characteristics, whether these be formal or material. In doing this, one must absolutely get rid of certain prejudices. I've always observed that the beginner expects to find some tendency or other according to which he endeavors to mold his material. I have noticed this particularly in the cases of colleagues who were previously more or less violent opponents of psychoanalysis owing to their well-known prejudices and misunderstandings. When fate willed that I should analyze them, and they consequently gained at last an insight into the method of analysis, it was demonstrated that the first mistake which they had been apt to make in their own psychoanalytic practice was that they forced the material into accord with their own preconceived opinions. That is, they allowed their former attitude toward psychoanalysis, which they were not able to appreciate objectively, but only according to subjective fantasies, to have its influence upon their material. If one goes so far as to venture upon the task of examining the dream material, one must permit no comparison to frighten one away. The material consists, as a general rule, of very unequal images. Under some circumstances, most difficult to obtain the tertium comparationis. I must forego giving you detailed examples of this, since it is quite impossible to introduce such extensive material into the lecture. One pursues, then, the same method in classifying the unconscious content, as is used everywhere in comparing materials for the purpose of drawing conclusions from them. One objection has often been made, namely, why should the dream have a subconscious content at all? This objection is unscientific in my opinion. Every psychological moment has its own history. Every sentence that I utter has, besides the meaning consciously intended by me, a meaning that is historical, and this last may be entirely different from the conscious meaning. I am purposely expressing myself somewhat paradoxically. I certainly should not take it upon myself to explain each sentence according to its individual historical meaning. That is easier in the case of larger and more complex formations. everyone is certainly convinced of the fact that a poem, in addition to its manifest contents, is also particularly characteristic of its author, in its form, subject matter, and the history of its origin. Whereas the poet gave skillful expression to a fleeting mood in his song, the historian of literature sees in it and beyond it things which the poet would never have suspected. The analysis which the literary critic makes of the subject matter furnished by the poet may be compared with psychoanalysis in its method, even to the very errors which occur therein. The psychoanalytic method may be aptly compared with historical analysis and synthesis. Let us assume, for instance, that we do not understand the meaning of the rite of baptism as it is practiced in our churches today. The priest tells us that the baptism means the reception of the child into the Christian community, but we are not satisfied with this. Why should the child be sprinkled with water and so forth? In order that we may understand this rite, we must gather together materials for comparison from the history of the rite, that is, from the memories of mankind appertaining to it, and this must be done from various points of view. Firstly, baptism is clearly a rite of initiation, a consecration. Therefore, those memories above all must be assembled which preserve the rites of initiation. Secondly, the act of baptism is performed with water. This special form of procedure proves the necessity of welding together another chain of memories concerning rites in which water was used. Thirdly, the child is sprinkled with water when it is christened. In this case, we must gather together all the forms of the rite which the neophyte is sprinkled or where the child is submerged, and so forth. Fourthly, we must recollect all the reminiscences in mythology of all the superstitious customs which are in any respect similar to the symbolic act of baptism. In this manner, we obtain a comparative study of the act of baptism. Thus we ascertain the elements from which baptism is derived. We further ascertain its original meaning, and at the same time make the acquaintance of a world rich in religious mythology, which makes clear to us all the multifarious and derived meanings of the act of baptism. Thus the analyst deals with a dream. He gathers together historical parallels for each dream part, even though they be very remote, and attempts to construct the psychological history of the dream and the meanings that underlie it. By this monographic elaboration of the dream one gains, exactly as in the analysis of the act of baptism, a deep insight into the wonderfully subtle and significant network of subconscious determinations, an insight which, as I have said, can only be compared with the historical understanding of an act that we used only to consider from a very one-sided and superficial point of view. I cannot disguise the fact that in practice, especially at the beginning of an analysis, we do not in all cases make complete and ideal analyses of dreams, but that we generally continue to gather together the dream associations until the problem which the patient hides from us becomes so clear that even he can recognize it. This problem is then subjected to conscious elaboration until it is cleared up as far as possible, and once again we stand before a question that cannot be answered. End of the first part of Chapter 7. Recording by Olivia. Chapter 7 of Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Olivia. Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology by Carl Gustav Jung. Translated by Constance Ellen Long, 1867 to 1923. Chapter 7, Part 2. You will now ask what course is to be pursued when the patient does not dream at all. I can assure you that hitherto all patients, even those who claimed never to have dreamed before, began to dream when they went through analysis. But on the other hand, it frequently occurs that patients who began by dreaming vividly are suddenly no longer able to remember their dreams. The empirical and practical rule which I have hitherto regarded as binding is that the patient, if he does not dream, has sufficient conscious material, which he keeps back for certain reasons. A common reason is, I am in the doctor's hands and am quite willing to be treated by him, but the doctor must do the work. I shall remain passive in the matter. Sometimes the resistances are of a more serious character. For instance, persons who cannot admit certain morally grave sides to their characters project their deficiencies upon the doctor by calmly presuming that he is more or less deficient morally, and that for this reason they cannot communicate certain unpleasant things to him. If, then, the patient does not dream from the beginning or ceases to dream, he retains material which is susceptible of conscious elaboration. Here the personal relation between the doctor and his patient may be regarded as the chief hindrance. It can prevent them both, the doctor as well as the patient, from seeing the situation clearly. We must not forget that, as the doctor shows, and must show, a searching interest in the psychology of his patient, so too the patient, if he has an active mind, gains some familiarity with the psychology of the doctor, and assumes a corresponding attitude toward him. Thus the doctor is blind to the mental attitude of the patient to the exact extent that he does not see himself and his own subconscious problems. Therefore I maintain that a doctor must be analyzed before he practices analysis. Otherwise, the practice of analysis can easily be a great disappointment to him, because he can, under certain circumstances, reach a point where further progress is impossible, a situation which may make him lose his head. He is then readily inclined to assume that psychoanalysis is nonsense, so as to avoid the admission that he has run his vessel ashore. If you are sure of your own psychology, you can confidently tell your patient that he does not dream because there is still conscious material to be disposed of. I say that one must be sure of oneself in such cases, for the opinions and unsparing criticisms to which one sometimes has to submit can be excessively disturbing to one who is unprepared to meet them. The immediate consequence of such a loss of personal balance on the part of the doctor is that he begins to argue with his patient in order to maintain his influence over him, and this, of course, renders all further analysis impossible. I've told you that in the first instance, dreams need only be used as sources of material for analysis. At the beginning of an analysis, it is not only unnecessary but also unwise to make a so-called complete interpretation of a dream, for it is very difficult indeed to make a complete and really exhaustive interpretation. The interpretations of dreams that one sometimes reads in psychoanalytic publications are often one-sided and not infrequently contestable formulations. I include among these certain one-sided sexual reductions of the Viennese school. In view of the comprehensive many-sidedness of the dream material, one must beware above all of one-sided formulations. The many-sidedness of the meaning of a dream, not its singleness of meaning, is of the utmost value, especially at the beginning of the psychoanalytic treatment. Thus, for instance, a patient had the following dream not long after her treatment had begun. She was in a hotel in a strange city. Suddenly, a fire broke out, and her husband and her father, who were with her, helped her in the work of saving others. The patient was intelligent, extraordinarily skeptical, and absolutely convinced that dream analysis was nonsense. I had difficulty in inducing her to give dream analysis even one trial. Indeed, I saw at once that I could not inform my patient of the real content of the dream under these circumstances, because her resistances were much too great. I selected the fire, the most conspicuous occurrence of the dream, as a starting point for obtaining her free associations. The patient told me that she had recently read in a newspaper that a certain hotel in Z had been burned down, that she remembered the hotel because she had once lived in it. At the hotel she had made the acquaintance of a man, and from this acquaintance a somewhat questionable love affair developed. In connection with this story, the fact came out that she had already had quite a number of similar adventures, all of which had a certain frivolous character. This important bit of past history was brought out by the first free association with the dream part. It would have been impossible, in this case, to make clear to the patient the very striking meaning of the dream. With her frivolous mental attitude, of which her skepticism was only a special instance, she could have calmly repelled any attempt of this kind. But after the frivolity of her mental attitude was recognized and proved to her by the material that she herself had furnished, it was possible to analyze the dreams which followed much more thoroughly. It is, therefore, advisable in the beginning to make use of dreams for the purpose of reaching the important subconscious material by means of the patient's free associations in connection with them. This is the best and most cautious method, especially for those who are just beginning to practice analysis. An arbitrary translation of the dreams is absolutely unadvisable. That would be a superstitious practice based on the acceptance of well-established symbolic meanings, but there are no fixed symbolic meanings. There are certain symbols that recur frequently, but we are not able to get beyond general statements. For instance, it is quite incorrect to assume that the snake, when it appears, has a merely phallic meaning. just as incorrect as it is to deny that it may have a phallic meaning in some cases. Every symbol has more than one meaning. I can, therefore, not admit the correctness of exclusively sexual interpretations, such as appear in some psychoanalytic publications, for my experience has made me regard them as one-sided and therefore insufficient. As an example of this, I will tell you a very simple dream of a young patient of mine. It was as follows. I was going up a flight of stairs with my mother and sister. When we reached the top, I was told that my sister was soon to have a child. I shall now show you how, on the strength of the hitherto prevailing point of view, this dream may be translated so that it receives a sexual meaning. We know that the incest fantasy plays a prominent part in the life of a neurotic. Hence, the picture, with my mother and sister, might be regarded as an allusion in this direction. The stairs have a sexual meaning that is supposedly well established. They represent the sexual act because of the rhythmic climbing of steps. The child that my patient's sister is expecting is nothing but the logical result of these premises. The dream, translated thus, would be a clear fulfillment of infantile desires, which, as we know, play an important part in Freud's theory of dreams. Now, I have analyzed this with the aid of the following process of reasoning. If I say that the stairs are a symbol for the sexual act, whence do I obtain the right to regard the mother, the sister, and the child as concrete, that is, as not symbolic? If, on the strength of the claim that dream pictures are symbolic, I give to certain of these pictures the value of symbols, what right have I to exempt certain other dream parts from this same process? If, therefore, I attach symbolic value to the ascent of the stairs, I must also attach a symbolic value to the pictures that represent the mother, the sister, and the child. Therefore, I did not translate the dream, but really analyzed it. The result was surprising. I will give you the free associations with the separate dream parts, word for word, so that you can form your own opinions concerning the material. I should state in advance that the young man had finished his studies at the university a few months previously, that he found the choice of profession too difficult to make, and that he thereupon became a neurotic. In consequence of this, he gave up his work. His neurosis took, among other things, a decidedly homosexual form. The patient's associations with his mother are as follows. I have not seen her for a long time, a very long time. I really ought to reproach myself for this. It is wrong of me to neglect her so. Mother, then, stands here for something which is neglected in an inexcusable manner. I said to the patient, "What is that?" And he replied, with considerable embarrassment, "My work." With his sister he associated as follows. It is years since I have seen her. I long to see her again. Whenever I think of her, I recall the time when I took leave of her. I kissed her with real affection, and at that moment I understood for the first time what love for a woman can mean. It is at once clear to the patient that his sister represents love for a woman. With the stairs he has this association, climbing upwards, getting to the top, making a success of life, being grown up, being great. The child brings him the ideas newborn, a revival, a regeneration, to become a new man. One only has to hear this material in order to understand at once that the patient's dream is not so much the fulfillment of infantile desires as it is the expression of biological duties which he has hitherto neglected because of his infantilism. Biological justice, which is inexorable, sometimes compels the human being to atone in his dreams for the duties which he has neglected in real life. This dream is a typical example of the prospective and teleological function of dreams in general, a function that has been especially emphasized by my colleague Dr. Mader. If we adhered to the one-sidedness of sexual interpretation, the real meaning of the dream would escape us. Sexuality in dreams is, in the first instance, a means of expression, and by no means always the meaning and the object of the dream. The unfolding of the prospective or teleological meaning of dreams is of particular importance as soon as analysis is so far advanced that the eyes of the patient are more easily turned upon the future than upon his inner life and upon the past. In connection with the application of symbolism, we can also learn from the example furnished us by this dream that there can be no fixed and unalterable dream symbols, but at best a frequent repetition of fairly general meanings. So far as the so-called sexual meaning of dreams in particular is concerned, my experience has led me to lay down the following practical rules. If dream analysis at the beginning of the treatment shows that the dream has an undoubted sexual meaning, this meaning is to be taken realistically. That is, it is proved thereby that the sexual problem itself must be subjected to a careful revision. If, for instance, an incest fantasy is clearly shown to be a latent content of the dream, one must subject the patient's infantile relations toward his parents and his brothers and sisters, as well as the relations toward other persons who are fitted to play the part of his father or mother in his mind, to a careful examination on this basis. But if a dream that comes in a later stage of the analysis has, let us say, an incest fantasy as its essential content, a fantasy that we have reason to consider disposed of, concrete value must not be attached to it under all circumstances. It must be regarded as symbolic. In this case, symbolic value, not concrete value, must be attached to the sexual fantasy. If we did not go beyond the concrete value in this case, we should keep reducing the patient to sexuality, and this would arrest the progress of the development of his personality. The patient's salvation is not to be found by thrusting him back again into primitive sexuality. This would leave him on a low plane of civilization whence he could never obtain freedom and complete restoration to health. Retrogression to a state of barbarism is no advantage at all for a civilized human being. The above-mentioned formula, according to which the sexuality of a dream is a symbolic or analogous expression, naturally holds good in the case of dreams occurring in the beginning of an analysis. But the practical reasons that have induced us not to take into consideration the symbolic value of this sexual fantasy owe their existence to the fact that a genuine realistic value must be given to the abnormal sexual fantasies of a neurotic, insofar as the latter suffers himself to be influenced in his actions by these fantasies. Experience teaches us that these fantasies not only hinder him from adapting himself suitably to a situation, but that they also lead him to all manner of really sexual acts, and occasionally even to incest. Under these circumstances, it would be of little use to consider the symbolic content of the dream only. The concrete content must first be disposed of. These arguments are based upon a different conception of the dream from that put forward by Freud, for indeed, my experience has forced me to a different conception. According to Freud, the dream is, in its essence, a symbolic veil for repressed desires, which are in conflict with the ideals of the personality. I am obliged to regard the dream structure from a different point of view. The dream for me is, in the first instance, the subliminal picture of the psychological condition of the individual in his waking state. It presents a resume of the subliminal association material which is brought together by the momentary psychological situation. The volitional meaning of the dream, which Freud calls the repressed desire, is, for me, essentially a means of expression. The activity of the consciousness, speaking biologically, represents the psychological effort which the individual makes in adapting himself to the conditions of life. His consciousness endeavors to adjust itself to the necessities of the moment, or, to put it differently, there are tasks ahead of the individual which he must overcome. In many cases, the solution is unknown, and for this reason the consciousness always tries to find the solution by way of analogous experience. We always try to grasp what is unknown and in the future according to our mental understanding of what has gone before. Now, we have no reasons for assuming that the unconscious follows other laws than those which apply to the conscious thought. The unconscious, like the conscious, gathers itself about the biological problems and endeavors to find solutions for these by analogy with what has gone before, just as much as the conscious does. Whenever we wish to assimilate something that is unknown, we arrive at it by a process of comparison. A simple example of this is the well-known fact that when America was discovered by the Spaniards, the Indians took the horses of the conquerors, which were strange to them, for large pigs, because pigs were familiar with their experience. This is the mental process which we always employ in recognizing unknown things, and this is the essential reason for the existence of symbolism. It is a process of comprehension by means of analogy. The apparently repressed desires contained in the dream are volitional tendencies which serve as language material for subconscious expression. So far as this particular point is concerned, I am in full accord with the views of Adler, another member of Freud's school. With reference to the fact that subconscious materials of expression are volitional elements or tendencies, I may say that this is dependent upon the archaic nature of dream thinking, a problem with which I have already dealt in previous researches. Owing to our different conception of the structure of the dream, the further course of analysis also gains a different complexion from that which it had until now. The symbolic valuation given to sexual fantasies in the later stages of analysis necessarily leads less to the reduction of the patient's personality into primitive tendencies than to the extension and further development of his mental attitude. That is, it tends to make his thinking richer and deeper, thus giving him what has always been one of the most powerful weapons that a human being can have in his struggle to adapt himself to life. By following this new course logically, I have come to the conclusion that these religious and philosophical motive forces, the so-called metaphysical needs of the human being, must receive positive consideration at the hands of the analyst. Though he must not destroy the motive forces that underlie them by reducing them to their primitive sexual roots, he must make them serve biological ends as psychologically valuable factors. Thus, these instincts assume once more those functions that have been theirs from time immemorial. Just as primitive man was able, with the aid of religious and philosophical symbol, to free himself from his original state, so, too, the neurotic can shake off his illness in a similar way. It is hardly necessary for me to say that I do not mean by this that the belief in a religious or philosophical dogma should be thrust upon the patient. I mean simply that he has to reassume that psychological attitude which, in an earlier civilization, was characterized by the living belief in a religious or philosophical dogma. But the religious philosophical attitude does not necessarily correspond to the belief in a dogma. A dogma is a transitory intellectual formulation. It is the result of the religious philosophical attitude and is dependent upon time and circumstances. This attitude itself is an achievement of civilization. It is a function that is exceedingly valuable from a biological point of view, for it gives rise to the incentives that force human beings to do creative work for the benefit of a future age, and, if necessary, to sacrifice themselves for the welfare of the species. Thus the human being attains the same sense of unity and totality, the same confidence, the same capacity for self-sacrifice in his conscious existence that belongs unconsciously and instinctively to wild animals. Every reduction, every digression from the course that has been laid down for the development of civilization does nothing more than turn the human being into a crippled animal. It never makes a so-called natural man of him. My numerous successes and failures in the course of my analytic practice have convinced me of the invariable correctness of this psychological orientation. We do not help the neurotic patient by freeing him from the demand made by civilization. We can only help him by inducing him to take an active part in the strenuous task of carrying on the development of civilization. The suffering which he undergoes in performing this duty takes the place of his neurosis. But whereas the neurosis and the complaints that accompany it are never followed by the delicious feeling of good work well done, of duty fearlessly performed, the suffering that comes from useful work and from victory over real difficulties brings with it those moments of peace and satisfaction which give the human being the priceless feeling that he has really lived his life. End of Chapter 7. Recorded by Olivia.
Chapter 8 of Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Carroll. Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology by Carl Gustav Jung. Translated by Constance Ellen Long, 1867 to 1923. Chapter 8. On Psychoanalysis. After many years' experience, I now know that it is extremely difficult to discuss psychoanalysis at public meetings and at congresses. There are so many misconceptions of the matter, so many prejudices against certain psychoanalytic views, that it becomes an almost impossible task to reach mutual understanding in public discussion. I have always found a quiet conversation on the subject much more useful and fruitful than heated discussions coram publico. However, having been honored by an invitation from the committee of this Congress as a representative of the psychoanalytic movement, I will do my best to discuss some of the fundamental theoretical conceptions of psychoanalysis. I must limit myself to this part of the subject because I am quite unable to place before my audience all that psychoanalysis means and strives for, all its various applications, its psychology, its theoretical tendencies, its importance for the realm of the so-called Geisteswissenschaften, e.g., mythology, comparative religion, philosophy, etc. But if I am to discuss certain theoretical problems fundamental to psychoanalysis, I must presuppose my audience to be well acquainted with the development and main results of psychoanalytic researches. Unfortunately, it often happens that people believe themselves entitled to judge psychoanalysis who have not even read the literature. It is my firm conviction that no one is competent to form a judgment concerning the subject until he has studied the fundamental works on psychoanalysis. In spite of the fact that Freud's theory of neurosis has been worked out in great detail, it cannot be said to be, on the whole, very clear or easily accessible. This justifies my giving you a very short abstract of his fundamental views concerning the theory of neurosis. You are aware that the original theory, that hysteria and the related neuroses take their origin in the trauma or shock of sexual character in early childhood, was given up about 15 years ago. It soon became obvious that the sexual trauma could not be the real cause of a neurosis, since trauma is found so universally. There is scarcely a human being who has not had some sexual shock in early youth, and yet comparatively few have incurred a neurosis in later life. Freud himself soon became aware that several of the patients who related an early traumatic event had only invented the story of a so-called trauma. It had never taken place in reality, and it was a mere creation of fantasy. Moreover, on further investigation, it became quite obvious that even a trauma which had actually occurred was not always responsible for the whole of the neurosis, although it does sometimes look as if the structure of the neurosis depended entirely upon the trauma. If a neurosis were the inevitable consequence of a trauma, it would be incomprehensible why neurotics are not incomparably more numerous. This apparently heightened shock effect was clearly based on the exaggerated and morbid fantasy of the patient. Freud also saw that this same fantasy manifested itself in relatively early bad habits, which he called infantile perversities. His new conception of the etiology of a neurosis was based upon this further understanding and traced the neurosis back to some sexual activity in early infancy. His new conception of the etiology of a neurosis was based upon this further understanding and traced the neurosis back to some sexual activity in early infancy. This conception led on to his recent view that the neurotic is fixed to a certain period of his early infancy, because he still seems to preserve some trace of it, direct or indirect, in his mental attitude. Freud also makes the attempt to classify or to differentiate the neuroses, including dementia praecox, according to the stage of the infantile development in which the fixation took place. From the standpoint of this theory, the neurotic appears to be entirely dependent upon his infantile past, and all his troubles in later life, his moral conflicts and deficiencies, seem to be derived from the powerful influence of that period. The therapy and its main preoccupation are all in full accord with this view, and are chiefly concerned with the unraveling of this infantile fixation, which is understood as an unconscious attachment of the sexual libido to certain infantile fantasies and habits. This is, so far as I can see, the essence of Freud's theory. But this conception neglects the following important question. What is the cause of this fixation of the libido to the old infantile fantasies and habits? We have to remember that almost all persons have at some time had infantile fantasies and habits exactly corresponding to those of a neurotic, but they do not become fixed to them. Consequently, they do not become neurotic later on. The etiological secret of the neurosis, therefore, does not consist in the mere existence of infantile fantasies, but lies in the so-called fixation. The manifold statements of the existence of infantile sexual fantasies in neurotic cases are worthless, insofar as that they attribute an etiological value to them. For the same fantasies can be found in normal individuals as well, a fact which I have often proved. It is only the fixation which seems to be characteristic. It is important to demand the nature of the proofs of the real existence of this infantile fixation. Freud, an absolutely sincere and thorough empiricist, would never have evolved this hypothesis had he not had sufficient grounds for it. The grounds are found in the results of the psychoanalytic investigations of the unconscious. Psychoanalysis discloses the unconscious existence of manifold fantasies, which have their end root in the infantile past and turn around the so-called kern complex or nucleus complex, which may be designated in male individuals as the Oedipus complex and in females as the Electra complex. These terms convey their own meaning exactly. The whole tragic fate of Oedipus and Electra took place within the narrow confines of the family, just as the child's fate lies wholly within the family boundaries. Hence the Oedipus conflict is very characteristic of an infantile conflict. So also is the Electra conflict. The existence of these conflicts in infancy is largely proven by means of psychoanalytic experience. It is in the realm of this complex that the fixation is supposed to have taken place. Through the highly potent and effective existence of the nucleus complex in the unconscious of neurotics, Freud was led to the hypothesis that the neurotic has a peculiar fixation or attachment to it. Not the mere existence of this complex, for everyone has it in the unconscious, but the very strong attachment to it is what is typical of the neurotic. He is far more influenced by this complex than the normal person. Many examples in confirmation of this statement will be found in every one of the recent psychoanalytic histories of neurotic cases. We must admit that this conception is a very plausible one, because the hypothesis of fixation is based upon the well-known fact that certain periods of human life, and particularly infancy, do sometimes leave determining traces forever. The only question is whether this principle is a sufficient explanation or not. If we examine persons who have been neurotic from infancy, it seems to be confirmed, for we see the nucleus complex has a permanent and powerful activity throughout the whole life. But if we take cases which never show any considerable traces of neurosis, except at the particular time when they break down, and there are many such, this principle becomes doubtful. If there is such a thing as fixation, it is not permissible to base upon it a new hypothesis, claiming that at times during certain epochs of life the fixation becomes loosened and ineffective, while at others it suddenly becomes strengthened and effective. In such cases, we find the nucleus complex as active and as potent as in those which apparently support the theory of fixation. Here a critical attitude is peculiarly justifiable when we consider the often repeated observation that the moment of the outbreak of the disease is by no means indifferent. As a rule, it is most critical. It usually occurs at the moment when a new psychological adjustment, that is, a new adaptation, is demanded. Such moments facilitate the outbreak of a neurosis, as every experienced neurologist knows. This fact seems to me extremely significant. If the fixation were indeed real, we should expect to find its influence constant, i.e., a neurosis continuous throughout life. This is obviously not the case. The psychological determination of a neurosis is only partially due to an early infantile predisposition. It is due to a certain actual cause as well. And if we carefully examine the kind of infantile fantasies and events to which the neurotic individual is attached, we shall be obligated to agree that there is nothing in them specific for neurosis. Normal individuals have pretty much the same kind of internal and external experiences, and are attached to them to an even astonishing degree without developing a neurosis. You will find primitive people, especially, very much bound to their infantility. It now begins to look as if this so-called fixation were a normal phenomenon, and that the importance of infancy for the later mental attitude is natural and prevails everywhere. The fact that the neurotic seems to be markedly influenced by his infantile conflicts shows that it is less a matter of fixation than of a peculiar use which he makes of his infantile past. It looks as if he exaggerated its importance and attributed a very great artificial value to it. Adler, a pupil of Freud's, expresses a very similar view. It would be unjust to say that Freud confined himself to the hypothesis of fixation. He also was conscious of the impression I have just discussed. He called this phenomenon of reactivation, or secondary exaggeration of infantile reminiscences, regression. But in Freud's conception, it appears as if the incestuous desires of the Oedipus complex were the real cause of the regression to infantile fantasies. If this were the case, we should have to postulate an unexpected intensity of the primary incestuous tendencies. This view led Freud to his recent comparison between the so-called psychological incest barrier in children and the incest taboo in primitive man. He supposes that a real incestuous desire has led the primitive man to the invention of a protective law, while to me it looks as if the incest taboo is one among numerous taboos of all sorts, and due to the typical superstitious fear of primitive man, a fear existing independently of incest and its interdiction. I am able to attribute as little particular strength to incestuous desires in childhood as in primitive humanity. I do not even seek the reason for regression in primary incestuous or other sexual desires. I must state that a purely sexual etiology of neuroses seems to me much too narrow. I base this criticism upon no prejudice against sexuality, but upon an intimate acquaintance with the whole problem. Therefore, I suggest that the psychoanalytic theory should be liberated from the purely sexual standpoint. In place of it, I should like to introduce an energic viewpoint into the psychology of neurosis. All psychological phenomena can be considered as manifestation of energy, in the same way as all physical phenomena are already understood as energic manifestations, since Robert Mayer discovered the law of the conservation of energy. This energy is subjectively and psychologically conceived as desire. I call it libido, using the word in the original meaning of this term, which is by no means only sexual. Sallustius applies the term exactly in the way we do here. Magis in armis et militaribus sequis, quam in scortis et convives libidinum habebant. From a broader standpoint, libido can be understood as vital energy in general, or as Bergson's élan vital. The first manifestation of this energy in the suckling is the instinct of nutrition. From this stage, the libido slowly develops through manifold varieties of the act of sucking into the sexual function. Hence, I do not consider the act of sucking as a sexual act. The pleasure in sucking can certainly not be considered as sexual pleasure, but as pleasure in nutrition, for it is nowhere proved that pleasure is sexual in itself. This process of development continues into adult life and is connected with a constantly increased adaptation to the external world. Wherever the libido, in the process of adaptation, meets an obstacle, an accumulation takes place which normally gives rise to an increased effort to overcome the obstacle. But if the obstacle seems to be insurmountable and the individual renounces the overcoming of it, the stored-up libido makes a regression. In place of being employed in the increased effort, the libido now gives up the present task and returns to a former and more primitive way of adaptation. We meet with the best examples of such regressions very frequently in hysterical cases, where a disappointment in love or marriage gives rise to the neurosis. There we find the well-known disturbances of nutrition, resistance against eating, dyspeptic symptoms of all sorts, etc. In these cases, the regressive libido, turning away from its application to the work of adaptation, holds sway over the function of nutrition and provokes considerable disturbance. Such cases are obvious examples of regression. Similar effects of regression are also found in cases where there are no troubles in the function of nutrition, and here we readily find a regressive revival of reminiscences of time long past. We find a revival of the images of the parents, of the Oedipus complex. Here things and events of infancy, never before important, suddenly become so. They are regressively reanimated. Take away the obstacle in the path of life, and this whole system of infantile fantasies at once breaks down and becomes again as inactive and as ineffective as before. But do not let us forget that to a certain extent it is at work influencing us always and everywhere. I cannot forbear to mention that this view comes very near Janet's hypothesis of the substitution of the partie supérieure of a function by its parties inférieures. I would also remind you of Clapared's conception of neurotic symptoms as emotional reflexes of a primitive nature. Therefore, I no longer find the cause of a neurosis in the past, but in the present. I ask, what is the necessary task which the patient will not accomplish? The whole list of his infantile fantasies does not give me any sufficient etiological explanation, because I know that these fantasies are only puffed up by the regressive libido, which has not found its natural outlet into a new form of adjustment to the demands of life. You may ask why the neurotic has a special inclination not to accomplish his necessary tasks. Here let me point out that no living being adjusts itself easily and smoothly to new conditions. The principle of the minimum of effort is valid everywhere. A sensitive and somewhat inharmonious character, as a neurotic always is, will meet special difficulties and perhaps more unusual tasks in life than a normal individual, who, as a rule, has only to follow the well-established line of an ordinary life. For the neurotic, there is no established way, for his aims and tasks are apt to be of a highly individual character. He tries to follow the more or less uncontrolled and half-conscious way of normal people, not fully realizing his own critical and very different nature, which imposes upon him more effort than the normal person is required to exert. There are neurotics who have shown their increased sensitiveness and their resistance against adaptation in the very first weeks of life, in their difficulty in taking the mother's breast, and in their exaggerated nervous reactions, etc. For this portion of a neurotic predisposition, it will always be impossible to find psychological etiology, for it is anterior to all psychology. But this predisposition, you may call it congenital sensitiveness, or by what name you like, is the cause of the first resistances against adaptation. In such case, the way of adaptation being blocked, the biological energy we call libido does not find its appropriate outlet or activity and therefore replaces an up-to-date and suitable form of adaptation by an abnormal or primitive one. In neurosis, we speak of an infantile attitude or the predominance of infantile fantasies and desires. Insofar as infantile impressions and desires are of obvious importance in normal people, they are equally influential in neurosis, but they have here no etiological significance. They are reactions, merely being chiefly secondary and regressive phenomena. It is perfectly true, as Freud states, that infantile fantasies determine the form and further development of neurosis. But this is not etiology. Even when we find perverted sexual fantasies of which we can prove the existence in childhood, we cannot consider them of etiological significance. A neurosis is not really originated by infantile sexual fantasies, and the same must be said of the sexualism of neurotic fantasy in general. It is not a primary phenomenon based upon a perverted sexual disposition, but merely secondary and a consequence of a failure to apply the stored-up libido in a suitable way. I realize that this is a very old view, but this does not prevent its being true. The fact that the patient himself very often believes that this infantile fantasy is the real cause of the neurosis does not prove that he is right in his belief, or that a theory following the same belief is right either. It may look as if it were so, and I must confess that indeed very many cases do have that appearance. At all events, it is perfectly easy to understand how Freud came to this view. Everyone having any psychoanalytic experience will agree with me here. To sum up, I cannot see the real etiology of a neurosis in the various manifestations of infantile sexual development and their corresponding fantasies. The fact that they are exaggerated and put into the foreground in neurosis is a consequence of the stored-up energy or libido. The psychological trouble in neurosis and neurosis itself can be considered as an act of adaptation that has failed. This formulation might reconcile certain views of Janet's with Freud's view, that a neurosis is, under a certain aspect, an attempt at self-cure, a view which can be and has been applied to many diseases. Here the question arises whether it is still advisable to bring to light all the patient's fantasies by analysis, if we now consider them as of no etiological significance. Psychoanalysis hitherto has proceeded to the unraveling of these fantasies because they were considered to be etiologically significant. My altered view concerning the theory of neurosis does not change the procedure of psychoanalysis. The technique remains the same. We no longer imagine that we are unearthing the end root of the disease, but we have to pull up the sexual fantasies because the energy which the patient needs for his health, that is, for his adaptation, is attached to them. By means of psychoanalysis, the connection between the conscious and the libido in the unconscious is reestablished. Thus, you restore this unconscious libido to the command of conscious intention. Only in this way can the formerly split-off energy become again applicable to the accomplishment of the necessary tasks of life. Considered from this standpoint, psychoanalysis no longer appears to be a mere reduction of the individual to his primitive sexual wishes, but it becomes clear that, if rightly understood, it is a highly moral task of immense educational value. End of Chapter 8 on Psychoanalysis. Recording by Tom Carroll.
Chapter 9, Letters 1 and 2 of Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sox Forte. Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology by Carl Gustav Jung. Translated by Constance Ellen Long, 1867 to 1923. Chapter 9, On Some Crucial Points in Psychoanalysis. Correspondence between Dr. Jung and Dr. Loy, appearing in Psychotherapeutische Zeitfragen, published by Dr. Loy, Sanatorium Labri, Terretet, Montreux, Switzerland, 1914. 1. From Dr. Loy, 12th January, 1913. What you said at our last conversation was extraordinarily stimulating. I was expecting you to throw light upon the interpretation of my own and my patient's dreams from the standpoint of Freud's interpretation of dreams. Instead, you put before me an entirely new conception, the dream as a means of re-establishing the moral equipoise, fashioned in the realm below the threshold of consciousness. That indeed is a fruitful conception, but still more fruitful appears to me your other suggestion. You regard the problems of psychoanalysis as much deeper than I had ever thought. It is no longer merely a question of getting rid of troublesome pathological symptoms. The analyzed person gets to understand not his anxiety experiences alone, but his whole self most completely, and by means of this understanding he can build up and fashion his whole life anew. But he himself must be the builder. The analyst only furnishes him with the necessary tools. To begin with, I would ask you to consider what justification there is for the original procedure of Breuer and Freud, now entirely given up both by Freud himself and by you, but practiced by Frank, for instance, as his only method. I mean, the abreaction of the inhibited effects under light hypnosis. Why have you given up the cathartic method? More particularly, has light hypnosis in psychocatharsis a different value from suggestion during the sleep, long customary in treatment by suggestion? That is, has it only the value which the suggestionist contributes, or does it claim to possess only the value which the patient's belief bestows upon it? Or again, is suggestion in the waking state equivalent to suggestion in hypnoidal states? This Bernheim now asserts to be the case, after having used suggestion for many years exclusively in hypnosis. You will tell me we must talk of psychoanalysis, not of suggestion. But I really mean this. It is not the suggestion by means of which the psychocatharsis in the hypnoidal state produces therapeutic effects, modified naturally by the patient's age, etc., the main factor in the therapeutic success of the psychocatharsis. Frank, in his Affektstörungen, says, these partial adjustments of effect, suggestibility, and suggestion are almost altogether omitted in the psychocathartic treatment in light sleep, insofar as the content of the reproduced presentations is concerned. Is that really true? Frank himself adds, how can meditation upon the dreams of youth in itself lead to the discharge of the stored-up anxiety, whether in hypnoidal states or under any other conditions? Must one not suppose, with much greater probability, that the anxiety states would become much more pronounced through such concentration upon them? I have noticed that myself, and much more than I at all liked. One does indeed say to the patient, first we must stir up, then afterwards comes peace. And it does come, but it does not come in spite of the stirring up process, because gradually, by means of frequent talks under light hypnosis, the patient gets such confidence in the doctor that he becomes susceptible to direct suggestion, and that produces at first improvement and finally cure. I go still further. In an analysis in the waking state, is not the patient's belief that the method employed will cure him, coupled with his ever-growing trust in the doctor, a main cause of his cure? And I ask even further, in every systematically carried out therapeutic treatment, is not faith in it, trust in the doctor, a main factor in its success? I will not indeed say the only factor, for one cannot deny that the physical, dietetic, and chemical procedures, when properly selective, have a real effect in securing the cure, over and above the obvious effect of their indirect suggestion. 2. From Dr. Jung, 28th January, 1913. With regard to your question as to the applicability of the cathartic method, the following is my standpoint. Every method is good if it serves its purpose, including every method of suggestion, even Christian Science, mental healing, etc. A truth is a truth when it works. It is quite another question whether a scientific physician can answer for it to his conscience, should he sell little bottles of Lord's water, because that suggestion is at times very useful. Even the so-called highly scientific suggestion therapy employs the wares of the medicine man and the exercising shaman. And please, why should it not? The public is not even now much more advanced and continues to expect miracles from the doctor. And truly those doctors should be deemed clever, worldly wise in every respect, who understand the art of investing themselves with the halo of the medicine man. Not only have they the biggest practices, they also have the best results. This is simply because countless physical maladies, leaving out of count the neuroses, are complicated and burdened with psychic elements to an extent scarcely yet suspected. The medical exorcist's whole behavior betrays his full valuation of the psychic element when he gives the patient the opportunity of fixing his faith firmly upon the doctor's mysterious personality. Thus does he win the sick man's mind, which henceforth helps him indeed to restore his body also to health. The cure works best when the doctor really believes in his own formulae. Otherwise he may be overcome by scientific doubt, and so lose the correct, convincing tone. I too, for a time, practiced hypnotic suggestion enthusiastically, but there befell me 3 dubious incidents which I want you to note. 1. Once there came to me to be hypnotized for various neurotic troubles a withered peasant woman of some 50 years old. She was not easy to hypnotize, was very restless, kept opening her eyes, but at last I did succeed. When I waked her, after about half an hour, she seized my hand and with many words testified to her overflowing gratitude. I said, "But you are by no means cured yet, so keep your thanks till the end of the treatment." She, "I am not thanking you for that, but," blushing and whispering, "because you have been so decent." So, she said, looked at me with a sort of tender admiration, and departed. I gazed long at the spot where she had stood, and asked myself, confounded, so decent? Good heavens, surely she hadn't imagined somehow or other. This glimpse made me suspect for the first time that possibly the loose-minded person, by means of that notorious feminine, I should at that time have said animal, Directness of instinct understood more about the essence of hypnotism than I with all my knowledge of the scientific profundity of the textbooks. Therein lay my harmlessness. 2. Next came a pretty, coquettish 17-year-old girl with a harassed, suspicious mother. The young daughter had suffered since early girlhood from enuresis nocturna, which among other difficulties hindered her from going to a boarding school abroad. At once I thought of the old woman and her wisdom. I tried to hypnotize the girl. She laughed affectedly and prevented hypnosis for 20 minutes. Of course I kept quiet and thought, I know why you laugh. You've already fallen in love with me, but I will give you proof of my decency in gratitude for your wasting my time with your challenging laughter. I succeeded in hypnotizing her. Success followed at once. The enuresis stopped, and I therefore informed the young lady later that, instead of Wednesday, I would not see her again for hypnosis till the following Saturday. On Saturday she arrived with a cross countenance, presaging failure. The enuresis had come back again. I remembered my wise old woman and asked, when did the enuresis return? She, unsuspecting, Wednesday night. I thought to myself, there it is again. She wants to show me that I simply must see her on Wednesdays too. Not to see me for a whole long week is too much for a tender, loving heart. But I was quite resolved to give no help to such annoying romancing, so I said, to continue the hypnosis would be quite wrong under these circumstances. We must drop it for quite 3 weeks to give the enuresis a chance to stop, then come again for treatment. In my malicious heart, I knew I should then be on my holiday, and so the course of hypnotic treatment would come to an end. After the holidays, my locum tenens told me the young lady had been there with the news that the enuresis had vanished, but her disappointment at not seeing me was very keen. The old woman was right, thought I. 3. The third case gave my joy and suggestion its death blow. This was the manner of it. She was a lady of 65, who came stumbling into the consulting room with a crutch. She had suffered from pain in the knee joint for 17 years, and this at times kept her in bed for many weeks. No doctor had been able to cure her, and she had tried every possible remedy of present-day medicine. After I had suffered the stream of her narrative to flow over me for some 10 minutes, I said, I will try to hypnotize you. Perhaps that will do you good. She, oh yes, please do, leaned her head on one side and fell asleep before ever I said or did anything. She passed into somnambulism and showed every form of hypnosis you could possibly desire. After half an hour, I had the greatest difficulty in waking her. When at last she was awake, she jumped up. I am well. I am all right. You have cured me. I tried to make timid objections, but her praises drowned me. She could really walk. Then I blushed and said, embarrassed to my colleagues, look, behold the wondrously successful hypnotic therapy. That day saw the death of my connection with treatment by suggestion. The therapeutic praise won by this case shamed and humiliated me. When a year later, at the beginning of my hypnotic course, the good old lady returned, this time with the pain in her back, I was already sunk in hopeless cynicism. I saw written on her forehead that she had just read the notice of the reopening of my clinic in the newspaper, that vexatious romanticism had provided her with a convenient pain in the back, so that she might have a pretext for seeing me, and again let herself be cured in the same theatrical fashion. This proved true in every particular. As you will understand, a man possessed of scientific conscience cannot endure such cases without embarrassment. There ripened in me the resolve to renounce suggestion altogether, rather than to allow myself passively to be transformed into a miracle worker. I wanted to understand what really went on in the souls of people. It suddenly seemed to me incredibly childish to think of dispelling an illness with charms, and that this should be the only result of our scientific endeavors for psychotherapy. Thus for me the discovery of Breuer and Freud was a veritable deliverance. I took up their method with unalloyed enthusiasm and soon recognized how right Freud was, when at a very early date, indeed so far back as the Studien über Hysterie, he began to direct a searchlight upon the accompanying circumstances of the so-called trauma. I, too, soon discovered that certainly some traumata with an obvious etiological tinge are opportunely present, but the greater number appeared highly improbable. So many of them seemed so insignificant, even so normal, that at most one could regard them as just providing the opportunity for the neurosis to appear. But what especially spurned my criticism was the fact that so many traumata were simply inventions of fantasy, which had never really existed. This perception was enough to make me skeptical about the whole trauma theory, but I've dealt with these matters in detail in my lectures on the theory of psychoanalysis. I could no longer suppose that the 101 cathartic experiences of a fantastically puffed up or entirely invented trauma were anything but the effect of suggestion. It is well enough if it helps, if one only had not a scientific conscience and that impulsion toward the truth. I found in many cases, especially when dealing with more mentally gifted patients, that I must recognize the therapeutic limitations of this method. It is, of course, a definite plan, and convenient for the doctor, since it makes no particular demands upon his intellect for new adaptations. The theory and practice are both of the pleasantest simplicity. The neurosis is caused by a trauma. The trauma is abreacted. When the abreaction takes place under hypnotism, or with other magical accessories, dark room, peculiar lighting, and the rest, I remember once more the wise old woman who opened my eyes not merely to the magic influence of the mesmeric gestures, but also to the essential character of hypnotism itself. But what alienated me once for all from this relatively efficacious, indirect method of suggestion, based as it is upon an equally efficacious false theory, was the perception I obtained at the same time that behind the confused, deceptive intricacies of neurotic fantasies there stands a conflict, which may be best described as a moral one. With this, there began for me a new era of understanding. Research and therapy now coincided in the attempt to discover the causes and the rational solution of this conflict. That is what psychoanalysis meant to me. Whilst I had been getting this insight, Freud had built up his sexual theory of the neurosis, and therewith had brought forward an enormous number of questions for discussion, all of which I thought deserved the profoundest consideration. Thus I have had the good fortune of cooperating with Freud for a long time, and working with him in the investigation of the problem of sexuality and neurosis. You perhaps know from some of my earlier work that I was always dubious, somewhat, concerning the significance of sexuality. This has now become the exact point where I am no longer altogether of Freud's opinion. I have preferred to answer your questions in rather non-sequent fashion. Whatever is still unanswered, let me now repeat. Light hypnosis and complete hypnosis are but varying grades of intensity of unconscious attraction toward the hypnotist. Who can here venture to draw sharp distinctions? To a critical intelligence, it is unthinkable that suggestibility and suggestion can be excluded in the cathartic method. They are present everywhere and are universal human attributes, even with Dubois and the psychoanalysts who think they work on purely rational lines. No technique, no self-deception avails here. The doctor works nolens volens, and perhaps primarily, by means of his personality, that is, by suggestion. In the cathartic treatment, what is of far more importance to the patient than the conjuring up of old fantasies is the being so often with the doctor, and having confidence and belief in him personally, and in his method. The belief, the self-confidence, perhaps also the devotion with which the doctor does his work are far more important things to the patient, imponderabilia though they be, than the recalling of old traumata. Ultimately, we shall some day know from the history of medicine everything that has ever been of service. Then perhaps at last we may come to the really desirable therapy, to psychotherapy. Did not even the old materia medica of filth have brilliant cures, cures which only faded away with the belief in it? Because I recognize that the patient does attempt to lay hold of the doctor's personality in spite of all possible rational safeguards, I have formulated the demand that the psychotherapeutist shall be held just as responsible for the cleanness of his own hands as is the surgeon. I hold it to be an absolutely indispensable preliminary that the psychoanalyst should himself first undergo an analysis, for his personality is one of the chief factors in the cure. Patients read the doctor's character intuitively, and they should find in him a human being, with faults indeed, but also a man who has striven at every point to fulfill his own human duties in the fullest sense. I think that this is the first healing factor. Many times I have had the opportunity of seeing that the analyst is successful with his treatment, just in so far as he has succeeded in his own moral development. I think this answer will satisfy your question. End of Chapter 9, Letters 1 and 2.
Chapter 9, Letters 3 and 4 of Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sydney M. Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology by Carl Gustav Jung, translated by Constance Ellen Long, 1867 to 1923. Chapter 9, 3. From Dr. Loy. 2nd February 1913. You answer several of my questions in a decidedly affirmative sense. You take it as proved that in the cures by the cathartic method, the main role is played by faith in the doctor and in his method, and not by the abreaction of real or imaginary traumata. I also. Equally, I am at one with your view that the cures of the old materia medica of filth, as well as the Lourdist cures, or those of the mental healers, Christian scientists, and persuasionists, are to be attributed to faith in the miracle worker rather than to any of the methods employed. Now comes the ticklish point. The augur can remain an augur so long as he himself believes the will of the gods is made manifest by the entrails of the sacrificial beast. When he no longer believes, he has to ask himself, shall I continue to use my augur's authority to further the welfare of the state? Or shall I make use of my newer and, I hope, truer convictions of today? Both ways are possible. The first is called opportunism, the second the pursuit of truth and scientific honor. For a doctor, the first way brings perhaps therapeutic success and fame, the second reproach. Such a man is not taken seriously. What I esteem most highly in Freud and his school is just this passionate desire for truth. But again, it is precisely here that people pronounce a different verdict. Quote, it is impossible for the busy practitioner to keep pace with the development of the views of this investigator and his initiates. End quote. Frank Affixstrungen einleiten. One can easily disregard this little quip, but one must take more seriously one's self-criticism. We may have to ask ourselves whether, since science is an undivided, ever-flowing stream, we are justified in relinquishing on conscientious grounds any method or combination of methods by means of which we know cures can be achieved. Looking more closely at the fundamental grounds of your aversion to the use of hypnosis, or semi-hypnosis, the degree matters nothing, in treatment by suggestion, which, as a matter of fact, every doctor and every therapeutic method makes use of willy-nilly, no matter what it is called, it is clear that what has disgusted you in hypnotism is at bottom nothing but the so-called transference to the doctor, which you, with your unalloyed psychoanalytic treatment, can get rid of as little as anyone else, for indeed it plays a chief part in the success of the treatment. Your insistence that the psychoanalyst must be answerable for the cleanness of his own hands, here I agree with you unreservedly, is an inevitable conclusion. But after all, does anything more augurish really cling to the use made of hypnosis in psychotherapeutic treatment than to the quite inevitable use made of the transference to the doctor for therapeutic ends? In either case, we must perforce take shares in faith as a healing agent. As for the feeling which the patient, whether man or woman, entertains for the doctor, is there never anything in the background save conscious or unconscious sexual desire? In many cases, your view is most certainly correct. More than one woman has been frank enough to confess that the beginning of hypnosis was accompanied by voluptuous pleasure. But this is not true in all instances. Or how would you explain the underlying feeling in the hypnotizing of one animal by another, e.g., snake and bird? Surely you can say that there the feeling of fear reigns, fear which is an aversion of the libido, such as comes upon the bride in the hypnoidal state before she yields to her husband, wherein pure sexual desire rules, though possibly it contains an element of fear. However this may be, from your three cases I cannot draw any ethical distinction between the unconscious readiness towards the hypnotist and the transference to the doctor, which should avail to condemn a combination of hypnotism and psychoanalysis as a method of treatment. You will ask why I cling to the use of hypnotism, or rather of hypnoidal states, because I think there are cases that can be much more rapidly cured thereby than through a purely psychoanalytic treatment. For example, in no more than 5 or 6 interviews, I cured a 15-year-old girl who had suffered from enuresis nocturna from infancy,
but was otherwise thoroughly healthy, gifted, and preeminent at school. She had previously tried all sorts of treatment without any result. Perhaps I ought to have sought out the psychoanalytic connection between the aneurosis and her psychosexual attitude and explained it to her, etc. But I could not. She had only the short Easter holidays for treatment, so I just hypnotized her and the tiresome trouble vanished. It was a lasting cure. In psychoanalysis, I use hypnosis to help the patient to overcome resistances. Further, I use light hypnosis in association with psychoanalysis to hasten the advance when the re-education stage comes. For example, a patient afflicted with washing mania was sent to me after a year's psychocathartic treatment by Dr. X. The symbolic meaning of her washing ceremonial was first made plain to her. She became more and more agitated during the abreaction of alleged traumata in childhood, because she had persuaded herself by autosuggestion that she was too old to be cured, that she saw no images, etc. So I used hypnosis to help her to diminish the number of her washings, so that the anxiety feelings would be banished, and to train her to throw things on the ground and pick them up again without washing her hands afterwards, etc. In view of these considerations, if you feel disposed to go further into the matter, I should be grateful if you would furnish me with more convincing reasons why hypnotic treatment must be dispensed with, and explain how to do without it or with what to replace it in such cases. Were I convinced, I would give it up as you have done, but what convinced you has so far not convinced me. Si duo faciunt idem, non est idem. Now I want to consider another important matter to which you alluded, but only cursorily, and to put one question. Behind the neurotic fantasies there stands, you say, almost always or always a moral conflict which belongs to the present moment. That is perfectly clear to me. Research and therapy coincide. Their task is to search out the foundations and the rational solution of the conflict. Good. But can the rational solution always be found? Reasons of expediency so often bar the way, varying with the type of patient. For instance, children, young girls, and women from pious Catholic or Protestant families. Again that accursed opportunism. A colleague of mine was perfectly right when he began to give sexual enlightenment to a young French patient, a boy who was indulging in masturbation. Whereupon, like one possessed, in rushed a bigoted grandmother, and a disagreeable sequel ensued. How to act in these and similar cases? What to do in cases where there arises a moral conflict between love and duty, a conflict in married life, or in general between instinct and moral duty? What to do in the case of a girl afflicted with hysterical or anxiety symptoms, needing love and having no chance to marry, either because she cannot find a suitable man or because, being well connected, she wants to remain chaste? Simply try to get rid of the symptoms by suggestion? But that is wrong as soon as one knows of a better way. How to reconcile these two consciences, that of the man who does not want to confine his fidelity to truth within his own four walls, and that of the doctor who must cure, or if he dare not cure according to his real convictions, owing to opportunist motives, must at least procure some alleviation. We live in the present, but with the ideas and ideals of the future. That is our conflict. How resolve it? 4. From Dr. Jung, 4th February, 1913. You have put me in some perplexity by the questions in your yesterday's letter. You have rightly grasped the spirit which dictated my last. I am glad you, too, recognize the spirit. There are not very many who can boast of such tolerance. I should deceive myself if I regarded my standpoint as that of a practical physician. First and foremost, I am a scientist. Naturally, that gives me a different outlook upon many problems. In my last letter, I certainly left out of count the doctor's practical needs, but chiefly that I might show you on what grounds we might be moved to relinquish hypnotic therapy. To remove the first objection at once, let me say that I did not give up hypnotism because I desired to avoid dealing with the basic motives of the human soul, but rather because I wanted to battle with them directly and openly. When once I understood what kind of forces play a part in hypnotism, I gave it up, simply to get rid of all the indirect advantages of this method. As we psychoanalysts see regretfully every day, and our patients also, we do not work with a transference to the doctor, but against it and in spite of it. It is just not upon the faith of the sick man that we can build, but upon his criticism. So much would I say at the outset upon this delicate question. As your letter shows, we are at one in regard to the theoretical aspect of treatment by suggestion, so we can now apply ourselves to the further task of coming to mutual understanding about the practical question. Your remarks on the physician's dilemma, whether to be magician or scientist, bring us to the heart of the discussion. I strive to be no fanatic, although there are not a few who reproach me with fanaticism. I contend not for the application of the psychoanalytic method solely and at all costs, but for the recognition of every method of investigation and treatment. I was a medical practitioner quite long enough to realize that practice obeys, and should obey, other laws than does the search after truth. One might almost say practice must first and foremost submit to the laws of opportunism. The scientist does great injustice to the practitioner if he reproaches him for not using the one true scientific method. As I said to you in my last letter, a truth is a truth when it works. But on the other hand, the practitioner must not reproach the scientist if in his search for truth and for newer and better methods, he makes trial of unusual ways. After all, it is not the practitioner but the investigator, and the latter's patient, who will have to bear any injury that may arise. The practitioner must certainly use those methods which he knows how to use to the greatest advantage, and which give him the best relative results. My tolerance indeed extends, as you see, even to Christian Science. But I deem it most uncalled for that Frank, a practicing doctor, should depreciate research in which he cannot participate, and particularly the very line of research to which he owes his own method. It is surely time to cease this running down of every new idea. No one asks Frank and all whom he represents to become psychoanalysts. We grant them the right to their existence. Why should they always seek to cut ours short? As my own cures show you, I do not doubt the effect of suggestion. Only I had the idea that I could perhaps discover something still better. This hope has been amply justified. Not forever shall it be said, the good attained is oft a fairer, still the enemy calling it vain illusion, falsehood's snare. I confess frankly, were I doing your work, I should often be in difficulties if I relied only on psychoanalysis. I can scarcely imagine a general practice, especially in a sanatorium, with no other means than psychoanalysis. At Dr. Bricher's sanatorium in Zurich, the principle of psychoanalysis is adopted completely by several of the assistants, but a whole series of other important educative influences are also brought to bear upon the patients, without which matters would probably go very badly. In my own purely psychoanalytic practice, I have often regretted that I could not avail myself of the other methods of re-education that are naturally at hand in an institution. This, of course, only in special cases where one is dealing with extremely uncontrolled, uneducated persons. Which of us has shown any disposition to assert that we have discovered a panacea? There are cases in which psychoanalysis operates less effectively than any other known method. But who has ever claimed psychoanalysis should be employed in every sort of case and on every occasion? Only a fanatic could maintain such a view. Patients for whom psychoanalysis is suitable have to be selected. I unhesitatingly send cases I think unsuitable to other doctors. As a matter of fact, this does not happen often, because patients have a way of sorting themselves out. Those who go to an analyst usually know quite well why they go to him and not to someone else. However, there are very many neurotics well suited for psychoanalysis. In these matters, every scheme must be looked at in due perspective. It is never quite wise to try to batter down a stone wall with your head. Whether simple hypnotism, the cathartic treatment, or psychoanalysis shall be used must be determined by the conditions of the case and the preference of the particular doctor. Every doctor will obtain the best results with the instrument he knows best. But, barring exceptions, I must say definitely that for me and for my patients also, psychoanalysis proves itself better than any other method. This is not merely a matter of feeling. From manifold experiences, I know many cases can indeed be cured by psychoanalysis, which are refractory to all other methods of treatment. I have many colleagues whose experience is the same, even men engaged exclusively in practice. It is scarcely to be supposed that a method altogether contemptible would meet with so much support. When once psychoanalysis has been applied in a suitable case, it is imperative that rational solutions of the conflicts should be found. The objection is at once advanced that many conflicts are intrinsically incapable of solution. That view is sometimes taken because only an external solution is thought of, and that, at bottom, is no real solution at all. If a man cannot get on with his wife, he naturally thinks the conflict would be solved if he were to marry someone else. If such marriages are examined, they are seen to be no solution whatsoever. The old Adam enters upon the new marriage and bungles it just as badly as he did the earlier one. A real solution comes only from within, and only then because the patient has been brought to a new standpoint. Where an external solution is possible, no psychoanalysis is necessary. In seeking an internal solution, we encounter the peculiar virtues of psychoanalysis. The conflict between love and duty must be solved upon that particular plane of character where love and duty are no longer in opposition, for indeed they really are not so. The familiar conflict between instinct and conventional morality must be solved in such a way that both factors are taken satisfactorily into account, and this is only possible through a change of character. This change psychoanalysis can bring about. In such cases, external solutions are worse than none at all. Naturally, the particular situation dictates which road the doctor must ultimately follow, and what is then his duty. I regard the conscious searching question of the doctor's remaining true to his scientific convictions as rather unimportant in comparison with the incomparably weightier question as to how he can best help his patient. The doctor must, on occasion, be able to play the augur. Mundus vult decipi, but the cure is no deception. It is true that there is a conflict between ideal conviction and concrete possibility, but we should ill prepare the ground for the seed of the future were we to forget the tasks of the present and sought only to cultivate ideals. That is but idle dreaming. Do not forget that Kepler cast horoscopes for money, and that countless artists have been condemned to work for wages. End of Chapter 9, Letters 3 and 4. Recording by Sydney M.
Chapter 23 of Collected Papers on Analytic Psychology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Collected Papers on Analytic Psychology by Carl Gustav Jung. Translated by Constance Ellen Long, 1867 to 1923. Chapter 23. 5. From Dr. Loy, 9th February 1913. The selfsame passion for truth possesses us both when we think of pure research, and the same desire to cure when we are considering therapy. For the scientist, as for the doctor, we desire the fullest freedom in all directions, fullest freedom to select and use the methods which promise the best fulfillment of their ends at any moment. Here we are at one. But there remains a postulate we must establish to the satisfaction of others if we want recognition for our views. First and foremost, there is a question that must be answered, an old question asked already in the Gospels. What is truth? I think clear definitions of fundamental ideas are most necessary. How shall we contrive a working definition of the conception truth? Perhaps an allegory may help us. Imagine a gigantic prism extending in front of the sun so that its rays are broken up. But suppose man entirely ignorant of this fact. I exclude the invisible chemical and ultraviolet rays. Men who live in a blue-lit region will say, the sun sends forth blue light only. They are right, and yet they are wrong. From their standpoint, they are capable of perceiving only a fragment of truth. And so too with the inhabitants of the red, yellow, and in-between regions. And they will all scourge and slay one another to force their belief in their fragment upon the others, till, grown wiser through traveling in each other's regions, they come to the harmonious agreement that the sun sends out light of varying colors. That comprehends more truth, but it is not yet the truth. Only when the giant lens shall have recombined the split-up rays, and when the invisible chemical and heat rays have given proof of their own specific effects, will a view more in accordance with the facts be able to arise, and men will perceive that the sun emits white light, which is split up by the prism into differing rays with different peculiarities, which rays can be recombined by the lens into one mass of white light. This example shows sufficiently well that the road to truth leads through far-reaching and comparative observations, the results of which must be controlled by the help of freely chosen experiments, until well-grounded hypotheses and theories can be put forward. But these hypotheses and theories will fall to the ground as soon as a single new observation or experiment contradicts them. The way is difficult, and in the end all man ever attains to is relative truth. But such relative truth suffices for the time being if it serves to explain the most important actual concatenations of the past, to light up present problems, to predict those of the future, so that we are then in a position to achieve adaptation through our knowledge. But absolute truth could be accessible only to omniscience, aware of all possible concatenations and combinations. That is not possible, for the concatenations and their combinations are infinite. Accordingly, we shall never know more than an approximate truth. Should new relationships be discovered, new combinations built up, then the picture changes, and with it the entire possibilities in knowledge and power. To what revolutions in daily life does not every new scientific discovery lead? How absurdly little was the beginning of our first ideas of electricity! How inconceivably great the results! Time and again it is necessary to repeat this commonplace, because one sees how life is always made bitter for the innovators in every scientific field. And now is it being made especially so for the disciples of the psychoanalytic school. Of course, everyone admits the truth of this platitude so long as it is a matter of academic discussion, but only so long. Just as soon as a concrete case has to be considered, sympathies and antipathies rush into the foreground and darken judgment. And therefore the scientist must fight tirelessly, appealing to logic and honor for freedom of research in every field, and must not permit authority of no matter what political or religious tinge to advance reasons of opportunism to destroy or restrict this freedom. Opportunist reasons may be and are in place elsewhere, not here. Finally, we must completely disavow that maxim of the Middle Ages, philosophia ancilla theologia, and no less too the war cries of the university classrooms, with their partisanship of one or other religious or political party. All fanaticism is the enemy of science, which must above all things be independent. And when we turn from the search for truth back once more to therapeutics, we see immediately that here too we are in agreement. In practice, expediency must rule. The doctor from the yellow region must adapt himself to the sick in the yellow region, as must the doctor in the blue region to his patients. Both have the same object in view. And the doctor who lives in the white light of the sun must take into consideration the past experiences of his patients from the yellow or blue region, in spite of, or perhaps rather because of, his own wider knowledge. In such cases, the way to healing will be long and difficult, may indeed lead more easily into a cul-de-sac, than in cases where he has to do with patients who, like himself, have already come to a knowledge of the white sunlight, or, one might say, when his patient material has already sorted itself out. With such sorted-out material, the psychoanalyst can employ psychoanalysis exclusively, and may deem himself happy in that he need not play the augur. Now, what are these psychoanalytic methods? If I understand you aright, from beginning to end, it is a question of dealing directly and openly with the basic forces of the human soul, so that the analyzed person, be he sick or sound or in some stage between, for health and sickness flow over by imperceptible degrees into one another, shall gradually have his eyes opened to the drama that is being acted within him. He has to come to an understanding of the development of the hostile automatisms of his personality, and by means of this understanding he must gradually learn to free himself from them. He must learn, too, how to employ and strengthen the favorable automatisms. He must learn to make his self-knowledge real and of practical use, to control his soul's workings, so that a balance may be established between the spheres of emotion and reason. And what share in all this has the physician's suggestion? I can scarcely believe that suggestion can be altogether avoided till the patient feels himself really free. Such freedom, it goes without saying, is the main thing to strive for, and it must be active. The sick man who simply obeys a suggestion obeys it only just so long as the transference to the doctor remains potent. But if he wishes to be able to adjust himself to all circumstances, he must have fortified himself from within. He should no longer need the crutches of faith, but be capable of encountering all theoretical and practical problems squarely, and of solving them by himself. That is surely your view, or have I not understood correctly? I next ask, must not every single case be treated differently, of course within the limits of the psychoanalytic method? For if every case is a case by itself, it must indeed demand individual treatment. Il n'y a pas de maladies, il n'y a que du malade, said a French doctor whose name escapes me. But on broad lines, what course, from a technical point of view, does analysis take, and what deviations occur most frequently? That I would gladly learn from you. I take for granted that all augur's tricks, darkened rooms, masquerading chloroform are out of the question. Psychoanalysis, purged so far as is humanly possible from suggestive influence, appears to have an essential difference from Dubois psychotherapy. With Dubois, from the beginning, conversation about the past is forbidden, and the moral reasons for recovery placed in the forefront, whilst psychoanalysis uses the subconscious material from the patient's past as well as present for present self-understanding. Another difference lies in the conception of morality. Morals are above all relative. But what essential forms shall they assume at those moments when one can hardly avoid suggestion? You will say the occasion must decide. Agreed, as regards older people or adults who have to live in an unenlightened milieu. But if one is dealing with children, the seed of the future, is it not a sacred duty to enlighten them as to the shaky foundations of the so-called moral conceptions of the past, which have only a dogmatic basis? Is it not a duty to educate them into full freedom by courageously unveiling truth? I ask this not so much with regard to the analyzing doctor as to the teacher. May not the creation of free schools be looked for as one task for the psychoanalyst? 6. From Dr. Jung, 11th February 1913. The idea of the relativity of truth has been current for ages, but whether true or not, it does not stand in the way of anything save the beliefs of dogma and authority. You ask me, or indeed tell me, what psychoanalysis is. Before considering your views, permit me first to try and mark out the territory and definition of psychoanalysis. Psychoanalysis is primarily just a method, but a method complying with all the rigorous demands insisted upon today by the conception method. Let it be made plain at once that psychoanalysis is not an anamnesis, as those who know everything without learning are pleased to believe. It is essentially a method for the exploration of the unconscious associations, into which no question of the conscious self enters. Again, it is not a kind of examination of the nature of an intelligence test, though this mistake is common in certain circles. It is no cathartic method, abreacting real and fantastic traumata with or without hypnosis. Psychoanalysis is a method which makes possible the analytic reduction of the psychic content to its simplest expression, and the discovery of the line of least resistance in the development of a harmonious personality. In neurosis, straightforward direction of life's energies is lacking because opposing tendencies traverse and hinder psychological adaptation. Psychoanalysis, so far as our present knowledge of it goes, thus appears to be simply a rational nerve therapy. For the technical application of psychoanalysis, no program can be formulated. There are only general principles, and for the individual case, working rules. Here let me refer you to Freud's work in Volume 1 of the Internationale Zeitschrift für ärztliche Psychoanalyse. My one working rule is to conduct the analysis as a perfectly ordinary, sensible conversation, and to avoid all appearance of medical magic. The leading principle of the psychoanalytic technique is to analyze the psychic material which offers itself then and there. Every interference on the part of the analyst, with the object of inducing the analysis to follow some systematic course, is a gross mistake in technique. So-called chance is the law and the order of psychoanalysis. Naturally, in the beginning of the analysis, the anamnesis and the diagnosis come first. The subsequent analytic process develops quite differently in every case. To give rules is well nigh impossible. All one can say is that very frequently, quite at the beginning, a series of resistances have to be overcome, resistances against both method and man. Patients having no idea of psychoanalysis must first be given some understanding of the method. In those who already know something of it, there are very often many misconceptions to set right, and frequently one has to deal also with many reproaches cast by scientific criticism. In either case, the misconceptions rest upon arbitrary interpretations, superficiality, or complete ignorance of the facts. If the patient is himself a doctor, his special knowledge may prove extremely tiresome. To intelligent colleagues, it is best to give a complete theoretic exposition. With foolish and limited persons, you begin quietly with analysis. In the unconscious of such folk, there is a confederate that never refuses help. From the analysis of the very earliest dreams, the emptiness of the criticism is obvious, and ultimately of the whole beautiful edifice of supposedly scientific skepticism, nothing remains, save a little heap of personal vanity. I have had amusing experiences here. It is best to let the patient talk freely and to confine oneself to pointing out connections here and there. When the conscious material is exhausted, we come to the dreams, which furnish us with the subliminal material. If people have no dreams, as they allege, or if they forget them, there is usually still some conscious material that ought to be produced and discussed, but is kept back owing to resistances. When the conscious is emptied, then come the dreams, which are indeed, as you know, the chief material of the analysis. How the analysis is to be made and what is to be said to patients depends firstly upon the material to be dealt with, secondly on the doctor's skill, and thirdly on the patient's capacity. I must insist that no one ought to undertake analysis except on the basis of a sound knowledge of the subject. That necessitates an intimate understanding of the existing literature. Without this, the work may be bungled. I do not know what else to tell you beforehand. I must wait for further questions. In regard to questions of morality and education, let me say that these belong to the later stages of the analysis, wherein they find, or should find, solutions for themselves. You cannot compile recipes out of psychoanalysis. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 9. Letters 7 and 8 of Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Carroll. Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology by Carl Gustav Jung. translated by Constance Ellen Long, 1867 to 1923. Chapter 9, Letter 7 from Dr. Loy, 10th February, 1913. You write that a solid knowledge of the psychoanalytic literature is necessary for initiation into psychoanalysis. I should agree, but with a certain reservation. The more one reads, the more one notices how many contradictions there are among the different writers, and less does one know until one has had sufficient personal experience to which view to give adherence, since quite frequently assertions are made without any proof. For example, I thought, strengthened in the view by my own experience of suggestion therapy, that the transference to the doctor might be an essential condition to the patient's cure. But you write, quote, "We psychoanalysts do not build upon the patient's faith. Rather do we have to deal with his criticism." Unquote. And Steckel writes, on the other hand, quote, "Love for the doctor can become a power essential to recovery. Neurotics never get well for love of themselves. They recover out of love for the doctor. They give him that pleasure." Unquote. Here again, surely, stress is laid on the power of suggestion. And yet Steckel too thinks he is a psychoanalyst pure and simple. On the other hand, you say in your letter of January 20th that, quote, "the doctor's personality is one of the main factors in the cure." Unquote. Should not this expression be translated, "When the doctor inspires respect in the patient and is worthy of his love, the patient will gladly follow his example and endeavor to recover from his neurosis and fulfill his human duties in the widest sense?" I think one can only emerge from all this uncertainty by means of much personal experience, which will indicate also which way best suits one's personality and brings the greatest therapeutic success. This is a further reason for undergoing analysis oneself, to recognize fully what one is. I was decidedly in agreement with your definition of psychoanalysis in its first negative portion. Psychoanalysis is neither an anamnesis nor a method of examination after the fashion of a test for intelligence, nor yet a psychokatharsis. In your second positive part, however, your definition, quote, "Psychoanalysis is a method of discovering the line of least resistance to the harmonious development of the whole personality," unquote, seems to me valid for the patient's inertia, but not for the releasing of the sublimated libido with a view to the new direction of life. You consider that the neurosis causes a lack of singleness of aim in life, because opposing tendencies hinder psychic adaptation. True, but will not this psychic adaptation eventuate quite differently according as the patient, when well, directs his life either to the avoidance of pain merely, line of least resistance, or to the achievement of the greatest pleasure? In the first case, he would be more passive. He would merely reconcile himself, quote, "to the emptiness of reality," unquote, from Steckel, page 187. In the second, he would be filled with enthusiasm for something or other or some person or other. But what will determine this choice of his as to whether he will be passive rather than active in his second life? In your view, will the determining factor manifest itself spontaneously in the course of the analysis? And must the doctor carefully avoid swaying the balance to one side or other by his influence? Or must he, if he does not renounce the right to canalize the patient's libido in some particular direction, renounce the right to be called a psychoanalyst? And is he to be regarded as moderate or altogether as wild? But I think you have already answered this question, since in your last letter you write, quote, "Every interference on the part of the analyst is a gross mistake in technique. So-called chance is the law and order of psychoanalysis," unquote. But, torn from its context, perhaps this does not quite give your whole meaning. With regard to detailed explanation of the psychoanalytic method before the beginning of the analysis, I think you agree with Freud and Steckel. Give too little rather than too much, for the knowledge instilled into a patient remains more or less half knowledge, and half knowledge engenders quote, the desire to know better, unquote, than the analyst, which only impedes progress. So, after brief explanation, first let the patient talk, then and there point out connections. Then, after the exhaustion of the conscious material, take dreams. But there another difficulty confronts me, which I have already pointed out in our talks. You find the patient adapting himself to the doctor's tone, language, jargon, whether from conscious imitation, transference, or even resistance, when he can fight the analyst with his own weapons. How then can you possibly prevent his beginning to produce all manner of fantasies as supposedly real traumata of early childhood, and dreams supposedly spontaneous, which are in reality, though not designedly, directly or indirectly suggested? I then told you that Farel, Der Hypnotismus, made his patients dream just what he wanted, and I have myself easily repeated the experiment. But if the analyst desires to suggest nothing, should he remain silent for the most part and let the patient speak, except that in interpreting dreams he may lay before the patient his own interpretation? Letter 8 from Dr. Jung, 18th February, 1913. I cannot but agree with your observation that confusion reigns in psychoanalytic literature. Just at this moment, different points of view are developing in the theoretical conception of the analytic results, not to mention many individual deviations. Over against Freud's almost purely causal conception, there has developed, apparently in absolute contradiction, Adler's purely final view. But in reality, the latter is an essential complement of Freud's theory. I hold rather to a middle course, taking into account both standpoints. That discord still reigns round the ultimate questions of psychoanalysis need not surprise us when we consider the difficulty. The problem of the therapeutic effect of psychoanalysis is bound up in particular with supremely difficult questions, so that it would indeed be astonishing if we had yet reached final certitude. Steckel's statement to which you refer is very characteristic. What he says about love for the doctor is obviously true, but it is a simple affirmation and not a goal or a plumb line of the analytic therapy. If his statement were the goal, many cures, it is true, would be possible, but also many calamities might result which are avoidable. But the aim is so to educate the patient that he will get well for his own sake and by reason of his own determination, rather than to procure his doctor some sort of advantage. Though of course it would be absurd from the therapeutic standpoint not to allow the patient to get better, because in doing so he does the doctor a good turn also. It suffices if the patient knows it. But we must not prescribe for him which path he should take to recovery. Naturally, it seems to me, from the psychoanalytic standpoint, an inadmissible use of suggestive influence if the patient is compelled to get better out of love for the doctor. And indeed, such compulsion may sometimes take bitter revenge. The "you must and shall be saved" is no more to be commended in nerve therapy than in any other department of life. It contradicts the principle of analytic treatment, which shuns all coercion and desires to let everything grow up from within. I do not, as you know, object to influencing by use of suggestion in general, but merely to a doubtful motivation. If the doctor demands that his patient shall get well from love of himself, the patient may easily reckon on reciprocal services and will without doubt try to extort them. I can but utter a warning against any such method. A far stronger motive for recovery, also a far healthier and ethically more valuable one, consists in the patient's thorough insight into the real state of affairs, the recognition of how things are now and how they ought to be. The man of any sort of worth will then discern that he can hardly sit down at ease in the quagmire of his neurosis. With your rendering of what I said about the healing power of personality, I cannot entirely agree. I wrote that the doctor's personality has a power for healing because the patient reads the doctor's personality, not that he produces a cure through love of the doctor. The doctor cannot prevent the patient's beginning to behave himself towards his conflicts just as the doctor himself behaves, for nothing is finer than a neurotic's intuition. But every strong transference serves this same purpose. If the doctor makes himself charming, he buys off from the patient a series of resistances which he should have overcome, and whose overcoming will certainly have to be gone through later on. Nothing is won by this technique. At most, the beginning of the analysis is made easy for the patient, though this is not quite without its use in certain cases. To be able to crawl through a barbed wire fence without some enticing end in view testifies to an ascetic strength of will which you can expect neither from the ordinary person nor from the neurotic. Even the Christian religion, whose moral demands certainly reached a great height, thought it no scorn to represent the near approach of the kingdom of heaven as goal and reward of earthly pain. But he must not depict himself or his friendship in hints or promises as reward if he is not seriously determined to keep his word. In regard to your criticism of my outline definition of the conception of psychoanalysis, it must be observed that the road over the steep mountain is the line of least resistance only when a ferocious bull waits for you in the pleasant valley road. In other words, the line of least resistance is a compromise with all demands, and not with inertia alone. It is prejudice to think that the line of least resistance coincides with the path of inertia. That's what we thought in the days when we dawdled over Latin exercises. Inertia is only an immediate advantage and leads to consequences which produce the worst resistances. As a whole, it does not lie in the direction of least resistance. In my view, the doctor may well speak of the rewards which follow the toils of analysis. Life along the line of least resistance is not synonymous with a man's regardless pursuit of his own egoistic desires. He who lives thus soon painfully perceives that he is not moving along the line of least resistance, for he is also a social being and not merely a bundle of egoistic instincts, as some people rather like to depict him. This is best seen among primitive men and herd animals, who all have a richly developed social sense. Without it, indeed, a herd could not exist at all. Man, as herd animal, has therefore by no manner of means to subject himself to laws enforced on him from without. He carries his social imperatives within himself, a priori, as an inborn necessity. As you see, I here put myself in decided opposition to certain views I think quite unjustified, which have been put forth here and there inside the psychoanalytic movement. So the line of least resistance does not signify eo ipso the avoidance of unpleasure so much as the just balancing of unpleasure and pleasure. Painful activity by itself leads to no result but exhaustion. Man must be able to take pleasure in his life, or the struggle of life has no reward. What direction the patient's future life should take is not ours to judge. We must not imagine we know better than his own nature, or we prove ourselves educators of the worst kind. Psychoanalysis is but a means of removing stones from the path, and in no way a method, as hypnotism often pretends to be, of putting anything into the patient which was not there before. So we renounce any attempts to give a direction, and occupy ourselves only with setting in proper relief all that analysis brings into the light of day, in order that the patient may see clearly and be in a position to draw the appropriate conclusions. Anything that he has not himself won, he does not in the long run believe in, and all that he has received from authority keeps him still infantile. He must rather be put in such a position as will enable him to take control of his own life. It is the art of the psychoanalyst to follow the patient's apparently mistaken paths without prejudice, and thus to discover his strayed and separated sheep. Working on a system according to a preconceived scheme, we spoil the best results of the analysis. So I hold fast to the maximum you quote from me. Quote, every interference on the part of the analyst is a gross mistake in technique. So-called chance is the law and the order of psychoanalysis. Unquote. You surely recognize that the schoolmaster view never releases us from the attempt to correct nature and the desire to force upon her our limited truths. In nerve therapy, we get so many wonderful experiences, unforeseen and impossible to foresee, that surely we ought to dismiss all hope of being infallibly able to point out the right path. The roundabout way and even the wrong way are necessary. If you deny this, you must also deny that the errors in the history of the whole world have been necessary. That indeed were a world conception fit for a schoolmaster. For psychoanalysis, this view suits not at all. The question as to how much the analyst involuntarily suggests to the patient is a very ticklish one. Undoubtedly, that has a much more important place than psychoanalysts have till now admitted. Experience has convinced us that the patient rapidly avails himself of the ideas won through analysis, and of whatever comes to light through the shaping of the dreams. You may obtain all manner of such impressions from Steckel's book Die Sprache des Traumas, The Language of the Dream. I had once a most instructive experience. A very intelligent lady had from the beginning extreme transference fantasies which appeared in well-recognized erotic forms. Nevertheless, she entirely declined to admit their existence. Of course, she was betrayed by the dreams in which my own person was hidden behind some other figure, and often difficult to unveil. A long series of such dreams forced me at last to say, quote, so you see it is always like that, and the person of whom one has really dreamt is replaced and hidden by someone else in the manifest dream. Unquote. Till then the patient had obstinately contested this point, but this time she could no longer evade it, and had to admit my rule, but only that she might play me a trick. Next day she brought me a dream in which she and I appeared in a manifest lascivious situation. I was naturally perplexed and thought of my rule. Her first association to the dream was the malicious question, "It's always true, isn't it, that the person of whom one is really dreaming is replaced by someone else in the manifest dream content?" Clearly she had made use of her experience to find a protective formula by means of which she secured the open expression of her fantasies in an apparently innocent way. This example aptly shows how patients avail themselves of insight gained during analysis. They use it symbolically. You get caught in your own net if you give credence to the idea of unalterable, permanent symbols. That has already happened to more than one psychoanalyst. It is therefore fallacious to prove any particular theory from the dreams arising in the course of analysis. For this purpose, the only conclusive dreams are those derived from the demonstrably uninfluenced persons. In such cases, one would only have to exclude the possibility of telepathic thought reading. But if you concede this possibility, you will have to subject very many things to a rigorous re-examination, and among others, many judicial verdicts. But although we must do full justice to the force of suggestion, we must not overrate it. The patient is no empty sack into which you may stuff whatever you like. On the contrary, he brings his own predetermined contents, which strive obstinately against suggestion and always obtrude themselves afresh. Through analytic suggestions, only the outward form is determined, never the content. This is always being freshly impressed upon my notice. The form is the unlimited, the ever-changing, but the content is fixed, and only to be assailed slowly and with great difficulty. Were it not so, suggestion therapy would be in every respect the most effective, profitable, and easiest therapy, a real panacea. That, alas, it is not, as every honorable hypnotist will freely admit. To return to your question as to how far it is conceivable that patients may deceive the doctor by making use, perhaps involuntarily, of his expressions, this is indeed a very serious problem. The analyst must exercise all possible care and practice unsparing self-criticism if he would avoid as far as possible being led into error by patients' dreams. It may be admitted that they almost always use modes of expression in their dreams learnt in analysis, some more, some less. Interpretations of earlier symbols will themselves be used again as fresh symbols in later dreams. It happens not seldom, for instance, that sexual situations, which appear in symbolic form in the earlier dreams, will appear undisguised in later ones, and here again they are the symbolic expression of ideas of another character capable of further analysis. The not infrequent dream of incestuous cohabitation is by no means an undisguised content, but a dream as freshly symbolic and capable of analysis as all others. You surely only reach the paradoxical view that such a dream is undisguised if you are pledged to the sexual theory of neurosis. That the patient may mislead the doctor for a longer or shorter time by means of deliberate deception and misrepresentation is possible, just as occasionally happens in all other departments of medicine. Therewith the patient injures himself most, since he has to pay for every deception or suppression with aggravated or additional symptoms. Deceptions are so obviously disadvantageous to himself that in the end he can scarcely avoid the definite relinquishment of such a course. The technique of analysis we can best postpone for oral discussion. End of Chapter 9, Letters 7 and 8, recording by Tom Carroll. Chapter 9, Letters 9 and 10 of Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Carroll. Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology by Carl Gustav Jung. Translated by Constance Ellen Long, 1867 to 1923. Chapter 9. Letter 9 from Dr. Loy, 23rd February, 1913. From your letter of 16th February, I want first to single out the end, where you so admirably assign to its proper place the power of suggestion in psychoanalysis. Quote, "The patient is no empty sack into which you can cram what you will. He brings his own predetermined content with him, with which one has always to reckon afresh." Unquote. With this I fully agree. My own experience confirms it. And you add, quote, "This content remains untouched by involuntary analytical suggestion, but its form is altered, Proteus fashion, beyond measure." Unquote. So it becomes a matter of a sort of mimicry by which the patient seeks to escape the analyst, who is driving him into a corner and therefore, for the moment, seems to him an enemy, until at last, through the joint work of patient and analyst, the former spontaneously yielding up his psychic content, the latter only interpreting and explaining, the analysis succeeds in bringing so much light into the darkness of the patient's psyche that he can see the true relationships, and without any preconceived plan of the analyst's, can draw himself the right conclusions and apply them to his future life. This new life will betake itself along the line of least resistance, or should we not rather say the least resistances, as a compromise with all necessities in a just balancing of pleasure and unpleasure? Is it not we who must arbitrarily seek to determine how matters stand for the patient, and what will benefit him? His own nature decides. In other words, we must assume the role of the accoucheur, who can bring out into the light of day a child already alive, but who must avoid a series of mistakes if the child is to remain able to live and the mother is not to be injured. All this is very clear to me, since it is only the application to the psychoanalytic method of a general principle which should have universal validity: never do violence to nature. Hence, I also see that the psychoanalyst must follow his patient's apparently wrong roads if the patient is ever to arrive at his own convictions and be freed once and for all from infantile reliance on authority. We ourselves, as individuals, have learnt or can only learn by making mistakes how to avoid them for the future. And mankind as a whole has created the conditions of its present and future stages of development quite as much by frequent travel along wrong paths as along the right road. Have not many neurotics, I do not know if you will agree, but I think so, become ill partly for the very reason that their infantile faith in authority has fallen to pieces? Now they stand before the wreckage of their faith, weeping over it in dire distress because they cannot find a substitute which shall show them clearly whither their life's course should now turn. So they remain stuck fast betwixt infancy, which they must unwillingly renounce, and the serious duties of the present and future, the moral conflict. I see, particularly in such cases, you are right in saying it is a mistake to seek to replace the lost faith in authority by another similar faith, certain to be useful only so long as the belief lasts. This applies to the deliberate use of suggestion in psychoanalysis, and the building upon the transference to the doctor as the object of the analytic therapy. I am no longer in doubt about your maxim, quote, every interference on the analyst's part is a gross mistake in technique. So-called chance is the law and order of psychoanalysis, unquote. Further, I am entirely in agreement with you when you say that altruism necessarily must be innate in man considered as a herd animal. The contrary would be the thing to be wondered at. I should be much disposed to agree that not the egoistic but the altruistic instincts are primary. Love and trust of the child for the mother who feeds it, nurses, cherishes, and pets it. Love for the man for his wife, regarded as going out towards another's personality. Love for offspring, care for it, love for kinfolk, etc. The egoistic instincts owe their origin to the desire for exclusive possession of all that surrounds love, the desire to possess the mother exclusively in opposition to the father and the brothers and the sisters, the desire to have a woman for himself alone, the desire to possess exclusively ornaments, clothing, etc. But perhaps you will say I am paradoxical, and that the instincts, egoistic or altruistic, arise together in the heart of man, and that every instinct is ambivalent in nature. But I have to ask if the feelings and the instincts are really ambivalent. Are they exactly bipolar? Are the qualities of all emotions altogether comparable? Is love really the opposite of hate? However that may be, in any case it is well that man bears the social law within himself, as an inborn imperative. Otherwise our civilized humanity would fare badly, having to subject themselves to laws imposed on them from outside only. They would be impervious to the inheritance of the earlier religious faiths, and would soon fall into complete anarchy. Man would then have to ask himself whether it would not be better to maintain by force an extreme belief in religious authority such as prevailed in the Middle Ages. For the benefits of civilization, which strove to grant every individual as much outward freedom as was consistent with the freedom of others, would be well worth the sacrifice of free research. But the age of this use of force against nature is past. Civilized man has left this wrong track behind, not arbitrarily, but obeying an inner necessity, and we may look joyfully towards the future. Mankind, advancing in knowledge, will find its way across the ruins of faith and authority to the moral autonomy of the individual. Letter 10 from Dr. Jung, March 1913. At various places in your letters, it has struck me that the problem of transference seems to you particularly critical. Your feeling is entirely justified. The transference is indeed at present the central problem of analysis. You know that Freud regards the transference as the projection of infantile fantasies upon the doctor. To this extent, the transference is an infantile erotic relationship. All the same, viewed from the outside, superficially, the thing by no means always looks like an infantile erotic situation. As long as it is a question of the so-called positive transference, the infantile erotic character can usually be recognized without difficulty. But if it is a negative transference, you can see nothing but violent resistances which sometimes veil themselves in seemingly critical or skeptical dress. In a certain sense, the determining factor in such circumstances is the patient's relation to authority, that is, in the last resort, to the father. In both forms of transference, the doctor is treated as if he were the father, according to the situation, either tenderly or with hostility. In this view, the transference has the force of a resistance as soon as it becomes a question of resolving the infantile attitude. But this form of transference must be destroyed, inasmuch as the object of analysis is the patient's moral autonomy. A lofty aim, you will say. Indeed lofty and far off, but still not altogether so remote, since it actually corresponds to one of the predominating tendencies of our stage of civilization, namely that urge toward individualization by which our whole epoch deserves to be characterized. Compare this to Bleuler de Familia. If a man does not believe in this orientation, and still bows before the scientific causal viewpoint, he will, of course, be disposed merely to resolve this hostility and to let the patient remain in a positive relationship towards the father, thus expressing the ideal of an earlier epoch of civilization. It is commonly recognized that the Catholic Church represents one of the most powerful organizations based upon this earlier tendency. I cannot venture to doubt that there are very many individuals who feel happier under compulsion from others than when forced to discipline themselves. See also Shaw, Man and Superman. Nonetheless, we do our neurotic patients a grievous wrong if we try to force them all into the category of the unfree. Among neurotics, there are not a few who do not require any reminders of their social duties and obligations. Rather are they born or destined to become the bearers of new social ideals. They are neurotic so long as they bow down to authority and refuse the freedom to which they are destined. Whilst we look at life only retrospectively, as is the case in the Viennese psychoanalytic writings, we shall never do justice to this type of case and never bring the longed-for deliverance. For in that fashion we can only educate them to become obedient children, and thereby strengthen the very forces that have made them ill, their conservative retardation and their submissiveness to authority. Up to a certain point, this is the right way to take with the infantile resistance which cannot yet reconcile itself with authority. But the power which edged them out from their retrograde dependence on the father is not at all a childish desire for insubordination, but the powerful urge towards the development of an individual personality, and this struggle is their imperative life's task. Adler's psychology does much greater justice to this situation than Freud's. In the one case, that of infantile intractability, the positive transference signifies a highly important achievement. Heralding cure, in the other, infantile submissiveness, it portends a dangerous backsliding, a convenient evasion of life's duty. The negative transference represents in the first case an increased resistance, thus a backsliding and an evasion of duty. But in the second, it is an advance of healing significance. For the two types, see also Adler's Trotz und Gehorsam. The transference then is, as you see, to be judged quite differently in different cases. The psychological process of transference, be it negative or positive, consists in the libido entrenching itself, as it were, round the personality of the doctor accordingly representing certain emotional values. As you know by libido, I understand very much what antiquity meant by the cosmogenic principle of eros. In modern terminology, simply psychic energy. The patient is bound to the doctor, be it in affection, be it in opposition, and cannot fail to follow and imitate the doctor's psychic adaptations. To this he finds himself urgently compelled. And with the best will in the world and all technical skill, the doctor cannot prevent him, for intuition works surely and instinctively, in despite of the conscious judgment, be it never so strong. Were the doctor himself neurotic and inadequate in response to the demands of the external life, or inharmonious within, the patient would copy the defect and build it up into the fabric of his own presentations. You may imagine the result. Accordingly, I cannot regard the transference as merely the transference of infantile erotic fantasies. No doubt that is what it is from one standpoint, but I see also in it, as I said in an earlier letter, the process of growth of feeling and adaptation. From this standpoint, the infantile erotic fantasies, in spite of their indisputable reality, appear rather as material for comparison or as analogous pictures of something not understood as yet, than as independent desires. This seems to be the real reason of their being unconscious. The patient, not knowing the right attitude, tries to grasp at a right relationship to the doctor by way of comparison and analogy with his infantile experiences. It is not surprising that he gropes back for just the most intimate relations of his childhood, to discover the appropriate formula for his attitude to the doctor, for his relationship also is very intimate, and to some extent different from the sexual relationship, just as is that of the child towards its parents. This relationship, child to parent, which Christianity has everywhere set up as a symbolic formula for human relationships, provides a way of restoring to the patient that directness of ordinary human emotion of which he had been deprived through the inroad of sexual and social values, from the standpoint of power, etc. The purely sexual, more or less primitive and barbaric valuation operates in far-reaching ways against a direct, simple human relationship, and thereupon a blocking of the libido occurs which easily gives rise to neurotic formations. By means of analysis of the infantile portion of the transference fantasies, the patient is brought back to the remembrance of his childhood's relationship, and this, stripped of its infantile qualities, gives him a beautiful, clear picture of direct human intercourse as opposed to purely sexual valuation. I cannot regard it as other than a misconception to judge the childish relationship retrospectively and therefore as exclusively a sexual one, even though a certain sexual content can in no wise be denied to it. Recapitulating, let me say this much of the positive transference. The patient's libido fastens upon the person of the doctor, taking the shape of expectation, hope, interest, trust, friendship, and love. Then the transference produces the projection upon the doctor of infantile fantasies, often of predominatingly erotic tinge. At this stage, the transference is usually of a decidedly sexual character, in spite of the sexual component remaining relatively unconscious. But this phase of feeling serves the higher aspect of the growth of human feeling as a bridge, whereby the patient becomes conscious of the defectiveness of his own adaptation through his recognition of the doctor's attitude, which is accepted as one suitable to life's demands and normal in its human relationships. By help of the analysis and the recalling of his childish relationships, the road is seen which leads right out of those exclusively sexual or power evaluations of social surroundings which were acquired in puberty and strongly reinforced by social prejudices. This road leads on towards a purely human relation and intimacy, not derived solely from the existence of a sexual or power relation, but depending much more upon a regard for personality. That is the road to freedom which the doctor must show his patient. Here, indeed, I must not omit to say that the obstinate clinging to the sexual valuation would not be maintained so tenaciously if it had not also a very deep significance for that period of life in which propagation is of primary importance. The discovery of the value of human personality belongs to a riper age. For young people, the search for the valuable personality is very often merely a cloak for the evasion of their biological duty. On the other hand, an older person's exaggerated looking back towards the sexual valuation of youth is an undiscerning and often cowardly and convenient retreat from a duty which demands the recognition of personal values and his own enrollment among the ranks of the priesthood of a newer civilization. The young neurotic shrinks back in terror from the extension of his tasks in life, the old from the dwindling and shrinking of the treasures he has attained. This conception of the transference is, you will have noted, most intimately connected with the acceptance of the idea of biological duties. By this term, you must understand those tendencies or motives in human beings giving rise to civilization as inevitably as in the bird they give rise to the exquisitely woven nest, and in the stag to the production of antlers. The purely causal, not to say materialistic, conception of the immediately preceding decades would conceive the organic formation as the reaction of living matter, and this doubtless provides a position heuristically useful, but, as far as any real understanding goes, leads only to a more or less ingenious and apparent reduction and postponement of the problem. Let me refer you to Bergson's excellent criticism of this conception. From the external forces, but half the result, at most, could ensue. The other half lies within the individual disposition of the living material, without which it is obvious the specific reaction formation could never be achieved. This principle must be applied also in psychology. The psyche does not only react, it also gives its individual reply to the influences at work upon it. At least half the resulting configuration and its existing disposition is due to this. Civilization is never, and again never, to be regarded as merely reaction to environment. That shallow explanation we may abandon peacefully to the past century. It is just these very dispositions which we must regard as imperative in the psychological sphere. It is easy to get convincing proof daily of their compulsive power. What I call biological duty is identical with these dispositions. In conclusion, I must deal with a matter which seems to have caused you uneasiness, namely the moral question. Among our patients, we see many so-called immoral tendencies. Therefore, the thought involuntarily forces itself upon the psychotherapist as to how things would go if all these desires were to be gratified. You will have discerned already from my earlier letters that these desires must not be estimated too literally. As a rule, it is rather a matter of unmeasured and exaggerated demands arising out of the person's stored-up libido, which have usurped a prominent position, usually quite against his own wish. In most cases, the canalization of the libido for the fulfillment of life's simple duties suffices to reduce these exaggerated desires to zero. But in some cases, it must be recognized that such immoral tendencies are in no way removed by analysis. On the contrary, they appear more often and more clearly, hence it becomes plain that they belong to the individual's biological duties. And this is particularly true of certain sexual claims, whose aim is an individual valuation of sexuality. This is not a question for pathology. It is a social question of today, which peremptorily demands an ethical solution. For many, it is a biological duty to work for the solution of this question, to discover some sort of practical solution. Nature, it is well known, does not content herself with theories. Today, we have no real sexual morality, only a legal attitude towards sexuality, just as the early Middle Ages had no genuine morality for financial transactions, but only prejudices and a legal standpoint. We are not yet sufficiently advanced in the domain of free sexual activity to distinguish between a moral and an immoral relationship. We have a clear expression of this in the customary treatment, or rather ill treatment, of unmarried motherhood. For a great deal of sickening hypocrisy, for the high tide of prostitution, and for the prevalence of sexual diseases, we may thank both our barbarous, undifferentiated legal judgments about the sexual situation and our inability to develop a finer moral perception of the immense psychologic differences that may exist in free sexual activity. This reference to the existence of an exceedingly complicated and significant problem may suffice to explain why we by no means seldom meet with individuals among our patients who are quite specially called because of their spiritual and social gifts to take an active part in the work of civilization. For this they are biologically destined. We must never forget that what today is deemed a moral law will tomorrow be cast into the melting pot and transformed, so that in the near or distant future it may serve as the basis of a new ethical structure. This much we ought to have learnt from the history of civilization, that the forms of morality belong to the category of transitory things. The finest psychological tact is required with these critical natures, so that the dangerous corners of infantile irresponsibility, indolence, and uncontrolledness may be turned and pure, untroubled vision of the possibility of a moral autonomous activity made possible. 5% on money lent is fair interest. 20% is despicable usury. That point of view we have to apply equally to the sexual situation. So it comes about that there are many neurotics whose innermost delicacy of feelings prevents their being at one with present-day morality, and they cannot adapt themselves to civilization as long as their moral code has gaps in it, the filling up of which is a crying need of the age. We deceive ourselves greatly if we suppose that many married women are neurotic only because they are unsatisfied sexually, or because they have not found the right man, or because they still have a fixation to their infantile sexuality. The real ground of the neurosis is, in many cases, the inability to recognize the work that is waiting for them, of helping them to build up a new civilization. We are all far too much at the standpoint of the nothing but psychology. We persist in thinking we can squeeze the new future which is pressing in at the door into the framework of the old and the known. And thus the view is only of the present, never of the future. But it was of most profound psychological significance when Christianity first discovered, in the orientation towards the future, a redeeming principle for mankind. In the past nothing can be altered, and in the present little, but the future is ours and capable of raising life's intensity to its highest pitch. A little space of youth belongs to us. All the rest of life belongs to our children. Thus does your question as to the significance of the loss of faith and authority answer itself. The neurotic is ill, not because he has lost his old faith, but because he has not yet found a new form for his finest aspirations. End of Chapter 9. Letters 9 and 10. Recording by Tom Carroll.
Chapter 10 of Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by A.J. Binney. Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology by Carl Gustav Jung. Translated by Constance Ellen Long. 1867 to 1923. On the importance of the unconscious in psychopathology. When we speak of a thing as being unconscious, we must not forget that from the point of view of the functioning of the brain, a thing may be unconscious to us in two ways, physiologically or psychologically. I shall only deal with the subject from the latter point of view, so that for our purposes we may define the unconscious as the sum of all those psychological events which are not apperceived, and so are unconscious. The unconscious contains all those psychic events which, because of the lack of the necessary intensity of their functioning, are unable to pass the threshold which divides the conscious from the unconscious, so that they remain in effect below the surface of the conscious and flit by in subliminal phantom forms. It has been known to psychologists since the time of Leibniz that the elements, that is to say, the ideas and feelings which go to make up the conscious mind, the so-called conscious content, are of a complex nature, and rest upon far simpler and altogether unconscious elements. It is the combination of these which give the element of consciousness. Leibniz has already mentioned the perceptions and sensibles, those vague perceptions which Kant called shadowy representations, which could only attain to consciousness in an indirect manner. Later philosophers assigned the first place to the unconscious as the foundation upon which the conscious was built. But this is not the place to consider the many speculative theories nor the endless philosophical discussions concerning the nature and quality of the unconscious. We must be satisfied with the definition already given, which will prove quite sufficient for our purpose, namely, the conception of the unconscious as the sum of all psychical processes below the threshold of consciousness. The question of the importance of the unconscious for psychopathology may be briefly put as follows. In what manner may we expect to find unconscious psychic material behave in cases of psychosis and neurosis? In order to get a better grasp of the situation in connection with mental disorders, we may profitably consider first how unconscious psychic material behaves in the case of normal people, especially trying to visualize what in normal men is apt to be unconscious. As a preliminary to this knowledge, we must get a complete understanding of what is contained in the conscious mind, and then, by a process of elimination, we may expect to find what is contained in the unconscious, for obviously, per exclusionem, what is in the conscious cannot be unconscious. For this purpose we examine all activities, interests, passions, cares, and joys which are conscious to the individual. All that we are thus able to discover becomes, ipso facto, of no further moment as a content of the unconscious, and we may then expect to find only those things contained in the unconscious which we have not found in the conscious mind. Let us take a concrete example. A merchant, who is happily married, father of 2 children, thorough and painstaking in his business affairs, and at the same time trying in a reasonable degree to improve his position in the world, carries himself with self-respect, is enlightened in religious matters, and even belongs to a society for the discussion of liberal ideas. What can we reasonably consider to be the content of the unconscious in the case of such an individual? Considered from the above theoretical standpoint, everything in the personality that is not contained in the conscious mind should be found in the unconscious. Let us agree then that this man consciously considers himself to possess all the fine attributes we have just described, no more, no less. Then it must obviously result that he is entirely unaware that a man may be not merely industrious, thorough, and painstaking, but that he may also be careless, indifferent, untrustworthy, for some of these last attributes are the common heritage of mankind and may be found to be an essential component of every character. This worthy merchant forgets that quite recently he allowed several letters to remain unanswered which he could easily have answered at once. He forgets, too, that he failed to bring a book home, which his wife has asked him to get at the bookstore where she had previously ordered it, although he might easily have made a note of her wish. But such occurrences are common with him. Therefore, we are obliged to conclude that he is also lazy and untrustworthy. He is convinced that he is a thoroughly loyal subject, but for all that, he failed to declare the whole of his income to the assessor, and when they raise his taxes, he votes for the socialists. He believes himself to be an independent thinker, yet a little while back he undertook a big deal on the stock exchange, and when he came to enter the details of the transaction in his books, he noticed with considerable misgivings that it fell upon a Friday, the 13th of the month. Therefore he is also superstitious and not free in his thinking. So here we are not at all surprised to find these compensating vices to be an essential content of the unconscious. Obviously, therefore, the reverse is true, namely, that unconscious virtues compensate for conscious deficiencies. The law which ought to follow as a result of such deductions would appear to be quite simple. To wit, the conscious spendthrift is unconsciously a miser. The philanthropist is unconsciously an egoist and misanthrope. But unfortunately, it is not quite so easy as that, although there is a basis of truth in this simple rule. For there are essential hereditary dispositions of a latent or manifest nature which upset the simple rule of compensation, and which vary greatly in individual cases. From entirely different motives, a man may, for instance, be a philanthropist, but the manner of his philanthropy depends upon his originally inherited disposition, and the way in which the philanthropic attitude is compensated depends upon his motives. It is not sufficient simply to know that a certain person is philanthropic in order to diagnose an unconscious egoism. For we must also bring to such a diagnosis a careful study of the motives involved. In the case of normal people, the principal function of the unconscious is to effect a compensation and thus produce a balance. All extreme conscious tendencies are softened and toned down through an effective opposite impulse in the unconscious. This compensating agency, as I have tried to show in the case of the merchant, maintains itself through certain unconscious, inconsequent activities as it were, which Freud has very well described as symptomatic acts, Symptomhandlungen. To Freud, we owe thanks also for having called attention to the importance of dreams, for by means of them also we are able to learn much about this compensating function. There is a fine historical example of this in the well-known dream of Nebuchadnezzar in the 4th chapter of the book of Daniel, where Nebuchadnezzar, at the height of his power, had a dream which foretold his downfall. He dreamed of a tree which had raised its head even up to heaven and now must be hewn down. This is a dream which is obviously a counterpoise to the exaggerated feeling of royal power. Now, considering states in which the mental balance is disturbed, we can easily see from what has preceded wherein lies the importance of the unconscious for psychopathology. Let us ponder the question of where and in what manner the unconscious manifests itself in abnormal mental conditions. The way in which the unconscious works is most clearly seen in disturbances of a psychogenic nature, such as hysteria, compulsion, neurosis, etc. We have known for a long time that certain symptoms of these disturbances are produced by unconscious psychic events. Just as clear, but less recognized, are the manifestations of the unconscious in actually insane patients. As the intuitive ideas of normal men do not spring from logical combinations of the conscious mind, so the hallucinations and delusions of the insane arise, not out of conscious, but out of unconscious processes. Formerly, when we held a more materialistic view of psychiatry, we were inclined to believe that all delusions, hallucinations, stereotypic acts, etc., were provoked by morbid processes in the brain cells. Such a theory, however, ignores that delusions, hallucinations, etc., are also to be met with in certain functional disturbances, and not only in the case of functional disturbances, but also in the case of normal people. Primitive people may have visions and hear strange voices without having their mental processes at all disturbed. To seek to ascribe symptoms of that nature directly to a disease of the brain cells I hold to be superficial and unwarranted. Hallucinations show very plainly how a part of the unconscious content can force itself across the threshold of the conscious. The same is true of a delusion whose appearance is at once strange and unexpected by the patient. The expression mental balance is no mere figure of speech, for its disturbance is a real disturbance of that equilibrium which actually exists between the unconscious and conscious content to a greater extent than has heretofore been recognized or understood. As a matter of fact, it amounts to this, that the normal functioning of the unconscious processes breaks through into the conscious mind in an abnormal manner, and thereby disturbs the adaptation of the individual to his environment. If we study attentively the history of any such person coming under our observation, we shall often find that he has been living for a considerable time in a sort of peculiar individual isolation, more or less shut off from the world of reality. This constrained condition of aloofness may be traced back to certain innate or early acquired peculiarities, which show themselves in the events of his life. For instance, in the histories of those suffering from dementia praecox, we often hear such a remark as this: "He was always of a pensive disposition and much shut up in himself. After his mother died, he cut himself off still more from the world, shunning his friends and acquaintances." Or again, we may hear, "Even as a child, he devised many peculiar inventions, and later, when he became an engineer, he occupied himself with most ambitious schemes." Without discussing the matter further, it must be plain that a counterpoise is produced in the unconscious as a compensation to the one-sidedness of the conscious attitude. In the first case, we may expect to find an increasing pressing forward in the unconscious of a wish for human intercourse, a longing for mother, friends, relatives, while in the second case, self-criticism will try to establish a correcting balance. Among normal people, a condition never arises so one-sided that the natural corrective tendencies of the unconscious entirely lose their value in the affairs of everyday life. But in the case of abnormal people, it is eminently characteristic that the individual entirely fails to recognize the compensating influences which arise in the unconscious. He even continues to accentuate his one-sidedness. This is in accord with the well-known psychological fact that the worst enemy of the wolf is the wolfhound, the greatest despiser of the negro is the mulatto, and that the biggest fanatic is the convert. For I should be a fanatic were I to attack a thing outwardly which inwardly I am obliged to concede as right. The mentally unbalanced man tries to defend himself against his own unconscious. That is to say, he battles against his own compensating influences. The man already dwelling in a sort of atmosphere of isolation continues to remove himself further and further from the world of reality, and the ambitious engineer strives by increasingly morbid exaggerations of invention to disprove the correctness of his own compensating powers of self-criticism. As a result of this, a condition of excitation is produced, from which results a great lack of harmony between the conscious and unconscious attitudes. The pairs of opposites are torn asunder. The resulting division or strife leads to disaster, for the unconscious soon begins to intrude itself violently upon the conscious processes. Then, odd and peculiar thoughts and moods supervene, and not infrequently incipient forms of hallucination, which clearly bear the stamp of the internal conflict. These corrective impulses or compensations which now break through into the conscious mind should theoretically be the beginning of the healing process, because through them the previously isolated attitude should apparently be relieved. But in reality this does not result, for the reason that the unconscious corrective impulses, which thus succeed in making themselves apparent to the conscious mind, do so in a form that is altogether unacceptable to consciousness. The isolated individual begins to hear strange voices, which accuse him of murder and all sorts of crimes. These voices drive him to desperation, and in the resulting agitation he attempts to get into contact with the surrounding milieu, and does what he formerly had anxiously avoided. The compensation, to be sure, is reached, but to the detriment of the individual. The pathological inventor, who is unable to profit by his previous failures, by refusing to recognize the value of his own self-criticism, becomes the creator of still more preposterous designs. He wishes to accomplish the impossible, but falls into the absurd. After a while, he notices that people talk about him, make unfavorable remarks about him, and even scoff at him. He believes a far-reaching conspiracy exists to frustrate his discoveries and render them objects of ridicule. By this means, his unconscious brings about the same result that his self-criticism could have attained, but again, only to the detriment of the individual, because the criticism is projected into his surroundings. An especially typical form of unconscious compensation, to give a further example, is the paranoia of the alcoholic. The alcoholic loses his love for his wife. The unconscious compensation tries to lead him back again to his duty, but only partially succeeds, for it causes him to become jealous of his wife as if he still loved her. As we know, he may even go so far as to kill both his wife and himself, merely out of jealousy. In other words, his love for his wife has not been entirely lost. It has simply become subliminal. But from the realm of the unconscious, it can now only reappear in the form of jealousy. We see something of a similar nature in the case of religious converts. One who turns from Protestantism to Catholicism has, as is well known, the tendency to be somewhat fanatical. His Protestantism is not entirely relinquished, but has merely disappeared into the unconscious, where it is constantly at work as a counter-argument against the newly acquired Catholicism. Therefore, the new convert feels himself constrained to defend the faith he has adopted in a more or less fanatical way. It is exactly the same in the case of the paranoic, who feels himself constantly constrained to defend himself against all external criticism, because his delusional system is too much threatened from within. The strange manner in which these compensating influences break through into the conscious mind derives its peculiarities from the fact that they have to struggle against the resistances already existing in the conscious mind, and therefore present themselves to the patient's mind in a thoroughly distorted manner. And secondly, these compensating equivalents are obliged necessarily to present themselves in the language of the unconscious, that is, in material of a heterogeneous and subliminal nature. For all the material of the conscious mind which is of no further value and can find no suitable employment becomes subliminal, such as all those forgotten infantile and fantastic creations that have ever entered the heads of men, of which only the legends and myths still remain. For certain reasons which I cannot discuss further here, this latter material is frequently found in dementia praecox. I hope I may have been able to give in this brief contribution, which I feel to be unfortunately incomplete, a glimpse of the situation as it presents itself to me of the importance of the unconscious in psychopathology. It would be impossible in a short discourse to give an adequate idea of all the work that has already been done in this field. To sum up, I may say that the function of the unconscious in conditions of mental disturbance is essentially a compensation of the content of the conscious mind. But because of the characteristic condition of one-sidedness of the conscious striving in all such cases, the compensating correctives are rendered useless. It is, however, inevitable that these unconscious tendencies break through into the conscious mind, but in adapting themselves to the character of the one-sided conscious aims, it is only possible for them to appear in a distorted and unacceptable form. End of On the Importance of the Unconscious in Psychopathology. Recording by A.J. Binney.
Chapter 11 of Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kurt from Tucson, Arizona. Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology by Carl Gustav Jung. Translated by Constance Ellen Long, 1867 to 1923. Chapter 11. A Contribution to the Study of Psychological Types. It is well known that in their general physiognomy, hysteria and dementia praecox present a striking contrast which is seen particularly in the attitude of the sufferers towards the external world. The reactions provoked in the hysterics surpass the normal level of intensity of feeling, whilst this level is not reached at all by the precocious dement. The picture presented by these contrasted illnesses is one of exaggerated emotivity in the one and extreme apathy in the other, with regard to the environment. In their personal relations, this difference is very marked. Abstraction creates some exceptions here, for we remain in affective rapport with our hysterical patients, which is not the case in dementia praecox. The opposition between these two nosological types is also seen in the rest of their symptomatology. From the intellectual point of view, the products of hysterical imagination may be accounted for in a very natural and human way in each individual case by the antecedents and individual history of the patient, while the inventions of the precocious dement, on the contrary, are more nearly related to dreams than to normal consciousness, and they display moreover an incontestably archaic tendency, wherein mythological creations of primitive imagination are more in evidence than the personal memories of the patient. From the physical point of view, we do not find in dementia praecox those symptoms so common in the hysteric, which simulate well-known or severe organic affections. All this clearly indicates that hysteria is characterized by a centrifugal tendency of the libido, whilst in dementia praecox its tendency is centripetal. The reverse occurs, however, where the illness has fully established its compensatory effects. In the hysteric, the libido is always hampered in its movements of expansion and forced to regress upon itself. One observes that such individuals cease to partake in the common life, are wrapped up in their fantasies, keep their beds, or are unable to live outside their sick rooms, etc. The precocious dement, on the contrary, during the incubation of his illness, turns away from the outer world in order to withdraw into himself. But when the period of morbid compensation arrives, he seems constrained to draw attention to himself and to force himself upon the notice of those around him by his extravagant, insupportable, or directly aggressive conduct. I propose to use the terms extroversion and introversion to describe these two opposite directions of the libido, further qualifying them, however, as regressive in morbid cases where fantasies, fictions, or fantastic interpretations inspired by emotivity falsify the perceptions of the subject about things or about himself. We say that he is extroverted when he gives his fundamental interest to the outer or objective world and attributes an all-important and essential value to it. He is introverted, on the contrary, when the objective world suffers a sort of depreciation or want of consideration for the sake of the exaltation of the individual himself, who then monopolizing all the interest grows to believe no one but himself worthy of consideration. I will call regressive extroversion the phenomena which Freud calls transference, Übertragung, by which the hysteric projects into the objective world the illusions or subjective values of his feelings. In the same way, I shall call regressive introversion the opposite pathological phenomena which we find in dementia praecox, where the subject himself suffers these fantastical transfigurations. It is obvious that these two contrary movements of the libido as simple psychic mechanisms may play a part alternately in the same individual, since after all they serve the same purpose by different methods, namely, to minister to his well-being. Freud has taught us that in the mechanism of hysterical transference, the individual aims at getting rid of disagreeable memories or impressions in order to free himself from painful complexes by a process of repression. Conversely, in the mechanism of introversion, the personality tends to concentrate itself upon its complexes, and with them to isolate itself from external reality by a process which is not properly speaking repression, but which would be better rendered perhaps by the term depreciation, Entwertung, of the objective world. The existence of two mental affections so opposite in character as hysteria and dementia praecox, in which the contrast rests on the almost exclusive supremacy of extroversion or introversion, suggests that these two psychological types may exist equally well in normal persons, who may be characterized by the relative predominance of one or the other of two mechanisms. Psychiatrists know very well that before either illness is fully declared, patients already present the characteristic type, traces of which are to be found from the earliest years of life. As Binet pointed out so well, the neurotic only accentuates and shews in relief the characteristic traits of his personality. One knows, of course, that the hysterical character is not simply the product of the illness, but pre-existed it in a measure. And Hoch has shown by his researches into the histories of his dementia praecox patients that this is also the case with them. Dissociations or eccentricities were present before the onset of the illness. If this is so, one may certainly expect to meet the same contrast between psychological temperaments outside the sphere of pathology. It is moreover easy to cull from literature numerous examples which bear witness to the actual existence of these two opposite types of mentality. Without pretending to exhaust the subject, I will give a few striking examples. In my opinion, we owe the best observations on this subject to the philosophy of William James. He lays down the principle that no matter what may be the temperament of a professional philosopher, it is this temperament which he feels himself forced to express and to justify in his philosophy. And starting from this idea, which is altogether in accord with the spirit of psychoanalysis, divides philosophers into two classes: the tender-minded, who are only interested in the inner life and spiritual things, and the tough-minded, who lay most stress on material things and objective reality. We see that these two classes are actuated by exactly opposite tendencies of the libido. The tender-minded represent introversion, the tough-minded extroversion. James says that the tender-minded are characterized by rationalism. They are men of principles and of systems. They aspire to dominate experience and to transcend it by abstract reasoning, by their logical deductions and purely rational conceptions. They care little for facts, and the multiplicity of phenomena hardly embarrasses them at all. They forcibly fit data into their ideal constructions and reduce everything to their a priori premises. This was the method of Hegel in settling beforehand the number of the planets. In the domain of mental pathology, we again meet this kind of philosopher in paranoiacs, who, without being disquieted by the flat contradictions presented by experience, impose their delirious conceptions on the universe and find means of interpreting everything, and, according to Adler, arranging everything in conformity with their morbidly preconceived system. The other traits which James depicts in this type follow naturally from its fundamental character. The tender-minded man, he says, is intellectual, idealist, optimist, religious, partisan of free will, a monist, and a dogmatist. All these qualities betray the almost exclusive concentration of the libido upon the intellectual life. This concentration upon the inner world of thought is nothing else than introversion. Insofar as experience plays a role with these philosophers, it serves only as an allurement or fillip to abstraction, in response to the imperative need to fit forcibly all the chaos of the universe within well-defined limits, which are, in the last resort, the creation of a spirit obedient to its subjective values. The tough-minded man is positivist and empiricist. He regards only matters of fact. Experience is his master, his exclusive guide and inspiration. It is only empirical phenomena demonstrable in the outside world which count. Thought is merely a reaction to external experience. In the eyes of these philosophers, principles are never of such value as facts. They can only reflect and describe the sequence of phenomena and cannot construct a system. Thus their theories are exposed to contradiction under the overwhelming accumulation of empirical material. Psychic reality for the positivist limits itself to the observation and experience of pleasure and pain. He does not go beyond that, nor does he recognize the rights of philosophical thought. Remaining on the ever-changing surface of the phenomenal world, he partakes himself of its instability, carried away in the chaotic tumult of the universe. He sees all its aspects, all its theoretical and practical possibilities, but he never arrives at the unity or the fixity of a settled system, which alone could satisfy the idealist or tender-minded. The positivist depreciates all values in reducing them to elements lower than themselves. He explains the higher by the lower, and dethrones it by showing that it is nothing but such another thing, which has no value in itself. From these general characteristics, the others which James points out logically follow. The positivist is a sensualist, giving greater value to the specific realm of the senses than to reflection which transcends it. He is only a materialist and a pessimist, for he knows only too well the hopeless uncertainty of the course of things. He is irreligious, not being in a state to hold firmly to the realities of the inner world as opposed to the pressure of external facts. He is a determinist and fatalist, only able to show resignation. A pluralist, incapable of all synthesis, and finally a skeptic, as a last and inevitable consequence of all the rest. The expressions, therefore, used by James show clearly that the diversity of types is the result of a different localization of the libido. This libido is the magic power in the depth of our being, which, following the personality, carries it sometimes towards internal life and sometimes towards the objective world. James compares, for example, the religious subjectivism of the idealist and the quasi-religious attitude of the contemporary empiricist. Our esteem for facts has not neutralized in us all religiousness. It is itself almost religious. Our scientific temper is devout. A second parallel is furnished by Wilhelm Ostwald, who divides savants and men of genius into classics and romantics. The latter are distinguished by their rapid reactions, their extremely prompt and abundant production of ideas and projects, some of which are badly digested and of doubtful value. They are admirable and brilliant masters, loving to teach, of a contagious ardor and enthusiasm, which attracts many pupils and makes them founders of schools, exercising great personal influence. Herein our type of extroversion is easily recognized. The classics of Ostwald are, on the contrary, Slow to react, they produce with much difficulty, are little capable of teaching or of exercising direct personal influence, and lacking enthusiasm are paralyzed by their own severe criticism, living apart and absorbed in themselves, making scarcely any disciples, but producing works of finished perfection, which often bring them posthumous fame. All these characteristics correspond to introversion. We find a further very valuable example in the aesthetic theory of Warringer. Borrowing from A. Riegel his expression volonté d'art absolue to express the internal force which inspires the artist, he distinguishes two forms, viz., sympathy, Einfühlung, and abstraction. And the term which he employs indicates that here too we witness the activity of the push of the libido, the stirring of the élan vital. In the same way, says Warringer, as the sympathetic impulse finds its satisfaction in organic beauty, so abstract impulse discovers beauty in the inorganic, which is the negation of all life in crystallized forms and in a general manner wherever the severity of abstract law reigns. Whilst sympathy represents the warmth of passion which carries it into the presence of the object in order to assimilate it and penetrate it with emotional values, abstraction, on the other hand, despoils the object of all that could recall life and grasps it by purely intellectual thought, crystallized and fixed into the rigid forms of law, the universal, the typical. Bergson also makes use of these images of crystallization, solidification, etc. to illustrate the essence of intellectual abstraction. Warringer's abstraction represents the process, which I have already remarked as a consequence of introversion, namely the exaltation of the intellect, in the place of the depreciated reality of the external world. Sympathy corresponds, in fact, to extroversion. For, as Lipps has pointed out, what I perceive sympathetically in an object is, in a general manner, life, and life is power, internal work, effort, and execution. To live, in a word, is to act, and to act is to experience intimately the force which we give out. Experience creates activity which is essentially of a spontaneous character. Aesthetic enjoyment, said Warringer, is the enjoyment of one's own self projected into the object, a formula which corresponds absolutely with our definition of transference. This aesthetic conception does not refer to the positivist in James' sense. It is rather the attitude of the idealist, for whom psychological reality only is interesting and worthy of consideration. Warringer adds, what is essential lies not in the gradation of the feeling, but preeminently in the feeling itself, that is to say, the inner movement, the intimate life, the unfolding of the subject's own activity. The value of a line or of a form depends in our eyes on the biological value it holds for us. That which gives beauty is solely our own vital feeling, which we unconsciously project into it. This view corresponds exactly with my own way of understanding the theory of the libido, in attempting to keep the true balance between the two psychological opposites of introversion and extroversion. The polar opposite of sympathy is abstraction. The impulse of abstraction is conceived by Warringer as the result of a great internal conflict of the human soul in the presence of the external world, and from the religious standpoint it corresponds to a strong transcendental coloring of all the representations man has made to himself of reality. We recognize clearly in this definition the primordial tendency to introversion. To the introverted type, the universe does not appear beautiful and desirable, but disquieting, and even dangerous. It is a manifestation against which the subject puts himself on the defensive, He entrenches himself in his inner fastness, and fortifies himself therein by the invention of geometrical figures full of repose, perfectly clear even in their minutest details, the primitive magic power of which assures him of domination over the surrounding world. The need of abstraction is the origin of all art, says Worringer. Here is a great principle, which gains weighty confirmation from the fact that precocious demons reproduce forms and figures which present the closest analogy to those of primitive humanity, not only in their thoughts, but also in their drawings. We should recall that Schiller had already tried to formulate the same presentation in what he calls the naive and sentimental types. The latter is in quest of nature, whilst the former is itself all nature. Schiller also saw that these two types result from the predominance of psychological mechanisms which might be met with in one and the same individual. It is not only in the same poet, he said, but even in the same work that these two types of mentality are found united. The naive poet pursues only nature and feeling in their simplicity, and all his effort is limited to the imitation and reproduction of reality. The sentimental poet, on the contrary, reflects the impression he receives from objects. The object here is allied to an idea, and the poetic power of the work depends on this alliance. These quotations shew what types Schiller had in view, and one recognizes their fundamental identity with those with which we are here dealing. We find another instance in Nietzsche's contrast between the minds of Apollo and Dionysus. The example which Nietzsche uses to illustrate this contrast is instructive, namely that between a dream and intoxication. In a dream, the individual is shut up in himself. In intoxication, on the contrary, he forgets himself to the highest degree, and set free from his self-consciousness, plunges into the multiplicity of the objective world. To depict Apollo, Nietzsche borrows the words of Schopenhauer. As upon a tumultuous sea, which disgorges and swallows by turns, lost to view in the mountains of foaming waves, the mariner remains seated tranquilly on his plank, full of confidence in his frail bark, so individual man in a world of troubles lives passive and serene, relying with confidence on the principle of individuation. Yes, continues Nietzsche, we might say that the unshakable confidence in this principle and the calm security of those whom it has inspired have found in Apollo their most sublime expression, and we may always recognize in him the most splendid and divine personification of the principle of making an individual. The Apollonian state, as Nietzsche conceives it, is consequently the withdrawal into oneself, that is, introversion. Conversely, in the Dionysian state, psychic intoxication indicates in his view the unloosening of a torrent of libido which expends itself upon things. This is not only, says Nietzsche, the alliance of man with man, which finds itself confirmed afresh under the Dionysian enchantment, it is alienated nature, hostile or enslaved, which also celebrates her reconciliation with her prodigal child, man. Spontaneously earth offers her gifts, and the wild beasts from rock and desert draw near peacefully. The car of Dionysus is lost under flowers and garlands. Panthers and tigers approach under his yoke. If we change Beethoven's Hymn of Praise into a picture, and giving rein to our imagination, contemplate the millions of beings prostrated and trembling in the dust, at such a moment the Dionysian intoxication will be near at hand. Then is the slave free. Then all the rigid and hostile barriers which poverty and arbitrary or insolent custom have established between man and man are broken down. Now, by means of this gospel of universal harmony, each feels himself not only reunited, reconciled, fused with his neighbor, but actually identified with him, as if the veil of Maya was torn away, nothing remaining of it but a few shreds floating before the mystery of the primordial unity. It would be superfluous to add comment to these quotations. In concluding this series of examples culled outside my own special domain, I will quote the linguistic hypothesis of Fink, where we also see the duality in question. The structure of language, according to Fink, presents two principal types. In one, the subject is generally conceived as active. I see him. I strike him down. In the other, the subject experiences and feels, and it is the object which acts. He appears to me. He succumbs to me. The first type clearly shews the libido as going out of the subject. This is centrifugal movement. The second as coming out of the object. This movement is centripetal. We meet with this latter introverted type, especially in the primitive languages of the Eskimo. In the domain of psychiatry also these two types have been described by Otto Gross, who distinguishes two forms of mental debility. The one a diffuse and shallow consciousness, the other a concentrated and deep consciousness. The first is characterized by weakness of the consecutive function, the second by its excessive reinforcement. Gross has recognized that the consecutive function is in intimate relation with affectivity, from which we might infer that he is dealing once more with our two psychological types. The relation he establishes between maniac, depressive insanity and the state of diffuse or extended and shallow mental disease shows that the latter represents the extroverted type, and the relation between the psychology of the paranoiac and repressed mentality indicates the identity of the former with the introverted type. After the foregoing considerations, no one will be astonished to find that in the domain of psychoanalysis, we also have to reckon with the existence of these two psychological types. On the one side, we meet with a theory which is essentially reductive, pluralist, causal, and sensualist. This is Freud's standpoint. This theory limits itself rigidly to empirical facts and traces back complexes to their antecedents and their elemental factors. It regards the psychological life as being only an effect, a reaction to the environment, and accords the greatest role in the largest place to sensation. On the other side, we have the diametrically opposed theory of Adler, which is an entirely philosophical and finalistic one. In it, phenomena are not reducible to earlier and very primitive factors, but are conceived as arrangements, the outcome of intentions and of ends of an extremely complex nature. It is no longer the view of causality, but of finality which dominates researches. The history of the patient and the concrete influences of the environment are of much less importance than the dominating principles, the fiction directrice of the individual. It is not essential for him to depend upon the object and to find in it his fill of subjective enjoyment, but to protect his own individuality and to guarantee it against the hostile influences of the environment. Whilst Freud's psychology has for its predominant note the centrifugal tendency which demands its happiness and satisfaction in the objective world, in that of Adler the chief role belongs to the centripetal movement which tends to the supremacy of the subject, to his triumph and his liberty as opposed to the overwhelming forces of existence. The expedient to which the type described by Freud has recourse is infantile transference, by means of which he projects fantasy into the object and finds a compensation for the difficulties of life in this transfiguration. In the type described by Adler, what is characteristic is, on the contrary, the virile protest, personal resistance, the efficacious safeguard which the individual provides for himself, in affirming and stubbornly enclosing himself in his dominating ideas. The difficult task of elaborating a psychology which should pay equal attention to the two types of mentality belongs to the future. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kurt from Tucson, Arizona. Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology by Carl Gustav Jung. Translated by Constance Ellen Long, 1867 to 1923. Chapter 12. The Psychology of Dreams. A dream is a psychic structure which at first sight appears to be in striking contrast with conscious thought, because judging by its form and substance, it apparently does not lie within the continuity of development of the conscious contents. It is not integral to it, but is a mere external and apparently accidental occurrence. Its mode of genesis is in itself sufficient to isolate a dream from the other contents of the conscious, for it is a survival of a peculiar psychic activity which takes place during sleep, and does not originate in the manifest and clearly logical and emotional continuity of the event experienced. But a careful observer should have no difficulty in discovering that a dream is not entirely severed from the continuity of the conscious, for in almost every dream certain details are found which have their origin in the impressions, thoughts, or states of mind of one of the preceding days. In so far, a certain continuity does exist, albeit a retrograde one. But anyone keenly interested in the dream problem cannot have failed to observe that a dream has also a progressive continuity, if such an expression be permitted, since dreams occasionally exert a remarkable influence upon the conscious mental life, even of persons who cannot be considered superstitious or particularly abnormal. These occasional after-effects are usually seen in a more or less distinct change in the dreamer's frame of mind. It is probably in consequence of this loose connection with the other conscious contents that the recollected dream is so extremely unstable. Many dreams baffle all attempts at reproduction, even immediately after waking. Others can only be remembered with doubtful accuracy, and comparatively few can be termed really distinct and clearly reproducible. This peculiar reaction with regard to recollection may be understood by considering the characteristics of the various elements combined in a dream. The combination of ideas in dreams is essentially fantastic. They are linked together in a sequence which, as a rule, is quite foreign to our current way of thinking and in striking contrast to the logical sequence of ideas which we consider to be a special characteristic of conscious mental processes. It is to this characteristic that dreams owe the common epithet of meaningless. Before pronouncing this verdict, we must reflect that dreams and their chains of ideas are something that we do not understand. Such a verdict would therefore be merely a projection of our non-comprehension upon its object. But that would not prevent its own peculiar meaning being inherent in a dream. In spite of the fact that for centuries endeavors have been made to extract a prophetic meaning from dreams, Freud's discovery is practically the first successful attempt to find their real significance. His work merits the term scientific, because he has evolved a technique which not only he but many other investigators also assert achieves its object, namely the understanding of the meaning of the dream. This meaning is not identical with the one which the manifest dream content seems to indicate. This is not the place for a critical discussion of Freud's psychology of dreams, but I will try to give a brief summary of what may be regarded as more or less established facts of dream psychology today. The first question we must discuss is, whence do we deduce the justification for attributing to dreams any other significance than the one indicated in the unsatisfying fragmentary meaning of the manifest dream content? As regards this point, a particularly weighty argument is the fact that Freud discovered the hidden meaning of dreams by empiric and not deductive methods. A further argument in favor of a possible hidden, as opposed to the manifest meaning of dreams, is obtained by comparing dream fantasies with other fantasies, daydreams and the like, in one and the same individual. It is not difficult to conceive that such day fantasies have not merely a superficial concrete meaning, but also a deeper psychological meaning. It is solely on account of the brevity that I must impose upon myself that I do not submit materials in proof of this, but I should like to point out that what may be said about the meaning of fantasies is well illustrated by an old and widely diffused type of imaginative story, of which Aesop's fables are typical examples, wherein, for instance, the story is some objectively impossible fantasy about the deeds of a lion and an ass. The concrete superficial meaning of the fable is an impossible phantasm, but the hidden moral meaning is plain upon reflection. It is characteristic that children are pleased and satisfied with the exoteric meaning of the story. However, the best argument for the existence of a hidden meaning in dreams is provided by conscientious application of the technical procedure to solve the manifest dream content. This brings us to our second main point, viz., the question of analytic procedure. Here again I desire neither to defend nor to criticize Freud's views and discoveries, but rather to confine myself to what seems to me to be firmly established facts. The fact that a dream is a psychic structure does not give us the slightest ground for assuming that it obeys laws and designs other than those applicable to any other psychic structure. According to the maxim, Principia explicandi praeter necessitatem non sunt multiplicanda, we have to treat dreams in analysis just as any other psychic structure, until experience teaches us some better way. We know that every psychic construction considered from the standpoint of causality is the resultant of previous psychic contents. Moreover, we know also that every psychic structure, considered from the standpoint of finality, has its own peculiar meaning and purpose in the actual psychic process. This standard must also be applied to dreams. When, therefore, we seek a psychological explanation of a dream, we must first know what were the preceding experiences out of which it is combined. We must trace the antecedents of every element in the dream picture. For example, someone dreams that he is walking in a street. A child is running in front of him, who is suddenly run over by a motor car. We will trace the antecedents of this dream picture with the aid of the dreamer's recollections. He recognizes the street as one down which he had walked on the previous day. The child he acknowledges as his brother's child, whom he had seen on the previous evening when visiting his brother. The motor accident reminds him of an accident that had actually occurred a few days before, but of which he had only read an account in a newspaper. Popular opinion is known to be satisfied with this kind of explanation. People say, "Oh, that is why I dreamt such and such a thing." Obviously, this explanation is absolutely unsatisfactory from a scientific standpoint. The dreamer walked down many streets on the previous day. Why was this particular one selected? He had read about several accidents. Why did he select just this one? The mere disclosure of an antecedent is by no means sufficient, for a plausible determination of the dream presentation can only be obtained from the competition of various determinants. The collection of additional material proceeds according to the principle of recollection that has been called the association method. The result, as will be easily understood, is the admission of a mass of multifarious and quite heterogeneous material, having apparently nothing in common but the fact of its evident associative connection with the dream contents, since it has been reproduced by means of this content. How far the collection of such material should go is an important question from the technical point of view, since the entire psychic content of a life may be ultimately disclosed from any single starting point. Theoretically, the whole previous life experience might be found in every dream, but we only need to assemble just so much material as is absolutely necessary in order to comprehend the dream's meaning. The limitation of the material is obviously an arbitrary proceeding, according to that principle of Kant's, whereby to comprehend is to perceive the extent necessary for our purpose. For instance, when undertaking a survey of the causes of the French Revolution, we could, in amassing our material, include not only the history of medieval France, but also that of Roman Greece, which certainly would not be necessary for our purpose, since we can comprehend the historical genesis of the Revolution from much more limited material. Except for the aforesaid arbitrary limitation, the collecting of material lies outside the investigator's discretion. The material gathered must now be sifted and examined, according to principles which are always applied to the examination of historical or any empirical scientific material. The method is an essentially comparative one that obviously cannot be applied automatically, but is largely dependent upon the skill and aim of the investigator. When a psychological fact has to be explained, it must be remembered that psychological data necessitate a twofold point of view, namely that of causality and that of finality. I use the word finality intentionally in order to avoid confusion with the idea of teleology. I use finality to denote immanent psychological teleology. Insofar as we apply the viewpoint of causality to the material that has been associated with the dream, we reduce the manifest dream content to certain fundamental tendencies or ideas. These, as one would expect, are elementary and universal in character. For instance, a young patient dreams as follows: I am standing in a strange garden and pluck an apple from a tree. I look about cautiously to make sure no one sees me. The associated dream material is a memory of having once, when a boy, plucked a couple of pears surreptitiously from another person's garden. The feeling of having a bad conscience, which is a prominent feature in the dream, reminds him of a situation he experienced on the previous day. He met a young lady in the street, a casual acquaintance, and exchanged a few words with her. At that moment a gentleman passed whom he knew, whereupon our patient was suddenly seized with a curious feeling of embarrassment, as if he had done something wrong. He associated the apple with the scene in paradise, together with the fact that he had never really understood why the eating of the forbidden fruit should have been fraught with such dire consequences for our first parents. This had always made him feel angry. It seemed to him an unjust act of God, for God had made men as they were, with all their curiosity and greed. Another association was that sometimes his father had punished him for certain things in a way that seemed to him incomprehensible. The worst punishment had been bestowed after he had secretly watched girls bathing. That led up to the confession that he had recently begun a love affair with a housemaid, but had not yet carried it through to a conclusion. On the day before the dream he had a rendezvous with her. Upon reviewing this material, we see that the dream contains a very transparent reference to the last name incident. The connecting associative material shows that the apple episode is palpably meant for an erotic scene. For various other reasons, too, it may be considered extremely probable that this experience of the previous day is operative even in this dream. In the dream, the young man plucks the apple of paradise, which in reality he has not yet plucked. The remainder of the material associated with the dream is concerned with another experience of the previous day, namely with the peculiar feeling of a bad conscience, which seized the dreamer when he was talking to his casual lady acquaintance. This again was connected with the fall of man in paradise, and finally with an erotic misdemeanor of his childhood, for which his father had punished him severely. All these associations are linked together by the idea of guilt. In the first place, we will consider this material from Freud's viewpoint of causality. In other words, we will interpret it, to use Freud's expression. A wish has been left unfulfilled from the day before the dream. In the dream, this wish is realized in the symbolical apple scene. But why is this realization disguised and hidden under a symbolic image instead of being expressed in a distinctly sexual thought? Freud would refer to the unmistakable sense of guilt shown up by the material and say that the morality that has been inculcated in the young man from childhood is bent on repressing such wishes, and to that end brands the natural craving as immoral and reprehensible. The suppressed immoral thought can therefore only achieve expression by means of a symbol. As these thoughts are incompatible with the moral content of the conscious ego, a psychic factor adopted by Freud called the censor prevents this wish from passing undisguised into consciousness. Reviewing the dream from the standpoint of finality, which I contrast with that of Freud, does not, as I wish to establish explicitly, involve a denial of the dream's causae, but rather a different interpretation of the associative material collected around the dream. The material facts remain the same, but the standard by which they are measured is altered. The question may be formulated simply as follows: what is this dream's purpose? What should it affect? These questions are not arbitrary, inasmuch as they may be applied to every psychic activity. Everywhere the question of the why and wherefore may be raised. It is clear that the material added by the dream to the previous day's erotic experience chiefly emphasizes the sense of guilt in the erotic act. The same association has already been shown to be operative in another experience of the previous day, in the meeting with his casual lady acquaintance, when the feeling of a bad conscience was automatically and inexplicably aroused, as if, in that instance too, the young man had done something wrong. This experience also plays a part in the dream, which is even intensified by the association of additional appropriate material. The erotic experience of the day before being depicted by the story of the fall, which was followed by such a severe punishment. I maintain that there exists in the dreamer an unconscious propensity or tendency to conceive his erotic experiences as guilty. It is most characteristic that the association with the fall of man should ensue, the young man having never really grasped why the punishment should have been so drastic. This association throws light upon the reasons why the dreamer did not think simply, "I am doing what is not right." Obviously, he does not know that he might condemn his own conduct as morally wrong. This is actually the case. His conscious belief is that his conduct does not matter in the least morally, as all his friends were acting in the same way. Besides, for other reasons too, is unable to understand why a fuss should be made about it. Whether this dream should be considered full or void of meaning depends upon a very important question, viz., whether the standpoint of morality handed down to us through the ages by our forefathers is held to be full or void of meaning. I do not wish to wander off into a philosophical discussion of this question, but would merely observe that mankind must obviously have had very strong reasons for devising this morality. Otherwise it would be truly incomprehensible why such restraints should be imposed upon one of man's strongest cravings. If we attach due value to this fact, we are bound to pronounce this dream to be full of meaning, for it reveals to the young man the necessity of facing his erotic conduct boldly from the viewpoint of morality. Primitive races have in some respects extremely strict legislation concerning sexuality. This fact proves that sexual morality is a not-to-be-neglected factor in the soul's higher functions, but deserves to be taken fully into account. In the case in question, it should be added that the young man, influenced by his friend's example, somewhat thoughtlessly let himself be guided exclusively by his erotic cravings, unmindful of the fact that man is a morally responsible being and must perforce submit, voluntarily or involuntarily, to a morality that he himself has created. In this dream, we can discern a compensating function of the unconscious, consisting in the fact that those thoughts, propensities, and tendencies of a human personality which in conscious life are too seldom recognized, come spontaneously into action in the sleeping state, when to a large extent the conscious process is disconnected. The question might certainly be raised of what use is this to the dreamer if he does not understand the dream. To this, I must remark that to understand is not an exclusively intellectual process, for, as experience proves, man may be influenced, nay, even very effectually convinced, by innumerable things of which he has no intellectual understanding. I will merely remind my readers of the efficacy of religious symbols. The example given above might suggest the thought that the function of dreams is a distinctly moral one. Such it appears to be in this case. But if we recall the formula according to which dreams contain the subliminal materials of a given moment, we cannot speak simply of a moral function. For it is worthy of note that the dreams of those persons whose actions are morally unexceptionable bring materials to light that might well be characterized as immoral in the current meaning of that term. Thus, it is significant that St. Augustine was glad that God did not hold him responsible for his dreams. The unconscious is the unknown of a given moment. Therefore, it is not surprising that all those aspects that are essential for a totally different point of view should be added by dreams to the conscious psychological factors of a given moment. It is evident that this function of dreams signifies a psychological adjustment, a compensation essential for properly balanced action. In the conscious process of reflection, it is indispensable that, so far as possible, we should realize all the aspects and consequences of a problem in order to find the right solution. This process is continued automatically in the more or less unconscious state of sleep, wherever, as our previous experience seems to show, all those other points of view occur to the dreamer, at least by way of illusion, that during the day were underestimated or even totally ignored. In other words, were comparatively unconscious. As regards the much-discussed symbolism of dreams, the value attached to it varies according to whether the standpoint of causality or of finality is adopted. According to Freud's causal viewpoint, it proceeds from a craving, viz. From the suppressed dream wish. This craving is always somewhat simple and primitive, and is able to disguise itself under manifold forms. For instance, the young man in question might just as well have dreamt that he had to open a door with a key, or that he had to travel by aeroplane, or that he was kissing his mother, etc. From this standpoint, all those things would have had the same meaning. In this way, the typical adherents of Freud's school have come to the point of interpreting, to give a gross instance, almost all long objects in dreams as phallic symbols. From the viewpoint of finality, the various dream pictures have each their own peculiar value. For instance, if the young man, instead of dreaming of the apple scene, had dreamt he had to open a door with a key, the altered dream picture would have furnished associative material of an essentially different character. That, again, would have resulted in the conscious situation being supplemented by the associations of a totally different kind from those connected with the apple scene. From this point of view, it is the diversity of the dream's mode of expression that is full of meaning, and not the uniformity in its significance. The causal viewpoint tends by its very nature towards uniformity of meaning, that is, towards a fixed significance of symbols. On the other hand, the final viewpoint perceives in an altered dream picture the expression of an altered psychological situation. It recognizes no fixed meaning of symbols. From this standpoint, all the dream pictures are important in themselves, each one having a special significance of its own, to which it owes its inclusion in the dream. Keeping to our previous example, we see that from the standpoint of finality, the symbol in this dream is approximately equivalent to a parable. It does not conceal, but it teaches. The apple scene recalls vividly the sense of guilt, at the same time disguising the real deed of our first parents. It is obvious we reach very dissimilar interpretations of the meaning of the dream, according to the point of view adopted. The question now arises, which is the better or truer version? After all, for us therapeutes, it is a practical and not a merely theoretical necessity that leads us to seek for some comprehension of the meaning of dreams. In treating our patients, we must, for practical reasons, endeavor to lay hold of any means that will enable us to train them effectually. It should be quite evident from the foregoing example that the material associated with the dream has opened up a question calculated to make matters clear to the young man, which hitherto he has heedlessly overlooked. But by disregarding these things, he was really overlooking something in himself, for he possesses a moral standard and a moral need just like any other man. By trying to live without taking this fact into consideration, his life is one-sided and incomplete, so to say, incoordinate, with the same consequences for the psychological life as a one-sided and incomplete diet would have for the physical. In order to develop a person's individuality and independence to the uttermost, we need to bring to fruition all those functions that have hitherto attained but little conscious development or none at all. In order to achieve this aim, we must, for therapeutic reasons, enter into all those unconscious aspects of things brought forward by the dream material. This makes it abundantly clear that the viewpoint of finality is singularly important as an aid to the practical development of the individual. The viewpoint of causality is obviously more in accord with the scientific spirit of our time, with its strictly causalistic reasoning. Much may be said for Freud's view as a scientific explanation of dream psychology, but I must dispute its completeness. For the psyche cannot be conceived merely from the causal aspect, but necessitates also a final viewpoint. Only a combination of both points of view, which has not yet been attained to the satisfaction of the scientific mind, owing to great difficulties both of a practical and theoretical nature, can give us a more complete conception of the essence of dreams. I would like to treat briefly of some further problems of dream psychology that border on the general discussion of dreams. Firstly, as to the classification of dreams. I do not wish to overestimate either the practical or theoretical significance of this question. I investigate yearly some 1,500 to 2,000 dreams, and this experience enables me to state that typical dreams actually do exist, but they are not very frequent, and from the viewpoint of finality they lose much of the importance which attaches to them as a result of the fixed significance of symbols according to the causal viewpoint. It seems to me that the typical themes of dreams are of far greater importance, for they permit of a comparison with the themes of mythology. Many of these mythological themes, in the study of which Frobenius has rendered notable service, are also found in dreams, often with precisely the same significance. Unfortunately, the limited time at my disposal does not permit me to lay detailed materials before you. This has been done elsewhere. But I desire to emphasize the fact that the comparison of the typical themes of dreams with those of mythology obviously suggests the idea, already put forward by Nietzsche, that from a phylogenetic point of view, dream thought should be conceived as an older form of thought, Instead of multiplying examples in explanation of my meaning, I will briefly refer you to our specimen dream. As you remember, that dream introduced the apple scene as a typical representation of erotic guilt. The gist of its purport is, I am doing wrong in acting like this. But it is characteristic that a dream never expresses itself in a logically abstract way, but always in the language of parable or simile. This peculiarity is also a characteristic feature of primitive languages, whose flowery idioms always strike us. If you call to mind the writings of ancient literature, e.g. the language of simile in the Bible, you will find that what nowadays is expressed by means of abstract expressions could then only be expressed by means of simile. Even such a philosopher as Plato did not disdain to express certain fundamental ideas by means of concrete simile. Just as the body bears traces of its phylogenetic development, so also does the human mind. There is, therefore, nothing surprising in the possibility of the allegories of our dreams being a survival of archaic modes of thought. The theft of the apple in our example is a typical theme of dreams, often recurring with various modifications. It is also a well-known theme in mythology and is found not only in the story of the Garden of Eden, but in numerous myths and fables of all ages and climes. It is one of those universally human symbols which can reappear in anyone at any time. Thus, dream psychology opens up a way to a general comparative psychology, from which we hope to attain the same sort of understanding of the development and structure of the human soul as comparative anatomy has given us concerning the human body. End of Chapter 12.